Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 123.1 Volume 3 Chapter 123, Field of Poisonous Insects, 1/2, the next day. We left the camp early morning. Around the time when the sun was at its peak, we arrived at our destination, the field of poisonous insects. Is everyone here? Good. For the next 3 days, this place will be our base. First, go prepare your camp just like you did yesterday. After that, I'll explain the rest of the program here. Dismissed. Go prepare. Roche, the participants dispersed in small groups. This is the field of poisonous insects. A huge grassland with gentle hills. If you walk a little, you'll see that there are trees that have already began to change color. It's a gentle place where the wind smells like grass. There are no strong monsters here either. Recently, the sun has also gotten weaker, making this place perfect for a picnic. But one still has to pay attention to the poisonous insects here. True to its name, field of poisonous insects, there are many poisonous insects here that can bite humans. 1. Avoid showing skin. 2. Bring some insect repellent and use it before entering. 3. If spending the night, prepare countermeasures to deal with the insects. These are the 3 points one should pay attention to when visiting this place. Failing to meet these 3 points will result in: I'm kinda itchy. Student Adventurer 1, did you get bitten by an insect? Student Adventurer 2, probably. Student Adventurer 1, that's some rotten luck you've got there. Student Adventurer 2, looks like some students have already been bitten. According to the information I purchased, there shouldn't be any insects here that can threaten a human's life. But without any protection against the insects, they'll be itchy and in pain the next morning. But depending on one's physical constitution, these bites could prove to be fateful, so caution is advised. Alright. This should do. For the meantime, I'm done securing my sleeping space. Ryuma, just like yesterday, I built my sleeping space with earth magic. But to make it harder for crawly poisonous insects from entering, I made sure to raise the floor and attached an insect screen to the windows. Next is... Roche-san. Ryuma, you need something. Roche, I'm going to burn some insect repellent. The smoke might be a little thick, so I just thought I'd inform you beforehand. I saw you making rounds, so I figured I might as well. Ryuma, I see. No problem. You do you. Still, you sure know how to camp. I had the same impression yesterday too, but this is basically a cabin already. Roche, ha ha ha, Ryuma, indeed. Almost everyone else is using a normal tent. I'm the only one who's made his tent out of something durable like walls of rock. Moreover, because of the raised floor, it's also a head taller than the others, making it stand out. Are you wounded? Roche, wounded. He must be talking about the bandages I took out from my luggage. These are insect repellents. I soaked them in medicine and let them dry to make them easy to carry. I've also prepared other types like liquid types that you apply on your body or aromatic types wherein you need herbs together, but for something as big as a structure, this type is best. It's reasonably priced and effective, and because there'll be a lot of smoke, it's easy to use. Ryuma, while explaining, I tore off a bandage that's about 1 meter long, and then set its end aflame with magic. It's made out of cotton, so normally it would burn really quickly, but because it's been soaked in medicinal liquid, it doesn't burn as easily. Just like an incense stick, smoke wafted up from the part that was on fire. The smoke was white and thick enough that it could cover one's vision. After confirming that the fire was burning well, I threw it from the entrance and closed the door. If I let it burn for 10 minutes, my tent should be insect-proofed. While waiting for those 10 minutes to pass, I took the 3-pronged iron spit I'd prepared beforehand, by the way, the handle is made out of wood, and stabbed the remaining bandages with it. I'm going to be burning all of these, so I placed the rest of the bandages under the raised floor, and lit it up with a fireball, causing the smoke to cover my whole tent. I especially made sure to place the bandages under the windows and the entrance. Good. Ryuma, you said you had a number of insect repellents with you, right? Roche, yes. I have more of those, and I also have medicines to cure itchiness and other ailments. Ryuma, I made the medicines not just to prepare for this trip but also to study, so there's quite a bit inside my item box. I see. Roche, what's on your mind? Ryuma, oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking it might be easier this time. Roche, sorry, I don't follow. Ryuma, when we teach people here, there's bound to be a handful of people who get the short end of the stick when it comes to bugs. People who underestimated the bugs. People who didn't prepare enough protection for the bugs. People who cheaped out on medicine and ended up not having enough along the way. We'll be spending 3 days here this time around, so I figured it might turn into quite the commotion tomorrow or the day after. Because of that, I made sure to bring some spare medicine, but someone also needs to distribute it. Having someone who knows a lot about medicine is a huge help. We also use this inevitable incident as an opportunity to tell people about the importance of insect repellents and common medicine, but there are some guys who become really enthusiastic about asking detailed questions, so again, someone good at medicine is really a huge help. Roche, Chapter 123.2 Volume 3 Chapter 123, Field of Poisonous Insects, 2 halves. You mean there are students that ask problematic questions? Ryuma, oh, they don't mean bad. I can also answer some of the questions myself, but I'm not a specialist, so there are some questions I can't answer well. Roche, do you refrain from answering then? Ryuma, of course. Can't exactly give a random answer just because I don't know the actual answer. In Mimmel's case, when someone asks her questions like that, she says she'll look it up after getting back to town. Because of that, she's actually the one who knows the most about medicine among us, and as such, she's also the one in charge of the medicine. She even took the Emergency Medicine Adventurer qualification recently. Roche, Emergency Medicine Adventurer qualification. I can sort of guess what that is, but is that a thing? Interested. Roche, it's my first time hearing about qualifications. How do you get one? And what are the different types? Ryuma, there are all sorts of qualifications, from those that handle all sorts of weapons to making traps and disarming them. There's a lot, so it's hard to explain all of them. But no matter which qualification, you have to apply for it at the guild first. After that, you have to take specialized training and pass a practical exam. If you pass, you can get your qualification. There are some that you can just take an exam for immediately, but for the Emergency Medicine Adventurer qualification, the guild requires that you first receive training at a designated medical guild. As for the details, you'll have to ask for them at the receptionist desk. Roche, I didn't know the guild dealt with stuff like this too. Are there any qualifications I should take? Ryuma, in my past life, having different qualifications makes a difference in salary and employment, so it's definitely something to be concerned about. I would recommend etiquette training. As an adventurer, you'll have to deal with clients, and from rank D onwards, you'll have more and more instances where you have to meet with the managers of large store. Jobs from nobles also require the etiquette skill. Roche, etiquette training, huh? This part is no different from my past life. But a qualification is just proof that an adventurer has mastered a certain skill. What's really important is learning the techniques and the knowledge. If you can just get those, then even without the so-called qualifications, as long as you have the status board from the church, you'll be fine. After all, a status board is a reward from the gods. Humans can't mess with them. A status board is actually more credible than some qualification. In fact, it's the most credible proof there is. Roche, in that case, getting a qualification is just a way to learn the skills. Anyway, that's how it is. If you have the skills already, you don't have to bother getting one. Well, having a qualification doesn't hurt, but not having it won't cause you that much problem either. That's why, although the guild has a number of training sessions it recommends to beginners, it doesn't really recommend any qualification training. Although, from time to time, I do hear some people with really bad manners being required to take etiquette training, and I hear there are also those who collect them as a hobby. Roche, huh? I've never received training from the guild before, so this was really enlightening. Ryuma, so you already had abilities other than camping when you registered? Roche, yeah. My grandparents were former adventurers. Ryuma, so that's why you're doing fine now. But you should take care, since the jobs get harder the higher the rank gets. When you feel the job getting difficult, don't force yourself, and consult with the guild receptionist. Roche, I understand. Thank you very much. Ryuma, although I'm participating here as an instructor, there's still a lot for me to learn. 10 minutes later. After everyone finished preparing their tent, the participants all gathered in front of the carriage. Now, I'll explain to you our schedule. First of all, it's fine if you students want to rest or gather food. But all of you should have taken some kind of job from the guild at Jimuru. Including today, we will be staying here for 3 days. I'd like for all of you to do your best to fulfill the jobs you took in those 3 days. Most jobs have a due date. Even if the date given is short, once you've accepted a job, you have to complete it. Otherwise, it'll be considered a failure. On top of having to pay the penalty for breaking a contract, your reputation at the guild will also take a hit. Roche, failed job, penalty fee. Every time those words came out, the countenance of the students would worsen. The penalty will apply even if you get sick or injured. There are exemptions, of course, but if you're hoping for an exemption, then you're not fit to be an adventurer. I pray you'll be able to complete your jobs in these 3 days. Also, while you'll have to do your job on your own, feel free to ask us instructors for advice or if you have a question. Our job is to teach you guys as many skills as possible while you're here. So don't hesitate to ask us questions. Who knows? You might just learn information that'll be helpful for your job. All right. Did you get all that? Roche, yes, sir. Students, all right. Next, about communicating with your instructor. Most of the time, we'll be camping the way we usually do, but for the sake of any unexpected incidents or to teach students, there will be 5 instructors stationed here at any given time. I remember the schedule for duty was decided when we met, but I'll confirm it just to be sure. Roche-san read the schedule for the instructor's duty. Today, my duty is from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. I'm still free to answer questions even outside of that time slot. The time slot is just the period of time when I'm stationed here specifically. It also doesn't matter what I'm doing as long as I can answer the questions of the students. I could be eating, I could be lying down, I could be doing anything, and as long as I'm able to answer, it's fine. This isn't all that related, but there are sports-oriented part-time jobs in my past life where beginners weren't allowed to sit during break time. Compared to that, the conditions here are quite lax. But that's what the veteran is saying, and there's no reason to go out of my way to say otherwise, so I'll just take it. Lastly, the schedule for the night watch will be the same as last night. Students, instructors, I look forward to working with you all. Dismissed. Students, you may go and attend to your errands. Instructors, stay. Roche, like this the training at the field of poisonous insects began for real. Chapter 124.1 Volume 3 Chapter 124, Getting Food, 1/2, I have free time until duty. I'm done with my tent, so next I need to secure water and food. On top of the usual equipment, I've also equipped myself with a leather bag and a pair of leather gloves. I'm off. Ryuma, yeah. Be careful. Roche, just to be safe, I informed Roche-san first, then I walked for the woods. One of the key points this training camp seems to want to impart to its students is the importance of preparing beforehand, considering that the difficulty of the camp greatly changes depending on whether one has studied up on the place or not. The booklet I purchased includes the things one should pay attention to when camping, from the location of the river to the different types of grasses that could be eaten. So long as one takes the time to memorize the contents of that booklet, even someone inexperienced should be able to survive here. Ryuma, as I walked along the road used by carriages, I suddenly felt someone looking at me. When I turned to its direction, I saw a student. He probably didn't have any business with me and just happened to see me. When I turned to him, he bowed his head, then made his way for the grasslands. Is it for a job? Or maybe he's looking for food like I am. I don't know why they're going to the grasslands, but I saw other students going the same direction from time to time. As I prayed for their safety, I arrived at my destination. Now, I wonder what I'll find first. Oh! Akakasatake. Ryuma, aka equals red, kasa equals umbrella, take equals mushroom. As soon as I entered the woods, I found a mushroom that could be eaten. Just as the name implies, it's a mushroom that looks like a red umbrella. It looks poisonous at first glance, but it's not. It smells good and has plenty of umami. A delicious mushroom. This is a good sign. Oh! Under the shadow of a nearby tree was an inokitake growing, and by its roots were some dangerous-looking yarrajapan sticking out of the ground. They're both mushrooms and they're both also edible. If you stew all these together, you can come up with something really delicious. Come to think of it, I guess it is that time of year. Ryuma, after summer comes autumn. And autumn being the season of mushrooms is also true for this country. Even back at the forest of Ghana, it was during this season that I would see a lot of mushrooms and would be able to enjoy all kinds of varieties. Let's gather a lot today and have a sumptuous supper. I'll first cook the ones that I can't keep for long, so I can dry the leftovers and take them with me on the way back. In that way, I'll be able to entrust them to Shelma-san when I get back and have her cook them for the store. This country has yet to grasp how to artificially cultivate mushrooms, so the only mushrooms that can be eaten are naturally growing ones foraged from the forest. Because of that, how many mushrooms one can get is a question of luck. The weather can also influence how many mushrooms one can get, as well as the animals looking for food as the season turns to winter. Even back at Japan, until the Edo period, dried shiitake mushroom was considered a luxury. This country values it similarly. Being able to gather different types like these and eat them while they're still fresh is one of the merits of being a hunter or an adventurer. They're delicious to eat, and they can also be used to make dashi, Japanese soup stock. It sure would be great if I could buy them throughout the year at my convenience, though. Should I start growing it myself? Ryuma, there are two ways to cultivate it. One is through log cultivation, and the other is through sawdust substrate cultivation. Log cultivation grows mushrooms by taking wood fragments soaked in mushroom fungus and planting them into a tree. Sawdust substrate cultivation grows mushroom through a culture medium made from mixing fungal filament and a source of ingredients. Or at least, that's how I think it goes. I don't know about the other specific details like the temperature or the level of humidity, but I have a rough idea of how it's supposed to go. I'll give it a shot. After all, even if I don't know the specifics, as long as I have a rough idea of what I'm supposed to do, the chance of success should be fairly high. If it works, I'll make a killing. But it's not unheard of for people to invest too much in mushrooms and end up bankrupt, so I better keep things in moderation. I'll go at it with a leisurely attitude, and only consider success as luck. But not now. Right now, I should prioritize gathering food. Is it here? What about there? Nope. What about there? We just can't seem to find it. I heard the voice of children coming from the trees. It looks like they're searching for something. I was curious, so I stealthily approached them, and it turns out it was Burke's group and that group of 4 from the first day. Maybe it's really at the grasslands instead. Burke, rock lizards are lizards that pretend to be rocks, right? But this place is full of trees and grasses. There's nary a rock here. Adventurer 1, these kids. They fell for a trap job. The name rock lizard isn't written in the booklet I bought. If they bought the booklet and read it, they would have been able to avoid falling into this trap. Maybe they were trying to save money. Anyway, I better go. If they find me, they might ask for my opinion, and then it'll become troublesome. I hid in the shadow of the trees and quietly left the place. Chapter 124.2 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 124, Getting Food, 2 halves, 10 minutes later. I'm back. Ryuma, good job. Howard, good work out there. Lucy, I left my luggage at my base, and then reported my arrival. The station teachers were the ones to respond to me. There's a lot of food at the woods here. They're easy to find too. Ryuma, oh. Then maybe this time there won't be any children crying because they couldn't find food. Lucy, are there people like that, Lucy-san? Ryuma, there's actually a lot of children not used to camping. And there's a lot of instances where you end up with no food. Sometimes you bring less food than you should have. Sometimes food spoils because of some trouble. There are all sorts of reasons. So it's a good idea to teach the students here how to procure food in such cases provided that there's a land to source food from. Lucy, right, how do the rest of the students spend their time? I saw some of them at the woods. Ryuma, they're all the same. Lucy, they're either doing a job or gathering food from the woods or the grasslands. That's why other than taking care of the horses, there's not actually a whole lot for us to do. Howard, that makes our life easy, but it sure is boring. Ha ha. Lucas, so all the students are outside. Well, at least they're feeling up to it. Oh, right. There was something bothering me when I was inside the woods. By the way, there's something bothering me. Ryuma, what is it? Lucy, those woods. There was a lot of mushrooms growing in them. There were edible ones, but there were also edible-looking ones that were actually poisonous. Ryuma, I was again reminded not to point out to the students when something is suspicious, but they might accidentally eat something bad. It might be a good idea to double our efforts in checking what they've gathered. Lucy, yes. I think that would be for the best. I've brought a lot of medicine with me, so do call me when you need some. Depending on the poison, I can also make antidotes using the ingredients of the forest. Ryuma, got it. At that time, I'll be sure to call you. Lucy, all right, see you later. Ryuma, I have to process the ingredients I've collected. First comes water. Just as was written in the booklet, I was able to find a river inside the woods. It wasn't hard to find, but the problem was the quality of the water. It's not very clear, so I want to filter it first. Outside my base that had been thoroughly smoked and cleared of insects, I gathered some soil. I used that to make sand and gravel with earth magic, and then I placed a tank with a cylinder attached to it on top of a huge funnel. Next I brought all of those back to my base, then I took out some cloth and some crushed charcoal from my item box. I then laid out the cloth inside the tank, and then added charcoal on top of it. I laid out another layer of cloth, atop which I placed the sand, and then another layer, and then the gravel, and again the cloth. I figured I would be able to remove the dirt from the water if I layer these out like this with the cloth. I placed that apparatus at the corner of my room and prevented water leakage with a cloth and a pipe. Simple water purifier complete. The river water has been stored in a portable water vessel. When I need it, I'll filter it and boil it. That should be enough to give me clean drinking water. Well then, let's get to it. I poured water into the tank while confirming the steps for the filtration process. Let's do something else with the excess gravel and sand while the water is being filtered. Gather the gravel and smooth it over with magic. It doesn't need to be deep. I made a large flat planter, and then threw the fertilizer of the scavenger slime on it. I then turned the remaining gravel into soil and mixed it with the fertilizer. Very soon I was done with my preparations. Next, I need to scatter these, Ryuma. I scattered sesame seed-sized beans on top of the planter, moisturized them with water, placed a cloth on top, and then brought it to a dark room. After that I forced them to germinate with wood magic, and in the blink of an eye, the beans sprouted. Their white skin rose within the darkness. Bean sprouts complete. Ryuma, when I took off the cloth covering the planter, the light of the sun passing through the windows illuminated the thin white skin of the bean sprouts. I'll take enough for tonight's supper, then I'll let the remaining ones grow more. These beans grow quickly like weeds, so you can easily make more of them with a combination of fertilizer and magic. If I take just those, then I can produce bean sprouts for the following days as well. These beans helped me out a lot back at the forest of Ghana. It's kind of nostalgic. Right. Speaking of nostalgia, there's another ingredient that fits the bill. Katsubi kusa, katsubu equals small grain, yari equals spear, kusa equals grass, a plant resembling the Suzuki, Japanese pampas grass, that grow by the river. It grows really long, and at the tip of its grown body are a lot of seeds. Because of that, depending on one's perspective, it might appear to resemble a spear. Placed in the same category of grains as rice and wheat, when turned into flour, it can allow even things like unfermented bread to be cooked. It's a convenient grass. But this only means that it's edible. It actually tastes terrible. Because of that bitter taste, the world only sees it as a weed. There's barely anyone who regularly eats it. But that's only a given. After all, unless you really had to, you would usually just eat bread made with wheat flour. Still, with the various types of mushrooms, the bean sprouts, and the katsubirakusa, I was able to gather a lot of wild edible plants and wild grasses, and I also have the seasoning and preserved food that I brought with me. It seems I'll be able to have a decent meal tonight too. Chapter 125.1 Volume 3 Chapter 125, Work and Reputation, January 2nd, did you get any? Teacher, of course. Student, oh. Teacher, the students came back one after another and the camp became noisy. Ryuma, when I turned to the direction of the windows, I noticed that a crowd had formed beside the carriage. They're checking their food, huh? They said they would double their efforts in checking their food, so they must be having a hard time with so many students coming back. It's still a bit early for my duty, but I guess I might as well do my job. Good job, everyone. Please let me help. Ryuma, thanks. Teacher 1, help us check their food. Teacher 2, okay. Next. You can have your stuff checked here too. Ryuma, of the students lined up, one walked to me. Please. Student 1, sure, no problem. You sure gathered a lot. Ryuma, I used the rack on the carriage and checked the contents of the bag. This person seems to have some knowledge of plants. He focused on gathering leaf buds and edible wild grasses. But most of this is fine, but this mushroom is no good. Ryuma, huh? Student 1, it might resemble an akakasatake, but if you compare the back of the umbrella with the real thing, Ryuma, it's different. Student adventurer, yes. The back of the umbrella of an edible akakasatake is a beautiful red. But when the back is a dull brown-like color, that's the poisonous benicasatake. If you eat this, you can get anything from a stomachache to diarrhea to vomiting, and even vertigo, so please be careful. Ryuma, I see, student adventurer, for the meantime, I'll be taking this. Considering that you were able to get so many edible food, I'd say you did a pretty good job. Ryuma, thank you very much. Student 1, yes. Next. Ryuma, USU. Student 2, This one also seems like he knows a thing or two about gathering food, but his method of collecting the ingredients is really sloppy. This leaf bud can be eaten, but you're only supposed to pluck the terminal bud. By plucking the other buds too, although doing so gives you more food, there won't be any left the next year. The tree this leaf bud is attached to is also weak, so if you're not gentle, it's easy to break. He had a couple of other buds in his bag along with the branches. After I explained to him the issues with the way he foraged food, a student with food other than plants and vegetation appeared. Excuse me, can you teach me how to handle my quarry? Student 3, your quarry. In that case, ask that person over there. He's in charge of that stuff. Ryuma, I told him about another male teacher under the shadow of the carriage and had him go there. I'm currently in charge of mushrooms and plants. When handling quarry, we start by letting the blood out first. Understand? Teacher, yes. Student 3, but you need to be careful where you do this. As much as possible, choose a place that's safe, as other monsters might come because of the smell of blood. This time is fine, but when you do it, it would be best to do it somewhere away from your camp. What about when I really have to do it at my camp? Student 3, in that case, you can dig out a hole and bury the blood and all the other unnecessary parts. It's a lot better to bury them than otherwise. If you have money and space in your luggage to spare, you could consider buying this one too. The Bamboo Forest's Deodorizing Liquid. Teacher, huh? Isn't that our store's product? Deodorizing liquid. Student 3, never heard of it. Bamboo Forest is an inexpensive laundromat that got into business this year. They sell this there. If you get the strong stuff, you can deodorize even the smell of goblin blood. It's very convenient. There are even Beast Tribe members that can't stop using it after trying it out once. Unfortunately, you can only buy it at the store at Jimuru or Renoff for now. Teacher, huh? So, it was being used for camping. Even though it's my store's product, I had no idea. Next. Huh. Ryuma, oh. It looks that student just now was the last. There's no line anymore. Ryuma-kun, are you done? Mimel-san. Yeah, apparently. Ryuma, then can you gather all the food that can't be eaten? I want to dispose them. Mimel, got it. By the way, can I have the poisonous mushrooms? Ryuma, the poisonous mushroom. Well, I was just going to dispose them anyway, so I don't mind, but... Oh. I get it. You want to feed them to your slimes. Mimel, yes. While they may be poisonous to humans, the poison slimes can eat them just fine. Ryuma, in that case, please feel free to take them. But do be careful not to accidentally eat them. Mimel, thank you very much. Ryuma, she gave permission, so I cleaned everything up and gathered even the inedible food from the other teachers. I also took the opportunity to talk to the man that was teaching the student how to handle a quarry, and was able to get him to agree to give me blood. I went back to my base and stored the poisonous mushrooms in my dimension home. In exchange, I took out vials filled with bloody slimes and went back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, at the place where animals were gutted were animals hanging from wooden racks, dripping with blood. I don't need to do anything special, right? Yes. I've already placed the slimes in the tubs, so just drain the blood normally and it's all good. Ryuma, while explaining, I placed 3 slimes each in the 3 large tubs that were meant to hold the blood. The bloody slimes have been increasing in number, but they've yet to cross 2 digits. I need to increase their numbers faster. As usual, they're hard to distinguish when mixed with a puddle of blood. Ryuma-kun. Sorry. I need to go. Ryuma, someone seemed to be calling for me, so I quickly ran to the back of the carriage. Chapter 125.2 Volume 3 Chapter 125, Work and Reputation, February 2nd, found you. Teacher, sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, when I got there, what was waiting for me was a female teacher and a boy. What's the matter? Ryuma, the medicine I bought isn't working. Boy adventurer, I think he might have gotten a fake medicine, but I'm not particular with this kind of stuff, so I'm not sure. You said you knew a lot about medicine, right? Female teacher, I do have some knowledge on the subject. Can I see that medicine? Ryuma, fake medicine. That shouldn't happen if you buy at a normal store. It's this. It's from the pharmacy and was a little expensive, but I was told it's very effective, so I splurged on it. Boy adventurer, let's see, Ryuma, the boy seemed to be itchy as he was rubbing himself atop his clothes. He took out a small bottle and handed it to me. When I examined it, I was able to get a rough understanding of the situation. When did you start using this and how many times have you used it? Ryuma, I just started using it this morning. It didn't seem to be working, so I used it 5 times, boy adventurer, alright. This isn't a fake. It just deteriorated. Ryuma, deteriorated. Boy adventurer, did you place the bottle under direct sunlight? It's true that it's an insect repellent concocted using some fairly good ingredients, but it's weak against sunlight. That's why you have to store it someplace away from the sun or its efficacy will go down. Also, if people with weak skin use it too much, they might irritate their skin. So, that itchiness you're feeling might not just be because of the insects. Didn't the clerk explain this to you when you purchased it? Ryuma, not at all. Boy adventurer, did the clerk really not explain it or did this adventurer simply not hear it? I don't know, but either way this medicine is the real thing. Thank you for explaining. I can take care of the rest. Teacher, I'll leave it in your hands then. Ryuma, excuse me. Yes. I'm going. Ryuma, there were quite a lot of people asking me questions. From the atmosphere on the first day, I thought I wouldn't be relied on too much, but it's surprisingly busy. In any case, I did my best to answer those that asked me questions. I spent 1 hour trying to teach them all. Maybe it's because it's nearing winter, but recently the sun has been setting early. Thanks to most of the students have coming back, the wave of questions finally calmed down. Ryuma, can I have a sec? Roche, what is it, Roche-san? Ryuma, there are still some students that haven't come back. It's that group of 4 that caused a problem on the first day. Have you seen them by any chance? Roche, I saw those 4 in the woods some time ago hunting a monster for a job. But I haven't seen them since then. Ryuma, I see. In that case, can you take a look? You saw them in the woods, right? Roche, that is where I saw them, but... Can you lend me your ear for a bit? Ryuma, Roche, those 4 fell for a trap job. They couldn't find any rock lizard at the woods, so they were considering going to the plains to look for one. Ryuma, that's why I'm not confident they'll be at the woods. I see. In that case, it might be a good idea to send someone there too. Never mind. It looks like that won't be necessary. Roche. Ryuma, Roche-san suddenly changed his mind. Before I could ask him why, he pointed his thick finger behind me. I see. Ryuma, when I turned around, that group of 4 was already walking back. From the way they walked, they appeared somewhat lethargic, but at least, they don't seem to be wounded. They're probably just tired from having to carry their quarry. Sorry we're late. Adventurer 1, sorry. Adventurer 2, we ended up taking more time hunting than expected. Adventurer 3, but we sure were able to hunt a lot. Adventurer 4, look. Adventurer 1, the 4 of them spoke to Roche-san like that as they raised up their hunted game and showed off. Grass rat, huh? And 8 of them too. Roche, USU. Adventurer 1, we're good at hunting. Adventurer 2, something like this is easy as long as you can find their nest. Adventurer 3, idiot. Sorry. Adventurer 4, when I tried to talk to them, the 4 of them suddenly behaved like a pounce of borrowed kitten. Why are they acting like this toward me? Did I do something? Ryuma, you're the owner of the bamboo forest, right? Adventurer 1, the least reserved of the 4, mentioned the name of my store. I see. Is this related to my store? Ryuma, you and your store are helping out the slum people, right? Because of that we were told not to trouble your store or people related to it. Adventurer 1, who told you that? Ryuma, the adults at the slum. Look. We're poor, right? Even if we don't do anything, most stores wouldn't appreciate us approaching them and they would push us away. Even if they're not that blunt about it, it's clear that their attitude toward us is bad. That sort of stuff spreads quickly. Even if don't go out of our way to cause trouble for others, if anything happens, people will tell children not to approach us. On the other hand, if it's a store like yours that treats people like us well, we get told by the slum adults not to cause you problems. Adventurer 1, good reputation and bad reputation are shared by the people within the same circle, huh? We've long heard about how the owner of the store is a kid and how he beat up some delinquent adventurers and thugs and threw them at the guards. But we've never seen your face before. So when we found out yesterday that you're the rumored store owner, these guys pissed their pants. They didn't know if they were going to be scolded by the adults first or be beaten by you first. Adventurer 1, we didn't piss our pants. Adventurer 2, we were just trying to talk politely. Adventurer 3, yeah. You tell him. Adventurer 4, the boy adventurer laughed as he explained the situation and his friends booed him. But I understand the reason now. But you don't have to worry about the incident yesterday. I won't beat you up just because you did something I don't like. Unless you try to kill me anyway. Ryuma, what? I told you right. Even if you don't do that, the adults told us not to approach you. I'm Gazel, by the way. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Ryuma, he seems like an honest child. I hear these children often pick fights with Burke's group, but they don't seem malicious. If anything, they strike me as a group of open-hearted children. They're still young, so it's good they're this lively. Or at least that's what I think anyway. Right. We want to handle our quarry. Is there a designated place for that? Gazel, you can go to the back of that carriage then. Roche, thanks. We'll go settle our business then. Let's go. Gazel, as Gazel took his friends with him, they disappeared to the back of the carriage. He seems like a lively kid. Ryuma, yeah. The presence of a person like that can liven up a party's atmosphere. Well, there are also those that are too lively and end up causing problems. You were there too yesterday too. But if you try talking to him, you'll find that he's not a bad guy. It feels like he's not being honest, though. But then again, when you were young too, as Roche-san was talking, he suddenly stopped. What's the matter? Ryuma, nothing. I was about to talk about your youth, but then I remembered you're still a kid yourself. When I'm not looking at you, it feels like I'm not talking to a kid. It feels like I'm talking to an adult. Roche, I get that a lot. Ryuma, because you know I'm actually an adult. This kid you're talking to has the heart of a middle-aged uncle. By the way, Roche-san. They mentioned something about hearing about me. Ryuma, the youngest of the instructors. Someone who's even younger than the students themselves. And with that house of yours for a tent, of course, you'd stand out. Because of that a lot of the students asked about you. Although there's a lot among the students who's just registered. There's a lot among the instructors who participated in the previous goblin subjugation job. Beating up a group of delinquent adventurers or a horde of goblins, owning a store, taking out a powerful bandit. Any newcomer who does all that is bound to have word of him spread. Roche, true. I might have been a bit violent. And now word has gotten out that I'm the person from the rumors. Ryuma, yeah. But isn't it fine? It's not like they're looking down at you. Roche, that might be true. Ryuma, I can't decide right now if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I suppose this means that they've at least acknowledged my abilities. More than anything else, at least we've now confirmed that all the students are safe. Beneath the dazzling night sky swayed the bonfire of the students. To cook their food. To warm themselves from the cold wind of the night. As I watched the smiles of the students surrounding the bonfire, my mood gradually turned peaceful. Yua. What? But it was at such a time that something happened. Within the quiet camp, beneath the starry sky, suddenly screamed a person. Chapter 126.1 Volume 3 Chapter 126, Trouble, 1/2, What happened? Ryuma, I followed after Roche-san to the back of the carriage and found the place designated for handling quarry noisy. What happened? Is anyone wounded? Roche, when they tried bloodletting, the tub of blood suddenly started moving. They were just startled by that. No one is wounded or anything. But what was that? Did an animal fall or something? Oh, those are just my slimes. I placed them in the tub. Still, this sure is strange, though. I wonder why they're panicking all of the sudden. Ryuma, the bloody slimes appear to be panicking because of something. I don't sense anything that could be an enemy. Gazel-kun. Which quarry did you bleed before this happened? Ryuma, quarry. That one at the end. Gazel, identify, Ryuma, I examined the hanging meat. Grass rat corpse. An herbivorous rodent. Lives in plains with many plants and vegetation. Its body is fresh, but it's been poisoned. This poison is harmless when taken orally unless the mouth is already wounded prior to taking it. It can still be eaten. As expected. This grass rat is poisoned. Ryuma, poison. Gazel, but we didn't use any poison. Adventurer 1, that's what Gazel-kun and his friends say, but the results of identify is clear. Still, it doesn't seem like they're lying. In that case, there must be something else to this. Found it. It's this. Ryuma, it's hard to see because of the blood and the fur, but there are 2 holes at the inner part of the forelegs. They were lined up horizontally. The bite marks of a snake. This grass rat was probably attacked by a venomous snake before you guys caught it. Ryuma, it probably just barely survived. But then while it was hiding inside its nest, Gazel and his friends came and attacked it. All the while, the poison in its blood remained, and that poison fell to the tub of blood slimes. The reason the slimes were moving violently is probably because they were trying to avoid the poisoned blood, but... oh! They calmed down. Roche, it seems the blood slime drank even the poisoned blood. Ryuma, is that all right? Do you need medicine? Roche, a venomous snake's venom from these parts. Moreover, the sort that's harmless when ingested orally. It should be the bush snake. I do have medicine to help with that, but it's only meant to be taken orally. It's not something to be injected directly into the blood. First, I should dilute the poison as much as possible. I retrieved the bloody slimes from the other tubs and gathered as much blood as I could. There are still 7 grass rats left, right? If those rats aren't poisoned, do you mind if I take their blood? This isn't related to the training camp, so I'll pay for it. Ryuma, this is our fault in the first place, so you don't have to pay us. Right, boys. Gazel, why yeah. I mean if it's blood, you can just get as much as you want. Adventurer 1, we'd just throw it away anyway. Adventurer 2, yeah. Adventurer 3, thanks. Ryuma, I quickly examined the 7 grass rats and bled them out. Hopefully, this'll be enough to dilute the poisoned blood. And even if it's not enough, this much blood should have given them plenty of nutrients. Ryuma, the bloody slimes are in pain, but they're not in any danger. The poison of a bush snake is weak anyway, and the bloody slime has poison resist. Although their resistance isn't strong enough to resist real poison, a lightweight like this should be no problem. I'll watch the slime's condition for a while after this attempt to dilute the poison and give them nutrients. In the worst case, I'll have to use medicine that's never been tested on slimes before. I'll let their situation stabilize like this for now. Thank you, Gazel-kun. Ryuma, you don't have to thank me. I mean, I didn't even do anything. Gazel, just giving me blood is plenty. This is also my fault because I wasn't paying attention to the slimes, so please don't mind it so much. You three too. Ryuma, the three of them replied positively, but they seemed uneasy. Roche-san went behind them and lightly hit their back. It might be a bit hard not to mind, but even if you mind it, nothing will change. So don't be discouraged, and instead reflect on this and think of how to make the most out of this experience for next time, alright? Ryuma, you're fine with this, right? Roche, yes. Ryuma, although the poison was basically harmless as long taken orally, they still might have ended up eating meat without realizing that it was poisoned. If the poison was effective even when taken orally, then it could have been bad. If the worst-case scenario were to happen, they would find themselves be in a perilous situation. Listen. When people get used to doing something and they start getting complacent, that's when mistakes happen. Complacency is a fatal mistake for adventurers like us. Let this experience be a reminder for you four. Never let your guard down even if it's at something you specialize at like hunting. Roche, yes. Student adventurers, carry on then. Ryuma, I don't know much about how to heal slimes. But if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. I'll do my best to cooperate. Roche, us too. Gazel, after Roche-san said that, Gazel-kun and the others also said that they would cooperate. They wanted me to ask them for help if there was anything I needed. The morning of the next day, when the sun was yet to rise. Ah, is it time to switch? Ryuma, yep. Teacher 1, good job. Let's switch then. Ryuma, I held my post while carrying a jar filled with bloody slimes. After a while, someone came to switch with me. I heard your slimes ended up drinking poison. How are they? Teacher 1, they've mostly calmed down now. Ryuma, Chapter 126.2 Volume 3 Chapter 126, Trouble, 2 halves. Although it was time for my duty, the teachers and the students who knew my situation accommodated me to help me take care of my slimes. Because of that I was able to hunt monsters near the camp under the pretense of doing my rounds and was able to secure the needed blood for my bloody slimes. Thanks to that the bloody slimes were able to safely get through the most difficult part. Although they still seem weak, unlike earlier, they are no longer in pain. Actually, they're recovering a lot faster than I expected. That's good to hear. Teacher 1, it's thanks to everyone. Ryuma, still, Ryuma-kun. You really do bring your slimes with you, huh? Teacher 1, what does he mean by that? From the tone of his voice, it doesn't seem like he's looking down my slimes and thinking, why are you carrying such weak monsters with you? Oh. You don't know what the people call you. Teacher 1, they call you the adventurer with a slime. Nowadays, anyone from Jimuru would be able to recognize that title. Teacher 2, really? Ryuma, whether it's beating up a lot of monsters and thugs at the mines or opening a strange store, you're plenty famous, you know. Teacher 1, although there probably aren't as many who know you by face and name. Even I didn't know who you were at first. But when I saw your slimes, I immediately knew you were the rumored adventurer. Teacher 2, huh? Before I knew it, it seems I've gotten famous. It was starting to get embarrassing, so I kept our conversation short and excused myself to get some rest. There's still tomorrow. So. I'll be going now. Ryuma, rest well. Teacher 1, good night. Teacher 2, I went back to my base, but because of the bloody slime's condition, I didn't feel like sleeping at all. Their condition is stable, so there shouldn't be any reason to worry. Shouldn't be, anyway. Still, it sure has been a while since a slime other than the poison slimes ingested poison. In the past, I fed the slimes poisonous herbs to try and get them to evolve, but I was able to keep things safe since I only gave the herbs to those who wanted to eat them on their own volition. I haven't fed my slimes poison since then. This would be the first in a long while. Unless my memory is failing me. Monster Identify. Ryuma, when I tried using Monster Identify on one of the bloody slimes that ingested poison. Bloody slime skills: suck blood, LV5 deodorize, LV3 disease resist, LV3 poison resist, LV2 play dead, LV10 digest, LV2 absorb, LV4 split, LV1. I found out that absorb and poison resist had grown by a level. The increase in the level of absorb should be because of all the blood I've fed it until now. But as for poison resist, I don't recall feeding it anything poisonous. Disease resist hasn't leveled up. Well, the level of its disease resist has always been higher, so maybe that's why it hasn't changed. I wonder if there's something mixed in with the blood of its food. No. That shouldn't be the case. The blood I feed the bloody slimes are either extracted by myself personally from animals I've hunted or blood from Zekesan's butcher. If the blood isn't the culprit, then the reason behind the level up of the poison resist skill should be this recent incident. As its situation stabilized, the level of its poison resist increased by a level. It overcame it in this short of a time. Ryuma, the poison resist skill, just as the name implies, is a resistance toward poison. The power to resist poison. It's not about technique like spear mastery or sword mastery. Instead, it's about one's constitution and experiences, just like disease resist. It's also related to one's immune function. In that case, is poison resist antibody? But if so, then there's no way it would be able to overcome the poison in just a night. Or maybe it's because it's a slime. Slimes are monsters gifted with the ability to adapt to their environment and reproduce. The one who said this was none other than the god of creation who birthed the slimes and this world. There's no way this information is wrong. Perhaps it's because the bloody slime also possesses that adaptive power that it was able to overcome the poison within just one night. I don't have proof, but bloody slime, blood, diluted poison, antibody. With all these, I wonder if it would be possible to create an antiserum. That thought suddenly flashed through my mind. I might be able to find out if the antibodies exist with a little investigation. Lend me your body for a little. I took a sample from the bloody slime that ingested poison. I retrieved a sample from the bloody slime in the same way I retrieved samples of acid, poison, and deodorizing liquid. A normal slime would die without leaving a trace, but I wonder if evolution would bring their characteristics closer to that of the food they eat. Well, that's not a topic I should be pursuing right now. Right now I need to think about the blood serum. Blood serum is mixed in with the blood, so I need to use alchemy to separate it. I could also get it by leaving the blood on its own for a while, but I want to get results now. Identify, Ryuma. I used Identify on the orange liquid left inside the vessel. Blood serum, it's the blood serum I was able to extract from the bodily liquids of the bloody slime. There's an antibody for the bush snake poison mixed in. Ryuma, it was at this moment that the presence of antibodies within the blood serum of the bloody slime was proven. I still don't have a hypothesis for their adaptability. But I was at least able to confirm the presence of antibodies in their blood serum. I have an antidote for bush snake poison that's fit for human use. But it's not like I have an antidote for every poison. They might all be called snake venom, but that doesn't mean they're all the same. Depending on the type of snake and its growing condition, the composition of the venom will change. As such, although there are many known poisons, there are not that many antidotes. I don't know just yet if this blood serum can be given as an anti-poison serum to humans and whether if it will be safe or not. But it's also true that in my past life, a horse was once given an antigen, and then doctors used its blood serum to heal people. The possibility isn't zero. More than anything else, it doesn't cost anything to produce this serum. I do need to think of a way to store it in case of emergency, however, but depending on the type of poison, I might be able to prepare the antibody on the spot and still make it in time. The more bloody slimes I have, the more I'll be able to produce as well. I'd like to prepare some just in case of an emergency. I've been using Earth knowledge until now, but the discovery of blood serum had a huge effect to the field of medicine on Earth. Given how big of a deal this is this time, I better proceed cautiously. For now, I'll secretly research blood serums. Chapter 127.1 The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 127, Harvest, January 2nd, Foo 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 Foo. What a huge discovery, Ryuma, the bloody slime that raised the level of its poison resist skill because it was able to produce antibody. But what about disease resist? When I investigated the matter, it turns out that the bloody slimes also possessed antibodies toward pathogenic bacteria. And they were even more varied than the ones for poison. The bloody slime's serum might just hold the possibility to become a blood serum for poison and bacteria. Hold on a sec, what time is it? Ryuma, when I took out my clock, the hand was already pointed at the time 2 minutes before assembly. Oh no. Ryuma, quickly, I rubbed insect repellent all over me, then I jumped out of my dimension home and ran for the carriage. When I get back, I'm going to Dynome-san's place, and I'm gonna ask him to make me a clock with an alarm function. As I decided that in my mind, I made a run for it. Eventually, I could see the back of the students. A great crowd had already gathered. I went around the crowd of students and went to where the instructors were. Yo, Ryuma. You barely made it on time. Roche, sorry, Roche-san. I was preoccupied with the slimes. Ryuma, I see. What happened then? Roche, thanks to everyone's help, their condition has finally stabilized. Ryuma, I see. That's great then. Roche, yes. Sorry for causing you all trouble. Ryuma, fortunately, the designated place to gather was near the camp, so I barely managed to avoid being late. It seems the people here have already been informed of what happened last night. Everyone was listening attentively, so I decided to make a report on my situation. All right. It's about time already, so let's get this morning assembly started. Attention, students. How are you? What are your thoughts after spending a night on the field of poisonous insects? Roche, I'm itchy. Student 1, I couldn't sleep. Student 2, when I listened to the answer of the students, it turns out that most of them were bitten by insects. The main purpose of the morning assembly is to take a roll call and confirm the safety of the students, so it didn't take that much time. Roche-san said just one last thing before dismissing them. Those of you who were bitten by insects probably didn't prepare enough preventive measure for the insects. After treating yourselves as much as you can, make sure to double-check the condition of the tools you've prepared and their usage. We have 2 days left in this camp. If you don't do anything to improve your situation, you're going to have a hell of a time. Also, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. You're free to ask your instructors questions. That will be all. Dismissed. Roche, at Roche-san's behest, the crowd was dismissed, and the students started walking back to their tent or toward the teachers. Roche-san is walking toward me. Ryuma. Can I get your advice on something? Ryuma, advice. There are several students getting advice from the teachers on weapons and fighting. It's not a part of the schedule, but the teachers are thinking of having a mock battle as a visual aid, and then using that to help explain to the students. We were just discussing it a while ago, actually. If you don't mind, can you participate as an archer? Roche, I don't mind, but does it have to be only as an archer? Ryuma, oh, no. I won't limit you. I'm sure you have your own style of fighting. But it would be best if we could show the students as many different types of weapons and different styles of fighting. The teachers participating are mostly close combat fighters, so we were hoping to get someone who could fight from a distance. I just heard this by accident, but apparently, you took down a bird during night watch. Roche, someone on watch must have heard him. I needed to get blood for the bloody slimes, so I took out some nocturnal birds. If you're that good of a shot, then I'm sure the students will learn a lot from watching you. Can you do it? Roche, all right. Ryuma, I could refuse him, but my job right now is to be a teacher. It's my duty to help the students learn as much as they can. In that case, I'll go and make some arrows with a blunt rock for the tip so there won't be any penetration during mock battle. Ryuma, I see. In that case, I'll let the others know. I'll contact you again later. All right. I'll be off then. Can't let the students wait too long. Roche, Burke. Ryuma, yo. Burke, I've always seen Burke with his friends, but for some reason, he's alone right now. He wasn't talking to anyone. He was just watching me, and when Roche-san left, he approached me. Does he need something? The thing is the bugs just won't stop getting into the tent. I keep trying to do something about it, but it just doesn't seem to be working. And so, I thought I'd ask you if you knew a good method to keep them away. Burke is usually a brave kid, never unafraid, but today, he seems to be a bit timid. Reminds me of my old subordinate, Tabuchi-kun. The insects keep getting in, huh? The thing is, even if you take some preventive measures, they could still get in when people enter. You have to make sure they're not on your clothes or in your shoes when you enter. If you want, I can teach you a way to make a simple insect repellent. It can be made with the herbs that could be gathered from around these parts. If you apply it near the entrance, flying insects will have a hard time approaching. Ryuma, yeah. Teach me. Burke, and so, I took Burke and went to the plains. Is this place okay? We barely walked. Burke, the herbs can be found anywhere as long as it's a grassy place with plenty of sun. Ryuma, in fact, I think we could have found it even if we didn't leave the camp. Chapter 127.2 The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 127, Harvest, 2 of 2, Look. This here is the botanist. A herb filled with things that bugs hate. If you crush it and add it to water, you can make an insect repellent. It's simple, but it's very effective. The downside is that it can't even last for an entire day. Of course, this also depends on the concentration, but either way, this means that you should gather the herbs while taking care not to crush them. Also, it's harmful to the skin, so don't rub it directly on your body. For the meantime, let's get enough herbs for tonight and enough to fill our hands. Burke, got it. Burke, with our backs turned on each other, we quietly began gathering herbs. There were no eyes or ears around us. We were all alone. Plants and vegetation danced as the winds passed by, giving rise to sounds of grazing. Hey. Burke, what is it? Ryuma, looks like he's finally ready to talk about whatever is on his mind. Burke quietly opened his mouth. I heard Gazel and the others caused you trouble. About that. Sorry. Burke, huh? That's what you wanted to talk about. Why? Ryuma, what do you mean why? They're just like me too, after all. Slum brats. I've known them since forever. We didn't even get along all that bad until we became adventurers. Burke, I see. Ryuma, I might be complaining at you a bit too much, but before registering at the guild, we were actually thinking of partying together. But then I heard about Wistkuin registering, and I became concerned, so I decided to go with them instead. Because of that we ended up walking different paths, and before we knew it our relationship turned into this. Burke, I see. At least, it doesn't seem like he's thinking, we haven't gotten along for a long time, so it's not like I care about them or anything. But you know it's a different story when they're making fun of Wist and the others. I can't stand that. And I won't compromise on that point. Burke, I see. But you can be at ease. I'm not that concerned about that incident anymore. In fact, I told them this too. Ryuma, really? I didn't know that. Burke, it seems Burke himself wasn't there at the time and had only heard of the incident from other people. Still, did you really think I would punish them so much? Ryuma, well, yeah. I mean, aren't you the sort of person who's understanding to others but merciless to his enemies? Word has it that the thieves that aimed for your slimes always get beaten black and blue. I also often hear people saying, don't go after Ryuma's slimes unless you want to see hell. Burke, all right, it's true that I beat thieves up, and I've also heard about these so-called rumors from Gazel-kun and the others, but... Really? Do you really hear these things about me so frequently? Ryuma, there's no point in lying to you, is there? Burke, perhaps, I should get Karm-san to confirm this matter when I get back. After collecting the insect-repellent herbs, Burke was finally put at ease. But because he had to go out of his way to talk with me, he was separated from his friends, and now, he has no idea where his friends are. We'd already met up, so he decided to take this opportunity to help me out with something as thanks for forgiving Gazel and the others. As such, we went to the woods to gather another ingredient. This is pretty deep into the forest. Burke, I already went to the shallower parts of the forest and the place near the river to get water and secure food yesterday. So, it's probably deeper inside. Ryuma, Gilcoda leaf, was it? Does that sell for a lot? Burke, not at all. There's poison mixed in with its medicinal components, so not even pharmacies handle it. But despite that it can be used to protect books and clothes from insects. Ryuma, it's acknowledged as a medicinal herb, but it's an ingredient that's rarely seen. I've never seen the real thing myself, but I saw the name of the herb and an explanation to go with it on the information provided for this area. The special trait of a Gilcoda is the stinky fruit attached to it. You'll get a rash if you touch the fruit, so be careful. Ryuma, if it stinks, then wouldn't it be easier to find if Ruth or Rummel were around? Burke, the Raws say Mimmel, but based on the context, the author probably means Rummel, so I changed it. The pair of Dogman tribe siblings, huh? They might be able to find it, but I'm pretty sure they'll loathe the experience. Ryuma, it smells that bad. Burke, I've never seen it in person, but it's a leaf with a special trait and a medicinal component. It even has a poisonous component too, so I want to see it once. Ryuma, the Gilcoda tree that has stinky fruits. When I investigated it, I found out that its traits were similar to that of the maidenhair tree, also known as the ginkgo biloba, that were used as roadside trees in Japan to add color during autumn with its leaves. Although this world has monsters and plants and vegetations not present on Earth, it also has specimens similar to those of Earth, like the wheat and the potatoes often used in cooking. And when it comes to medicinal herbs, there is yomugi, which resembles the yomogi, Japanese mugwort, on Earth. There are all sorts. If Gilcoda tree is really a maidenhair tree just as I think it is, then... As I was thinking that to myself, the wind carried with it a stench that wafted up to my nose. This stench, Ryuma, it's over there. Let's go. Burke, we walked against the direction of the wind for a few minutes. Ryuma, impressive, but it stinks. Burke, the world before us was dyed in bright yellow as the jostling maidenhair trees glimmered under the light of the sun. Identify, Ryuma, Gilcoda leaf, a leaf that possesses both medicinal and poisonous components. Medicinal components, flavonoid, ginkolide poisonous components, ginkgolic acid. When I used identify on the fallen leaves, names that I recognized appeared. There's no doubt about it. This is maidenhair tree. Item box Burke. Use this. It's a hand towel and a deodorizing liquid. Also here's a basket for collecting stuff to put on your back and a bag too. Ryuma, supposedly, only unfruiting male maidenhair trees are used in the roadside back at Japan, but obviously, such considerations haven't been taken here. This is a natural grove of maidenhair trees. While impressed by the beautiful autumn leaves, I took measures against the stench and the rash, and began gathering the leaves. Thanks for helping me. Thanks to you I was able to gather a lot. Ryuma, don't mention it. I also got some nice souvenirs to give Wist and the others. Burke, we quickly finished gathering the Gilcoda leaves and were able to return to camp safely. I'm going then. I have to make some insect repellent before they come back. I just have to crush them and mix them in water, right? Burke, right. Just take care to avoid touching it directly with your skin and be careful where you apply it. Ryuma, got it. Burke took a mountain of botanist with him and went back to his tent. I should go about my business too. Ryuma, I went back to base and opened my dimension home. Before my duty time comes, I have to deal with the things I've gathered. First, the maidenhair tree leaves. I have 2 baskets full of them, but there are still grains of sand and other garbage mixed in. First, I moved all of the leaves to a large container, then I used alchemy to remove all of the garbage. Only the container and the leaves were left inside the formation, while the garbage have all been moved outside. I ordered the scavenger slimes to deal with the garbage produced, and then I used alchemy to also remove the poisonous ginkgolic acid. After doing all that, I have successfully neutralized the maidenhair tree leaves. I'll just leave this here for now, Ryuma. Next comes the mushrooms I gathered along the way back. These are for a mushroom cultivating experiment. I didn't have the time last night because of the incident with the bloody slimes, but today I have time again. Item box, Ryuma. I took out the fallen trees I found along the road. Using alchemy, I once again removed the bugs and other garbage on it, then I had the scavenger slimes deal with them. Polish wheel, Ryuma. Afterwards, I turned the fallen tree into sawdust. The half-dried fallen tree was gradually crushed by the high-speed rotating wind and sand. It feels a bit crude, but this is the first experiment, so this much should be fine. I placed the completed sawdust to the side for now. Next, I moved the mushrooms to the container and used alchemy to separate them. I'm going to try and cultivate these mushrooms, so I need to have some bacteria with me. Using the sawdust as the growth medium, I was able to acquire the fungal filament that will serve as the seed. Moreover, I also got some fertilizer to serve as a source of nutrients from the scavenger slimes that ate all the garbage mixed in. I mixed all 3 of these evenly with alchemy, and then I moved the resulting compound to a flat container that was about the size of a tatami mat and added a moderate amount of water to it. I wonder how this is going to turn out, Ryoma. I have no experience cultivating mushrooms. It would be great if things went well and it turned into a mushroom bed, but all I can do is leave things up to fate. Next is... right. Ryoma, I spent the night last night at my dimension home, but tonight, I'll be properly sleeping at my base. I have to prepare for that too. I took about 20 sticky slimes with me and went out of my dimension home. I'm relying on you guys. Ryoma, when I gave out the order, the sticky slimes quickly crawled up the walls and stuck themselves to the ceiling, then they stretched their tentacles downwards, turning themselves into simple fly traps. With this they'll be able to take care of all the small flying insects that try to get in. Seeing the slightly swaying tentacles motivated me. These slimes are really reliable. After that I installed a mosquito net and a pig-shaped incense stick holder with an insect repellent. And after all that I should be able to comfortably spend my time here. What should I do next? Like that I continued to work on my environment until it was time for my duty. Chapter 128, Private Viewing and Tea Break Volume 3 Chapter 128, Private Viewing and Tea Break. So this is how it is inside your house. Student 1, the ceiling is full of slimes, but because of that they can get the insects. Student 2, this here is the toilet of the shed. Ryoma, seriously? You even installed something like that? Student 3, what's this pipe? Student 4, that's a water filter. It filters water to clean it, Ryoma. Presently, I've opened my base to the students. As soon as my duty on the second day started, a boy asked me to show my base, so I gave him permission, but when the other students got word of it, I ended up gathering. Actually, there's just 6 of them, but the rooms themselves aren't that big, so it feels really crowded. Ryoma, are you there? Gazel, I'm here. Ryoma, I heard Gazel's voice from outside. I wonder what's the matter. Look. Gazel, when I showed my face by the entrance, he raised up a quarry with both hands. I had the higher ground, so it looked like he was pushing his quarry into me from below. I brought my face near it. So you got some birds today too, huh? Some pretty big ones to boot. Ryoma, yeah. We set the trap yesterday. Gazel, I see. So that's why you were late coming back. Ryoma, well, yeah. Anyway, we managed to trap it well, so we'll give the blood to you. The blood is nutritious for your slimes, right? Gazel, I'm grateful. Still, these children sure are good at hunting. This is all we've caught for now, though, so you'll have to give us back the meat. Afterwards. We'd love to be more generous, but, Gazel, it's fine. I'll get ready to remove its blood. As thanks, why don't you come in and drink some tea while waiting? I'll pour you some herb tea made with river water and some herbs. Ryoma, I'll have some if you're offering it. But can I take a look around too? Gazel, he really is an honest child. Another way of putting it is that he's easy to understand. Of course. Everyone else can drink too. The tea is made from the ingredients gathered from these parts. Ryoma, I'm fine. Student 1, me too. We have to prepare for tonight. Student 2, yeah. We should be going soon. Student 3, thank you for showing us around. Student 4, I learned a lot. Student 5, thank you very much. Student 6, I saw the 6 students that entered my room off and prepared some tea. Brush off the insects on you first before you enter. Ryoma, Gazel-kun obediently followed my orders, but as soon as he entered, he found himself staring at the wall. Something catch your attention? Ryoma, I was just thinking that you had good walls here. Our house's walls are old, so the wind can get in. Compared to that, this here is a much better place. Gazel, so, that's what. Ryoma, if only I could use earth magic too. Gazel, are you bad with earth magic? Not just earth magic in particular, but all magic. But looking at this, I figured if I could use magic, then I should be able to do something about the walls at my place. Gazel, is it that old? Ryoma, I asked him that while pouring him tea, and he nodded with a smile. Hot. Phew. Our house is still better off, though. The adults take care of us, they listen to us when we have something to consult them about, and as long as we mend the walls a little, we can get by just fine. The house might appear dirty, but it's livable. What's really bad is the house of the grandma next to ours, right? Gazel, right. Even if you tell me that, I don't really know. Ryuma, is she living in one of those places I heard about a few days ago? Those abandoned buildings. But it's only a matter of time now. Gazel, matter of time. Ryuma, yeah. I'm an adventurer now. Although I'm still a low ranker, I'm going to get stronger from here on and make more and more money. Soon I won't just be mending our house but completely rebuilding it. I'll make it so big that everyone can live together. Gazel, I see. Ryuma, so, he's the ambitious type. But exactly how long do you think you'll take? Ryuma, how long? I haven't thought about that. Gazel, somehow, it feels like he's down all of the sudden. Well, you can just take your time thinking about it. Ryuma, I've decided. Gazel, that's fast. Ryuma, huh? What? He just decided it like that after thinking about it just now. Isn't he deciding too quickly? For the meantime, I tried asking him about it. How big of a house is he thinking about anyway? How big is your store? Gazel, why? Ryuma, why is he thinking about my store all of the sudden? I just remembered. That store of yours is 2 stories tall, right? That's why. Gazel, that's what you're concerned about. Ryuma, I mean if it has 2 floors, it must be pretty big, right? Gazel, it's true that there's plenty of living space, but, Ryuma, right? Besides, structures with 2 floors are rare, so it stands out. Gazel, really? But asking a carpenter to build one will take time and money, so you can't just rebuild a house that easily. I feel like he should think about things a lot more carefully, but I'm sure saving is a bigger priority for him right now. Even if it's just a rough image, having a goal is a good thing. As such, I avoided saying anything unnecessary and just honestly encouraged him. Oh, right. A while ago, you said our house, right? Do only children live there? Ryuma, are the adults taking care of them? I'm a bit concerned, as it sounds like there's no adult with them. That's right. It's different from the church and the orphanage, but it's a place for kids like us with no parents to gather. We spend the night there, and go out to work in the morning. Gazel, what about the rules when living together? Ryuma, the older ones look after the younger ones. The neighboring adults help us out too and teach us various stuff. We ourselves learned how to hunt from an old man, who was a former adventurer. Ah, it's almost that time of the year where we gather firewood from outside of town. During this time, the guys with nothing to do go out to gather some twigs. I guess you can call this a rule too. Anyway, that's how we live. We might not have any money, but everyone's able to get by. That's why everyone is like a sibling to each other. The 3 guys in the party with me all live in the same house with me. Gazel, huh? Ryuma, so the parentless children are supporting themselves while getting some aid from others. So that's why they have such a strong sense of brotherhood and why they get along with people on their level so well. Thanks to this opportunity, I was able to find out more about the life inside the slums that I didn't know about. Before I knew it, he'd emptied his cup. Thanks for the tea. It was delicious. Gazel, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Ryuma, I'll be going then. I have to find that beast for the job, after all. Gazel, ah. Right. Ryuma. I see. So, the instructors aren't allowed to talk about the jobs. In that case, this topic is probably no good, huh? Gazel, yeah. Something like that. Ryuma, in that case, I guess I have no choice but to look for it with my own strength. See ya. Gazel, like that Gazel-kun left in high spirits. But what he doesn't know is that the beast he's looking for doesn't live around here. I should go back to my post. Chapter 129.1 Volume 3 Chapter 129, The leader saw 1/2, sighed Roche, and so, the match will be held from 3 p.m. The place is the plains. The exact location is visible from here and there will be spectator seats built by Ryuma. So use that as your landmark. Attendance isn't compulsory. I'm sure there are some of you who haven't completed your job just yet, so you can go ahead and prioritize those. But if you're done with your work, then do drop by and watch. The rest is your responsibility. Dismissed. Roche, when the morning assembly ended, the students could be seen going about their own business. Some immediately went off somewhere, while some talked with someone else for some time. Roche, can I have a sec? Lucas, what's the matter, Lucas? Roche, we're done deciding the groups for the match. Here. See if there aren't any problems. Lucas, after receiving the document from Lucas, the names of the participants of each group of 2 and their specialty were written. As detailed and faithful as ever. We have 10 people, so that's 5 matches in total. I don't see any problems in particular. We can also just follow this for the order. Roche, in that case, I'll inform the participants. Lucas, I'll leave it to you. By the way, what do you think about the students this time around? Roche, their techniques are still sloppy, but there's a lot with a good disposition. And Ryuma is around this time too, right? Having a kid their age or younger than them working as an instructor with the adults is bound to be a concern for them. I'm sure there are a lot of students conscious about it. Lucas, yeah. But if they're adventurers, being that confident is better. Roche, is that why you revealed Ryuma's matter on the first day in the carriage? Lucas, well, it would have been hard for him to do his job if they looked down on him. He also didn't seem like the type to assert himself, though his skills are the real thing. Roche, just one look at his base was enough to give one an idea of how much mana he had and how skilled he was at earth magic. I'm sure there are other adults who can do the same thing. But if you're talking about kids his age, well, finding another one capable of the same thing might prove to be difficult. It gets even harder when you add the condition that they need to be able to build the house while acting as if they hadn't spent a drop of mana. Just based on that he's far and away from the usual kids his age. Yes, completely unlike your average kid. Hey, Lucas. Did you hear? Although Ryuma is like that, his magic is still just that of a mage in training, and his real specialty lies in his close combat just like us. Roche, what? But in today's match, he's, Lucas, yeah. That's because I asked him to join as an archer. Still, it seems like he can use all sorts of weapons. I don't know his actual skills, but he seemed confident, so his fighting skills are probably above his magic. Roche, considering how much room he has left to grow. What a terrifying child. Lucas, that's why I'm so troubled. Roche, troubled. Lucas, you know that the guild master talked to me before, right? That he asked me to make Ryuma participate. Roche, yeah. Lucas, but now that I think about it, I feel like there was a strange implication there. Roche, he kept explaining this and that. Like how he had enough skill and camping experience and how he's a calm guy and stuff. At the time, I thought he was just watching over a new kid like he usually does, but when I saw Ryuma himself, I started to think differently. Ryuma still doesn't have any party members. There are many times when you have to form parties for a job on the fly. But that's all. Roche, is he asking us to have Ryuma party with the students? It's true that they're all new adventurers. Their experience should be roughly the same. But there's a large gap in their skills. There's no way he doesn't understand that. Lucas, I get where Lucas is coming from. While having differences in the abilities between members is given within a party, after all, it's a gathering of humans. If the difference in abilities is too great, problems will occur. That is especially true with the younger adventurers. I also can't agree with making Ryuma form a party with the students. I'm sure that person thinks so too. In that case, Roche, maybe we should look at it not as getting Ryuma to form a party with others but getting others to want to form a party with him. Aren't you thinking about it too much? It hasn't been a year since the child registered. He's done a lot of dangerous jobs, and he also has a background of living out in the forest alone. There shouldn't be any reason to help him get a party so quickly using such an indirect method, is there? Or is there another reason? Lucas, that's what I don't understand. Roche, I don't think it's just my imagination, though. He saved our friends, so I want to help him if possible. But we haven't received an actual job. We have to prioritize the job at hand. The guild master hasn't made his intentions clear either, so we have a reason not to act too. Unless he just forget to say it, anyway. Lucas, right. Roche, first, let's prioritize the job at hand. Chapter 129.2 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 129, The leader saw 1/2 halves, and then. Afternoon came. I went to Ryuma to ask about the spectator seats. How did I do? Ryuma, good enough. Roche, just lining up some chairs to make them stand out would have been enough, but Ryuma actually went out of his way to prepare 3 rows of chairs for 15 people. He even added levels to the seats so that the people sitting in front wouldn't block the people behind. And then to strengthen the seats, he leveled the ground, hardened it, and built it a proper foundation on top. He even added rails to prevent the spectators from falling over and erected a barrier to protect against stray arrows and spells. I didn't ask him to do this much, but he looks really satisfied, so I'll just keep my mouth shut. Still, Ryuma. You're going to be fighting, you know. Are you sure you should be using this much mana here? Roche, even if you don't run out of mana completely, using spells should still put a considerable strain on him. I asked him to make the seats because I didn't think it would affect the match, but he went and gave the full treatment for the seats just like he did for his house. If you're still fine after building something like this, then you must have some crazy mana reserves. Roche, thank you very much. I'm confident I won't easily lose to anyone when it comes to my mana reserves. Ryuma, oh. He's usually reserved, so he must really have some crazy mana reserves. Still. Hey, Ryuma. I just thought about it, but why did you become an adventurer? Now that I think about it, I don't know anything about this guy. I heard about him from my party members and the guild master, but it was only a few days ago that I became acquainted with him. Money. Fame. There are many adventurers who become one, dreaming of such things, but Ryuma, you're different, right? After all, if you just wanted money, well, you have your store. And with that much mana and skill with magic. I mean, you can even use barrier magic, so you should be able to earn a lot as a mage even though you're young. There shouldn't be any reason for you to risk your life and become an adventurer, right? Or at least, that's what I think, so I got a bit curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, though. I don't mind. Roche, it's all right. It's not like there's a special reason behind it. At the time of registration, becoming an adventurer itself was my goal. I had confidence in my skills from living at the forest, and it was also a convenient way for me to identify myself. Also, this is a bit common, but I guess you could say it's also because I admired the profession. My grandparents were former adventurers. And adventurers also have a lot of freedom when it comes to work. Ryuma, I see. Roche, admire, that's a reason common among youth. On that point, he acts just like his age. He's also realistic, so his reasons aren't bad by any means. Roche-san. Can I ask you a question of my own? Ryuma, go ahead. I'll answer as long as I can. Roche, when you said a while ago that there's a lot of paths I could take, you made it sound like barrier magic was so important. Is it such a big deal? Being able to use it or not? Ryuma, you don't know. Even though you can use barrier magic. Roche, I know it's a difficult branch of magic to study, and I did struggle with it more than the other branches, but unfortunately, I've spent too little time with other people, so there are a lot of things I don't know about society. Ryuma, to put it simply, it requires more skill than the elemental magic that we normally use. When you release mana from your body, it vanishes. This part you know, right? Roche, he nodded. Of course, he knew that. It's magic 101, after all. The practitioner can control mana to avoid having it vanish. This too is part of the basics of magic, but you don't have to be too conscious about that part when it comes to elemental magic. Since in their case you can just use the mana before the mana disappears. The strength of the spell will weaken, though, so if you're aiming to be a proper mage, then the mana vanishing issue isn't something that can be ignored. But let's put that topic aside. Roche, barrier magic is a branch of magic that creates magical walls to block various things. Because of its nature, it is often used for defense. As such, unlike offensive magic, you can't just use it for an instant. In order to use it for defense, the goal is usually to make it cover a certain location for a long time. To that end, you have to control the mana that's so easy to disappear and make it stay in one place. In a sense, you could say that the minimum requirement for a mage to be able to use barrier magic is to be able to have at least that level of control. But this least level for elemental magicians is something that can only be reached by those that can at least cast intermediate spells. But skill in elemental magic doesn't directly translate to mana control. Just because a mage can use intermediate spell doesn't mean he can use barrier magic. How did you learn barrier magic, Ryuma? Roche, I learned from my grandmother. Ryuma, an adventurer that can use barrier magic, huh? That's rare. It's convenient for camping too. Ryuma, it's convenient, but it's hard to learn. And for people who don't have a master to learn from like you had, those teaching barrier magic require that their students first be able to cast intermediate spells. Only then can they start their training, but the training itself takes a long time. Also, the services of barrier magicians are often enlisted by the rich. Most are hired along with their master, but even if that's not the case, there are a lot of job openings for them. That's why there aren't a lot of magicians who become adventurers after learning barrier magic. After all, they can find a much more stable life by being employed. In your case, you can already use barrier magic. Even if you're not that good at it yet, considering your age, you have a bright future ahead of you. That's why you'll probably have a relatively easier time finding apprenticeship if you looked for one. And even if you don't go for an apprenticeship, just having barrier magic under your resume is a bigger guarantee than anything else for your mana control. It's a strong point to have for any magic-related job. But that's about all I know. If you want to know more, you should talk to Lucy or Mimmel. I only studied the subject so I could explain to the students, but it's not my field. Magic is Mimmel's or Lucy's specialty. Roche, thank you very much. I really learned a lot. Ryuma, why are his eyes sparkling so much? That was all common sense. He doesn't look like he's putting on an act either. Now that I think about it, when I answered his question last time, he was making a face like this too. He seemed calm for his age and even knew a lot, but is this all right? He seems to be missing knowledge in some weird places. It's making me worry. Maybe this is what the guild master was trying to say. Chapter 130 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 130, The Leader Saw 2 That's Enough. Winner, Lucas. Roche, as soon as I announced that, the spectators cheered. The third match ended without incident, and the victor was our party's Lucas. Winning or losing here doesn't really mean anything, but I'm still happy to see my party member win. Of course, I have to be impartial since I'm the referee. All right. It's time to study. You too. Please explain to the students. Let's start with you, Lucas. Roche, got it. Just as I said when I introduced myself, my weapon is this hammer. It's heavy, so people say it's hard to use, but just as you've seen, that's just a question of strength. So long as you train, you'll be able to handle it just fine. And more than anything else, if you can get a clean hit in, the resulting power is amazing. Lucas, you got that right. I was sent flying with my shield. Teacher 1, the swordsman he was fighting, chuckled. He handled his one-handed wooden sword with his right hand and his shield with his left hand effectively, but one straight-up hit from Lucas' hammer immediately changed the situation. There are all sorts of shields. The shield this guy is using is a one-handed type that's not really meant to stop other people's attacks. The shield he's using is meant to parry. But he failed to do that and instead ended up receiving the hammer with his shield. As a result, his shield dented a little and his left hand became unable to put strength into it. As the two reviewed their match, they talked about the special traits of their weapons and concluded their discussion. When it was time for the next participants to come, I called out to him. Carmine, is your hand okay? Are you wounded? Roche, it was numbed when I got hit, but it didn't hurt afterwards, so it should be fine. Carmine, the hammer's special traits are its weight and its power. That's why I got him and Lucas into a match, so they could duke it out with their hammer and shield. That's good then. Don't push yourself too much. Just to be safe, you should drop by Ryuma's station. Get him to cast healing magic on you. His slimes, I mean. Roche, before the first match started, Ryuma informed me that he had taken his heal slime with him. He said the slime will be healing the participants in his place, so he can conserve his mana. Currently, the slime could be found rested on top of his head. He says it's free during this teaching session. Roche, I'm happy to hear that. Maybe I should get him to do a full body inspection. But then again, he might find out I have some weird disease. That would be scary, Carmine, no. If you have some kind of disease, the sooner you find out the better. Roche, besides, healing magic can only heal wounds anyway. And what does he mean by weird disease? Could it be he actually thinks he has something? Roche. We're ready. Lucy, oops. I'm going right now. Roche, it seems the next match is ready to start. See ya. Be sure to get him to examine you. Roche, I left Carmine and went back to my job as a referee. Lucy the mage versus Bosco the twin swords user. Fourth match. Begin. Roche, cheering voices rose up once again. But. Ooh. Quad A. Bosco, but deep voice suddenly cried out, drowning out the cheers. The source of that voice was none other than Bosco, whose body had sank into the ground. He had already let go of his sword and was clearly suffering. He was not doing this on his own will. Looking at his enemy, Lucy. I guess this is about what I expected, but. She sure is looking at me indifferently. Ah. That's enough. Winner, Lucy. Roche, although I'd announced the victor, this time no one is cheering. Instead, the students were making a commotion, unsure what had just happened. But before that, I have to do something about Bosco. How many people do we need to bring this guy away? At least, it doesn't seem like he's injured. He's covered in dirt, though. I'll ask Ryoma to do something about that later. He's also responsible for healing, but he's really working proactively behind the scenes. That guy. He works fast too. Having someone like him sure is a huge help. Lucy. Explain. Roche, yes. Yes. Attention. For starters, you guys do understand that I made this situation happen, right? Lucy, well, yeah. They should at least know that much considering I declared you victor. The students are all also nodding. I am a mage. Naturally, this is a result brought about by magic. But what kind of magic did I use? Does anyone know? Lucy, earth magic. Student 1, I'm sure it's water magic. Student 2, but the adult was buried all the way to his neck. That has to be earth magic, right? Student 3, look at the ground. Didn't she just use water magic to soften the ground? Student 4, most of the opinions were either earth magic or water magic. They're not wrong, but their answers are lacking. Was that a compound spell that utilized both earth and water magic? Ryoma, oh. A student got it right. Wait a sec, that's Ryoma. What are you doing blending in with the students so naturally? You're exactly right, Ryoma-kun. It's an advanced technique, but mages don't always use just one element. They can combine multiple elements too. These combination of spells is what we refer to as compound spells. They're hard to use, but with them, the number of things one can do greatly increases. For example, the spell I just used was a combination of earth and water attribute. It's a spell known as mud magic. The attribute, mud, doesn't actually exist, but it's a common name. As you can see, you can turn the ground into a bottomless quagmire with it. Lucy, she prepared the spell before the start of the battle and activated it as soon as the signal to start was given. Roche, Bosco's strong point is his speed. He's not weak by any means, but the mud completely crushed his strong point. Concentrating is crucial when using magic, so you'll always be left defenseless right before you cast a spell. That's why children who are aiming to become magicians should first get some distance before using spells. You should also take measures to prevent the enemy from approaching you. It'll also do you a lot of good to learn some close combat abilities too. Lucy, her teachings aren't wrong, but ideally speaking, I think she should have chosen her methods better. It was really childish of her to do that to the person next youngest to Ryoma. He'll definitely be depressed, you know. But then again, this will be a good lesson to him. I'll just do something about it later. Now then, the next match is the last one. Ryuma and Howard stepped forward. Ready. Roche, I'm good to go. What about you, Ryuma? Howard, I'm ready. Ryuma, Howard's weapon is a makeshift spear made out of shaved spear with a cloth wrapped around its end. Ryuma is using a one-handed bow and has a large quiver on his shoulder. What's inside that? Roche, spare Jintuya, a type of arrow not meant to harm others. Ryuma, Jintuya. I asked him to show me the arrows, and the tip of the arrows had been changed with something akin to the weight used in fishing. So these arrows are called Jintuya in your hometown? Roche, right. They're probably not so common around here, though. Normally, they're to be made with wood, but I was in a hurry, so I just made them with earth magic. Ryuma, well, as long as they won't penetrate me, it's all cool. Please take care of me, Ryuma. Howard, please take care of me too, Howard-san. Ryuma, although it's right before a match, they sure have a peaceful aura about them. Well, Howard is always easygoing, so that's nothing unusual for him, but isn't Ryuma nervous? A few years ago, I showed off my skills to others as entertainment to celebrate the end of the year. Unfortunately, I didn't know any other art to show at the time. I also have experience going up the stage because I was acquainted with some sword dancers during the founding festival. Ryuma, I see. Roche, but I don't actually have any experience with fighting matches. Whenever I showed off my abilities in front of others, it was always with a partner. Ryuma, matches aren't that much different. Don't think about it so much and just shoot. Roche, yes. Ryuma gave me a good reply as he ran to his position. The weakness of the bow is too obvious, so I had them start with a distance of 20 meters between them. I'll be going then. Howard, good luck. Howard. Roche, What's the matter? Howard, don't let your guard down. Ryuma is supposedly strong. Roche, You're talking about that story, huh? I know. Howard's expression seemed to cramp a little just then. Although he might appear like he's not thinking most of the time, he's actually a man who can get the job done when it comes to it. Despite how he looks, he must actually be quite tense. Ready. Roche, I asked them one last time as the two adventurers faced each other, ready whenever. Howard, I'm ready. Ryuma, in that case, let's begin. Fifth match. Begin. Roche, I raised up my voice and announced the start of the match, but as soon as I did that. Begin. Suddenly, something changed. It was the air. The change was so apparent that I could feel it from my head to my skin. Until now, the air was normal, but suddenly, it was so painful it felt like I would be crushed. Chapter 130.2 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 131, The Leader Saw 3, ORAAA. Howard. Howard stepped over the grass and jumped out from the starting position. He cried out a battle cry to encourage himself and threaten the enemy. Although thin and not obvious from his appearance, Howard has actually inherited the blood of the beast tribe, causing him to have this bad habit of screaming before fighting. When he was young, he would unconsciously scream even when trying to take the enemy by surprise in the night. He suffered a lot because of it. Somehow, he managed to correct it, so it's rare to hear him scream nowadays. If he's screaming now, then that means he's serious. It also means that this is one of those rare situations where he feels compelled to scream. From the way he's moving, it looks like he has strengthened his body and his weapon with ki too. It's only natural to be afraid of him when he's like this. In fact, his violent appearance has already caused the spectators to stir, but Ryuma, who was taking the pressure coming from him head-on, was completely unaffected. I can't believe he can still keep his face like that. Even though he was standing directly opposite of Howard, Ryuma was as calm as still water. Not a twitch could be seen on that cold expression of his. And yet his eyes were sharp like a pair of swords, ever pointed at the opponent that would be the target of his attacks. Not a trace of any intimidating aura could be felt coming from him. He was here to hunt. To hunt and only to hunt. He's completely different from his usually gentle appearance. The sensation of having a weapon mercilessly pointed at me and the feeling of standing along the path to Ryuma's prey made my skin break out in goosebumps. It was like a battle between a hunter and a fierce beast. I didn't even have the time to wonder if the match should be stopped before an arrow was shot toward Howard. That's not going to hit me. Howard, the arrow cut through the wind and accurately flew to Howard's location, but we were at the plains. Unless you hide yourself before shooting, the exact timing of the arrow being shot can be easily grasped here. Besides, this is a match. Howard knew right from the start that he was being targeted. Perhaps, if Ryoma had showered him with arrows, he might hit him, but just one arrow couldn't possibly hit him. All Howard had to do was change his direction a little, and he would be able to easily dodge the arrow. In the next moment, TCH. Howard swept with his spear and deflected the incoming arrow. So Ryoma had anticipated that he would dodge the first arrow, so he shot another arrow to where he thought he would dodge. That sure was quick, though. There wasn't much of a gap between those two arrows. Roche, while I muttered to myself, Ryoma continued to shoot arrows. He didn't just aim at the body, he even went for the legs that were hard to hit and even the hands that held the spear themselves. He probably wasn't aiming for the head or the chest, since this is just a match. Even if the tip of the arrows have been rounded, it would still be dangerous if he hit those parts. As such, he's likely aiming to slow down Howard to keep his spear away or to destroy the spear itself. The barrage of arrows showed no end. It was as if there were 2 or 3 archers shooting at Howard. Although none of them managed to hit, they still slowed him down. I'm surprised he can maintain this pace of such precise arrows alone, but because of this he'll also run out of arrows sooner. Just like magic, bows also have a limit on the number of times they can be used. And Howard should have no intentions of allowing himself to lose so easily. He looks like he's struggling right now, but from the look on his face as he continues to run through the plains, it seems he's enduring for the time being, while looking for a chance to attack. Still, Ryoma's skill with the bow isn't that of a kid's. LV4. I think he could even reach the lower end of LV5, Howard is just managing to endure thanks to his experience and stubbornness. If he slackens for even a moment, he'll immediately be shot down. If something of the scale were to take a party by surprise in a forest, it's very possible they could be wiped out. But with the circumstances at hand in this place, Ryoma is lacking a trump card. As if to affirm those thoughts, the balance suddenly broke. Gotcha. Howard, Ryoma's arrows started to slow down, probably because he was starting to run out of arrows, and Howard used that opportunity to jump at him. Earth fence. Ryoma, but suddenly, a great number of evenly spaced poles suddenly appeared and blocked him. He must be intending to use that to prevent Howard from approaching him. Meanwhile he can shoot at him through the gaps. But if Howard is serious, that won't be enough to stop URAA. Howard, break rock, storm. Ryoma. The consecutive invocation of spells caused clouds of dust to rise up. UOO. Student 1, wait. Student 2, it's coming here. Student 3, his voice. It reached even the spectator seats, huh? Still, this sure is a lot of mana. Although the spells he's using are only basic ones. Howard tried to break the poles blocking his way, but Ryoma noticed that and broke them himself, then he used the wind to stir them up. They can't be aggressive here, the field of vision is bad. I saw a small shadow running inside the cloud of dust going to where Howard was. With the distance between them so close, Ryoma didn't use his bow and instead directly struck out with his arrow. What? Are you serious? Roche, he was aiming for Howard's eyes and throat. Although a real arrowhead was small, it's no different from a sharp blade. It can easily damage a person's eyes. And depending on the distance, arrow can even penetrate armor. So you can also thrust someone with them. It's my first time seeing someone use an arrow in close combat, but I don't think he's gotten desperate. Quickly and skillfully, Ryoma changed his hold over the arrow from an overhand grip to an underhand grip, then he began thrusting his arrow with different trajectories. That's crazy. Roche, was it enough to change the situation after his enemy had gotten close to him? As Howard was forced to back off, Ryoma backed off as well. Immediately after, an arrow grazed Howard's cheeks. Oh. Howard, as soon as the distance opened up between them, Ryoma took the arrow he used in close combat and shot it. As the wind cleared away the dust and the two could see clearly again, the consecutive shooting resumed. After having broken the distance between them once more, a full quiver could be seen on Ryoma's shoulder. Around his feet could be seen many empty quivers. So he hid them in his item box. Roche, if he fills up his dimension magic with quivers, then he can compensate for the weakness of archery. It looks like the arrows he showed us weren't everything he had. I don't know how many he has, but it's not against the rules. Howard had jumped out thinking it was a chance, but was pushed back. Now the situation is back to how it was 5 minutes ago. How are they going to move from here? Teleport, Ryuma, so that's how. Where did he? That was dangerous. Howard, teleport, Ryuma. Ryuma suddenly appeared at a blind spot and attacked, then vanished again. Just losing sight of him once was enough to slow Howard's reaction. Fighting like this would consume a lot of mana, but everyone knows that Ryuma has deep mana reserves. Ryuma has completely taken the pace. Roche, after watching the battle to this point, I think I know now why the guild master is fussing over Ryuma. It's because he's strong. I don't know what school he came from, but he has fully learned its techniques. That's the sort of movements he's showing. And although it's not as good as his weapons, his magic is also good. His consecutive spell invocation earlier was fast and he has an absurd amount of mana to back it up too. He has good survival skills. It's not just because of his house made with earth magic, but also because of his vast knowledge on medicine. He can procure food without problems. He has a store back in town. Even if he doesn't do anything, he can live on just fine. Everything about him is far and above average. Having this much skill at his age leaves me with nothing but shock. If he seriously goes at it, he can reach B rank or higher in less than 5 years. I'd bet my money on it. Ryuma won't have much problem with most things the way he is now. But that also means that he won't need to be saved. Generally, the reason people seek help from others is because they can't do everything alone. Even if others try to help him, they'll just get in the way. Because Ryuma is so skilled that he can do anything, he'll end up alone. At least, that's what I thought at first, but after watching over this match in person as a referee, I now realize that I was wrong. Adventurer work goes hand in hand with danger. The higher the rank, the more dangerous the job, and the less safe jobs are available. Normally, a person would trip while still at a low rank and be forced to realize that he can't do everything alone, thereby causing him to search for party members. Unfortunately, Ryuma probably won't experience such a thing. If he lets his guard down and fails at something, then it's still fine, but skilled beginners die young. The less conceited a person is and the more seriously he takes his work, the less likely a person is to fail at the lower ranked jobs. The work gets even faster when a person is skilled. Someone who climbs up the ranks quickly will find it too late to turn back by the time he realizes his limits. It's not something we like to talk about, but any adventurer who's been at the field long enough knows it. Why did he have to do that? Even though he was so strong, if only he hadn't pushed himself, his future would have been. Hearing such things at the guild isn't a rare thing. People who lack skills so much that they could be called dullards are the ones who are able to stay at this field the longest. That's probably why the guild master is looking after Ryuma. Even I can tell. Ryuma Takebayashi is a talent. And the sort that's likely to die young. His skills are several levels better than I expected, but because of that he's likely to go somewhere even more dangerous. Unless he has party members to stop him, that is. I want to do something about him while it's not too late yet. Roche, a minute later, the rain of arrows finally hit Howard. Chapter 132.1 The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 132, After the match, 1/2, sighed Ryuma after the match ended. The way the people looked at me were divided into 2 groups. It did not matter whether they were students or teachers. Ryuma. That was a great match just now. Gazel, what kind of training do you do? Phinia, that was amazing. But we're not going to lose. Burke, I'm going to start learning the bow from now on. How long do you think it'll take for me to be able to use it like you did just now? Student 1, one group acknowledged my abilities and were favorable to me. This included Gazel Kuin's group and Burke's group. After the commentary ended, they called out to me like this and talked to me. This group was favorable to me. The other group was just watching me from a distance. Somehow, it felt like they were avoiding me. After Roche-san showed appreciation for the participants and dismissed everyone, the people of this group immediately left. It was almost as if they were running away. No matter how you look at it, the reason they left has something to do with what happened in the matches. Did I do something bad? I feel like they're scared of me or something, Ryuma. After answering the questions of the students, I decided to consult Roche-san about this matter. Well, I think fear is a good part of it. Roche, as expected. Am I really that scary? No matter how you put it, I should definitely belong to the weak-looking category. Even Burke and the others looked down at me at first. Unfortunately, the cat is out of the bag. Everyone knows now that you're strong. And you might have just been trying to do your best, but you changed so much just like that. Even I thought you looked like you were lacking some humanity when you fought earlier. Perhaps this feeling is akin to what an animal feels when its natural enemy is eyeing it. Something like that. Roche, even though people have stopped being scared of me ever since I started looking like this. I never thought about how I look to others when fighting, so now I'm a little worried. You don't have to worry about it so much. It was just so sudden, so I'm sure everyone was just a little shocked. Given time, I'm sure there are some guys who will calm down too. Roche-san consoled me. Let's change the topic. A while ago, I asked you why you became an adventurer, remember? In relation to that, what's your goal as an adventurer? Roche, I thought he just wanted to avoid the topic, but he's talking too earnestly for something like that. I corrected my seating posture, then I told him that my current goal is to go to the Great Shurus Forest. Of all the things, that's what you want to do. Roche, after hearing me out, Roche-san seemed to have come to terms with something himself. But at the same time, he seemed greatly perplexed. Is there a problem with my goal? When I asked him about it, he told me that he thinks the guildmaster wants me to form a party. He's only guessing, though. He thinks it might be why he introduced me to this job in the first place. A party, huh? Actually, are you sure you should be telling me that? Ryuma, it's not like the guildmaster actually told me anything. I'm just guessing. He didn't tell me not to say anything either too, so I'm just telling you what I think. When it comes to adventurer work, the higher rank the job gets, the more dangerous the job becomes. The same is true for the Great Forest of Shurus that you've set as your goal. The minimum requirement of AC rank to go there is just the minimum requirement to work at the place. It doesn't mean that AC ranker can actually go in there alone. That's just suicide. Understand? Roche took a fallen branch and drew 2 circles on the ground. There might be some differences with the locals or with people with a different point of view, but take everything I'm about to say here as how the outsiders generally see things. First, as you enter the Great Shurus Forest, the deeper you go in, the stronger the monsters become. If these are the Great Shurus Forest, then at most, a normal C ranker can move in the outer part of the forest. They can only really enter a shallow portion of the forest, but once you actually step inside, B rank and A rank monsters will start appearing regularly. And then the center of the forest is so dangerous that it simply cannot be reclaimed. I don't know where your hometown is, but from what you've told me, it doesn't seem to be in the outer part of the forest. It's probably deeper in. As such, you won't be able to avoid fighting a series of battles. Moreover, just as the real Great Shurus Forest is called, it's as vast as you'd expect from a great forest. Even without any monsters, it's not a place you can cross in just 1 or 2 days. Even if you use the stopping points and rely on your dimension magic, it'll still be difficult. Roche-san honestly taught me the dangers of going there alone. Honestly speaking, neither the guild master nor I have any right to stop you. I've said it many times during morning assembly, but adventurer is an occupation wherein a person has to take responsibility for himself. So long as you've reached the required rank, to go or not to go is completely up to you. And that's why the guild master introduced this job to me and has asked Roche-san to talk to me like this. But, still. I'm sorry, but I really can't imagine myself partying with anyone right now. Chapter 132.2 The Men Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 132, After the match, 2-2, I've partied with Jeff-san and Mia-san and the others on the fly many times. I've worked with Burke and the others before the founding festival too. I didn't have any problems either time. But every time? Or what about if we always worked together? When I think that, I can't get a clear answer. I tried thinking about it again, but there was this strong sense of unease that I just couldn't rid myself of. Then you don't have to form a party now. Honestly, I don't think you'll have a problem with the shallower parts. You fought so well earlier that I could feel your strength on my skin. But just remember that it's precisely because you're like that it's dangerous. The only reason I'm still alive today is because I have my party. Comrade in arms who fight with me. They stopped me whenever I was about to make a mistake. They saved me so many times. It might be difficult to find people that can walk with you, but do think about it before going to the great forest. Roche, thank you very much. Ryuma, I can't answer right now what I'm going to do, but I'm grateful for his feelings. Don't sweat it. This too is my job as your senpai. Besides, I hate seeing the young die needlessly. All the more so when it's someone who saved my life. If I were a bit younger, I could go with you, but as it is, I'll just get in your way. Roche, really? Ryuma, Roche-san turned his shoulders and breathed. In the past, I got close to promoting to a rank, but nowadays even a goblin knight can kill me. You should have seen it. I mean, you were the one who healed me, remember? Roche, that time. Wait. Roche-san is a former B rank. Didn't you introduce yourself as a C ranker? Ryuma, everyone in my party is B rank, but we lowered our rank by 1 level down to C. There's not a lot of people who do it, but as long as you have a good reason for it, you can apply for a demotion. In my case, I was reckless in my youth and got myself hurt many times. Thanks to that, my body is all worn out now. Especially, these past few years. It might also be because of my age, but my stamina has really gone down. I can still fight well if it's just for a short time, but having to fight consecutively like I would have if I were to go to some place like the Great Forest, then it's a bit difficult. I was troubled too because of the A rank promotion, but it was dangerous to do jobs half-heartedly. My party members taught me that. In the end, I decided to give up on the promotion. We talked it out and decided that it might be a good idea to demote ourselves to rid ourselves of any lingering feelings. What am I talking about all this for? Roche-san embarrassingly scratched his cheeks. Anyway, we decided to use our remaining time to educate our junior and save up money for retirement. Roche, I see. So, this is also a choice that adventurers can make. It kind of makes me feel sorry for them. Come to think of it, Roche-san. Do you know a lot about the Great Shura's Forest? Ryuma, not that much. I have gone to it many times, though. Roche, so he's experienced. If you don't mind, can you tell me more about it? Ryuma, I don't mind, but aren't you from there? Roche, when I was at the forest, I barely had any chance to talk to the villagers. I was almost always with my grandparents when they were still alive, and when they died, I left the forest immediately. Ryuma, I see. Well, it's not like I don't understand. If I were a parent myself, I wouldn't want my kid getting used to the atmosphere in that place. Roche, what does he mean by that? Sorry. I don't mean to speak ill of your hometown. Roche, no. Other than my grandparents, I don't particularly care about the place either. I'm just curious what you meant. Please tell me how outsiders see the place. Ryuma, really, then to put it simply, in the Great Forest, strength is justice. It's a dangerous place, so the strong are sought out and powerful adventurers are worshipped. This is more or less true everywhere, but the Great Forest takes it too far. For example, Roche-san pointed at the camp. Everyone is camped there, but what if this place wasn't crawling with poisonous insects but rampant with powerful monsters? What do you think would happen? Roche, normally, the teachers would have to focus on protecting the students. Yeah. But what if we threw out the students in that situation? Roche, it's not a pleasant thought, but it would turn into a terrible sight for sure. Adventurers have these things called stopping points to help them. In these stopping point, adventurers sell the ingredients they've gathered, supplies can be purchased, and maintenance of weapons and armor can also be done. There are a lot of merchants and craftsmen engaged in such work. Without them, adventurer work will become difficult. They are the ones that support adventurers. Because of their support, adventurers can focus on defending their base and working outside of it. Roche, that's why the relationship between these supporters and the adventurers were originally equal. Roche-san grumbled for a moment before continuing. A long time passed and the power relationship of the defenders and the defended was twisted. The strong are great and the weak can't live unless they're protected. The last time we went there was 10 years ago, but that was the kind of atmosphere in the place. The people who've lived there for long also ended up being affected by that atmosphere. What happened then? Ryuma, at the Great Forest, the violence that people pretend not to exist would displease people were they to do them outside. As such, it's hard for people from the forest to live outside. That's why there are people who come back to the forest. There's also a trend that as long as you're strong, people will close one eye toward some things. This makes it easy for adventurers with bad reputation to gather. Roche, adventurers with bad behavior, those that are borderline criminals, and those that have been deprived of work by another guild. As long as they're strong, these adventurers can get work at the forest. It's not on the level of culture anymore. The Great Shurus Forest has a completely different perspective of things. That's why I would only go there for work. Not once would I consider that place to raise a kid in. That's also why I was surprised to hear that you came from there. It seems you had an upright and respectable family. Roche, thank you very much. Ryuma, I was a bit disappointed after the match, but because of that I was able to get some advice and got information from someone who's been to the Great Shurus Forest. I don't know if I can give a positive answer to Roche-san and the guild master's concern, but I'll research the party thing when I get back to town. Chapter 133.1 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 133, On the Way Back, but 1/2, the next day. Although a lot happened, somehow everyone was able to get to the last day safely. As our stay came to an end, it was now time to go back to Jimuru. I started preparing first thing in the morning, had lunch early before noon, and then rode the carriage that went the same way we came. It's already been 5 days, huh? Student 1, time sure flew by quickly. Student 2, I thought it would feel a lot longer. Student 3, the groupings for the carriages were the same when we came here. So I was with the same people on the first day. Only, they've already gotten to know each other, so they weren't as quiet as before. On the 5th day, Roche-san had to interfere to get them to talk, but now, they're talking naturally without anyone pushing them to. Don't make too much merry now. Roche, that's right. We may be going back right now, but this training session isn't over just yet. Lucy, Roche-san and the others warned them. They said that they understood their feelings, but there was always a chance to happen upon monsters outside of town. After the students were warned, they immediately started paying attention to their surroundings. They're serious, but it's obvious they're not used to this. They were so tense it was exhausting just looking at them. Seeing that, Roche-san and Lucy-san wryly smiled. Now a peaceful atmosphere filled the carriage. We didn't happen upon any monsters or bandits and we were able to peacefully arrive at the camp. But Roche-san. Ryuma, yeah. It seems we'll be sharing today. Roche, when it was time to unload the luggage, I heard the sound of wheels, so I turned toward the direction of the sound. There, I saw a wagon with a large curtain headed toward our direction. As the wagon approached us, they opened up some distance and lined up beside us. The corner is fine. Are there any open spots left? Coachman, there are. Feel free to take it. Roche, the coachman of the wagon, exchanged a few words with Roche-san, then he went to a corner of the camp. At the same time. Attention. Students, by now, you have all been taught the rules of the camp. Today, we aren't the only ones using this camp. Make sure you don't cause trouble for other people. Those of you who've forgotten the rules, come see me. Roche, I also warned the students not to cause problems to unrelated people. All the instructors were wary of the wagon. At camps like this, it's common for bandits to dress up as travelers and then attack. There are those that rely on strength and numbers. Some attack while others are sleeping. Others approach their campmates with a smile and offer drugged liquor and food. As such, the general rule when sharing camps like this is to not get in each other's way as much as possible. But in the end, general rules are just general rules. There are exceptions. Can I have a moment? This must be the person inside the wagon. A moderately well-dressed man. There was a man with him who seemed to be his escort. What is it? Ryuma, did you come from that direction? If so, I'd like to ask about the way from here. Mainly regarding the condition of the road and if monsters appear or not. Stuff related to our safety. Moderately well-dressed man, in that case, please talk to our leader. He should know more. I'll guide you. Ryuma, that would help. Thanks. Moderately well-dressed men, the condition of roads is a topic of life and death to travelers. If they carelessly step onto a dangerous road, they could lose their lives. It's standard procedure to get information before leaving town, but the condition of the road could change along the way. Because of that, travelers also exchange information with each other. Leader. These people want to learn about the road. Ryuma, got it. Roche, I left them to Roche-san, but he asked me to stay behind to see how these things go. Still, it wasn't as if they did anything special. They didn't bother with idle talk and just went straight into talking about the condition of the roads. Their conversation didn't even last 10 minutes. The two men didn't bother to stay and just quickly left the carriage. Ryuma, what do you think about them? After seeing the two men off, Roche-san asked me that in a quiet voice. They didn't seem particularly suspicious, but they did look like they could fight. It's not just the guard. That person who claims to be a merchant could fight too. Ryuma, the guard being able to fight is a given, but the men who claimed to be a merchant also had calluses that suggested he was used to holding weapons. His movements did not seem as refined, however. I'd say he's about as strong as the guard, Ryuma. From experience, there are a lot of bandits that feel like that person. But in a world like this, crawling with monsters and bandits, not just relying on a hired guard but also learning the sword isn't that strange. From the merchants I know, Puro-san from the Sionji company also had calluses from weapons. I didn't feel like it was something worth asking about, but it seems he knows how to handle a short sword at least. Serge-san from the Morgan company doesn't seem to know how to use a weapon, but I did see him walking with a self-defense magic tool. That's why I don't think they're suspicious just because of that. Is there something suspicious about them? Ryuma, no. I share your opinion. They don't seem particularly suspicious. It's just that it's almost that time of the year, Roche, that time. It's almost winter, right? The period from winter to summer, especially, the new year, is when nobles are most active in their social life. Roche, Chapter 133.2 Volume 3 Chapter 133, on the way back, but two halves, with that comes the food and liquor for parties. Dresses, accessories, and other things. Moreover, the period before winter is also the harvest season. Hence, this is the season for profits, both for the merchants selling and the bandits eyeing their goods. Roche, I see. Ryuma, now that I think about it, it'll be New Year's in just a few months. When I was at the forest, it would get cold as the seasons changed from autumn to winter. Once it starts get warmer, I know spring has started, but I was never that conscious when the year began. Well, for the time being, it's better to stay alert. Your night watch today, right? Roche, yes. That's right. Ryuma, we'll be relying on you then. Also, in the case of an attack, will you be all right? Do you have any experience dealing with bandits? Can you kill people? Roche, it's all right. I got the bounty for killing Melzen the Red Spear in the past. Ryuma, well, yeah. I guess your techniques does seem catered for that. Roche-san seemed to already know that I was capable of killing people and was just asking to be safe. But what does he mean by catered for that? Anti-personnel combat. I don't know if the school your technique originated from meant their techniques to anti-personnel combat techniques or your grandfather who taught you was being cautious of the other villagers, but when you fought with Howard, your fighting style reminded me of mercenaries and soldiers. Roche, you could tell. Ryuma, after being at this job for so long, yeah. Adventures deal with all sort of enemies, but humans and monsters move differently. If you specialize in dealing with monsters, then you take monster subjugation jobs. If you specialize in dealing with humans, then you take bandit subjugation or escort jobs. There's a lot of adventurers that specialize themselves like that, so I could naturally tell. I more or less expected that you'd be capable, and if you're strong enough to earn a bounty reward, then that's more than enough. If it comes to it, I'll be relying on you. Roche, I'll do my best. Ryuma, and in case we actually do get attacked, Roche, there's a difference in fighting as a group and fighting as an individual, so Roche-san told me a secret plan ahead of time. And then, night came. Those on night duty prepared to intercept any attacks. It's my turn. Thank you very much. Good job. Ryuma, but nothing happened during my duty and I switched with the person after me. The next day. Good morning. Howard-san. Ryuma, oh, good morning. Howard, I thought they might attack at dawn when sleep was deepest, but no one attacked. Nothing happened, huh? Ryuma, it happens a lot. It's hard to distinguish between bandits and regular people. If they just went and made it obvious that they were bandits, our lives would be a hell of a lot easier. Howard, I feel like that would also make me hesitate too in a different sense, though. Ryuma, haha. Yeah. There's no bandit who would so brazenly appear before people like that. Still, there are bandits that aim at you from behind, so don't loosen your guard just yet, alright? We'll depart when everyone is ready. If you have time to spare, do check on the students. Howard, understood. Ryuma, I've already prepared my luggage and all that's left is to store them into my item box. I'll go do some rounds after that. When I did that, I happened upon Whist-kun walking from the direction of the watering place. Good morning. Ryuma, gee good morning, Ryuma-san. Patrolling. Whist, yeah. I'm done preparing, so I'm doing some rounds. Ryuma, I see. You sure are quick. Whist, you're drawing water and washing. Ryuma, he's carrying several water bottles with him and a portable pan, so I'm probably right. Yep. I'm also doing some maintenance on this. Whist, when he turned, there was a huge shield on his back. It was huge for his age, but Whist-kun was so big that he was able to hide it behind him. He kind of looks like a rhinoceros beetle when seen from behind. Are those insect carapace on his limbs? He's wearing that glossy protector, so all the more. Now that I think back on it, Burke was also wearing an armor from the same material. His armor didn't seem as solid as Whist-kun's though. Your equipment sure has changed a lot since we last met. Ryuma, yep. We saved up money while Jeff Oni-san taught me various things about the shield. The armor is made from the tunnel ants that you helped us with last time. Whist, when fully outfitted, he looks pretty strong as long as he doesn't talk. You focused on defense. Ryuma, yeah. I have a short spear that I can use with one hand under this, but I'm still a bit shy when attacking. I have strength, though. So, I think I can protect people now. Well, maybe. Kind of. Whist, you can just say it straight, you know. Still, it seems he's also gradually looking for a way for him to be useful. Let's do our best. Ah, if you'd like, we can work together in the future. Ryuma, huh? I can't keep up with your work just yet. Whist, I do miscellaneous work too, you know. Ryuma, they work with Jeff-san too as their teacher, so unless I'm causing them problems, I'd love to work with them. My rank is closer to them too than Jeff-san's. And it'll be good practice for me in working with others. Well, we can just do it when you feel like it. If the opportunity presents itself, do take care of me. Ryuma, why yeah. Me too. I'll tell everyone too. Whist, everyone, huh? When he said those words so naturally, for a moment, I paused and watched him walk away. Ah, good morning. Ryuma, Teacher 1, Teacher 2, I greeted 2 male teachers passing by, but they ignored me. I'm really starting to worry about my communication skills. Chapter 134.1 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 134, The Guild Master's Decision, 1/2, 30 minutes since departure. The carriages lined up alongside each other and traveled through the mountain road surrounded by trees. It was dim due to all of the trees and while the cold was a little unpleasant, the winds were refreshing. While I was enjoying the atmosphere like that, Roche-san called out to me. Say, Ryuma. Don't you have any plans of getting monsters other than slimes? Roche, his gaze was pointed at the heel slime on my head that was helping us keep watch. Actually, I have rimmel birds too. Ryuma, really? And here I thought you had nothing but slimes with you. Roche, well, most of my monsters are slimes. Ryuma, how about getting other types too? Roche, it's not like I'm obsessed with slimes or anything, but the slimes have a lot of variants, so they're interesting. I'm in no particular trouble, so I don't really feel the need to proactively go out and look for other monsters. Ryuma, I see. The thing is, if you're no good with people, I was thinking you could also supplement your strength with monsters. Roche, use monsters in place of a party. Wait a sec. What does he mean by, no good with people? Roche, I know you're worried about Ryuma-kun, but you don't have to rush him so much. Lucy, Well, yeah. It's just when I start thinking about it I can't help but worry. Roche, good grief. If you're like this too, then you're not in any place to be making fun of the guild master, are you? Ryuma-kun, sorry about this. I know he's annoying. Lucy, it's all right. I'm happy he's concerned about me. Ryuma, when I told her I was grateful for his concern, Lucy-san laughed and said, what a nice kid you are. There might be a lot of people trying to poke their nose into your business, but you don't have to listen to all of them, okay? Although I do share their sentiments that you shouldn't do anything dangerous or reckless, but I also think that you shouldn't hold back if there's something that you really want to do. Lucy, thank you very much. Ryuma, it's fine. But let me say this, it might be a waste if you just keep slimes as your monsters. It's fine to gather slimes, but since you can use monster taming, don't you think it would be a waste if you don't check the other monsters out too? For example, if you had a horse type like a red horse or a battle horse, then you could ride them and get around much easier. I think it's really convenient to have a monster that could substitute for your pair of legs. Lucy, that's true. Ryuma, presently, I'm able to get around through my dimension magic. That's not really a problem, but if I had a monster that could help me move about, then I would be able to conserve my mana and my stamina. It's impossible for the slimes and the Rimmel birds to carry me, and even if they could, it would still be faster for me to move by myself, so if I'm to carry out her suggestion, I would have to catch a new monster. If you're worried, why not consult the Tamer Guild once? If I recall correctly, they should have a reception window for dealing with that sort of stuff. Actually, didn't they recommend you to do just that? Lucy, actually. I have registered, but I only had slimes at the start, so I couldn't get any work. Ever since I opened my store and had to turn in the people from the guild that were pestering me, I've rarely visited the place. I don't particularly have an issue with the guild or anything, it's just that I find it difficult to go if I don't have any business there. Ryuma, then why don't you use this as an opportunity to drop by? From the looks of things it seems you haven't taken the Monster Tamer Affinity Diagonsis either, have you? Lucy, I haven't. Is that a thing? Ryuma, first I'm hearing of it. The Tamer Guild provides various monsters, so you can try forming a contract with them. They take the results and compare it with your previous results to try and find out which monsters you're good with and which you're bad with. Lucy, isn't it free for first-timers? Roche, it is. If I'm remembering correctly, anyway. That's why you should drop by and give it a shot. Lucy, indeed. It's not inconvenient for me right now, so it does seem like a good idea to take it. I'll go once before I forget. What kind of monsters are useful to adventurers? Ryuma, for me it's the ones you can ride on. I've always looked up to those guys who can ride on their wyverns and soar the skies. Roche, for me it's the fairy types. I can use magic and supposedly these fairies can heighten the effects of my spells. Unfortunately, monster taming is difficult and finding the fairies is also a problem. Lucy, these two veterans really talk about some interesting stuff. But while talking to them like this for a while, we eventually ran out of topics and became silent. The atmosphere in the carriage is really heavy when it's quiet like this. When I turned my eyes to the students, they all froze up. Ever since the match there's been a portion of the students who have been avoiding me, but these guys are part of the group that acknowledged me. It's just that they ended up adopting the "anyway, he's amazing" mindset when it comes to me, and now they have no idea how to approach me. They can talk to Roche-san and the others just fine, but when I join the conversation, they stop talking. And in the end, we ended up like this. The way they look at me almost reeks of envy, and unfortunately, that's also a problem in its own way. Still, this is better than the atmosphere you'd see when the boss of a disliked person enters the bus for a company outing. Chapter 134.2 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 134, The Guild Master's Decision, 2 halves. Inside the peaceful carriage, a refreshing wind shook the carriage. Because of the all-nighter last night, I was gradually getting sleepy. Please make him retire. Please, I have psychological problems now because of you. Please stop it already. Don't group me with you. Not everyone is as strong as you mentally or physically. You're putting me in a pinch, take Bayashi-kun. You have to look after your people better. You're an educator, right? Don't you understand how much effort it takes to hire people? We have to train the beginners again from the start. Do you know how much problem you're causing us? Do you understand? Huh? Do you understand? Did you hear? That Takebayashi guy. He crushed another rookie again. Poha. Again. That's hilarious. What year does this make this? He can't even teach his subordinates properly. I intended to teach them properly. But the kids I was in charge of just came to hate me more and more. In the end, most of them retired. I never raised my hand. I never yelled at them either. I talked to them calmly, and whenever there was something they didn't understand, I would teach them. I balanced the workload I gave them to avoid burdening them too much. As a general rule, I only taught them during work time, so they could take a break during break time. I tried all sorts of methods, but in the end, the results never changed. What did I do wrong? What am I doing wrong? I can see it. Ryuma, it seems I fell asleep a little. That was nostalgic. I saw a dream when I was still young. Come to think of it, there was a time when I was concerned about things like that. Dreaming something like that now. It's as if I've gotten younger. Oh, wait. I have gotten younger. This isn't good. I have to wake up properly. Did I sleep that much? When I looked around me, the position of the sun hadn't changed that much. But the gates of Jimuru could be seen from a distance. We're finally here, Student 1, we're back. Student 2, thank goodness. Student 3, as the students were relaxed and they let their guard down, the atmosphere softened. Oh. That's a fairly big crowd gathered outside town. They don't look like adventurers, though. Lucy, right. They seem to be surveying something. Ryuma, I hear there are plans to expand town, so it's probably for that. Roche, although they're still at the planning stages, it seems progress is being steadily made. I glanced at the people working while we passed through the southern gate and headed straight for the guild. Welcome back. Wogan, the guild master, seemed to have been waiting for us, for when we got to the guild, he was standing there ready to greet us. All the students that participated are to gather here, looks like everyone was able to come back safely. How was it? Did you learn something new from the training? Wogan, he gathered the students to a corner of the guild and the students answered his questions. I see. Roche, I'll leave it to you to close this class. Wogan, all right. Students. Roche, congratulations to everyone who participated in the training these past 5 days. I pray that everyone learned something that will be useful to them in the future. If you summarize it, that's pretty much what he said. And then after the jobs taken by the student were reported to the guild, the training session was put to an end and everyone was dismissed. Good job out there, Ryuma. Wogan, guild master. Ryuma, how was it? Your first training? Wogan, well. I learned a lot from Roche-san. Ryuma, that sounds like the kind of impression a student would have. Roche, there were a lot of things I learned for the first time. Ryuma, that's true. No matter how much you know, there are always new things to learn, come with me for a bit. Roche, the guild master invited me with a serious face. Guild master, can I come too? Roche. Well, you have to report anyway. You come as well then. Wogan, we were brought to the office of the guild master. First, Roche-san reported about the events during the training, then the conversation shifted to me. The topic was as I'd expected. It was regarding the events after the match. After seeing Ryuma's face, I thought something might have happened, and it turns out to be that sort of stuff. Wogan, the guild master, placed his elbows to the desk and supported his head with his hands, seemingly worried. Roche. Give me a more detailed report of how the others reacted. How were the guys avoiding Ryuma like? Wogan, at first, they were scared and confused, but eventually, they calmed down. There are also those that have fixed their behavior since then. This is the case for half of the students. As for the teachers, the older ones either acknowledged Ryuma right from the start or came to terms with things this morning. The ones avoiding him are mostly the younger ones. Several young teachers like Bosco are pretty obvious about it. Roche, Bosco is still young himself. So, the others were flustered when they saw Ryuma's strength, huh? Wogan, my deepest apologies. Roche, don't apologize. You had him show his abilities because you thought it would help the students, right? You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the results are a little disappointing. So, Roche, what do you think of Ryuma's abilities? Give me your honest thoughts. Wogan, frankly, I wouldn't be able to beat him even if I were at my peak. If I were the same age as Bosco and if I weren't planning on retiring, I might have responded like Bosco did. Roche-san thinks highly of my abilities. When the guild master heard that, he wordlessly nodded. I heard Ryuma won against Howard. He did use ki, right? Wogan, he definitely went all out. Roche, I see. I understand. Ryuma. Wogan, yes. Ryuma, the guild master took out a piece of parchment and started writing something on it. We guild masters possess the authority to restrict the activities of adventurers, but at the same time, we also possess the authority to remove certain restrictions. One of these restrictions involves jobs pertaining to bandits. These kind of jobs are often reserved to C-rankers and above due to having to fight other people. That's why the restriction is automatically lifted upon promoting to C rank, but in special cases, the guild master has the right to give permission to those he has acknowledged to take on such jobs despite still being below C rank. Wogan, guild master. That's Wogan. Roche-san was about to voice out his complaints, but Wogan stopped him with his eyes. Roche, I understand your feelings. I've also thought about the things you told him. I was worried about how to handle him, but he can look after himself. That's also why I was worried that if left alone, he will walk further and further ahead by himself. But that is Ryuma's business. You understand this too, right? Wogan, Roche, if a parent prepares everything, a child can grow up safely. But as a result, when one's parents are no longer around, the child won't be able to do anything. I have no intentions of raising him up like that as a guild master. Besides, Ryuma never needed protection ever since he joined the guild. He was already able to walk by himself when he came here. I left him to you to test him one last time. I wanted to know how Ryuma looked from another person's eyes. I wanted to know how he looked from an objective perspective. I wanted to know if your opinion would match mine. Wogan, so that's how it is. Roche, yeah. That's why. Even if I want to support him, I'll only be getting in his way. Wogan, as the guild master said that, he handed me the parchment and looked at me with a serious face. Ryuma. With the power vested into me as the guild master of the Jimuru Branch Adventurers Guild, I hereby grant you the right to accept bandit subjugation jobs. On your way back, submit this along with your guild card to the receptionist. Do this and a permission will be granted to your guild card. If you use this permission, you will be one step closer to promoting to C rank. Just know that I am only giving you the right to take on bandit subjugation jobs, not the right to do everything by yourself. If you can form a party, then do that. And if there's anything on your mind, be sure to come talk to me, don't you ever mistake that, all right? Wogan. Yes. I understand. Ryuma, good. That's a good reply. Wogan, after hearing my response, he released the parchment from his hands. Ah. About how other people look at you. You probably won't be able to avoid that. It's something that more or less happens even when a normal guy is promoted. Don't mind it too much. Just do what you want to do. Of course, as long as it's not illegal. Wogan, what I do want to do. That's obvious. It's all right. Nothing will change. I'll just keep working as I have been until now. Ryuma, it's not as if I'm planning to isolate myself in the forest again just because people are avoiding me. In the first place, it's impossible for everyone I meet to like me. I may have been blessed with relationships with good people ever since coming here, but this sort of stuff will be more common as I get more opportunities to meet others. It's not like my relationship with good people have been affected or anything, so I'll just keep on going as I have until now. Nothing will change, huh? Yeah. That's how you are. For better or for worse. Wogan, I may have said nothing will change, but I'll think about forming a party. Ryuma, after all, Roche-san and the guild master went out of their way to warn me. It's only unfortunate that I can't say for sure that I'll form a party. Don't push yourself now. Wogan, after the guild master said that, I was granted permission to leave his office. The guild master looked really tired. Chapter 135.1 Volume 3 Chapter 135, even in another world it's busy near the end of the year, 1/2, now that I've finally gotten back to town, there's a mountain of things I want to do and have to do. First, let's drop by the store and get a report on what happened when I wasn't around. Welcome back, boss. Karm-san. Ryuma, when I went to the store after 5 days of absence, Karm-san welcomed me. Considering he was standing by the employee entrance, could he have been waiting for me all this time? I had an idea of when the guild training would come to an end. Karm, as expected, he wasn't waiting all this time. I've been watching them. Them. Ryuma, when I glanced to the side, I saw some unfamiliar women carrying luggages. The new employees? Ryuma, yes. A few days ago I implemented the condition of, employ more people only when it's busy. Karm, I see. Ryuma, so they're working part-time here. I have several reports to give, so please wait at the office. Karm, several. That's rare. He usually just gave me a summarized report. I wonder if something happened. I waited at the office just as he told me to. When he came, he was carrying a lot more documents than usual. Shall we begin with the earnings call as usual? Karm, please. Ryuma, this part we're already used to. There wasn't anything strange on the report. Our revenue hasn't increased, but there didn't seem to be any problems, so next. A list of supplies to replenish. No problem. Permission granted. The report from the branch store at Renoff. No problems. Most things were taken care of by Karm-san, and my job was generally just to double-check and grant permission. The work I have to do now is way easier compared to before. As we gradually wrapped up the work to be done, we eventually got to do the last document of our usual routine. Thank you very much. There are also some people who have contacted you. First. There has been some movement among the slums and the government office that you were concerned about. Karm, what happened? Ryuma, the government office compromised on some parts, so the situation in the slum has finally calmed down. Karm, I see. Ryuma, while relieved to hear that, I asked for more details. It turns out that the government office investigated some of the open areas the homeless people were illegally staying at and acknowledged some of them to be suitable for living. The general policy of the government office won't change, but by showing that they have no intentions of taking a firm stance, the slum people are now able to calm down. People responding to the government office's employment offers have also started appearing. Although there are still many of them wary of the government office, at least, the relationship is finally beginning to be mended. Karm, there are still problems, but with this, things should finally calm down. Maybe I should go to that tea house again. He did say he was there 5 times a week. What's next? Ryuma, an invitation from Serge-sama of the Morgan Company. Karm, he was inviting me to greet the Jamil family. Just as Roche-san said a few days ago, this is the season for merchants to make profit. During this time of the year, merchants would get a lot of orders from valued clients, and since the nobles will be busy come the end of the year, the merchants also use this time to greet the various noble houses. Especially in Serge-san's case, as he knows many noble families. If he doesn't start now, who knows when he'll be able to finish. In fact, it seems he's already greeted a number of people. As such, he wants to invite me to meet at the residence of the Duke's family next month and greet them together. Will you be going? Karm, can I go? I mean, I would love to go, but, Ryuma, I understand your worries. Our business might be going well, but we are still novices at this. And there is no end to the merchants that seek profit and want to keep up an acquaintance with the Duke's family. As such, it must be difficult for the Duke to spare time for novices such ourselves. Karm, but, Karm-san added. That was only true if your situation were normal, boss. The Duke's family has already taken a liking to you. As long as you ask for it, I'm sure they'll give you the time of day. If they're willing to meet you, then nothing could be better. It's also common to take someone along when going to greet a noble, so you shouldn't stand out even if you do accompany Surge-sama. You might be mistaken for a servant, however, but that's that. Greeting a family is standard procedure, so maybe I should take him up on his offer, but in that case, I'll be needing a formal set of clothes and a gift, right? Ryuma, yes. I've already searched for tailors and clothes shops that sell ready-made clothes. I've summarized these stores already, so please wait for a moment. Carm, as expected, he sure works fast. The problem then is what gift to bring. Store owners generally gift their own products, but, Carm, our store only has deodorizing liquids. Ryuma, I can prepare something safe like liquor if needed, but I was thinking that perhaps you could find something more unique. Carm, that would probably be best. Ryuma, we decided to split the work and look for a suitable gift. Also, please take a look at this list. Carm, these are medicine. All of them. Ryuma, it's from Graziera-sama, the guild master of the merchant guild. The medicine in that list are sold higher than the normal price, so if you have some stock or could make some, the guild would like to negotiate with you for them. They're also in season. Carm, so demand has gone up from the side of the nobles, huh? Ryuma, the people carrying them on their person just to be safe have increased. Carm, all of the sudden, the whole world is moving. This is the last one. Tiger-sama from the Tiger's Arms store has completed a prototype. And has left behind a message asking you to visit his store when you have the time. Carm, oh, right. I did ask him to see if he could make adventuring equipment with slimes as the material. So he completed it, huh? Alright. I'll drop by in the near future. Ryuma, and that concludes my report. Carm, thank you very much. Ryuma, I thanked Carm-san for reporting to me, then I went and made a list of jobs. Perhaps because the year is gradually approaching its end, the amount of work to be done has increased. If I don't write everything down, I won't be at ease. Let's start with the priority. Naturally, this would be the matter relating to the Duke's family. I should order my clothes first before thinking about the gift. Next on the list would be Tiger-san's store, and then the affinity diagnosis from the Tamer Guild. Time-wise, I think I'll set this to tomorrow. When I get back, I'll have to check the mines. Replenish the feed of the slimes and rimmel birds, and I also want to experiment with the bloody slimes, but I don't have to rush that one. I should rest a bit and find a better place for the mushroom cultivation experiment. As expected, it's really going to be busy. After writing down all the work I thought of and confirming that I hadn't overlooked anything, I started working on the list starting with the top. Chapter 135.2 Volume 3 Chapter 135, even in another world it's busy near the end of the year, 2 halves, so, this is the place. Ryuma, I took Carm-san's info and visited a tailor. There were various clothings on display that could be seen from outside the window. These are probably samples. The store wasn't that big, but there was a warm aura about it what with the flower beds by the entrance, and there was also a sense of luxury from the balcony looking down from the second floor. Everything seemed well maintained. It seems this store is fairly expensive. I suppose at a place like this, made to order is a given. Welcome. Clerk, when I entered, a refined man called out to me. His outer garment was long and somewhat resembled a tuxedo. You are Takebayashi-sama of the bamboo forest, yes. We've been waiting for you. Clerk, you know me. Ryuma, your assistant manager, Carm-sama, inquired with us some time ago. He said that you will be needing some formal clothing to meet with some nobles. Congratulations, Takebayashi-sama. Clerk, I see, so he spoke to them when he was checking out the stores. He works fast. I suppose that just goes to show how spirited he is regarding this matter. Thank you very much. I would like to order some formal clothing, but I don't know which style to pick. Can I consult you about that? Ryuma, of course. Please take a look. Clerk, the surface of the wall in the store was like a closet and several sets of clothes could be seen hanging above and below. There were some clothes other than formal wear too, but every one of them seemed to be made of either expensive cloth or leather. There were so many different types. Everything prepared here is a sample, so you can pick out which shape, material, and color you like. Let's start with the shape. For formal wear, these are the standard types. Clerk, the place he pointed to only covered a small part of the whole display, but there were still so many clothes that I wouldn't be able to carry them all. I looked through them one by one, and they all reminded me of the clothes on the textbooks I saw back in my previous life. Unfortunately, because of the difference in era, everything appears so crazy to me. Yuwa. That's a really gaudy lace necklace. Its radius is about 1 m. Do you like that ruffled collar? Clerk, I suppose. It's big and it catches attention. Is this popular among nobles? Ryuma, right. Noble customers love big and gaudy ruffs. There are many who show off their wealth through such small details. That's why there are some who get angry when a merchant is wearing a ruff more extravagant than theirs. Take Bayashi-sama, given your youth, I believe a more reserved style would suit you. Of course, some decorations will still be needed. Clerk, oh, that's good to hear. I'm not that fond of gaudy things. Ryuma, it would have been a disaster if he recommended this. In that case, what about this one? Clerk, this, Ryuma, the princely fashion I never once saw outside of plays. Its otashos, padded breeches, and badashos, stockings, are made with high-quality silk. Not only does it look good, it is also comfortable to wear. The quilting carefully made by the artisans for the doublet and the slash-tear in the arms show a little of the strength of an adventurer. Clerk, there was no end to his sales talk. He could tell I wasn't that interested in this set, so he moved on to the next one. But I just couldn't find something that gave me this could work impression. I understood the things he was telling me, but my sense of aesthetics is from my previous life. So, no matter how much he tried to make me understand how amazing these clothes are, I just could not understand it. Excuse me. Is that set formal wear too? Ryuma, this one. Yes, this is still a part of the formal wear section, but, clerk, please show me that one. Ryuma, he had to pull it out since it was buried under the clothes covered in laces and was actually hard to see. As expected, Ryuma, there was no way I could have been mistaken. The clothes closest to my past life, the business suit. Actually, business suits and formal wears are different, but if it passes as formal wear in this world, then that's good enough. This is a traditional formal clothing that was said to have been preferred and popularized by His Majesty the King some 100 years ago, and is still popular among nobles that put much emphasis on tradition. Wearing this won't be a problem wherever you go, but it doesn't adhere to the current fashion trend. Is that fine? Clerk, perfectly fine. I'll take it. Ryuma, the best clothes are the ones you're used to. Actually, this is the only set of clothes I can wear from this store. Of course. Then we'll set this suit as the shape. You seem to have taken a liking to this, but what shall we do about the color? Will the current white do? Clerk, let's make it black or dark blue. Ryuma, white suits remind me of comedians and male hosts. Black or navy blue. That certainly matches your hair and eyes. What about the embroidery? Clerk, let's make it plain if possible. Ryuma, but in that case, you will be needing some accessories. Let's add some glamour to it. Clerk, what kind of accessories? Ryuma, a lot of men wear rings or bracelets. Necklaces and earrings work too, but since you're wearing a suit, you could also attach a jewel to the suit's necktie pin that's attached to the chest. Clerk, after that I still had to choose the material of the accessory as well as the jewel to be used. There was a lot of choices left to be made. Although I wasn't familiar with this world's standards regarding the selection of formal clothes, the clerk was thorough in helping me make my decisions. Also, thanks to finding a suit from the heaps of extravagant clothing, I found myself strangely relieved. Chapter 136.1 Chapter 136, The Principle of Having Just One Luxurious Article, 1/2. Although I spent a lot of time ordering clothes, the sun was still high up in the sky, and I had plenty of time left, so I went ahead and dropped by Tigger's Arms store. Good day. Ryuma, oh, it's you, Ryuma. That thing you asked for has been completed. Darson, after the shopkeeper, Darson-san, said that. He went into the inner parts of the store. After waiting for a while, he came back out with a wooden box. This is the completed product. Darson, inside the box was a light green shirt, pants, and a manto. At first glance, it looked like 2 sets of normal clothes. Just as you've ordered, these have been made using those excessively strong threads of yours. This was actually made by an armor craftsman I'm friends with, but I checked the quality myself and I can vouch for it. It might just be a prototype, but I have full confidence in it. Darson, he took out a piece of cloth and a knife from the box. Look at this. Darson, he tried to cut the piece of cloth, but no matter how hard he tried to cut it, he couldn't penetrate it. The cloth couldn't be torn. This piece of cloth is a double-layered cloth made using those threads you brought. All these clothes were made using this, so you can expect a lot from them in regards to defending against sharp objects. They look and feel just like normal clothes, but they're closer to chain mail in quality. If you consider these clothes as something to wear underneath another armor, their defensive prowess is really exceptional. Darson, how much does it cost to make one of these? And how many can you produce at a time? Ryuma, let's see. These things are really strong, so it takes a lot of time to cut the cloth. But you did bring the ingredient yourself, so it should be more affordable compared to an armor with similar material. It shouldn't cost that much. Darson, similar material. Ryuma, metal spider thread. It's weak to heat, so if you just warm it up a little, you can easily cut it. It's definitely a lot easier to handle than your material. But being easy to handle is also a weak point. To compensate for that, we usually weave it along with enchantment magic and another compatible material, turning it into a magic equipment that can resist fire and heat. Metal spider thread is fairly expensive by itself. And on top of that, you still need to pay for the enchantment, so it's quite expensive. It can be considered a luxury good. Darson, considering the time it takes to make it, the cost performance seems pretty good. I took the cloth and examined it, and it turns out the texture for the inner part was different from the exterior. It was smooth and felt good to the skin. Was silk used for the interior? Ryuma, yes. Your thread had zero absorbency. The same goes for the cloths made from them. My friend probably realized that would be an issue, so he went and used silk for the inner part. Darson, I see. Thank you very much. With this, I shouldn't have a problem even if I went inside a thicket. Ryuma, a thicket. Not even fangs or swords could penetrate your skin with those clothes on. You will still suffer from the impact, however. Darson, so, how much is it? Ryuma, 5 small gold coins. Darson, that is affordable. Especially, considering this was made to order. Are you sure? Ryuma, you brought the materials yourself, and while it did take a lot of effort to cut and sew the cloths, no special procedures were needed. The armor craftsman was also happy to be able to work with a rare material. Even with the long time spent making everything, 5 gold coins are plenty. Darson, I see. Thank you. Ryuma, if it's this cheap, maybe I could outfit all my employees with them. At the very least, I should outfit the guards with them. I wonder what the Duke's family would think of these. They have guards, but the end of the year is approaching, and everyone seems to be stocking antidotes, so. I know, I'll just ask the shopkeeper what he thinks. The nobles have probably already taken precautions themselves, but I don't think they would consider it rude if you gifted them these. As for me, as long as you provide the materials and pay, I don't mind getting them made. But if you're going to be gifting them, then you should take a sample with you first. A normal-sized one that fits adults, that is. You can use that to get the right measurements, then you can just send the real thing at a later date. You can bring your employees here too if you want. It's all perfectly fine. And if you're going to be ordering a bunch, I can give you a discount. Darson, and so, I ended up ordering a sample. I'll prepare the threads by tomorrow. Ryuma, all right. I'll contact the craftsman on my end too. Darson, with this I've found a candidate for my gifts. But if we're going to be making a bunch, then I'll need a considerable amount of threads. Maybe I should use this opportunity to prepare some winding machines for the sticky slimes. Let's go back after dropping by Surgesan's store. Chapter 136.2 Chapter 136, The Principle of Having Just One Luxurious Article, 2 halves. Well, I guess it would be something like this. Ryuma, I released the slimes from my dimension home, and then I checked up on the Rimmel birds and the tunnels. I was only gone for 5 days. And yet the cave mantises have started taking nest again. I got rid of them immediately, but maybe I should keep the entrance closed tighter. Although, I guess it's not really too bad since I can just hunt them and use them for food, but Next is Ryuma. Somewhat deep into the mines, I chose a tunnel that was a little damp and created a simple stand in it using earth magic. I'm going to move the mushroom bed that I made a few days ago in my dimension home and set it up here. Ryuma, that's strange. There were already some slender enoki-like mushrooms growing from the mushroom bed made with alchemy. I didn't accelerate their growth using magic, so if they're growing this quickly, could it be that these are actually a different kind of mushroom? Still, the mushrooms did successfully grew, so should I take this to mean that my mushroom cultivation is a success? Either way, let's just keep observing these guys for now. I moved the mushroom bed to the tunnel, then I added a door to prevent enemies from entering. Next is Ryuma, it's the extra job I made for myself. But with this I can take care of both at the same time. I gathered the sticky slimes at the place where the waterproof cloths were normally made and lined up the winding machines I purchased. They only had 5 in stock, but 5 should be plenty. The winding machines I purchased were built simply and they looked just like a sewing machine placed on a tabletop. I turned the knobs at the side and spun the spool supported by pillars on the tabletop. By attaching the end of threads around the empty spools, I could wind the threads around the spools. First, I'll have one sticky slime puke out its threads, then I'll turn the knob and teach the slimes how to do it themselves. I told the slime to pay attention on the distribution of threads on the spool. We don't want the threads to be gathered only at the center, it has to be even. Then I had another sticky slime change places with it, and left the turning of the knob to the other slime. It's not a job that requires a lot of power, so there weren't any problems. With 2 slimes paired together, they were able to wind the threads properly. I stationed slimes for the other 4 winding machines as well and had them practice. While they were doing that, I left to do another job. While the sounds of threads being winded resounded, I prepared some charcoal and drew a magic formation on the ground. What I'm about to make now is a jewel. A jewel formed from carbon known as diamond. I'm a bit nervous. But a slightly big diamond should do just fine. Personally, I'm fine with a plain navy blue suit, but it's too plain according to the standards of this world, so the nobles probably won't like it. Formal wear that's too plain will make me look shabby and might cause problems for the person that invited me. As such, I had the clerk working with me advise me. I feel like 80% of what he was saying was true and the other 20% was just sales talk, but anyway, he says that the best way to deal with the lack of extravagant clothing is by attaching some expensive accessory. But that supposedly plain suit alone cost 500,000 suits. That's 50 small gold coins. That's a lot of money at this point in time for me, but the other clothes were 2 to 3 times more expensive. Apparently, when high-ranking nobles buy clothes and accessories, they actually spend platinum coins. You're driving the prices up too much, nobles. Well, the money will still flow into society, so whatever. Anyway, since I'm going there to greet them, then I might as well spend money like a commoner and bring myself up to a level that could match the people I'm going to be meeting. I understand that much. But exactly what am I supposed to do? I generally don't wear jewels and it's bad taste to cover oneself in jewels. As such, I decided to instead wear just one big jewel as dictated by necessity. Acquiring an expensive jewel seemed like it would be difficult, however, so I just decided to go and make one. I'll just pass it off as an inheritance from my grandmother. First, I'll use separation on the carbon and remove it of all impurities, and then fusion. Ryuma, diamond, just like graphite, is an allotrope of carbon. It's essentially a lump of pure iron. The difference lies in its bonds. It's because of that it's hard, transparent, and insulated from heat and electricity. As I ruminated on my knowledge one by one, I watched the glowing magic formation as the fine powder of carbon turned into a transparent lump. Ryuma, I waited for a little longer, and when the light vanished from the formation, what was left was a distorted, transparent lump. Identify, Ryuma, plume diamond, a special diamond with no impurities. Color, colorless. Weight, 218.34 g equals 1091.7 carats. Plume. Ryuma, it became a diamond as I'd intended, but what's a plume? This special under the description has me concerned. I should ask someone I can trust about this. And the size is clearly strange. If I recall correctly, 0.2 g should translate to 1 carat, and the biggest diamond should be either 500 or 600 carats. But the diamond in front of me is 1091.7 carats. Did I put too much material in? Ryuma, for the meantime, let's divide it into smaller parts and adjust the shape. Chapter 137.1 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 137, The Mystery of the Jewel, 1/2, The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 3 Chapter 136, The Principle of Having Just One Luxurious Article, 2/2, The next day. I visited the Merchant Guild at a time that was a little late to be called morning. Welcome. What may I do for you today? Receptionist, the guild master, Griziera, contacted me the other day. Ryuma, I've been preparing since last night and have made several of the medicines from the list. I was planning on speaking with the guild master while selling the medicine, but if it isn't Takebayashi-sama. Welcome to the Merchant Guild. Other receptionist, the staff member I've dealt with many times before, came out from the back of the receptionist desk and brought me to the reception office. It seems he already knows me by face. Welcome. You're here to sell medicine, right? Griziera, as soon as we saw each other, the guild master guessed why I came here. I see you know already. Ryuma, I requested for it, after all. So I've already prepared to meet your demands. Also, I heard you went to the training of the Adventurers Guild. After you came back and got my message, some time has passed since then, so considering the time it would have taken you to make medicine, it's not too hard to infer. Still, I was actually expecting you to come either tomorrow or the day after. Griziera, as usual, her foresight is terrifyingly accurate. But that isn't all that I came here for. There's actually something else I'd like to talk to you about. Ryuma, oh. Then best we settle our business with the medicine quickly then. Griziera, please. Item box, Ryuma, I took out 50 vials of medicine that I've concocted. I made them with the ingredients I had on hand. I still had some Grell Frog ingredients left. Ryuma, can you make the medicines as long as you have the ingredients? Griziera, if it's something I can make, yes. Ryuma, the guild master snorted as she took one of the vials and used Identify on it. Was there a medicine on the list that you can't make? Griziera, there are some medicine that I've never made before, though I do know the concoction method. I came here today partly to confirm some things in regard to those. Ryuma, I see. From what I've seen, these medicines of yours all have the same quality and there's no problem with their effects. Either. No reason to be miserly then. I'll get you the ingredients you need. Can you bring the other medicine then? Griziera, I understand. Ryuma, after saying that, she immediately called for staff members to assess the quality of the medicine and take them into the guild storage. Not long later, she told them to prepare the payment and the ingredients. When the staff member left again, she spoke to me. So, what is this other business you came for? Griziera, Plume Diamond. Ryuma, as soon as I mentioned those words, her eyes became sharp. Do you know about it? Ryuma, after being at this job for so long, yeah. You have one with you. Griziera, an article belonging to my grandmother. She told me to sell it whenever I'm in need. Ryuma, I also told her that I was preparing a set of formal clothes. And so, I was wondering if I could use it as an accessory, but I didn't know its value and didn't know whether it could be used or not. Ryuma, you get points for not bringing it to some place strange and talking to me instead. Do you have it with you? Griziera, I took out a cloth from my item box. Inside it was a plume diamond that had been divided into the size of a thumbnail. I'd only split and modified its shape, so nothing should have been changed as far as the Identify results go. I expect it to still be a plume diamond. When I revealed the contents of the cloth, the guild master looked at the diamond as if she were licking it, then she used Identify. Afterwards, she exhaled in astonishment. Is it fake? Ryuma, it's real. I can hardly believe that you have such a huge plume jewel with you. It has the transparency you'd expect from a plume. On top of that, it's a diamond and is beautifully colorless. The cut is a bit disappointing, but it's still a first-rate item. Griziera, apparently, the plume is a special word that signifies the grade of a jewel, and means special in an old language somewhere. In other words, this is a top-quality product. Ryuma, not top quality. Special. Understand. Jewels, you see, have extra things like grains of sands, fine scratches, and/or dents. Usually. Griziera, ah. Now that she mentions it, I remember now. In the process of a jewel becoming a jewel, its components end up with inclusions or cavities, but a jewel made with alchemy has no such thing. How do you know that when you don't even know about plume? Griziera, I just remembered. Ryuma, your knowledge is really imbalanced. Well, if you know that, then that makes this quick. This jewel has no inclusions. That is the condition required for a jewel to become a plume. But such jewels haven't appeared in present time. Griziera, present time. Ryuma, I don't know if these jewels were always like this from the start or if the part of the jewels without inclusion had simply been cut out, but a long time ago before an old hag like me was born. A long, long time ago. It is said that these jewels were either found in some historic ruins or passed down as a national treasure in some kingdom for a long time. Either way, these jewels flowed into the market, and the nobles tried to acquire them all. Currently, most of these things are being treated as heirlooms. Griziera, if these things existed in the past, then there must have been a human alchemist who made them. An otherworlder like me. Maybe it's the Alchemy King I heard about from Gain and the others. I'd like to investigate it if the opportunity shows itself. Chapter 137.2 Chapter 137, The Mystery of the Jewel, Two Halves, would it be a bad idea to use it as an accessory? Ryuma, no need to worry about that. If you announce it and go around, showing it off, it might be a problem, but all you're doing is greeting the Duke's family, right? Then in that case, it won't be a problem. But if some strange noble does notice it, it's unlikely that he'll cause problems immediately. If anything, he'll first ask you to sell it. At that time, you can just sell it. You said it belongs to your grandmother, but it's not like you feel much attachment to it, right? Griziera, you can tell. Ryuma, I can tell that much. Griziera, the guild master grinned. I won't pursue it, but this part of her is so suspicious. Whatever. I won't say anything unnecessary. Well, if you're really worried about it, then just sell it off quickly and you won't have a problem. Griziera, in other words, it will be too late to worry about it when I take it with me. Then in that case, I'll use one as an ornament. As for the rest, I think I'll crush them and have the slimes eat them. I could also give them to the Duke's family. Excuse me. The payment and the materials have been prepared. Staff, oh, the person from before came back. The guild master pushed the diamond to me. She seemed to be telling me to put it away already. Enter. Griziera, after confirming that I'd put the jewel away, the guild master gave permission for the staff to enter. 3 staff members entered the room. One brought with him a heavy-looking leather bag, while the other 2 were carrying bags of various sizes. They lined up the bags on the table, then they handed a paper to the guild master and left. The guild master looked over that paper, then she nodded and turned the paper to me. Confirm the payment and the ingredients. Griziera, I checked the list just as she told me to. When I got to the payment portion, it was written there that the medicines I brought sold for 3,000 suits per vial. Isn't this too much? Ryuma, demand for good antidote won't run out anytime soon, and the customers are all rich nobles. Besides, I have to make sure to have enough stock that the people who actually need them will be able to get some. For that, I need the manufacturers working hard. Your antidote is of high quality, so considering the season, the price is just right. But when the season ends, the price will go back to normal, so you should quickly turn those ingredients into medicine. Griziera, I understand. Ryuma, I don't have plans to go on a trip for a while, so I should quickly concoct them. By the way, Ryuma, I hear you received permission from Wogan to accept bandit subjugation jobs. Griziera, where did you hear that? Ryuma, from the person himself. He mentioned it while we were talking about something else, so, are you planning to take on bandit jobs? Griziera, yes. I specialize in combat, after all. I don't have any problems with fighting other people too. Ryuma, I know. That's why that kid gave you permission. But if that's the case, then do drop by the guild frequently. The movement of the bandits affect our work, so our guild's information should prove invaluable to you. Griziera, that's true. Thank you very much. Ryuma, a merchant is someone who uses whatever can be used. If you can use that information to hunt bandits, then that too will result in our profit. Griziera, that's true too. So, the guild master's advice also considered her profit. I'll leave it to you then. Ryuma, anytime, clerk. I thanked the clerk from yesterday, and after handing him my diamond, I left the store. Unlike me, he knew the value of the plume diamond. He's probably privy to jewels due to the nature of his work. The moment I showed him the diamond and said that I wanted to use it, he immediately knew that it was a good diamond. Moreover, after he examined the diamond, his attitude toward me changed. He was polite from the start, but after examining the diamond, he became even more polite. I paid him a bit more to keep him quiet, but considering I used the diamond I made myself for the decoration of the suit, I didn't really lose out. I also got to learn the important points of making a jewel, so when you look at it as a learning fee as well, it's actually inexpensive. Alright. Next on my schedule is… yes. The monster affinity diagnosis that I learned from Roche-san. I walked leisurely to the Tamers Guild. Or at least, I was planning to, but I reached it almost immediately. The Tamer Guild was a lot closer to the store than expected. Good day. I heard I could take the monster affinity diagnosis here. Can I take it today? Ryomua, welcome to the Tamer Guild. The affinity diagnosis? Yes, you can take it. Please show me your guild card. Receptionist, it's been a while since I showed my face to the receptionist, so I showed my card as instructed. Oh my. Have you never taken it once? Receptionist, yes. I've always had a monster since I registered, so I felt no need for it. Ryuma, really? The affinity diagnosis is free for first-timers. Please take this to the eastern gate of Jimuru. Receptionist, she came back with my guild card and a document. It seemed to be some kind of admission ticket. The eastern gate, right? Ryuma, yes. The affinity diagnosis will have the tamer form a monster contract with various monsters. Which monsters you're compatible with will be based on the common points and trend of the result. Because of the number of monsters, a plot of land needed to be provided. At the eastern gate of Jimuru is our lodging facility for large-type monsters. The monster affinity diagnosis is also managed there. So that's why she's sending me to the eastern gate. Thank you very much. I understand now. I'll be going then. Ryuma, you're welcome. I pray for your good fortune. Receptionist, like that I ended up heading toward the eastern gate. Come to think of it, this isn't my first time going to the eastern gate, is it? Chapter 138.1 Chapter 138, Monster Affinity and a Great Achievement in the Past, 1/2, yes, you may pass. Do your best at your exam. Guard, thank you very much. Ryuma, the guard watching the gates seemed to have misunderstood since he encouraged me, but either way, I passed through the gates. When I did, a scene unlike the north or the south greeted me. So this is how it looks here, Ryuma. Wooden fences were erected on either side of the road and cattle and horses could be seen inside of the enclosure. There were also large-type monsters I've never seen before peacefully passing their time. It was like a farm. After walking for a while, a large building came to view. That's probably the Tamer Guild branch. But because of the silo-like towers lined up beside it, the whole place really looked like a farm. Excuse me. Ryuma, the atmosphere inside was also different from the guild. Everyone was wearing work clothes. If I didn't know any better, I would have mistaken this place for a resting area. When I took a closer look, I saw that the people standing directly in front of the receptionist were wearing casual clothing that seemed easy to move in. Welcome. Receptionist, the female receptionist must have thought I was confused, as she called out to me. Good day. I heard I could get the monster affinity diagnosis here. Here are my documents and guild card. Ryuma, thank you. Ryuma, take Bayashi-kun. I see it's your first time. The assembly hall is inside. If you go straight through that passage, you'll find a room at the end. Please enter that room and pass this to the staff inside. Receptionist, thank you very much. Ryuma, I did as the receptionist told me to and passed by the left of the reception desk, then went through the hallway inside. When I entered the room at the end, I noticed there were benches lined up along the right side of the room, while on the left side were 5 counters. It was like the waiting room of a bank. There weren't a lot of people taking the affinity diagnosis, though. Only 2 of the counters were open and there wasn't even a single person waiting on the bench. Ah, please. Take a seat in front of an open counter and wait. Receptionist 2, the woman in charge, rang a bell. She was probably calling the staff. I took a seat in front of the nearest counter, and at roughly the same time, I heard the sound of a door opening from the direction of the counter. Sorry to keep you wait, oh. Ryuma-kun. Taylor, branch head. Ryuma, the staff that came was for some reason branch head Taylor himself. What are you doing here? Ryuma, this is also a part of the Tamer Guild. So from time to time, I go here to do work while observing. If I don't do stuff like this, I won't have any opportunities to meet the youths and I'll forget what the current atmosphere at the guild is like. So you came here for the affinity diagnosis, huh? Come to think of it, I didn't recommend you to take it during your registration. Taylor, we went straight to the Adventurers Guild afterwards, so it can't be helped. Besides, I didn't have any intention of changing my monsters at the time, so. Oh, but please don't be mistaken, I still don't plan on changing my monsters. Ryuma, it's fine. I don't mind. There's no harm in knowing what monsters you're compatible with. Taylor, the branch head, filled out some documents on the other side of the counter, then as he carried those with him on one hand, he pointed toward a door opposite the door I entered. Let's get this started quickly then. The monsters meant for the diagnosis are gathered on the other side of that door. Taylor, there were 2 doors beside each other across the counter. When I passed through one of the doors, a stench immediately wafted up to my nose. This stench. Zoo. No, I think the stench might actually be closer to that of a pet shop. There were a large number of cages inside the room, inside of which were various monsters. There was a slime, of course. There were also small rats and cave bats that I've already gotten used to seeing since coming to this town. There's also the crew bird that I once formed a contract with. This is the room where we gather small-type monsters. If you go further in, you'll find the slightly bigger medium-type monsters. Further in and you'll find the large-type monsters. Taylor, branch head Taylor explained as he came out of the other door. As you can see, all of these monsters have been prepared here for you to form a contract with, but we can forget the slime and the rimmel birds since we already know those. Are there any other monsters you've formed a contract with before? Taylor, I've contracted with the crew bird once. Ryuma, did you experience any problems then? Did it properly listen to you? Could you understand its emotions? Taylor, I was fine at both of those. I was even able to share vision with it. If that's your first time practicing with it, then your compatibility with it must have been good. Taylor, the branch head, started filling out the paper. I took a peek at the paper, and it turns out he was putting a mark on a table on which was listed the names of many monsters. Curious. Taylor, yes, a little. Ryuma, I honestly answered that, and the branch head faintly smiled. This table covers which monsters you've successfully formed a contract with and which ones you failed with. In the case of success, the examinee's thoughts on the contract are requested and the examiner then grades the contract in 4 levels. The diagnosis will look for the common points from these results to find out which monsters you're likely to be compatible with. It's because of that there's so many monsters here. Taylor, if I'm supposed to form a contract with every monster here, this is going to take a lot of time and mana. Chapter 138.2 Chapter 138, Monster Affinity and a Great Achievement in the Past, 2 halves, but just as I was thinking that, he told me that most people figure out where their affinities lie fairly quickly. Most monster tamers only need to find what major category they specialize in, such as mammal type, reptile type, or bird type, then from there, we can start to narrow it down to the special categories. What takes time is finding exactly which monster under that bigger category a monster tamer specializes at. That, or if you need some kind of special condition. You should know too about the people of the Duke's family. Taylor, if I recall correctly. Reinhardt-san needs monster beasts with 4 legs. The madam can only tame wolf-type monster beasts. And Reinbach-sama needs monsters with scales. I think that was it. Ryuma, exactly. Elise had an affinity for the mammal type, but she specialized with wolf-type monster beasts. So long as she contracted monsters of that lineage, she can contract pretty much anything. On top of that, she can also tame more monsters than other people when it comes to wolves. Reinhardt could tame any monster that has 4 legs regardless of their lineage. The one exception are bird types. Taylor, when he said that, I remembered about that time when we tamed rimmel birds. At that time, he refused to even approach the Rimmel bird of the Ojusama. What about Reinbach-sama? Ryuma, he is special. It was as if the good points were taken from Reinhardt and Elise and put together. As long as the monster has scales, Reinbach-sama can tame anything, be it a lizard man or a dragon. He can also tame a lot of them. And just like his son, there's no lineage he can't form a contract with. Well, there are things he's not good at too, but they're not enough to be considered a defect. Taylor, I've heard that Reinbach-sama could tame dragons, but I guess he really is an amazing person. You didn't know? I'm pretty sure his tale has already been written of in books and has spread throughout the country. Taylor, really? Ryuma, looks like you really didn't know. Taylor, I have heard of things, such as about his military exploits in the past or about how the madam also says he's extraordinary, but that's all. Ryuma, the most famous story would probably be that. It's true that he's exceptional. You can't use him as a standard. Taylor, what does he mean? In this world, there are things known as divine beasts that have received the divine protection of the gods. They're special monsters. They received their divine protection along with their duty of protecting certain territories. Since then they have been protecting these places as their own turf. Their power is far beyond that of humans and even those monsters that we consider to be S-rank. Taylor, since you're bringing this up now, could it be? Ryuma, exactly. Reinbach-sama has formed a contract with a divine beast. Taylor, so that really was the case. It's a story when he was still young and affiliated with the army. In one of the borders of this country is a place known as the Flame Dragon Mountains. Taylor, Branch Head Taylor looked into the distance as he started telling the story. To this day, the volcanoes of the Flame Dragon Mountains remain active. It is an environment extremely harsh for humans. At the center of these mountains is the territory of a divine beast, also home to many powerful monsters. But while these powerful monsters exist in this place, there are also many magic gems, magic stones, and various ores here. It is a treasure trove of resources to humans. In the past, a neighboring country once sent soldiers for those resources. Taylor, as a result, the soldiers incurred the wrath of the divine beast and were trampled in the blink of an eye. But if that were all, then the story would have ended with the country having gotten there just deserts. Borders are things that humans decided for themselves. To the divine beast, both the neighboring country and our country that was connected to the mountains were enemies. As such, the dragons under the divine beast started rampaging in the area near the border. Because of that, an army was sent to protect the country. One of the men leading a platoon at the time was Reinbach. Taylor, and that's when Reinbach formed a contract. Ryuma, exactly. There was no other way. They would have had to sacrifice countless soldiers in order to kill just one dragon, much less 10 dragons. Had they fought, their destruction would have been guaranteed. But that might actually have turned things for the better. Since in order to avoid the battle, as a last resort, they attempted to use the monster taming ability to form a contract with the monsters and try to negotiate with them. Given Reinbach's lineage and his high compatibility with the monsters, he was appointed as the person in charge of the taming. No one actually thought he would succeed. Taylor, so they were able to negotiate with the divine beast. Ryuma, yes, fortunately the divine beast was intelligent enough for negotiations. There was a fairy tale about them being able to talk, but Reinbach was the only one to actually go and confirm it for himself. After negotiating with the divine beast, Reinbach came back and said that the divine beast gave a condition. Well, it was more like an order, to do something about the humans attacking. Taylor, as soon as the people in charge got word of that, they changed their target from the dragons to the neighboring country. Everyone agreed that it was much better to pick a fight with the soldiers of the neighboring country than some dragons they had no chance of defeating. Morale of our soldiers ran high, and because they had chosen to negotiate with the dragons instead, they hadn't received much casualties. Meanwhile, because the neighboring country had taken an aggressive stance earlier, their strength was greatly reduced and their morale plummeted. The result was clear as day. The battle lasted less than 3 days before the soldiers of the enemy country were forced to retreat from the Flame Dragon Mountains. Since then a lot of things happened politically between the two countries, but the end result is that we were able to safely avoid a war with the divine beast and the dragons under him. Moreover, Reinbach was permitted to keep his contract with the divine beast and was also allowed to form a contract with his dragons under the condition that his territory would not be tampered with. Permission was also granted to mine resources from places other than the divine beast's territory. Taylor, that must have caused a huge commotion. Ryuma, it wasn't just a huge commotion. Taylor, the branch head laughed in astonishment. Although it was only in the places permitted by the divine beast, just being able to receive permission to mine resources from the Flame Dragon Mountains was a huge achievement. On top of that, by forming a contract with several dragons, he was also able to acquire great power. Taylor, and because of this course of events, Reinbach-sama gained influence everywhere. Politically and militarily too. With both social standing and achievements in his hands, it was hard for any organization to handle him. And in the end, he left the army. They feared that any faction he joined would quickly destroy the power balance and cause needless chaos. It was also then that his elder brother was met with misfortune. So in order to focus his efforts in managing the Jamil territory in place of his older brother, he decided to leave the politics and military behind. Taylor, he had a tough life, huh? It's something I can't imagine. Ryuma, I truly do think that from the bottom of my heart. But there is one thing that I do understand. Reinbach-sama is an even bigger cheat than I am. Chapter 139.1 Chapter 139, The Results of the Affinity Diagnosis and a New Slime, 1/2, Oops. This isn't the time to be talking about this, is it? Taylor, branch head Taylor looked down at the chart on his hand. If I recall correctly, you are raising more than 1,000 slimes, right? Taylor, yes. Ryuma, although slimes are easy to form a contract with, 1,000 is still a lot of monsters. I have a feeling we're going to be spending a lot of time here. Well then, shall we start? Taylor, yes. I'll be in your care. Ryuma, come to think of it, how many monsters can people normally be able to form a contract with? From what I know, the person who tamed the most monster beasts was able to tame about 300 chain bugs. But even without taming that many, just being able to tame about 20 monsters is enough to be considered a lot. I don't know what number counts as a lot for slimes, though, since people normally don't tame that many of them. But no matter what type of monster it is, I've never heard of anyone taming more than 1,000. Taylor, in that case, I guess the number of monsters I have tamed really is exceptional. After branch head Taylor answered my abrupt question, we finally began the affinity diagnosis. I see. Taylor, 2 hours later. It's only been 2 hours, but I've tried forming a contract with so many monster beasts. Just the bird-type monsters alone had all sorts from tree sparrows to eagles to owls, and so on and so forth. Branch head Taylor would change the type of monster and have me form a contract with them and then revoke the contract repeatedly. Whether it was a bug or a fish or a mammal or a reptile, I repeated that process for all of them. I was able to succeed with each one of them too. Until now, there hasn't been a single monster beast that I couldn't form a contract with just yet. But while I might have been able to form a contract with all of the monsters so far, there were a lot of monsters that I had difficulty giving orders to compared to the slime. Monsters like those were stubborn and refused to listen to orders. As expected, everyone has something they're good at and bad at. The problem is we had no idea what the conditions were for my monster taming. I was told the name of the monsters and their appearance in between the monster contracts, but I didn't know much about their ecology. There were a lot of monsters here that I didn't know about. Eventually, branch head Taylor seemed to have figured it out. I think you have an affinity for monsters that tend to flock together. Taylor, tend to flock together. Ryuma, that's probably it. That's the trend I'm seeing after comparing the monsters you had good compatibility with. Rimmel birds are monster beasts that move in flocks, and as for the slimes, it's probably related to the results of your research. If I were to provide another possibility, it would probably be fecundity. Although not as many as the monster beasts that tend to gather together, if this is the condition required for your monster contracts, then there's still a lot of monsters that you'll be able to form a contract with. I'd love to explain everything one by one, but if I did, it would take too much time. I'll introduce you to a book, so just read up on the more specific details with that. You could also buy one if you'd like, but you can read it for free inside the guild's reference room. Knowledge pertaining to monsters should also prove useful to you as an adventurer. Taylor, thank you very much. Ryuma, I'll study on my own for the rest. Still, monsters that flock together, why would the condition for my monster taming be that? It is said that one's affinity has to do with one's disposition and way of thinking. In short, I don't really know the reason all that well. Your affinity pertains to your individuality, so you should think about it yourself. Also, what's important isn't what condition your ability requires, but what to do now that you know it. When you figure that out, why don't you look for some monsters you're compatible with to widen your prospects? Taylor, now that I know, I am interested in fast monsters that I can ride. Ryuma, I've previously considered making a bicycle using metal slimes transformed into wheels. But they moved by relying on their gravity to make themselves spin. If I ride on them, they won't be able to move anymore, so there's no point to it. Technically, I could ride a huge slime, but it would be too conspicuous, so that's no good. The slimes could do pretty much any basic stuff, but unfortunately, they don't have a way to serve as transport. Besides, it's my job to do something about transportation anyway. Still, some adventurers I worked with a few days ago recommended me to get a monster that could serve as my legs. They managed to pique my interest, so now I'm looking for something that could fit the bill. The Adventurers Guild also gave me permission to take on bandit subjugation jobs, so the scope of the jobs I take from here on might get bigger. Ryuma, I see. If you want something for transport, normally, you'd rely on horse-type monsters. You can ride them, have them pull a carriage, and they also tend to gather together, so you should have good affinity with them. If you can come to understand each other with your monster taming abilities, then you should also be able to reduce the workload of handling a horse-type monster. Taylor, Chapter 139.2 Chapter 139, The Results of the Affinity Diagnosis and a New Slime, 2 halves. The choices varied depending on what I wanted to achieve with the mount. If I wanted to cover more distance in a day, the branch had recommended that I pick a type that had plenty of stamina. The recommended type varied depending on how much luggage I wanted to carry and how much distance I wanted to cover. Branch Head Taylor said that monster tamers need to know their monsters well, as they need to know how to make the most out of its strengths and how to compensate for its weaknesses. I should probably study more before looking for a new monster. Did we end up talking too much? When I left the guild, the sun was already starting to set. Still, it was time well spent. Not only did I find out my affinity, but after seeing all those different monsters, I also thought of a new way to make use of my slimes. I'll go check on the store, then I'll go back home. When I dropped by the store, boss, good timing. Jane, interestingly enough, something actually happened. I waited at the office and Karm-san brought a wooden box I hadn't seen before. This is Ryuma. Inside the box is an advanced slime variant. It's probably a variant you don't have yet, boss. Karm, a slime. Ryuma, of course that would pique my interest. But what is it doing here? It was brought in earlier. Apparently it was found along the path from the town toward the mine. Didn't you purchase a slime from somewhere before? Karm, I bought the bloody slime from a party of adventurers in the past. Ryuma, well, it seems the person got word of that from somewhere. Because of that he brought this slime here after finding it, hoping to exchange it for money. It's a bit sudden, but I've never seen it before after working with you for so long, so thinking that you might want it, I bought it. Karm, thank you for thinking about me. It makes me happy. How much did you pay for it? Ryuma, 1,000 suits. Karm, that cheap? It's a slime, after all. It can't use magic too. If it were someone else, they would have haggled the price down even lower. In fact, there's no telling if it could even sell. The person who brought it was happy with the price too. Karm, I see. Ryuma, well, I guess it's fine then. If something like this were to happen again, should I buy the slime? Karm, if it's no trouble to everyone, then please do buy them. Ryuma, understood. In that case, if someone comes by wanting to sell a slime, I'll have him go inside to negotiate with him. By the way, can I have a list of the slimes that you have, boss? I want to use it as a reference to know what to buy and at what price. Karm, of course. Ryuma, that's no problem at all. Oh, and one more thing. The nun, Belle-san, left a message. Apparently, grass has started to grow on the body of the slime they're raising at the church and is worried that the children might get sick. If you have the time, she hopes that you'll be able to drop by the church. Karm, does the slime appear sick? Ryuma, no, she didn't mention anything of the sort. Just that grass had started to grow on it. Calm, then it might have just evolved. All right. I'll go take a look immediately after this. Ryuma, because of that it was decided that I would be going to the church on my way back home. But, first I better take a look at the slime inside the box. After confirming that there were no more messages left for me, I opened the wooden box. Inside was a stone. Ryuma, inside was a common fist-sized stone. For a moment, I was worried that we may have been tricked, but when I thought about it again, there was no way that Karm-san would just buy without checking. For the meantime, to make sure that it won't be able to escape, familiar contract, Ryuma, when I used my magic, I was able to successfully form a contract with it. It's definitely a monster. When I used monster identify on it. Stone slime, skills, harden LV2 physical attack resist LV2 digest LV3 absorb LV3 split LV3 mimic LV10 it's a slime, alright. Its skills are similar to that of the metal and iron slimes. But it has a mimic skill that they don't have. Moreover, its level is exceptionally high. The mimic skill is probably the same as the bloody slime's ability to be indistinguishable from blood unless they moved. It looks just like a stone to me, but... Wait a second. Now that I think about it, how did that guy even notice this? He must have had some crazy eagle eyes. Apparently, things didn't go well with a coworker of his and he ended up venting his frustrations by kicking a stone. When the stone fell to the ground, it suddenly moved, causing him to, of course, be shocked. Karm, what a lucky person. Ryuma, the slime's diet is definitely stone. But the real question is whether it has a preference for certain types of stones. I should pick up stones from various places and figure out what this slime can do. Boss, please excuse me. Karm, yes. Thank you very much. Ryuma, after Karm-san left the office and went back to work, I started pondering about the stone slime. Chapter 140.1 Volume 3 Chapter 140, The Promise with the Church, 1/2, Oh, so you came back from the monster affinity diagnosis today. Gain, that's right. And when I dropped by the store, it turns out someone came to sell a stone slime. Because of that I found out that the pet slime of the church has been acting weird, so when I went to take a look, I found out that it had evolved into a weed slime. It was a lucky day for me. Ryuma, both types can use the mimic skill, so they're hard to find. That's great. Gain, but wasn't that weed slime the children's pet? Didn't they cry? Gain, well, that was dealt with somehow. It's true that there were children who found it disappointing, but the weed slime didn't just grow weed on its body, it also possessed the power to grow weed on everything around it. Because of that the entire garden of the church has been overrun with weed. Moreover, when I checked it with Monster Identify, I found out that it possessed an absurdly high level of the split skill at LV8. It was obviously a slime that reproduced really quickly. So I talked to the two sisters and got them to persuade the children. Of course, I promised to take care of the slime. Ryuma, I see. Well, it's good that it didn't leave a bitter taste. Another cup then. Your cup will go empty, you know. Tekin heartily laughed as he took out another bottle of liquor and turned it over. I hurriedly received the pouring liquor with my cup to prevent it from spilling. When I drank it, the mellow fragrance of grapes filled my body. Still, I sure have gotten used to being summoned to the divine realm. Ryuma, someone calls us too every time you pray at the church. Kyufo, the number of gods you've been acquainted with has also increased. Gain, I might be acquainted with more now, but it's just Tekin and Fernobiria-sama on top of you Gain, Kyufo, and Rurusha, you know. Ryuma, you haven't even met half of the gods yet. Tekin, I have heard of Manoero-sama. Although I haven't actually met him. What kind of person is he? Ryuma, Manoero-a, that's a difficult question. Kyufo, oh, you don't have to answer if it's difficult, Kyufo. Ryuma, nah, that's not it. It's just that I haven't seen him myself in years. Kyufo, same. Tekin, haven't seen him either. Gain, You mean even though you're all gods you don't meet each other? Ryuma, it's because he likes to wander. He's definitely in the divine realm, but he's always going here and there. I wonder what he's doing now. Gain, he is also the god of fine arts, so he has various shapes and forms. There are times when he looks normal and times when he looks completely outrageous. Moreover, he gets bored easily. He's a weird god. Kyufo, now that you mention it, wasn't he going around saying, "This is natural beauty," while stark naked? Tikan, ah. He did. He did. He wasn't even wearing a loincloth. Rurusha and Kirillel got so mad at him. Kyufo, I guess there are all sorts of gods. By the way, where is Rurusha? Ryuma, I think they're at some gathering meant only for goddesses. Kyufo, apparently, it's something she picked up from Earth. Haven't a clue how it's difficult from parties, though. Tikan, I think she mentioned they weren't good at gatherings. So, she's accompanying some goddesses that looked out for her. Gain, there really are all sorts. Ah, speaking of which. Mind if I change the topic a bit? There's something I'd like to ask Gain and Kyufo. Ryuma, of course. Gain, what happened? Kyufo, I mentioned taking the monster affinity diagnosis before coming here, right? As a result, I found out that I have an affinity for monsters that tend to herd together. I got my powers and knowledge on monster taming from you guys when I was brought into this world. And I can also form a contract with an abnormally large number of slimes. Is there a reason behind why you gave me those powers? Ryuma, when I suddenly asked that, Gain and Kyufo became thoughtful. We didn't intentionally give you those powers, but we're not wholly unrelated either. Gain, at the time, you said you wanted the ability to form a contract with monsters, but you didn't specify exactly which monster. So we just left your affinity to you. Kyufo, so in other words this affinity is born from my nature. Ryuma, rather than nature I'd say it's closer to wish. Kyufo, after all, we did give you the power you longed for. Your desires probably came into play as well. As such, they might have had an effect on your powers. That's probably why your compatibility with the slimes is so good. Gain, so if I had wanted to form a contract with dragons, then my compatibility with dragons would have increased. If you wished for it from the bottom of the heart, yes. If you just wanted to try forming a contract with one, a yearning of that level won't be enough. Gain, and so, the one who chose the slimes was none other than myself. Ryuma, I feel like I'm starting to figure out how this works. Still, the powers you have been given should have been decided when you arrived at the Forest of Ghana. Your affinity for monster taming should be the same too. Even if you begin researching and showed interest later on, your affinity shouldn't change. We didn't tamper with your abilities to that extent. Gain, and even if it does change, it might simply shift from an affinity with monsters that tend to herd toward a full slime specialization. At least, in your case. It's probably because of the environment in your past life. Kyufo, what do you mean? Ryuma, Chapter 140.2 Volume 3 Chapter 140, The Promise with the Church, 2-2, it's a bit hard to say, but weren't you always alone back on Earth? Even when you were employed, although you had subordinates and co-workers, there weren't many people you were close with. Kyufo, that's true, Ryuma, although you're fine being by yourself and not being a part of a group, it's not like you're not interested in being a part of one, right? So, I think you might have been yearning for something like that unconsciously, and that had an effect on your monster affinity. Kyufo, well, that's just really sad. Ryuma, what kind of depressing reason is that? I mean, it's one thing if I were to say it myself, but having someone else tell me that straight to my face really hurts. Not to mention, it's a god saying it. The trust factor is too darn high. Ha ha ha. Well, stuff like that happens when you're alive. Go on, drink. Tikan poured more liquor to my cup and I emptied it. But because of that you can form a contract with so many types and in such huge numbers too. Isn't it fine? Kyufo, that's true. I'm not dissatisfied with the power. Ryuma, I may not be happy with the reason why, but I'm not exactly unhappy with my affinity. As the mood changed, I took the opportunity to ask about divine beasts. I heard that Reinbach-sama formed a contract with a divine beast. What is a divine beast? From what I hear, they're supposed to be beasts that have received a divine protection from the gods and has been given the duty to protect its territory. Ryuma, exactly. As expected, just by having a contracted human, Rifuru Kingdom was able to get the right information. Kyufo, are those lands important to you gods? Ryuma, they're important to us, but they're also important to the world and to its inhabitants. The territory of the divine beasts, also known as the Holy Lands, they are the pillars of this world that produces mana. Gain, that sounds interesting. Can I hear more about it? Ryuma, it's fine. After all, it's not unrelated to why you were brought here. Gain, in fact, it's something that you should be made privy to. After all, you're going to be related to the Holy Land from now on. Kyufo, related from now on. Ryuma, I suppose we should start with an explanation of what the Holy Lands are. They're not actually that amazing, though. Kyufo gathered his thoughts and began talking slowly. First, this world has something called mana. The people of this world and the monster beasts use it. Mana is exactly as you understand it, Ryuma. Kyufo, but it's being consumed faster than it is being made, so you had to supplement this world's mana with that of Earth's. And that's why I was brought to this world. Ryuma, exactly. Although it's unfortunate that the balance between demand and supply is broken, this world continues to produce mana. As for what it is that produces mana, the answer would be the natural environment. Kyufo, plants and vegetables, stones, rivers and valleys. These natural components of the environment greatly affect the production of mana. But while mana is being produced in normal forests, it is also produced in human towns. That being said, the production of mana is higher in places where nature is denser, so the amount produced in towns is insignificant. Kyufo, mana can be born anywhere within this world. The so-called Holy Lands are just places where the production rate is especially high. They're highly efficient territories. As for the conditions, they include, an undeveloped land untouched by humans, has met a certain size, abundant with nature. Something like that. Gain, but because of that humans that come from outside and monster beasts that get lost could ruin the place and cause us a lot of headaches. To prevent that, we prepared special monster beasts that we bestowed divine protection upon to protect these places. Kyufo, that makes sense. And I think I have an idea of what they meant when they said that I would be related. After all, I'm trying to go to a place abundant with nature that's hard for people to enter. The great forest of Shuris is also a holy land, huh? Ryuma, yep. The Holy Land is located at the center. It is because of the mana produced from the Holy Land that there are so many precious stones and herbs in the forest. There's no divine beast, though. Kyufo, so not all Holy Lands were provided with a divine beast, huh? Is that all right? Ryuma, it's far from humans, so it's still fine. Besides, while there are no divine beasts, we made sure to tighten the defenses. Well, at least Fernoberia did. Tekin, he's saying that full of confidence and satisfaction, but it's not like he's the one maintaining the defense. It's because the Great Shuris Forest is under Fernoberia's management. One day, he said, why don't I station a divine beast too? But then he changed his mind and said, it would be easy if I simply bestowed great power upon a monster beast and left things to it, but that's too simple, so he went and tightened the security using only a combination of normal monster beasts and some arrangements with the environment. What do you think about that? Kyufo, I know this is a big deal for me to be putting things this way, but if I were to liken the situation to a game, I would say it's akin to a self-imposed challenge. Ryuma, I know what a games is, but self-imposed challenge. Kyufo, it's when you intentionally don't use a tool that you have and limit yourself to accomplish an objective in a game. Ryuma, that's exactly it. That's exactly how he's like. Kyufo, you agree with him. Tekin, but Fernoberia isn't playing, you know. He just wanted to make more work for himself. And because he's so good at delicate stuff like that, he has the nerve to look at my holy land and call it crude. Kyufo, apparently, Kyufo had an issue with Fernoberia regarding that and he ended up complaining at me until it was time for me to go home. But I was able to find out about the ecology of the Great Forest, so I'd say the trip to the Divine Realm this time was worth a lot. Chapter 141, Strange Phenomenon, 1/2, Chapter 141, Strange Phenomenon, 1/2, Slime Observation Record. Today, 2 new slimes were added to my monster collection. I'll use this opportunity to summarize my findings. Stone Slime Skills: Harden LV2 Physical Attack, Resist LV2, Digest LV3, Absorb LV3, Split LV3, Mimic LV10. A slime that looks just like your everyday stone that could be found anywhere outside. Just as one might expect, its diet consists of stones. So far, I have seen no signs of preference for certain types of stones or minerals contained within. But when I gave it a stone, the slime did change its color to imitate it. Moreover, it was even able to replicate the texture. I tried closing my eyes and allowed the stone slime to tumble onto the ground. When I opened my eyes next, I had lost track of the stone slime. I was able to retrieve the stone slime thanks to the effects of the contract, but it is certainly difficult to find it with one's senses alone. Also, because of another experiment, I was able to find out that the stone slime likes earth attribute mana. I was also able to find out that earth magic has an effect on its body. I look forward to increasing the stone slime's numbers and finding other slimes that show a response for other stones, such as magic stones, ores, and gems. Weed slime skills: increased vitality LV5, photosynthesis LV5, digest LV1, absorb LV1, accelerate growth LV5, split LV8. Mimic LV9. This is a slime that grows weed from its body. Just like the stone slime, the weed it grows is your everyday weed that can be found anywhere. When this slime is hidden among bushes, it is very hard to find. Its diet consists of weed. I tried feeding it my stock of medicinal and poisonous herbs, but it showed no interest. However, it did eat the Katsubirakusa that I picked up during the training session. It's possible that it's a kind of weed, but it's also possible that this guy just also happens to like grains. I haven't come to a conclusion on that just yet. First, I'd like to increase its numbers, so I have another specimen to compare it with. Fortunately, the weed and fertilizers that it feeds on are easily acquired. And for free too. The weed slime reproduces quickly. I'm sure we'll have a whole family of weed in no time. Also, maybe it's because it's related to plants, but it likes earth, wood, and water attribute mana. Also, I tried giving it the fertilizer that the scavenger slime makes and it was happy to receive that too. The fluff slime was also happy with the fertilizers, so maybe all plant-type slimes like them. More observation and experimentation is necessary. I can't really get started on either unless I increase their numbers first. Oh, right. Speaking of increasing numbers, Ryuma, bloody slime currently under observation. But it's no longer poisoned, so that's one source of relief. So far, I've confirmed the presence of antibodies toward bush snake poison within the blood slimes. But they have always possessed the poison resist and disease resist skills. As such, I expect that the bloody slime should also possess antibodies toward other poisons and diseases. I would like to confirm the existence of those. To that end, I need to increase their numbers, but for that, I will be needing a considerable amount of feed. Presently, most of the feed are procured from Zeke's store. But he is already generously giving me all the blood his store has. Asking for any more is simply impossible. As such, I need to find another source. One candidate I thought of is the Sionji Company. They offer butchering services as well. But if I were to rely on them, I will have to entrust a bloody slime to someone in the branch store at Renov and have the bloody slime increase its numbers there. If I were to think of someplace nearer that blood could be sourced from, the Adventurers Guild appears to be a prospective candidate, given that they are supposed to have a place allocated for gutting monsters. I heard about that during the training a few days ago. Apparently, anyone could use it as long as they paid the fee. I have never used it before, however, so I don't know how they deal with the garbage from gutting the monsters. Still, I might be able to get blood from there. And even if I can't get blood, I might able to acquire thrown bones and meat parts to feed to the slimes. There's no harm in asking. So, yes. Let's try asking them. Something like this, I guess. Ryuma, after thinking all of that to myself, I wrapped up my notes and put them away. I've already eaten supper. Is there anything else I'm supposed to be doing today? Come to think of it, what happened to my mushrooms? Ryuma, yesterday, some thin stuff grew out of them. I should go take a look before I sleep. Having decided that, I went to the tunnels where I left the mushroom bed. Why is it so noisy? Ryuma, the moment I opened the door I installed yesterday, a sound reached my ears. Something small seemed to be clawing from the other side of the door. Did some small rats get inside? Search. Ryuma, just to be safe, I casted search. I got a response. There's something on the other side of the door. There seems to be more than 10 or 20 of them too. Moreover, These aren't small rats. They're something smaller. I immediately called out my sticky slimes and had them prepare sticky traps. Chapter 141.2, Strange Phenomenon, 2 halves, Chapter 141, Strange Phenomenon, 2 halves, I'm ready. Ryuma, I checked the viscosity of my traps. I checked the brightness of my light magic. I double-checked that the door behind me was closed. And then as I kept my guard up just in case something were to come, I opened the door. When I did that, the mushrooms were running. 2 legs had grown out from the hard tip of the mushrooms. Are these mushroom-type monster beasts? When I opened the door, the mushrooms ran away from me and crashed into the walls, causing them to tumble to the ground. Are these running mash? Ryuma, I don't know much about them as monsters, but I do know them as medicinal ingredients. Running mash, as the name implies, running mash are running mushrooms. They are mushrooms that have monsterified due to the influence of mana and are an extremely rare magic potion ingredient. They can strengthen one's body and reform one's constitution. But what's really good about them is that they can increase the efficacy of a completed medicine. But if the original mushroom contains poison and some other medicinal effect, those effects will also be strengthened, so caution is necessary when handling them. Not only are these mushrooms rarer than regular mushrooms, they also have legs with which to run with, so they're really hard to get. These mushrooms are usually found in wetlands and are especially abundant when there's a rain forecast. But these mushrooms aren't just rare. People also say that when these mushrooms are found, the place where they were found will have more mushrooms the next year. They are also said to bring good fortune and wealth. But even though these mushrooms are supposedly so rare, right now, there are about 70 to 80 of them running in front of me. Maybe these mushrooms are different. Monster Identify, Ryuma, Running Mash Skills, Generate Spore LV6 Scatter Spore LV4 High Speed Movement LV6 It looks like I was right. They really are running mash. And from looking at the skills, I think I know why they say that there will be more mushrooms the following year in the place these mushrooms are found. Well, I guess it's safe to say that these guys aren't here naturally, Ryuma. I mean, obviously these guys came from the mushroom bed I was cultivating. A closer look at the running mash show that other than the sharp-looking nails and protruded feet, all the other parts are exactly the same as the mushrooms I was cultivating. I was planning to cultivate just normal mushrooms, but, Ryuma, running mash are the monsterified mushrooms. Monsterification is a phenomenon that occurs due to mana. As such, the reason this happened has something to do with mana, but just where could they have possibly absorbed the mana from? I used water magic when I watered the mushrooms, but is that enough to cause monsterification? Running mash are really rare, so I don't think they can monsterify with just a little mana. Oh, I know. Maybe it's because of the scavenger slime's fertilizer. After all, there's a possibility that the body of the slime itself is mana. So if there's mana imbued in the fertilizer of the scavenger slimes, then. But either way, I can't grow these mushrooms normally anymore. It's not exactly a loss, but it's still a pity, Ryuma. For the meantime, let's catch them and deal with them. I'll think about the rest after that. These mushrooms are medicinal ingredients, so maybe the medicine slimes can eat them. I have to make some medicine anyway, so maybe I should try making some with them. While I wondered what to do after catching the mushrooms, I chased them into my traps like a sheepdog. 1 hour later. I messed up. But maybe this is good in its own way. The medicine slime tumbling about on the floor of the medicine slime is sending me a lot of happy thoughts through the contract after gorging itself on the running mash. It sure ate a lot. Ryuma, I was the one who gave it a running mash, but I was only planning on giving it one. Unfortunately, when I went to make a new mushroom bed, I left the basket full of running mash. The medicine slime then used its tentacles to eat the running mash one after another. By the time I noticed it, it had already eaten 10 running mash. I only gave it one at first because I wanted to see first how it would react. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have been harmed by eating them. Still. Monster Identify. Ryuma, Medicine Slime Skills, Produce Medicine LV5 Poison Resist LV3 Disease Resist LV5 Physical Attack Resist LV1 Jump LV3 Digest LV3 Absorb LV3 Split LV3 Spear Mastery LV1. You can really see the effects of the mushrooms. The Produce Medicine skill has risen by 2 levels. Moreover, when I took a look at the types of medicine it could produce. Nutrient Solution Tonic Solution Medicine Tonic. These 3 types have been added to the list. Liquid that could be made into a nutrient solution or tonic. Ryuma, it would appear that due to the effects of the running mash, the medicine slime has become able to produce a liquid with similar effects. These look difficult to use. Especially the third one. Medicine tonic, a liquid that reacts with the mana inside a medicine to strengthen the efficacy of the medicine. Sometimes a medicine that's too effective can be poison, so I have to be careful when using it. I don't know how much it can increase the effect of a medicine. There are existing recipes that use the running mash with the proper dose listed, but there's no such thing for the medicine slime's medicine tonic. Moreover, it remains to be seen if this medicine tonic works exactly the same as the running mash ingredient. I'll need to run some experiments first, or there's no way to be sure. Either way, this doesn't look like something I can use right away. I'll add these new findings to my notes too, so I can go back to them later. The next day. A child like you is really, Griziera. I used the medicine I produced as a pretext to meet the guild master of the merchant guild. When she found out what I really came for, she looked like she'd had enough. Seriously, it's just one thing after another with you. You really know how to keep people's interest piqued, don't you? I could still understand it if you brought 4 or 5, but I can't believe you actually brought 30 running mash with you all at the same time. Griziera, actually, these are just the leftovers, the medicine slime. Sorry to always cause you trouble. Ryuma, you wanted to try cultivating your own mushrooms to eat, but when you went and put your ideas to practice, you ended up turning all of your mushrooms into running mash, so now you're here because you want to know how to cultivate normal mushrooms. Griziera, that's right. I was thinking they would turn out normal if I just used fertilizer without mana. So, I was wondering if you could tell me about fertilizer without mana. Ryuma, even if you tell me that. I've never dealt with fertilizer for mushrooms. In the first place, cultivating mushrooms is just way too luxurious. Can't you just eat your running mash? I mean, from the looks of things it seems they've already returned to being edible mushrooms. And running mash are supposedly delicious anyway. Griziera, really? I only knew about their medicinal effects. I've never tried them myself, though. I couldn't possibly do something so prodigal. Griziera, that's true. Ryuma, after all, there are a lot of medicine that uses running mash as its ingredient. Some of those are even used to treat diseases said to be incurable. As such, a single running mash goes for about 100,000 suits. If you choose the place and the season, the price can even go up. If I sold all these, I could make a fortune. But what's important to me is the taste, huh? But since it tastes better than normal mushroom, maybe this will do just fine. But then again, if some weird stuff happens because of the medicinal effect, that would be really troubling. Then I'll help you search for some normal fertilizer used by farmers. I don't know if it'll work with mushrooms, but you can figure that out on your own. In exchange, give me 1 running mash and concoct a medicine for me. Consider the labor and payment free with that. Griziera, thank you very much. Ryuma, don't mention it. After all, you're helping me make a profit with your medicine too. Griziera, we talked idly while her people were preparing the ingredients. During our idle conversation, she said something that concerned me. Bandits. Around these parts. Ryuma, we've been getting reports of suspicious people moving here. But there's only about 4 or 5 of them. There was a bandit group that was destroyed at Gonego, so maybe they're the surviving members. I don't know if they're planning to work here, but you should be careful if you decide to go out of town. After all, they might think you're easy prey. Of course, reality might beg to differ. Griziera, thank you for the information. Ryuma, let's go and see if there's a job posted on the Adventurers Guild after this. Chapter 142.1 Chapter 142.1 Search Job, 1/2, Ryuma-kun. Malin, when I dropped by the guild, the receptionist suddenly called me. Good timing. Malin, good day, Malin-san. Did something happen? Ryuma, we got word from the guild branch in a town near Ratoin Lake. It's related to the mud salamander. Malin, mud salamander. That's one of the monster beasts I want to fight. Every year before going into hibernation, the mud salamanders of Ratoin Lake would appear to eat their fill. This causes all sorts of problems for those related to the fishing industry of the lake. In some cases, such as in smaller fishing villages, it can be a problem concerning life and death. Malin, Ratoin Lake. That should be the place where those people that gave me the bloody slime came from. Is the village called Shikumu also affected? Ryuma, the mud salamanders will appear all over the Ratoin Lake, so Shikumu probably won't be exempted. Anyway, there's a lot of places that have to be protected, so they need people to deal with the mud salamanders. As such, they're currently hiring adventurers that will aid them in defending the villages and subjugating the mud salamanders. They also want adventurers to help out a little after subjugating the mud salamanders. So, interested? Malin, I definitely want to go. But when does this job start? The mud salamanders seem to hit the hardest 2 months later, so you can go then. Are you busy? Malin, 2 months later is fine. I'm busy next month, but I should be free in the next. I'll go. Ryuma, that's good to hear. Alright, what work will you be doing today? Malin, right. I heard from the guild master of the merchant guild. Apparently, there's a possibility that a group of remnant bandits might be migrating to Jimuru. Do you have information or jobs pertaining to bandits? Ryuma, I see, so you've already received permission. Please wait for a moment. Malin, she took out a bundle of parchment from under the counter. We have 2 pieces of information regarding recent bandit movements. One is about the bandit remnants that you heard about. The other is a group of bandit that might have a connection with that. But these bandits have already been dealt with near the town of Gonego, so there's no job pertaining to them anymore. As for the suspicious people, we don't know for sure just yet if they're really bandits since we don't know exactly where they are. Malin, so they're just being cautious. In that case, maybe I'll just go and make medicine again today. Paina, Just when I was wondering who it was, it turns out to be the capable newcomer, Paina-san. As timid as ever, this one. Sorry, Ryuma-kun. Please wait for a moment. Malin, I'm so sorry. Even though you're in the middle of talking. Malin, it's fine. Go ahead. Ryuma, even Ryuma-kun is okay with it, so say it already. What's the matter? Malin, there's a client who wants a job posted and, Malin, as the 2 guild employees quietened their voices, I averted my eyes from them and looked around at the rather empty guild. Is everyone on break? Apparently, at this time of the day, most adventurers are either absent-mindedly looking at the bulletin board or talking idly with a nearby adventurer. A man with a bearded face was walking from the end of the counter. From his height, he must be a dwarf. Sorry, boy. But can you move for a sec? Ojuchin. Male dwarf, the man went to the counter where I was and called out to Paina-san, who was inside. Yes. Ah. You can't. I'll deal with it properly, so please go back and wait. Paina, sorry. But it will be faster if I just talk to her directly. I need Pedro found as soon as possible. Male dwarf, huh? Looks like someone is missing. As the man suddenly bowed his head, Malin stepped forward with a complicated expression on her face. Gutsama, yes. I'm sorry, but the money you gave is not enough, Malin, I know I'm being unreasonable. But that's all the money I have at hand right now. Still, if Pedro can be found, he should have cargo with him. If I sold those, I can pay more. But even without those, as long as I'm given time, I can prepare more money. The problem is time. Guts, the situation is looking like it's at a deadlock. Even the few eyes inside the guild have started to gather. It's not that far. Isn't there any adventurer willing to look? Guts. Paina-san. Ryuma. Yes, what is it? Paina, can you tell me about the job he's talking about? Ryuma, I started to get curious myself, so I called out to Paina-san, who was being ignored like me. When I did, she became thoughtful, then looked at me and the 2 people talking. We haven't decided to accept his request just yet, so talking about a person's circumstances is a bit. But if it's you, you might be a good fit for the job. Actually, Paina, I felt sorry for causing her trouble. Anyway, since she wasn't willing to talk, all I could do was to prick up my ears and listen. I'm sorry, but can we start over from the beginning? Malin, sure. I'm Guts. I run a small smithy at the Western District. Just a few days ago, I sent a weapon I made to Carabin, but this morning, a letter came from the customer that he hasn't received anything. I want to look for the guy called Pedro who was supposed to deliver my weapon. Guts, exactly how long is a few days ago? Malin, 3 days ago. If things went as scheduled, he should have already arrived at Carabin and be on his way back already. Guts, but you said the goods haven't been delivered. Malin, right. The customer contacted me in a hurry. That's how I know. Guts, Malin-san continued to ask him questions. What are the odds that the delivery has merely been delayed? Malin, I've asked him to do the same job many times already. He knows the way well. And the weather hasn't been bad lately. Unless something really unexpected happens, there's no reason for him to be delayed. Guts, that's true, Malin. I wonder if he has an idea of what's causing the delay. As soon as I thought that. Take Bayashi-san, please come here. Paina-san seems to have made up her mind. Chapter 142.2 Chapter 142.2, Search Job, 2 halves. Paina spread a map on a counter some distance away from the two. She slid her slender fingers on it. Please take a look. This here is Jimuru. And over here is Carabin. The path the missing person is using is over here. Paina, it's the same road we used during the training. Ryuma, it's near. The difference is that in this route, one has to take a left turn at the foot of the mountain. Paina, if it's like this, then even I know the way. It's a route that exits from the southern gate and uses the mountain road. The route we used went around the mountain from a position a little lower than the mountain, but this route crosses the peak. This route is right in between 2 towns. There is an in-town here. They built the roads wide to make it easy for people and carriages to pass through. Whether it's on foot or on carriage, the roads here are easy to use. Because of that, there are a lot of people that use the roads. Monsters don't frequent it too, so it can be considered safe. That's why the odds of something bad occurring are really low. Paina, but it's not completely zero, right? Ryuma, that's true. But just as I've mentioned earlier, it's not an uncommon road. If anything happens, a passerby is sure to see it. And in the case of an accident or a monster attack, a broken carriage should at least be left behind. Paina, I see. Ryuma, but the person in question is missing. And the last time he was seen was 3 days ago. When it comes to jobs like this, responding quickly is really important. So, what's wrong with the job? Ryuma, Jobs related to looking for missing people cost a lot of money. No one knows how long it will take before the person is found, and in the first place, there isn't even any guarantee that the person will be found. Because of that, in order to make it easier to find the person, a lot of people need to be mobilized. Paina, but that comes with a price. Ryuma, yes. Especially since this is a mountain. In order for a search to be done, at least 20 people will be needed. If possible, even twice that number would be preferred. The people also need to be paid daily as long as the search is ongoing. As such, this type of job is very expensive to the clients. Paina, back in my previous world, it costs about 1 million yen a day to dispatch a search and rescue team to save people in case of a mountain climbing incident. It's so expensive that mountain insurance is a thing. I guess it only makes sense that it would be just as expensive over here. If the needed personnel were to be supplied at the cited amount, it would cost 97 suits a day regardless of results. Moreover, there's also a contingency of 3,000 suits to be paid out in case the driver or carriage is found, or if the cargo is successfully secured in good condition. And then there's a 2-day limit. There's a chance that things can get really dangerous when searching the mountains if the weather suddenly changes, so considering the workload, the pay isn't actually very good for adventurers. One of the jobs of the guild employees is to protect the profit of the adventurers, so unless the client is able to pay a good enough amount, we can't accept their request. I really want to help that customer, though. Paina, the difficulties of being hired. He doesn't have any money at hand right now, but given time he can prepare the money. Ryuma, if the client wants to pay later, then they need to provide some kind of collateral or undergo a review. Paina, payments sure are complicated even in this world. Paina-san. I don't know about others, but I don't mind taking that job on. Ryuma, fortunately, I've already completed most of my errands yesterday, so there's no need to rush the rest. Besides, it's not that far. I can reach it easily with dimension magic. I also have my Rimmel birds so I can search from the sky too. If something really did happen, then completing the job as quickly as possible is best. I'm also concerned for personal reasons. I'll go talk to Senpai one more time. Senpai. Paina. As she said that, she went to Malin-san and came back in less than a minute. She brought with her the male dwarf and Malin-san. Boy. Are you really willing to look for Pedro? Guts, I am Ryoma Takebayashi. I may be young, but I'm still a D-rank adventurer. I should be of some help. If you give me the job, I'll do my best to complete it. I can't promise results, though. Ryoma, I know. As long as you're willing to search, I'm plenty grateful. Guts, Ryoma-kun, Malin-san called me. When I approached her, she whispered to my ears. I just want to let you know. It's not a good thing to say, but these sort of jobs usually aren't rewarded even if you work at it. There are people who regret it later. Besides, it hasn't been proven just yet that something has happened. Malin, yeah, those things happen, I'm sure, but still. Thank you for worrying about me. But it's all right. And if it turns out to be nothing in the end, then we can just think back to it and laugh. Ryoma, I understand. We'll accept the request to hire a person to look for the traces of a missing person. You'll have to go to Carabin through the in-town and investigate if there is anyone that fits the bill of the missing person. You'll basically be searching along the road and act accordingly if you find anything. Malin, thank you very much. Ryoma, since I'm the only one being hired, I can do whatever I want when I get to the site. Make sure to prepare properly and don't push yourself, alright? Now take out your guild card. Malin, as she said that, she started processing the documents. While she was dealing with the papers, the man called Guts talked to me about the appearance of the missing person. It's done. Please sign here to confirm the contents and conditions of the job. Malin, it's all correct. I'll leave it to you. Guts, I understand. I'll do my best. Ryoma, and so, I took on the job to look for a missing person. 2 hours later. After getting back my card and leaving the guild, I went to the store once, did some preparations, and then left town. I was able to quickly cross the distance thanks to my dimension magic, so it was still early when I got to the boundary between the mountain road and the plains. From here on, the road will be flanked by trees and bushes. The road is wide enough to fit 3 carriages. It's big, all right. The condition of the road is good too. Ryoma, in any case, let's take a walk and search. Dimension home. Ryoma, I ordered the Rimmel birds to come out. The road was brightly lit by the sun, but there were also places that were hard to see because of the trees and the bushes. I'm grateful that I have the Rimmel birds to search from above. I want you guys to fly above my head while lining yourselves up like the number 8. If you spot anything in the forest, be sure to cry out. Ryoma, Kururu. Rimmel birds, the 6 Rimmel birds spread their blue wings and flew into the sky. They dazzled even more beautifully than usual as the light of the sun fell upon them. If not for the situation at hand, I would love to just enjoy this sight. Ryoma, beautiful sceneries like this sure love to appear when I can't enjoy them. Chapter 143.1 Volume 3 Chapter 143, In Town, 1/2, a carriage caught in an accident. Can't say I've seen any. You. Man, I haven't seen anything either. Woman, figures. Sorry to take up your time. Ryoma, right. Why not ride with us? It's not long until the town and it's almost dark. Woman, thank you very much. But I want to keep searching as I make my way to town. Thank you for your cooperation. Ryoma, I see. Good luck on your job then. Woman, be careful on the road. Men, you too. Ryoma, I watched as the old couple's carriage drove away. Phew. Ryoma, I've already made my way through most of the road from Jimuru to the in-town. The Rimmel birds are doing their best. Too, but there's a lot of things blocking their line of sight, so we still haven't found any clues. This mountain is about 1,000 meters above ground level. So, there's no need to worry for altitude sickness. It's an easy road to cross. But if you veer off the path, you'll immediately find yourself covered in the shadows of the countless trees, leaves, and branches. But there's a convenient road here, so people probably rarely venture into the forest, if ever. Did I overlook something? Or maybe it's still up ahead. Maybe he left the highway. If so, then he would have gone either left or right, but which one? If only I had a clue of some sort, Ryoma, if I could just narrow down the scope of search a little, I could mobilize all of my slimes. Mobility might become a problem, but with over 6,000 slimes, it should be possible to cover every nook and cranny. That is the power provided not by human wave tactics but by slime wave tactics. In any case, I need a clue. I never stopped walking around the highway as I became thoughtful, making sure to keep an eye out for the areas between the trees that have become even harder to see. Eventually, I arrived at the inn town. There was a simple wall made out of wood around the town. They probably made these by harvesting the nearby woods and driving them into the ground. Hey, are you a traveler? Suspicious. What are you doing at a time like this? Guard, is he suspecting me? Right before I reached the entrance of the town, the man watching the gate called out to me with a grim expression. I'm an adventurer from Jimuru. I received a job to search for a missing person. Here's my guild card and the job request. Please examine it. Paina, right. There's no doubt about it. Guard, I slowly approached the guard and presented my proof of identity and papers. When I did, the man's expression loosened. Sorry for being so suspicious. You may pass. Guard, thank you. By the way, have there been reports of missing people appearing here lately? Or have you gotten word of any sightings of a broken carriage? Ryoma, haven't heard anything in particular. In fact, I'm honestly a bit doubtful of that job you took. Guard, I see, Ryoma, are you planning on spending the night at the town inn? Guard, that's the plan. Ryoma, I still have energy to spare and I specialize in moving in the night, but searching is more difficult in the night than in the day. If I work in the night, my efficiency will plummet. Besides, the terrain changes with the area. I can search the forest of Ghana the whole day without problem, but I'm not used to this mountain. The Rimmel birds are with me, so I don't think we'll have a case of the rescuer needing rescue, but given the risk, it's not a very good idea to search during the night without any clues. So I'm thinking of looking for clues in town tonight instead. A good decision, if I say so myself. Although there are good roads here, if you veer off the path, the slope can get pretty steep. Guard, I see. Any recommendations where I could stay for a good night? Ryoma, walk straight through the main street and you'll find a sign board that reads, Terrace Restaurant. The inn facing that restaurant has a reputation for offering clean rooms at a decent price. Guard, thank you very much. Ryoma, I sent the Rimmel birds back to the Dimension home and immediately headed for the inn I was recommended. I guess it should have been obvious, but this inn town is smaller than Jimuru. Still, because of the lighting from the wooden inns and restaurants along the main street, it's actually quite lively. Oh, this must the place. That was pretty close. Good evening. The person keeping watch recommended this place. Do you have any rooms free? Ryoma, we do. 50 suits if you'll only be spending the night. If you want some food to go with it, 70 suits. Receptionist, I'll take the option with food please. Ryoma, happy to have your business. Receptionist, after paying up, he gave me a wooden tag he took out of her pocket. Give this to the restaurant facing our inn when it's time to eat. Receptionist, so, a meal ticket, huh? I can eat if I hand this over. Ryoma, the menu is bread and soup. Salad is also recommended. Any dish other than those and you'll have to pay a different fee. Receptionist, after the receptionist gave me a brief explanation, I went to my room. Chapter 143.2 Volume 3 Chapter 143, In Town, 2 halves. When I got to my room, it was indeed clean. It seemed they properly cleaned the rooms here. Not a speck of dirt could be seen in the room. But the room was small, and just the bed and a small table alone took over 70% of the room. The room also didn't have the slightest bit of decoration. Well, it is an inn town. I guess this is about what you'd expect for inns aimed at the general populace. If people are just traveling for work, then there probably aren't many customers that stay here for 2 or more nights in a row. It somehow feels like a capsule hotel, but with how tight everything is, I actually don't hate it. There's nothing to see here in particular, so let's go get some grub. Welcome. Are you alone? Girl, good evening. I'm staying at the inn on the other side. Here's my food slip. Ryuma, gotcha. I'll lead you to a suitable seat then. Girl, when I went to the terrace restaurant, a cheerful girl led me to my seat. The place was packed and the voices of people laughing as they ate and drank liquor could be heard. The restaurant was big, being a 2-story building, but the whole place was brimming with the warmth of people. It resembles the beer garden Serge-san brought me to before, but it's a little cozier. Although there are people making merry, it feels more like families getting together. Sorry to keep you waiting, girl, the food comes out quickly too. This place seems to be well liked even by individuals. Let's dig in then. Itadakamasu. Ryuma, I took a mouthful of the thick soup that resembled a stew. The first thing I felt was warmth. It traveled from the top of my tongue to my throat, and all the way through the esophagus until my stomach, warming my body from its very core. My body might have been a lot colder than I'd thought. There was a natural sweetness that oozed out from the well-cooked vegetables and aroma from the herbs that erased the stench of the cut meat and gave a wild umami to the meat. Delicious. Ryuma, just one word leaked out of my mouth. The bread was black and hard, but after dipping it into the soup, it softened and became edible. The fragrance of the wheat permeated the taste of the soup when I dipped it too. Also, with the bread around, that's one more dish to fill my stomach on top of the soup. The salad consisted of boiled leaf vegetables and red beans with dressing on top. There was a sweetness to the beans that complemented the moderate sourness from the lemon. I quietly ate by myself, and eventually, my plate was completely empty. That was delicious, Ryuma. With both my mind and my body warmed up, I think I can work hard again. Now then. Excuse me. Ryuma, yes. Oh, done already. Girl, yes. It was very delicious. Ryuma, as she cleaned up the plates, I went ahead and asked her. I'm looking for a person called Pedro-san. Would you happen to know a person by that name? Ryuma, what kind of person is he? Girl, according to the client, he's supposed to be about 170 centimeters tall and a bare man with brown hair for both his hair and his beard. His most defining trait is his green nose. When I told her that, that man. Girl, you know him. Ryuma, just by face. Girl, do you remember when he last came here? Girl, I know he came here several times, but, girl, the girl became thoughtful. I quietly waited for her to finish thinking. Girl, did you remember? Ryuma, no, sorry. I can't remember. Girl, I see, Ryuma, but he had people he often ate with. Those people might know. Girl, can you tell me where those people are staying? Ryuma, sure, no problem. They're situated here in this town, so I think you can meet them. They're all the way on the other side of the road here. Girl, looks like my information gathering is off to a good start. Over here, huh? Ryuma, I followed the information I got from the terrace restaurant and looked for the people that often ate with Pedro-san. When I did, I found myself in a street with more room for the carriages than the pedestrians. There were relatively large buildings lined up along the surroundings and there were people who looked like guards unloading cargo. Looks like this is a warehouse district of some sort. Maybe it was Pedro-san's friend who was recommended. Courier mountain dog. Over there. Ryuma, in one block of the warehouse district was a large dog with sharp eyes. Or maybe it's a wolf. Whatever it was, there was a signboard with a picture of it sitting down. Excuse me. Ryuma, What is it, boy? Guard 1, you need something sent at a time like this. Guard 2, after I introduced myself to the two people watching the gate, I asked them about my business. You're looking for someone, huh? Asimo is definitely one of our employees, but, Guard 1, he's not here right now. He should be drinking at a bar somewhere. Guard 2, would you happen to know which bar he's at? Ryuma, who knows? Wait a sec. Hey, wasn't someone supposed to take him out to drink today? Guard 1, yeah, I remember he said something at the bulletin board. Right, wait a sec, kid. I'll go check. Guard 2, thank you very much. Ryuma, one of the men went inside. Still, it sure is rare for a person to go missing around here. Guard 1, is it really that strange? Ryuma, at most you only really get light accidents like some carriages bumping into each other. We carry a lot of food supplies between Jimuru and Karabin, so we have a lot of carriages and couriers. If anything happens, we'll quickly get word of it. Are you sure that guy called Pedro didn't use a different road? Guard 1, it's possible. But from the information I have right now, all I know is that he normally uses the road here. I don't have any other clues to follow right now. You sure have your work cut out for you, boy. Well, do your best. Guard 1, hey, I figured it out. Guard 2, after getting information and being encouraged by the 2 guards watching the gate, I left the warehouse district. Chapter 144.1 Volume 3 Chapter 144, A Bar That Does Not Match, 1-2, this must be the place. Ryuma, the bar I was pointed to was located at the end of a narrow alley from the main street. There were a lot of spectacular shops in front of the street, but this bar was plain all the way through. It's an old building, so it looks really desolate, but from all the laughter that could be heard coming from inside, business seems to be going just fine. There were swing doors for the entrance that reminded me of those from Western films. I didn't have to push them to get in. I just went past them. It might be because this is a child's body, but it could also be that these swing doors are placed just a little too high. What an odd height. The store extended deeper than one might think at first glance. It was surprisingly big. Although I found the seats a bit too close to each other, there were over 30 of them. Ah. Why is hiccup? A kid in a place like this. Drunk 1, maybe he's here to pick someone up. Drunk 2, hey. Someone's wife is in a bad mood. Drunk 3, I came here without worrying about it, but I guess coming to a bar with a body like this really does make me stand out. When the drunk men saw me, they started talking with poor articulation. Various gazes fell on me impolitely. Some were suspicious, others were amused, and then there were those that were mischievous. The place stank of liquor and tobacco. I better finish this quickly and go back. Or at least that's what I was thinking, but with all these people, I have no idea which guy I'm looking for. Considering the location of the store and the atmosphere about it, this seems to be a place where only locals and regulars gather, so maybe someone from the store knows who I'm looking for. Our bar doesn't serve liquor to children. Bartender, I walked to the counter. The only person tending the bar had "Get Lost" written all over his face. Although I didn't come here to drink, I wouldn't exactly mind drinking. I decided to show him my status board a little. So, you have the divine protection of the god of wine, eh? Bartender, I'm looking for someone. Is there a person named Ashimo here? Ryuma, the man pointed with his chin toward a corner of the store. Thank you very much. Ryuma, I left a medium copper coin at the counter and went to the table he pointed me to. There, 8 men were seated around 2 tables for 4 that were lined up right next to each other. These guys are probably all couriers. Their group is a mishmash of various races and age groups, but they all have one thing in common: they all have big muscles. Sorry to intrude, but I heard there's a person called Ashimo-san here. Ryuma, what? You have business with me? Ashimo, when I spoke up, the person seated closest to me turned around. A human in his later 20s. He's drank quite a bit, but he seems to be in a good mood. This is a good opportunity. I introduced myself and explained the situation. You want to ask about Pedro? Ashimo, yes. Can you tell me when you last met him? Ryuma, sure. But you know. Isn't there something you gotta do first when asking something? Ashimo, his gaze dazzled as liquor was poured into an empty mug. Will ale be fine? Ryuma, oh, thanks. Ashimo, good for nothing bum. Ow, Ashimo, the man sitting beside him hit him, causing the happy tone in his voice to change into that of pain. That hurts, Chief. Ashimo, don't try to swindle money out of a kid like this. You've drank too much. Sheesh. Chief, sorry about that. I last saw Pedro 2 days ago. Ashimo, in this town? Ryuma, yeah. I saw him the morning 2 days ago. We happened to bump into each other when I went out to eat breakfast. We talked, so there's no doubt it's him. Ashimo, do you know where he went after that? Ryuma, he was in the store first and was also the first to leave. I don't know where he went afterwards. But he did say he was headed to Karabin as usual. Ashimo, so he did use this path. Do you have any idea why he might have been unable to reach Karabin today? Ryuma, none, unfortunately. Ashimo, another person spoke. This one was a much older man, who was probably past 50. I know Pedro too, and he's used this path ever since he was a wee lad. I'm from his dad's generation, so it's a given that I know. He knows how to handle a horse and knows what areas are dangerous. Besides, Ashimo. You saw him in the morning, didn't you? Old man, yeah. We met early morning. The sun was up already, though. Ashimo, so he couldn't have found himself in an accident because it was dark. Do we have anyone who came back from Karabin today? Old man, I came back today. Eyewitness 1, did you see anyone stuck? Old man, I saw a lot of people taking a break. But I didn't see Pedro among those. He knows me too, so he should be able to recognize me if he saw me. Eyewitness 1, I passed by too, but I didn't see him either. Eyewitness 2, there were eyewitnesses in town, but none of them saw him. The odds that something might have happened just increased. Maybe something happened and he went back to Jimuru. Old man, the client says he visited his house, but he wasn't there either. Ryuma, so he couldn't have come back to town then. Old man, maybe he stayed at an inn. Ashimo, are you seriously saying that? What's the point of doing that? That's a waste of money. Old man, it's no good. I drank too much and my brain just isn't working. Ashimo, hey, Ashimo. Are you sure there wasn't anything else? I mean, there's no way you guys really just ate together, right? Old man, Chapter 144.2 Volume 3 Chapter 144, a bar that does not match, 2 to 2, yeah, but he was just going on and on about his love affairs. Says he wants to propose to the girl he's going out with and is planning to do it when he get back. Like hell, I could seriously listen to him when he's talking about stuff like that. But he did say he needed to save money in order to buy the ring and the clothes and stuff. Ashimo, could it be? Did he get himself involved in some suspicious job and ended up being dealt with afterwards? Eyewitness 1, you're thinking too much. At most, I'm sure he got into an accident because he loaded too much cargo. Old man, they're all just voicing their suspicions, but I think the mountain pass to Karabin is suspicious. The people that went to Karabin today say that they didn't see anything, so I'll probably have to search away from the main path. I could search the forest too. Grumbling about this and that. It's noisy, darn it. Ryuma, suddenly, it became noisy behind me. When I turned around, all the people that had suddenly lowered their voices were looking at a beat Redman seated by the counter. I'm talking about you. Yeah, you little twerp. Drunk, the man's seat tumbled to the ground, and he violently waded through the sea of seats and customers toward me. Since when did this place turn into a playground for children? Drunk, I'm sorry, I'm just looking for a missing person. Ryuma, well, he's not here. Drunk, well, that's true. Scampering about here and there, it's annoying. If you don't want something bad to happen, you better get out this instant. Drunk, I'll leave as soon I'm done with my business. Ryuma, I bowed a little, but that probably wasn't the answer he was looking for. He clicked his tongue and sent his fist flying at me. This may be a different world, but it's a given that drunks can't be reasoned with. Wait. Other customer 1, that's going too far. Other customer 2, the people around started panicking at the men, quick to resort to violence, but they were too late to stop him. But the fist the men had sent flying was stopped from the front by me with one hand. Drunk, he probably didn't expect to have his fist stopped, as he cried out in disarray. When he saw his fist being tightly held by me, he tried to get it free in surprise. But if I let his hand go, he'll probably try to hit me again. I know I'm not supposed to be here. I acknowledge that much. That's why I bowed my head to him and said I will leave as soon as I'm done. But I don't want to get hit. Nua. Funu. Drunk, I planted myself firmly on the ground and resisted as the man tried everything he could to get his hands free. There's a pillar nearby I can rely on for my legs, and I won't lose as long as he's pulling his hand horizontally. It might be a different story if he pulled his hand up or down, though. He's starting to get worked up. At times like these in my past life. The first thing to mind is poise. Second, tolerance. 3 and 4 can be left out. But 5th is patience. Not resisting when punched will lead to the least troublesome outcome later. But there's no need for that in this world. Life is so convenient here. Still, it's not like I know how to deal with the situation other than not resisting. So, now what? The people about to help me a while ago already went back to their seats after realizing that I didn't need help. And now, they're watching us like we're some kind of show. This person doesn't look like he's planning to give up. And you What's wrong with this kid? Let go. Or I'll kill you. Drunk, Ryuma, speaking of killing. That reminds me of that match the other day. I wonder if I can use that. Onizen, aren't you a bit too drunk? Ryuma. As I caused the man's body to shake, I started to feel the power quickly leaving the man's fist. Let's calm down first, all right? Ryuma, I let go of his hand and showed him that I meant no harm. Eek, eekkkkkk. Wait. Ryuma, well, at least that was the plan. Ow. Other customer 3, hey, watch it. Other customer 4, that was full of liquor. Other customer 5, the man ran off. He didn't care about the seats or the other customers, he just ran for the entrance as fast as he could. Did I overdo it? Ryuma, I got told I was scary in the match a few days ago. I thought if I could make him feel like the others did on that day, he might leave me alone, but... The other male customers behind are all looking away from me. They're either looking at the wrong direction or acting like they're sleeping after having drank too much. Either way, they're clearly trying to avoid my gaze. I guess I overdid it. Wait a moment. That guy didn't pay his bill, did he? Ryuma, I was conspicuous from the start, but now I stand out even more. For the meantime, I decided to go to the counter. Excuse me. Will this be enough to cover the bill of that customer? Ryuma, I took out 3 silver coins and lined them up in front of the expressionless bartender. That's too much. Bartender, use the rest to treat everyone else to some drink. Especially, that person whose drink was spilled and the people I was talking with just now. Ryuma, oh. Are you treating us, boy? Other customer 6, before the bartender could say anything, a customer yelled. Yes. Sorry for intruding on your happy time. Ryuma, all right. Other customer 7, it's free liquor. Other customer 8, bottoms up. Other customer 9, in the next moment, the whole place returned to its previously lively atmosphere. That's quick. Well, this way is easier on me, so whatever. It seems I caused a ruckus. Ryuma, oh, you're back. Ashimo, I went back to the seat of the couriers, thanked them for the information they gave, and told them that it was about time for me to go. I'm very sorry for causing trouble. Ryuma, this is a bar. Fighting is just another item on the menu. Ashimo, yeah. And you can handle yourself pretty well too. Eyewitness 1, I'm an adventurer, after all. Ryuma, but it would probably be safer if you went back earlier. Old man, thanks for the liquor. Ashimo, thank you too for giving me your time. Ryuma, after that I left the bar. Various things happened, but at the very least, I was able to find out that Pedro-san was indeed in this town. That's one step forward. That proves that there was indeed meaning in come here. Although it was the drunk who started it, I still did something wrong. I need to reflect. Still, that sure was effective. In Burke and the others' case, it was just a little scary, but when I used it on the drunk, he went flying through the bar. Maybe he was actually a huge coward despite his size. While I was thinking that to myself, I glanced at my status board. Ryuma, Intimidate LV3, a skill I hadn't seen before was there. Why is it starting from level 3? Ryuma, Chapter 145.1 Chapter 145, The Great Efforts of the Rimmel Birds, 1/2, Welcome back, receptionist. While I had my mind on the new skill I got, I went back to the inn, where the male receptionist called out to me. The entrance was pitch black, so I thought no one was around, but apparently, he was here. Well, that saves me time. Excuse me. Do you know a place where it's safe to let some monsters out? Specifically, for bird-type monsters, Ryuma, there's no doubt that Pedro-san used this path, so I want to take a look at the forest again. I explained the situation to the male receptionist. In that case, why don't you let them out at the roof? At this hour, no one should be there, Anne. Oh, but do be careful, as there might be some laundry there, all right. Receptionist, thank you very much. Thanks. Ryuma, the safety and peace of the town is our lifeline. Don't mention it. Receptionist, he willingly gave me permission, so I went ahead and moved to the roof. I climbed up the wooden stairs I was pointed to and opened the door I found at the end. Under the starry night sky was a rope for drying clothes illuminated by the stars. The only thing there other than that were the handrails at the edge of the roof to prevent people from falling. If it's like this, then the Rimmel birds should be able to fly as they please. Dimension Home. Ryuma, Pirororo, 6 Rimmel birds, show. Ryuma, it's night time right now, and this is an inn, so be quiet. Pi, 6 Rimmel birds, thank you for understanding. Also, I want you to help me out. Give me a bird's eye view of this town and the whole mountain. Ryuma, Pi. 6 Rimmel birds, the 6 Rimmel birds assumed the V formation and flew up the cloudless starry sky. At the head was the only advanced variant, the nightmare Rimmel bird, Eins. When the Rimmel birds are hunting for prey and I'm not around, he's the one giving orders. The leader of the Rimmel birds that frequently uses my head for a perch. Right behind him are Zwei and Dre. These two find carrying letters fun, so whenever I have to send a letter, it's usually these two that I rely on. But they have a strong appetite and are cunning enough to ask for a lot of food whenever they get back. Of course, I'm more than happy to accommodate them, both as thanks and as a treat, but I feel like they've gotten a little bit bigger since I formed a contract with them. They also get treats not just from me but their destination after the people there found out about their appetite indirectly, so that might have contributed to it. Either way, I'm not exactly sure if they're just getting fatter or they're growing up. In any case, I should pay attention to them. The two at the back are Veer and Funf. Of the 6 Rimmel birds, only these two are females. They have a good relationship with Zwei and Dre respectively. Although they're not in a big flock and are staying with me, we might be able to expect some new Rimmel birds in the near future. Lastly, there's Sex. He's flying at the very back of the formation and is the smallest of them all. But from what I've seen when they fly without a formation, it seems he's the fastest one of them all. They're probably having him fly at the back, so he can match his pace with the others better. He loves to fly, so there are times when it feels like there's a bullet shooting here and there on the airspace above the abandoned mine. He has a propensity to go crazy with speed. Just like the metal slimes, he's someone likely to cause an accident and needs watching. Piroro. Eins cried out and the 6 birds flew gracefully to 6 different directions. In that case, I should start too. Share vision. Good. Ryuma, everything seems to be in order. In my mind appeared the mountain from high up the sky as Eins saw it. The lights of the in-town were like stars twinkling in the darkness. He's flying pretty high up, Ryuma, what about the others? I tried switching the view several times, but it was the same for everyone. Well, it is evening. I should have expected this, Ryuma, I could only see darkness through the Rimmel birds. When the familiars are too far from the practitioner, it won't be possible to share vision anymore. But at that time, the practitioner will see nothing but black, so I don't think the distance is the issue. The furthest one out is Sex. I can already see the foot of the mountain through him. I guess he was able to fly through the sky comfortably since there are no obstacles here. Still, while it's good to have fun and all, please don't forget to help me look, alright? As I told him that, it suddenly hit me. Even if you follow a straight line from the foot of the mountain, it shouldn't be a matter of just 100 or 200 meters. Even if the altitude is high and one can see further than usual, it still shouldn't be possible to see it this quickly. Come to think of it, aren't we able to understand each other a lot better than before? Have my skills in monster taming improved? But why all of a sudden? What caused it? The only thing I could think of that I did that has something to do with my monster taming is the affinity diagnosis test that I took recently. But can my monster taming skills improve with just that? Ryuma, Funf seems to have found something. I better think about this later. As I thought that, I switched view again. Chapter 145.2 Chapter 145, The Great Efforts of the Rimmel Birds, 2 of 2, I'm not seeing it. Ryuma, she seems to have found something, but as far as my eyes are concerned, everything is just too dark to make out. The only thing I can really make out are the conifer leaves. Just what is it that she's seeing? Something that moves. Is that a human or a person? Sound. So it turns out she didn't see it either, which is why she doesn't know if it's a person or something else. Either way, this is the first thing we've found since coming here. Moreover, the area Funf is flying in is the road on Carabin's side and in the direction of the foot of the mountain too. Everyone, regroup. Ryuma, just in case, I decided to regather the 6 Rimmel birds and have them focus their search in that area. After I gave the order for them to return, Funf changed her direction toward me. The others did get the order, right? I switched vision again to confirm. Eins. Okay. Zwei. Okay. Dre and Veer are also okay. Sex seems to have gone too far. He'll probably arrive last, but he's on his way back. It's a bit of a pain having to switch vision one by one. Sure would be great if there was a way to see what they were seeing all at the same time. We can understand each other thanks to the effects of the contract, and if something happens, we can communicate, but I still would like to be able to see what they are seeing constantly. When I share vision with them, I imagine watching the screen of a camera or a TV screen. That being the case, why don't I imagine partitioning the screens? Come to think of it, didn't I work part-time as a police once? Oh. I think this could work. On one part of my mind was the image Sex was seeing, while on the other was what Eins was seeing after arriving in the airspace above the town. I successfully managed to make these 2 screens appear inside my mind without causing them to merge with each other. There's some noise, but yeah. I imagined a camera room full of camera screen and imagined different images being projected on different screens. As I did that, the images gradually became clearer. This can work. I'll have to work on it a bit more to get 3 or more images working at the same time, but I think I can do 2 now. It looks like I really did get better as a monster tamer. I don't recall training specifically for it, so it's a bit strange. Well, I'll just ask the guild master or the people of the Duke's family about it. Good job. Ryuma, while I was trying that out, I gave the order for the Rimmel birds to search. At that, Funf took the lead and the 6 of them went to the place where she spotted something. After they arrived at the location, they split off into 2 groups and searched the place. There's a possibility that it was just a monster, so I asked them to be careful and leave if it got dangerous. After they answered in affirmation, the 6 of them flew down. The 2 images in my mind changed into a close-up of the trees, and the starry sky was now barely visible. And then an image darker than the sky above appeared. I could somehow make out the shape of the trees, but at this rate, I wonder if it's still possible to continue the search. They're not going that fast, but it seems they can handle it just fine. Oh, right. They were originally migratory birds, weren't they? They're nocturnal too, so they can fly in the night. I asked them to continue the search. Ryuma, as they searched the area after splitting into 2 groups, I observed their work through our shared vision, but I can't see anything, Ryuma. I really have a hard time following the Rimmel birds when they're moving for real. It's not just because it's dark, they're moving too fast too. My eyes just can't seem to catch up. But the Rimmel birds can see just fine. Maybe they can see in the dark. I mean, in the first place, they're birds and I'm a human. The very construct of our eyes are different, so I guess just being able to understand what they're seeing is plenty convenient already, but it wouldn't be strange if they had the ability to see in the dark. Maybe I'm just bad at this. I feel kind of bad just watching them like this while they're working so hard. While I was thinking that to myself, suddenly Ryuma, Dre, Funf, and Sex sent a report. They seemed to have found something. Sex vision still showed no changes, but I told them to wait and rendezvous with Eins, Zwei, and Veer. As I watched through the eyes of 2 of the Rimmel birds, I prayed that they had found either Pedro-san himself or a clue. The 6 Rimmel birds managed to safely rendezvous in the air. And then they started searching again. The Rimmel birds slowed down and passed through the gaps between the trees. The Rimmel birds could hear something. Looks like there really is something here. Stop. Ryuma, that's a light right there. A flickering light leaking through the gaps between the trees. The light of an open-air fire. In other words, there's someone here who started that fire. We need to approach this carefully. The Rimmel birds slowly approached the light. Eventually, what came to view was the figure of 1, 2, 3. That's not Pedro-san, Ryuma. There was a group of 5 gathered around the fire. It was a group of ragged and exhausted men seated on wooden crates. Chapter 146.1 Chapter 146, The Great Efforts of the Familiars, 1/2, They Must Be Bandits. Ryuma, I'm not that confident in telling bandits apart from normal people, but I do have experience seeing them in the forest of Ghana. It wasn't just once or twice too. I saw a lot of them in the past. All the men reflected on the eyes of the Rimmel birds had grown out their hair and beard without regard for their appearance. They all looked dirty, and it appears as if they hadn't washed for many days. This also isn't the sort of place for a normal person to go to either. Even if they're doing some kind of job like woodcutting and are merely taking a rest, they should still look more decent than they do. They're definitely suspicious. They seem to be just henchmen, though, Ryuma, there are 5 people reflected on the eyes of the Rimmel birds. And yet it feels as if they only had enough armor for 3 and had to split it among themselves. There's no point in weapons and armor unless you equip them, you know. Or so the common saying in RPGs go. But it's not really uncommon for bandits lurking in the hills and fields to not have decent equipment. The upper brass usually treats themselves to the nice stuff, while the rest just scavenge for whatever is left. This is about par for the course when it comes to the underlings of poor bandits. But for some reason, they are all equipped with a new sword. Something is off here. They don't look like experts who'd be given a good weapon either, Ryuma. They're covered in wounds and their mind seems like the type to wander a lot. They don't pay enough attention to their surroundings either. In fact, they still haven't noticed that the Rimmel birds are watching them. They're also not talking among themselves. For some reason, they appear to be at a loss. Shabby-looking equipment and the same type of brand-new swords. The luggage Pedro-san was carrying was supposed to be the swords forged by the smith for his client. It might be too late, Ryuma. Odds are these people know something. And when I think that, I can't help but imagine the worst-case scenario. Either way, I need information. To that end, I'll have to catch them alive. I should prepare for battle. I'll prepare compensation too in the 1 in a million chance that they're not bandits. I'll cancel my stay when everything is ready. By using slimes and special-made ropes and relying on my stamina, I went straight through the forest in 1 hour. It took me a while because I had to go through a roadless path, but I was able to close in on the Rimmel birds watching the bandits. I shared vision with the Rimmel birds again as I took a break. Are they sleeping? Ryuma, there were 2 people keeping watch, but the others were fast asleep. It doesn't look like they've noticed our movements. The mountain trees nearby are too dense to use a bow. I can't use my usual paralysis arrows here. Can't say my footing is all that good either. Looks like I'll have to rely on you this time. Ryuma, Kuka. 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 Eins, what? A. Bandit 1, my head is. My head. Bandit 2, EEEKKK. Bandit 3, stop. Stop it. Bandit 4, you, Bandit 5, you, Now that I'm seeing it again, it sure is powerful. Ryuma, he rarely uses it, so I've long forgotten it, but eins. The nightmare Rimmel bird can cast a darkness-type spell that deals mental damage in an area. He was able to make the people around him panic before, so I figured he should be able to help me in suppressing the bandits. When it actually came to it, though, not only did he help me, but he confused the bandits and even made them faint. Well, either way, with this we've successfully secured the bandits. I'll leave it to you. Ryuma, my katana and sheath transformed into 9 iron slimes and metal slimes. The slimes split themselves into groups of 3 and wrapped themselves on the limbs and neck of the bandits. After gathering the men's limbs, the slimes quickly transformed into metal handcuffs, leg cuffs, and collars. When I'd confirmed that the men were completely bound, I had the slimes eat whatever metal was on the men to disarm them. They were basically a substitute for a metal detector. GUEH. Bandit 1. What? What is going on? Hey, kid. Bandit 2, the impact of being carried carelessly seemed to have woken 3 of the bandits. At first, they were confused, not understanding their situation, but it didn't take long before they realized that they have been bound. Hey! Is this your doing? Let us go, darn it. Bandit 1, * wheeze. Don't you know who we are? We're the poisonous spiders. Bandit 2, the poisonous spiders, you mean the group that was subjugated just recently. Ryuma, bandits, after having been tricked into revealing the truth, the bandits immediately appeared regretful. Looks like I was right. Good. At least, now we're sure that they're bandits. I won't need to apologize then. By the way, the person over there. I know you're awake, so you can stop pretending. Ryuma, hee. Bandit 4, the 5 men were lined up in a row. The 2 people yelling at me are the 2 on the rightmost side. The first one I carried on the leftmost side opened his eyes when he heard the 2 yelling, but he closed his eyes again and acted as if he were asleep. It was poorly done, though, so I could tell immediately that he was awake. He neither yelled nor tried to run. He just smiled that frivolous and insincere smile of his. Hey! Say something. Bandit 1, were you trying to run off by yourself? Bandit 2, and just like that, our group of shabby bandits have started falling out already. Chapter 146.2 Chapter 146, The Great Efforts of the Familiars, 2 halves, these guys don't have any team spirit. At this rate, I'll just end up wasting time. Earth fence. Ryuma, what? Bandit 1, eek. Bandit 2, you. Bandit 4, tch. What are you trying to do? Bandit 3, broad stone fences projected from the ground toward the 3 bandits arguing. I developed this fence spell based on an attack magic and have sharpened its edges. Those sharp edges stopped right before the bandits' eyes. When the bandits saw that, they stiffened up and looked cautiously at me. You can have your little internal discord later. There's something I want to ask you. Who's your leader? Ryuma, I am. The 3 bickering bandits, which one? Ryuma, I am the leader. Bandit 1, like hell you are. Who would follow you? Bandit 2, humph. As if any of you blockheads could be the leader. Don't make me laugh. Bandit 4, young master. As you know, our boss was taken out, so. Hee. Bandit 3, the leftmost bandit with the insincere smile spoke. He seemed to be trying to curry favor, but his voice gave me the creeps. Still, he looks like he's the most willing to talk from their group. There's something I want to ask. Ryuma, on. Bandit 1, don't think you'll get off lightly after doing something like this. Bandit 2, we'll still forgive you if you let us go now. Bandit 4, I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you anything. Bandit 3, only one of them was really obedient. He's so obedient it's making me wonder if he's planning something. What are you saying? Bandit 1, fool. At times like this, you have to negotiate. Bandit 2, don't be naive. Bandit 4, suddenly, his friends started jeering at him. Shut up. We've already been caught. What's the point in saying anything now? It's too late. Young master. I'll tell you anything you want, so please just spare my life. I don't care what happens to the others. Just save my life. Bandit 3, this time he desperately sold off his friends. Don't make me laugh. Other bandits, when the bandit said those words, the conflict among the bandits became even worse. Unable to stand them jeering at each other anymore, I asked Eins to take care of them. Kuka. Eins. Bandits, just one cry was enough to make them go quiet. Now that it's quiet, we can continue. I'll ask a question, and you're going to answer. Just so you know, the thing's binding. Your limbs are my familiars. Normal cuffs might have keyholes, but those don't, so unless I give the order, you can't be unbound. Ryuma, it's one of the new uses of the metal slimes that I thought of after considering how to go about bandit subjugations. With the slimes clinging to them, even if they do manage to escape, I'll be able to know their location through the familiar contract. Pursuing them will be easy. Moreover, the slimes have physical attack resist, so they're quite durable. Even I won't find it easy to remove them by force. Don't get over your head, brat. I don't know about familiars and whatnot, but the fact you're using something like this shows just how soft you are. You don't plan to kill us at all, do you? Well. Bandit 1, I don't intend to kill needlessly, but I will kill if necessary. Ryuma, ha. It's plain as day that you don't intend on killing us. Bandit 2, the way you are, even a brat won't be scared of you. Bandit 4, convinced that there was no danger of being killed, the men started to get cocky. Where did my intimidate skill go? Oh, intimidate skill Sama, please come back, what am I thinking? I'll say it again. Let go of us now, and we'll spare your life. Bandit 1, do you people really not understand your situation? Ryuma, it's not like they're hiding their abilities and they don't look like they have any plans either. The Rimmel birds are watching the surroundings, but there aren't any enemies lying in wait. I have no idea why they're acting so cocky despite their situation. In the first place, what are you guys going to do when you get free? Are you going to surrender yourselves to the authorities? Are you going to have a change of heart and work honesty? Ryuma, when I said that, the men all went quiet. Even if they went and said that they had turned over a new leaf, there was no way to prove it. Even if I let them go here, they'll just return to being bandits. At the very least, that's my reasoning for my actions here. If I just let you go, you'll just hurt someone else. It's true that I have no plans of killing you needlessly, but I'm not so irresponsible as to let you free just like that. Ryuma, since I've caught them, I have to hand them over to the authorities. With that, there won't be any more victims. If they resist, then they will be the responsibility of the people who caught them. TCH. What's a brat like you acting all cool for? Bandit 1, don't get cocky, brat. Now that I've gotten a better look on you. You have some nice clothes, nice weapons, and nice armor. You can cast monster taming spells and you seem rich. If we stripped you of all your possessions and sold them, they'll probably fetch a high price. Bandit 2, so, you're rich, huh? I hate the rich. They get to eat and play without suffering and they look down on the poor. Something like this can't stop. Bandit 4, as one of the men became hateful, he reached out for his choker. That's no good. What is this choker, Bandit 4, hey. What's going on? Bandit 1, it's tight, Bandit 4, oh, I forgot to mention this, but I ordered my familiar in that choker to keep contact with your skin. Ryuma, it's a trifling matter to pull it out by force. But if they try to do that, then the slime that has received my orders to maintain contact with their skin will immediately change shape and bury itself into their body. The moment a gap is made between their skin and their choker will choke them. Also, if the bearer of the choker acts violent, goes too far from me without permission, or attacks me, that choker will choke you. Of course, I can also order it to do so anytime. Ryuma, slimes may be weak, but even they can kill people if they can apply pressure on the carotid artery. As such, they can act perfectly as your fantasy light novel stereotypical slave choker. With this, they'll basically be strangling themselves. We don't need your explanation. Bandit 1, make it stop. Bandit 2, the more the choker tightens itself, the more it hurts. So in order to escape, they'll try to loosen their chokers, but that will only serve to make the choker choke them even harder. The men who got caught in that cycle no longer had the leisure to talk. But the pressure wasn't enough to make him faint either. What are you just watching there for? Bandit 1, he's going to die, you know. Bandit 2, now that it's gotten to this, they finally understood that their lives were in danger. A color of panic appeared on their faces. Just yelling whatever they want to say because of their feelings. It kind of reminds me of my boss from my previous life. So what? Ryuma, I asked back coldly. Chapter 147.1 Chapter 147, The Motive of the Bandits, 1/3, they looked at me as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. What are you saying? Bandit 1, he's really going to die, you know. Bandit 2, I don't know your circumstances, but right now, you people are bandits. No one will complain even if you're killed. I don't like killing people without any reason either, but if you try to resist and run away, there's no reason for me to let you live either. Ryuma, generally, bandit subjugation means extermination. The guild pays more if you catch them alive, but adventurers aren't required to keep them alive. That's especially true for someone in my situation. After all, I wasn't even supposed to be hunting bandits. As such, in this place, my life is a priority. Let me ask you again. Are you going to talk? Ryuma, why yes. Of course. I'll say anything. I don't want to die. Bandit 3, meanwhile, this guy is the same as ever. I suppose you won't mind if you're one person less then. Ryuma, don't joke with us. Bandit 1, how could you kill someone so easily? Bandit 2, as if you bandits have any right to say that. Didn't you kill someone to steal those pretty swords of yours? Ryuma, the moment I said that, the guy who was being choked lost his consciousness and fainted. That should be enough to threaten them. Well, I did forget to warn you, so let's just make this an exception and forgive your blunder. Ryuma, I ordered the slime acting as a choker to loosen itself a little. Hey, Bandit 1, is he alive? Bandit 2, who knows? Ryuma, who knows? You, Bandit 1, his chest seems to be moving, so isn't he fine? But if he dies, then I guess that's that. Ryuma, there's no need to go out of my way to approach the guy to see if he's alive. It would be a pain if he were to use that opportunity to attack me. Besides, my familiars love humans. Human blood, human meat, human bones, human organs. Every one of them are a delicacy to my familiars. Even if he dies, nothing will be put to waste. There's no need to worry. Ryuma, 3 bandits, the men who still had their consciousness all simultaneously shivered when I said that. Anyhow, it's too late to treasure oneself after death. That's true for me too. I got a second chance at life here, but I have no idea what happened to my body back on Earth. Anyway, nothing bad will happen as long as you don't act violently. Don't resist and just listen to what I say. As long as you do that, I won't kill you. Ryuma, when they finally quietened down, I asked them about the sword. I'm looking for a missing person. That person used the road over the mountain pass and is carrying a cargo of weapons to Caravan. I noticed that the swords you're using are all made similarly. I looked through those wooden boxes a little, and they seem to contain metal. Let's be honest with each other. Did you people attack the person I'm looking for? Ryuma, why yes. We stole the swords we have now. The boxes too. We don't know his name and I don't really remember his face, but I think he is indeed the person you're looking for. We also met him up there. Bandit 3, as I thought. How did you attack him? I asked around, but the only thing I was able to find was that he used this road. No one noticed anything strange about him. Ryuma, we were planning on just stopping him, but when we shot him with an arrow, the arrow ended up hitting his horse. The horse went crazy and veered off the road. From there, they came tumbling down the slope. We were often tasked with covering traces of our attacks, so we hid the wheel marks and covered the cliff the carriage hit with grass, then we took the valuables and ran away. Bandit 3, what about the driver? Ryuma, I don't know, Bandit 3, you don't know. That's impossible. There's no way the carriage was driving by itself. Don't hide anything and just spill everything. You killed him, didn't you? Ryuma, no. I mean, we didn't, sir. When the carriage fell, the person on the carriage had already lost consciousness, so we just bound his limbs. But he wouldn't wake up at all, so we just went and grew some grass with magic and hid him under that. We took the valuables and ran off. That's why we don't know anything. It's the truth. Bandit 1, you didn't finish him off. Ryuma, what's the point in cleaning the scene of the crime if you're just going to leave behind a witness? I can't help but be suspicious that they're just trying to make themselves smell better. We didn't. We never planned to kill him in the first place. We just wanted to get his luggage and food. We didn't even plan to cause his carriage to tumble off the road. We didn't kill the driver. In fact, I've never even killed anyone. Bandit 3, ha. Ryuma, never killed anyone. Aren't you a bandit? Ryuma, we're just the cleanup crew. The boss didn't want us around when they were doing their stuff cause he didn't want us messing up. This is our first time attacking someone. It's not just me, even those guys acting all tough haven't killed anyone either. The worst we've done is just steal from houses or pickpocket from people, Bandit 3, so, in other words, you chickened out. Ryuma, when I looked at the bandits, one of the men flaring up at me a while ago glared at me. Well, yeah, I mean we might be accomplices to bandits, but killing people is scary. We're not like your boss who can kill people so easily. Bandit 3, really now? Considering their situation, I can't help but think he's just bluffing me, though. Chapter 147.2 Chapter 147, The Motive of the Bandits, 2-3, Don't Make Me Laugh. Ryuma, after hearing their excuse, my head started to grow cold. It's scary to kill people. You're not wrong. That's a respectable thought. But you people don't have the right to say that. Ryuma, what do these people think they're saying? It's scary to kill people, so you didn't finish him off. But it's not like you saved him either, did you? Ryuma, what do you want us to do? Take him to town. Bandit 1, did you investigate the reason why he fainted? Even if you don't know the first thing about medical science, you should still know that getting hit in the head is bad. A person can look alright on the outside, but that doesn't mean he's okay. In the worst-case scenario, he could never wake up again. Ryuma, that's not all. Although there's not a lot of dangerous creatures lurking in this place, it's still not unusual to happen into a goblin. Even the god-appraised, relatively safe forest, the Forest of Ghana, had them. With his consciousness gone and his limbs bound, if a goblin were to find him, his death would pretty much be guaranteed. As I've said earlier, I haven't found him yet, so I still don't know if he's safe. You didn't mean for him to fall off the cliff. You didn't finish him off, so you didn't kill him. Don't make me laugh. Ryuma, there are plenty of people who die from accidents. It's not just traffic accidents. Even the innocent but dangerous games played by children have led to deaths. Countless people die from accidents every year. And the people that cause these accidents don't go and say to themselves, all right, let's do it. And then go and cause one intentionally. If there was such a person, that would no longer be an accident but planned murder. You don't need to be resolved to kill someone. You just have to take a step, and regardless if you want it or not, a person will die. And that's exactly what they're doing, though they do it under the pretense of thievery. It wouldn't be strange if someone died from their actions. And yet after doing just that, they left him alone there without even checking if he was alive. After going that far, pulling out the "I didn't kill anyone" card just doesn't work. 3 bandits, still not talking, huh? What happened to all the energy earlier? Ryuma, you trying to give us a sermon? What would a brat like you know? Bandit 1, a sermon. There's no such thing. I haven't killed anyone. I don't want to kill anyone. It just didn't sit right with me hearing those words coming from a group of people who watched someone die without even trying to help. That's all. Ryuma, I don't have time to waste on people like these. Wait. Please wait. Didn't you say you would help me? Bandit 3, I don't like you, but I won't kill you. In exchange, you'll have to lead me to the place where the carriage fell. Ryuma, 72 hours. When the time elapsed since an accident passes that mark, the odds of survival plummets. And that's under the condition that the person in question has food, water, and a way to warm himself. If those things are absent and if the person is wounded, the time limit becomes even shorter. Dimension home, I won't kill the others. But they'll have to go in here. The next time you guys come out, it will be in front of the guards. Ryuma, in the end, I had to say that while picking up the bandit that didn't wake up. Is this the right place? Ryuma, yes. There's no doubt about it, young master. Bandit 3, stop calling me young master. It gives me the creeps. Ryuma, I'm sorry. Bandit 3, I had the scared man sit on the impromptu rack with shoulder straps so I could carry him while I climbed up the roadless path. As I had the men show me the way, the place of the crime turned out to be the side of the road near Carabin just as I'd expected. But due to them having walked around the mountains these past few days, he couldn't find the path unless we found the official road first. With no other choice, I gave up going to the scene of the crime directly and went to the official road first. The Rimmel birds were there to guide us, so there was no way for us to get lost. There's still something bothering me. Ryuma, yes. What is it? I'll answer any question. Bandit 3, you attacked him 2 days ago, right? So what were you guys still doing in the forest? Shouldn't you have run already? Ryuma, that's because it's all plains down the mountain. There's no place for us to hide ourselves. If other people were to see us looking like this, they will surely be suspicious of us. So we went back up the mountain. Bandit 3, so what was the plan if you hadn't been caught? Ryuma, nothing in particular. Bandit 3, you didn't have a plan. Ryuma, we had our hands full just running away from the subjugation squad. Bandit 3, just how were you able to survive for so long without a plan? Ryuma, before those guys attacked our place, we were carrying food. So we just took those with us when they attacked. Thanks to that we were able to sustain ourselves while running, but even that ran out 3 days ago and we had no choice but to attack someone. Bandit 3, and that's how they ended up deciding on Pedro-san, who just happened to be passing BBY. And the luggage you took? Ryuma, our late boss hang out with merchants, who provided us with food and weapons in exchange for stolen goods and money, so we figured it would be good to have some stuff on hand. Bandit 3, and do you know where you could sell those stuff to? Ryuma, well, we figured it would be too late to think about it if we only started thinking after the opportunity presented itself, so. Bandit 3, in other words, you people don't have a single clue. Chapter 147.3 Chapter 147, The Motive of the Bandits, 3/3, you plan too little. Ryuma, and here I thought I was the impulsive one. Who would have thought there would be people that didn't plan things to this extent? I can't believe you've been bandits for so long with an attitude like that. Ryuma, we're just the odd job guys. It's no problem as long as we follow the boss or someone else's orders. I mean, we were cleaning and washing laundry even back at our home village. Bandit 3, I think it would have been better for them to have gone back to their village instead of becoming bandits. Is there a reason why they didn't do that? Ah, well. The village headman hit me and chased me out, Bandit 3, and then you became a bandit. Ryuma, well, I did work as a servant at some stores in town and even as an adventurer, but I failed at all of those and couldn't continue any job for long. Without any way to fill my belly, I just somehow ended up becoming a bandit. Bandit 3, is that true for the others too? Ryuma, should be similar. We all became bandits by chance. I mean, in the first place, if we could actually use our heads well, then we wouldn't have become bandits, you know, sir. Sorry. Slip of tongue. Bandit 3, you don't have to speak formally with me. Ryuma, his self-deprecation caused his real voice to come out. We stopped talking after that and quietly walked up the roadless path of the mountain. Pirororo. Rimmel bird, hey, the road is here. Where do we go from here? Ryuma, please give me a second. It wasn't this high up. It should be somewhere closer to the foot of the mountain. Bandit 3, so, the left then. We'll following the road from here on. Let me know if you see an area you recognize. Ryuma, yes. Bandit 3, accompanied by the Rimmel birds that had arrived before us, we walked for another hour. Wait. Bandit 3, is this the place? Ryuma, probably. I want to see the back. Bandit 3, will this do? Ryuma, yes. It's up ahead. The road will curve to the right a little. Bandit 3, the road meandered as we continued our way. There was a blind spot hidden by trees that could be seen from a distance. There is a section covered with grass that I would never have paid attention to if I didn't know the situation. Behind that is a pretty steep slope. This must be the place. Ryuma, there's no doubt about it. Bandit 3, I put down the men and coiled a rope around a tree to go down the cliff. What's the matter? Ryuma, I was just wondering if he's still alive. Bandit 3, it's a bit late, but it seems he's starting to feel guilty. We're here to find out just that. Are you going to be waiting here? Ryuma, you'll find him quicker if you have someone to guide you. Bandit 3, all right. Hold this. Ryuma, I passed the rope to him and ordered the slime acting as his cuffs to affix itself onto it. At the same time, I ordered the slimes to release the restrictions other than the handcuffs and the choker. Whether this turns out to be a rescue or just a corpse retrieval job, you'll be in the way if I have to carry you too, so get down on your own legs. I made it so you can walk again. But don't try to get any funny ideas. You still have the choker on your neck, and the birds are always watching. Ryuma, all right, Bandit 3, I glanced at the men as he nervously got up, then I went down the steep slope. It didn't take long after that to find the missing person. Thanks to him leading the way, finding the person wasn't a problem at all. I cut my way through the weed and... Pedro-san. Can you hear me? Ryuma, oh. Ah, Pedro, he's breathing. I'm an adventurer. I'm here to rescue you. Everything is all right now. Ryuma, Dven, rare. Gria, Pedro, I continued to call out to him as I cut off the weed from his body. I made sure not to burden his body. Are you all right? Can you tell me your body's condition? Ryuma, my hips. Hurt, Pedro, hips. Ryuma, it became easier to understand his muffled voice when his face was freed. But sweat kept pouring from his face. Excuse me. Ryuma, he had a high fever. And he seemed to be dehydrated. Looks like he's exhausted a lot of his strength too. Fortunately, he can still answer my questions, but he needs to be brought to town as soon as possible to receive treatment. Hey. Come here. Ryuma, yes. Bandit 3, I called the person who tried to kill Pedro-san over and handed him a stone feeding cup and a vial. Pour the contents of that vial into the cup and make him drink it. Do it gradually. Make sure not to be forceful. Understand? Ryuma, why yes, Bandit 3, as the men nervously made Pedro-san drink the salt and sugar water, I kept working on getting Pedro-san out. UGU. Asterisk cough. Pedro, are you okay? Bandit 3, Pedro-san. Ryuma, ugh. My hips, Pedro, your hips. Does your head not hurt? Ryuma, my head is fine. It doesn't, particularly, Pedro. His voice became clearer after he drank some water, but his body was shaking. Blanket. Found it. I'll put a blanket over you. Ryuma, for better or worse, it seems the weed that covered him all this time actually protected him from the cold winds. There. Ryuma, I finished cutting off all the weed that entangled his body. Next, I took out a stretcher from my item box. You sure have a lot of stuff with you, Bandit 3, I accepted the job, after all. I made sure to prepare whatever might be useful. But enough of that, let's move this guy on top of this. Help me out after I release his hands. Ryuma, yeah, Bandit 3, he fell along with the carriage. Considering he fainted after that, there's a high probability that he hit his head. I gently brought Pedro-san up the stretcher and affixed his body. Dimension home. We'll bring him inside. Be sure to be gentle. Ryuma, all right, Pedro, as much as possible, I want him to be brought to town without shaking him. Since that's the case, the most effective course to take is to put him inside the dimension home. Wah. Ah, Bandit 3, what's the matter? Ryuma, thank you. Friends, Pedro. Bandit 3. Does he not remember this guy or does he? Either way, he thanked the bandit too. When the men realized that Pedro-san was thanking him, he couldn't help but turn his face away. Let's go. Ryuma, I guess he must be feeling complicated. But I can't allow him to stop just because he's feeling sentimental. We need to get Pedro-san to town as quickly as possible since he needs treatment. What? Wait a moment. Bandit 1, didn't you say you wouldn't kill us as long as we obeyed? Bandit 2, I won't kill you, but the situation has changed. I need to bind you completely so that you can't move at all. Ryuma, I buried those men I caught earlier with slimes and ran as fast as I could for the nearest town. Chapter 148 the next day. Thank you for cooperating with me late into the night yesterday. Guard, thank you too for letting me spend the night here. Ryuma, it's fine, don't mention it. Here. The reward for those 5 bandits. Guard, thank you very much. Ryuma, after getting a small jute bag from the female guard, I walked away from the guard office at Carabin. It was still early, so there were only a few people out in the street. The morning wind's caress was a gentle chill on my body. Ha, Ryuma, I kind of feel exhausted. I had to go here and there last night. But thanks to that, I was able to find Pedro-san. I left him to the guards as soon as I got to Carabin, but his wounds were a lot less severe than I'd thought, and his life was no longer in danger when morning came. I've heard of the beast tribe's strong vitality, but it's a lot stronger than I'd expected. That being said, he he does need to rest for the time being, and it will take some time for the pain on his hips to go away. Still, as long as he's alive, he can start over again. Or at least that's what I heard from someone who happened to be present there. As for me, I'm just glad that we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario. He'll probably struggle, but he has an acquaintance who would go out of his way to submit a search request, so I'm sure he'll be fine. Oops, Ryuma, I dropped the jute bag I had with me. As I grasped the fist-sized bag, the sound of silver coins resounded from inside. If you capture bandits alive and hand them over, the monetary reward is 2,000 suits per person. Part of the reason why the reward is so high is because it's dangerous work, but more than that, the bigger reason is to encourage adventurers to actively seek out bandits. Speaking of which, the bandits will be made to undergo penal servitude and penal labor, so this reward is actually paid off by them. In other words, those guys I caught will be taken somewhere and made to live that sort of lifestyle. They might have regretted their actions after finding out that Pedro-san is alive and is currently unable to move, thug. Since they were awfully docile at the end there. I pray they'll be able to serve their prison term and make a successful return to society. Ryuma, as I walked aimlessly, I passed by a building that resembled a church. It was about as big as the church in Jimuru, but it had a magnificent gate and had many decorations, such as curtains. Inside the lot was an old man dressed in clergy clothing. He was accompanied by 5 younger people who also seemed to be a part of the clergy. They were sweeping the premises. Yeah, this is probably a church. Come to think of it, the first time I came here, the guards told me that there's a world creation denomination and a God of Light denomination here. 2 different churches that worship the same gods. I never paid much attention to it, but the church I went to in Jimuru was really simple. That church is probably a part of the world creation denomination whose doctrines revolve around honorable poverty. Hey, you. Are you a lost child? Old priest, oops. Because I stared too long at the building, the old man started approaching me. Sorry, I'm not a lost child. Is this a church? Ryuma, exactly. A church of the God of Light denomination. Old priest, really? It's my first time seeing such a spectacular church, so I was a bit taken aback. Ryuma, I see. I see. A church like this is strange, huh? I know, if you don't mind, why don't you visit the chapel? Old priest, the chapel. But I'm a believer of the world creation denomination. Ryuma, we both worship the same gods. The difference between sects is a trifle thing. The gods love us without distinction. You should pray if you have the time. Old priest, in that case, I'll take you up on your offer then. Ryuma, I don't have anything urgent going on, and it'd be rude to refuse so firmly, so I decided to follow the guy. We walked up the impressive stone stairs and toward a building with deep crimson carpet. The church people we passed by greeted me with a smile. This is the chapel. Come, enter. Old priest, the door was opened. Polished brass candlestands lined up in a row toward the altar of gods where their statues were. On either side of the path were long bench seats with unobtrusive coloring. That's probably where the believers that come to visit the chapel are meant to sit. But there's no one here just yet. Come now. There's no need to hold back. You may approach the altar. Old priest, I did as I was told and offered a prayer to a statue from the place nearest to it. Ryuma, oh, it works even here. It seems being a different denomination really didn't matter. As soon as I offered a prayer, I felt light covering me. But I'm so used to it now that it just makes me feel at ease. Welcome. Rurusha, Uoo. Ryuma, when I got to the divine realm, Rurusha immediately welcomed me. Moreover, the atmosphere suggested that they were expecting me. What's going on? To be honest, I just can't keep up with the mood. Look, you two. A special guest has arrived. Rurusha, too. Ryuma, I turned to the direction Rurusha called out to. There were 2 goddesses I didn't know. One was refined like a noble, a seemingly gentle middle-aged woman, while the other gave a sense of beauty, and yet at the same time, a sense of wildness. These 2 goddesses that gave completely different impressions from each other were seated around a table drinking tea. Oh my, a new guest. Welcome. We'll have to serve more tea and sweets then. Refined goddess, ho. I heard the rumors, but I guess it is true that if you call him, he'll appear. Wild goddess, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Ryoma Takebayashi. Ryoma, so, I have heard. You're the person who came from Earth some time ago, yes. I am Willie Eris, the goddess of land and harvest. Thank you for cooperating with us to protect the people of this world. Also, please do be at ease. I see that you're relaxed around Rurusha. I would be saddened if you couldn't see us in the same light. Willie Eris, all right. If you put it that way, then I'll do my best. Ryoma, I feel like she's the most formal of the gods I've met. That aside, could this other goddess be? I am Kirilel, the goddess of war and judgment. It's nice to meet you. Kirilel, the pleasure is mine. Ryoma, so she really is the god of war. Ryoma, you're too stiff. Rurusha, I may be used to you, but you can't possibly expect me to be so relaxed with goddesses I'm meeting for the first time, can you? Besides, meeting two goddesses at the same time, I'd appreciate it if you gave me some time to get used to their presence. But enough of that, what's going on, Rurusha? Ryoma, they had a welcoming mood on them right from the start. We tried out that girls-only gathering from Earth, but we just couldn't find a good topic to get things going. Rurusha, oh, right. I heard about that from Gain and the others. Ryoma, wait a moment. Didn't I hear about that yesterday? But, no. I pulled an all-nighter searching for Pedro-san, so I guess that makes it 2 days ago. If you keep it up for so long, of course you'd run out of topics. Ryoma, she even dragged me out for that. I tried getting the conversation going, but, Kirilel-sama glared reproachfully at Rurusha. But your topics are all too bloodthirsty. How are regional conflicts a suitable topic for a girls-only gathering? Rurusha, you're the one who said we should talk about the recent happenings in the world. Kirilel, the goddesses started quarreling. Sorry about this. You didn't get a proper explanation and now the two of them are like this. Please do treat yourself to some tea and sweets. Willie Eris, thank you very much. Ryoma, Willieri-sama just carried on at her own pace. I got a cup of tea and some sweets from her. By the way, why are you at the church today? Did you need something from someone? Willie Eris, oh, there's no particular reason. I just happened to be passing in front of the church when a man of the clergy invited me inside. Did Rurusha do something? Ryoma. Wait a moment. Willie Eris, as she said that, she closed her eyes. Gain and the others do this a lot when they want to find something out. All right, I've got it. That child didn't do anything in particular. The men just decided no his own to invite you after you appeared in front of the church. He seems to be planning on persuading you to join his denomination. Willie Eris, so he wants to convert me. Ryoma, that appears to be the case. Oh, but he's not a bad person. He doesn't have any intentions of soliciting donations from a child like you. He just wants to spread his faith. And besides, while it is true that the God of Light denomination is proactive in gathering donations, that in turn allows them to have the monetary power to provide food in times of crisis and watch over orphans. There are many among them who are genuinely thinking about others, so please don't misunderstand. Willie Eris, as expected, Willieri-sama is a peaceful person. She made sure to cover up for the men when she realized that I found him suspicious. Although he's trying to convert me, it's rude to be so suspicious. At the very least, I shouldn't be so suspicious toward that person. I understand. Thank you. Ryoma, it's fine. After all, the sort of clergymen that you're so wary of do exist. Caution is important. Especially, since you received a divine protection not just from Rurusha, but also from Gain and Kyufo. Willie Eris, yes. In fact, I got one from Tekken too. Ryoma, I see. Although there have been previous cases of a person receiving multiple divine protections. If word were to get out that you possess 4 divine protections, the people of the church will surely call out to you. Especially, since those of the God of Light denomination see the possessors of the divine protections as saints. They see them as an object of worship similar to us. If word were to get out, the situation will probably develop in a direction you do not wish. Even I would not wish to see such a situation, so please do be careful. Willie Eris, thank you very much. Ryoma, can't you give it a rest already? There's no end to this, Kirillel. Well, that's true. Oh, my. What were the two of you talking about? Rurusha, looks like the two goddesses finally stopped arguing. We were talking about the person that invited me to the chapel before I came here. Ryuma, oh, that person. Rurusha, it was pretty coincidental, so I thought you might have done something. Rurusha. Ryuma, I wouldn't go that far, you know. Rurusha, yeah, she told me so too. Ryuma, for some reason, Rurusha has a troublesome atmosphere about her today. It almost feels as if she's intentionally trying to create an atmosphere suitable for a girls-only gathering. By the way, Ryuma, hasn't anything been happening lately? Rurusha, you sure are quick to change the topic. Well, just a few hours ago, I was running around the mountains looking for a missing person for a job I picked up. Ryuma, I explained what I did last night. That must have been difficult. Rurusha, it wasn't all of my monsters working, though. It was mostly the slimes and the Rimmel birds who I relied on. Ryuma, no, actually, isn't that usually the case? Relatively speaking. But I am properly doing my job too, aren't I? Didn't they get information from the bandits? Kirillel, wouldn't it be more apt to say that everyone worked together? Rurusha, you should give them a treat when you get back. They worked hard, after all. Kirillel, of course. Ryuma, just as Kirillel-sama says, the Rimmel birds spent a lot of time flying to find Pedro-san. They were also the ones who found the bandits. I'll treat them to a feast when we get back to Jimuru. As I said that, Kirillel-sama smiled a smile free of worries. Come to think of it, I feel like someone once said something about the god of war hating otherworlders. But I don't feel that from her at all. If anything, she strikes me as a person with a good temperament and is easy to get along with. What's the matter? Is there something on my face? Kirillel, for a moment, I was about to say that it was nothing, but there isn't much of a point in lying to gods. As such, I just honestly told her what was on my mind. That's the first time a human has called me friendly. Anyway, I'm supposed to hate otherworlders. Who would say something like that? The one who hates otherworlders is Phenobaria, god of magic. Kirillel, so she doesn't know who said it either. Unfortunately, I don't remember either. It should be one of the gods, though. Ryuma, maybe it's about compatibility. After all, the Earthlings have a different common sense compared to those from this world. Willie-Eris. Kirillel, she seemed to have understood something based after what Willie-Sama said. There's a lot of people who can't get along with otherworlders personality-wise. Kirillel, well, it's not impossible, but the way I see it, they're talking with me perfectly fine. Please remember. You are the first person from the other world that we are able to talk with like this. Willie-Eris, until now, we've only been able to watch the otherworlders that came here from our side. They never really got to interact with us. Kirillel, I see. So since you can't talk for a long time, there's no way to get along. Ryuma, another reason might be because of Kirillel's duty and the standards used to pick out otherworlders. Rurusha, after they explained it to me, I found out that the Earth God prepares a list of candidates that can be summoned to this world. From that list, Rurusha and the others will pick out the person that will become an otherworlder. People that obviously cannot adapt to the present time of this world. People who possess dangerous thoughts. People who are too violent. They try to avoid picking such people. That's why we tend to pick out otherworlders that aren't connected with fighting or conflicts. But Kirillel is the goddess of war. Bullying the weak and killing needlessly may be prohibited, but hunting to survive or fighting to protect others are okay in your book, am I right? Willie-Eris, after Willie-Sama said that, Kirillel-sama continued. Yes, because I would never deny someone who uses all of his power to live. That's true whether it's a bug, an animal, a monster beast, or a human. If it's in order to live, I won't deny them picking up a weapon to fight. In the words of your hometown, it would be what you refer to as the survival of the fittest. But of course, if the problem can be solved with just talking, then that's also good. Unfortunately, as long as people are alive, there are times when it still can't be helped. Still, there are people that I don't like. Those who willfully push for wars, those who think of fanning the flames. There are even those who treat me as an evil god. I can't stand people like those. Kirillel, I could feel some anger coming from her too. But it makes sense. I'm sure anyone would be mad if they were treated that way. All the more so if there's no way to clear up the misunderstanding. On that point, Ryuma adapted right from the start. Rurusha, I lived at the forest for 3 years right after coming here, after all. Ryuma, you can hunt and you can easily subjugate bandits. I don't have a reason to hate you. Moreover, it seems you were originally strong. Kirillel, thank you very much. Ryuma, it seems Kirillel-sama has a rather favorable impression of me. It feels pretty good to have my martial arts praised by the god of war herself. I know. Since you're here, why don't we fight? You and me. Kirillel, excuse me. Ryuma, I feel like I just heard a really weird proposal all of a sudden. Chapter 149. That won't do. Willieri-sama stopped her. Sheesh, it's just for a little. He came all the way out here. It would be a waste if we didn't take this opportunity. Besides, if it's here, then he won't get hurt. Kirillel, no. Right now, Ryuma-kun might look like a human, but he's actually nothing more than a soul. You may not be able to hurt his body here, but you can definitely hurt his soul. That is far worse. One step wrong and he'll be an invalid. If you really want to do it, we should get Tekin to make him some equipment and consult with Fernobaria first. Willieri-sama seemed so peaceful just a moment ago, but all of a sudden, she wasn't willing to take a step back. In response to that, Kirillel-sama openly showed her reluctance. To be honest, I also don't want to turn into an invalid due to an accident. Tekin. Fine. But talking to Fernobaria is a pain. Besides, there's no way he'd cooperate. Kirillel, how about you teach him the intimidate skill instead? Ryuma-kun, didn't you say that you didn't know how to use it? Rurusha, yes. It didn't work against the bandits, and I couldn't use it when I wanted to. Ryuma, what do you think? Rurusha, as long as it's just talking, Willieri-sama nodded. I think it'll be easier to learn it in practice, but I'll be coming here from now on anyway, so I can just continue our lesson when we meet again next time. Honestly, though, the intimidate skill is a difficult skill to learn for you. Kirillel, what do you mean? Ryuma, are my abilities lacking? It's the opposite. Normally, someone as skilled as you should naturally be able to use it already. The intimidate skill urges the instinctual fear and wariness of a target. Someone sufficiently skilled at it can use it to suppress his foes or use it to feint. It's something expected of in a battle between experts, but you're already skilled enough and can even use it properly when fighting. It's just that when you don't feel like doing it, you can't do it at all. In that regard, those thugs whose voices are just loud are actually better off than you. Kirillel, the intimidate skill can be learned just by threatening others. But the level gained in such a case is only about 1 or 2. Right. Think about it like this. There's a huge man in front of you. The man is crouching and shaking. He's crying and sobbing loudly. All of a sudden, he goes and says that he's going to kill you. Will you find that person scary? Kirillel, not really. No. If anything, I might find him creepy. Ryuma, exactly. When it comes to scaring someone, words alone aren't enough. Your actions and thoughts need to work alongside your threat or your intimidate skill won't work. Kirillel, I see. So, how does that translate to my situation? I don't think it's my body that's at fault. I did it resolutely back then. And I also have experience succeeding with the skill before. Admittedly though, it's a bit wonky. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In your case, it's probably an issue with your mindset. Kirillel, a problem with my mindset. You were originally Japanese, right? Those guys who are always going, let's put down our weapons and talk. If we talk, we should be able to understand each other. Kirillel, that's a rather prejudiced view, Kirillel-sama. It's true that Japan is often said to be safer than other countries, but, Ryuma, oh really? There were actually a lot of people like that among the Japanese that came here. Kirillel, there were a lot. Wait, you mean there have been a lot of Japanese who came here before? Ryuma, remember what we said earlier about choosing people according to a criteria? Well, we had a tendency to pick Japanese people more often. Rurusha, of course there were people other than the Japanese too. Willie Eris, most of them either adapted to this world or just looked away, but there were also those who died without fighting. I don't get it, but they were pretty amazing in their own way. Kirillel, there were people like that too. Oops, we're digressing. Let's get back on topic. So basically there are all sorts of people in Japan, but basically, it's a safe country, right? Rurusha, yes. Ryuma, as someone who's lived in a safe country like that for many years, did you frequently intimidate others intentionally? Kirillel, no, right. Willie Eris, although there were a lot of people who were afraid of the way I looked, I never intentionally tried to scare others. If anything, because they were scared of me, I did my best to avoid scaring them. But despite trying so hard, unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And that's why. It's become a habit for you. You can use it when you really need it or when you actually mean what you say, but while you may not realize it, you have a tendency to hold back or stop halfway through. In other words, you're messed up. Kirillel, as one might expect, I was concerned when she said that, but before I could say anything, Willieri-sama and Rurusha glared at Kirillel sharply. Apparently, they found her words to be improper. Anyway, that's what we mean by it being a mindset issue. Rurusha, the atmosphere started to become awkward, so Rurusha changed the topic. Because of that I couldn't pursue the issue. It's a concerning topic, but I think I'll just ask about it again next time when an opportunity presents itself again. Mental stuff like that aren't my specialty, you know. In the words of your homeworld, I suppose you could say. You're in need of counseling. I've never done something like that. And even if I could, it would take a lot of time. Besides, I'm way better at getting physical than talking. The same goes for my teaching. Kirillel, TL note, just to clarify, the releases aren't getting shorter. I standardized the parts like a month or so ago, and they're mostly 900 to 1000 words. This one is at 1007 words. The reason there have been more parts lately is because the raw chapters have been getting longer. Since the parts are standardized now, more chapter parts is actually a good thing, as that means there's more story to read. Just thought I'd throw that out there. You can't. Willie Eris, I know. Honestly, I'm at a loss myself. Well, why don't you just keep trying at it? Maybe you'll figure it out yourself eventually. Kirillel, so there's no shortcut, huh? All I can do is to keep on training. Ryuma, anyway, that's how it is. That body of yours still has a lot of potential to grow, so if you want to become stronger, you have plenty of time. Kirillel, indeed. This body is still in its tens. It's unlikely that I would actually meet the end of my lifespan in just 10 or 20 years. I also plan on continuing to hunt the bandits. Oh, right. Can the bandits that I catch be rehabilitated? Ryuma, I was thinking of praying for those guys I caught. When I remembered that, I asked the goddesses about it. But they all wore a difficult expression. Unfortunately, a person that has committed a crime has a high probability of committing a crime again. Especially, those who committed acts of banditry. Their guilds expel them, and they won't be able to register again even after being released, making it hard for them to find a job. Of course, it's not impossible to find work without a guild, but most jobs are taken through the guild since it's a much more reliable method of finding decent people than just judging people based on their looks. Rurusha, unlike Japan, there's also a strong sense of protect yourself with your own body here. There aren't many who would hire a former convict. Kirillel, I hear you hire the people of the slums, but even those people don't have it easy. Although they haven't committed any crimes, just the possibility makes it hard for others to consider them. Willie Eris, I can relate, Ryuma, it's a story I can sympathize with. I can also understand the feelings of the employers. Just thinking about the possible damages to the other staff after hiring a strange person gives me the chills. But a bitter memory flashed through my mind. Rurusha. This might be a stupid question, but what if I provided more opportunities for former convicts to be hired? Do you think that would make things better? We have plans to increase my branch stores. Although we currently only have 3 managers whom we're raising, as the store continues to go well in the next few years, the number of managers and stores we have should also increase. When that time comes, we'll need to hire a lot of employees. Ryuma, it would still depend on how much they regret their actions and how much they want to change. Also, how much they can endure the prejudice that people hold against them. But just having the opportunity to find employment should make it easier for them to be corrected. Rurusha, there's no reason for you to go that far. Kirillel-sama is correct. There's no doubt about that. Is there a reason why you think that way? Willie Eris, my past. Willie Eris, don't you know about it? Ryuma, I don't believe so. Willie Eris, me too. The decision which otherworlder to pick is left to Rurusha and the others. The only thing we know is what Rurusha tells us and what we've personally seen from your life here in this world. It would take a lot of time otherwise if we had to remember every otherworlder's life from start to finish. Kirillel, I thought all the gods knew about my life, but now that she mentions it, I guess it makes sense. A lot of things happened when I was young. Ryuma, that was my first year being a company employee. I bought some stuff at a convenience store on my way back home, but it was already midnight then. At that time, I happened upon a group of 3 muggers. They entered the convenience store carrying guns and fired at the ceiling. The 3 muggers laughed as they asked the customers inside the store, including me, to bring out our wallets. They also ordered the clerks at the counter to take out the money. The 3 muggers were all men and had hidden their faces. They laughed from start to finish. It was as if they were playing a game, almost as if they were intoxicated or something. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but one thing was for sure, they weren't in the right mind of thinking. Frightened, the clerks started preparing the money, but they were so scared that they tumbled about and dropped the change. When the 3 saw that, they spoke in that same frivolous tone they had from the start. Hurry it up. Mugger 1, what? Are you trying to resist? Mugger 2, trying to buy some time. Mugger 3, after saying that they took the conversation into a disturbing turn, and then suddenly, as if one of them just thought of it, one of them pointed his gun at a woman. Okay. That's too bad. But I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson. As soon as I heard that, my body moved. Although I didn't believe they were in their right mind, I knew that the men was serious. All of their attention was focused on the woman. It was as if they were watching an interesting show. They weren't paying attention at all to their surroundings. I knew they wouldn't be able to notice me if I moved. The result was obvious. But in the process, the arm that the 3 thieves were using to hold their guns respectively were all broken. One had his organs ruptured, one had his skull fractured, and one suffered damage to his subclavian artery. As a result, I was accused of excessive self-defense. I still remember the shock of the cops when they arrived and the confusion and fear in all the eyes that gathered on me. What's more is that my time in jail was extended. 1. Everyone possessed a real gun, but I was barehanded. 2. After investigations, it was found out that the men had taken drugs. 3. After entering the store, there was a high probability of them shooting at the woman. 4. There were 3 of them, so if I just disarmed them, there was a high probability that they would be able to fight back. It was decided that the situation was not one where I could have held back. 5. Although I inflicted heavy injuries on the assailants, the only attacks I made were either a blow to the arm holding the gun or to the head or the body. 6. After the attack, I immediately contacted the cops and asked that they contact the hospital. I also performed as much first aid as possible. 7. The whole thing was caught on camera, so the people in authority were able to judge that only the least force needed was taken. 8. Other than that, there was also the testimony of the clerks and the customers in the store. Because of the above 8 reasons mentioned, the court decided that the actions I took were taken in legitimate self-defense. But while I was able to get off legally, that wasn't the end of the story. Word of my actions had spread throughout the country. By the time I was released, people were doing as they pleased and memories of the actual event were starting to fade. A group of 3 armed muggers were taken out by an unarmed man. Moreover, the armed muggers were all wounded heavily. I know my son did something bad, but he didn't deserve to be hurt this much. If a hospital wasn't nearby, he might have died. At first the public treated me like a hero, but then the media sought out the family of the assailants to get an uncensored interview. The elderly family cried in front of the camera and pleaded. In the following days, the internet and the weekly publications made a big deal out of it, but at the time, there was no way for me to know about the state of society. By the time I came back to work again, I no longer had a place where I belonged. Ryuma, the reason was although I was able to save people, everyone else just saw me as someone who tried to murder 3 people. The senpais and co-workers that treated me warmly before no longer approached me. Bad rumors started to spread around about a criminal who was able to live carefree without receiving justice. Although the topic died out in society as a whole, with the subject of that topic right before their eyes, it wasn't as easy for it to die out in the company. And then less than 1 week after I started going back to work, my boss and I were called by the company director. It seems you intend to continue working for our company, but I won't say anything bad. This must be tough on you too. You should resign and find another path. You have overdue work as well, right? I believe this is the greatest contribution you can make for our company. When my boss at the time heard that, he prostrated himself before the director. But the director paid him no heed, and in the end, he said that the one to make the decision would be me. Just that. The one who would take responsibility in the case of losses, as well as receive the dissatisfaction of your co-workers, is the person who kept you from leaving. In other words, the boss beside me. He was a really good person. Ryuma, he bowed his head to clean up after the mess his subordinate made. He voiced out his opinion when someone above him gave an absurd order. Although he was really strict at work, he was a reliable and respectable person. The reason why I wasn't fired immediately after being detained, the person who pleaded for me to be released on bail, that was all him. He was a doting father who would always show me the picture of his 3 children as if they were his treasures. That director is such a jerk. He could have just fired you if he wanted to. That would have been easier than doing things in such a roundabout way like he did. Kirillel, according to Japanese law, my actions were legitimate self-defense. The company can't use the incident as an excuse to dismiss me. That's why they needed me to retire on my own to be able to get rid of me. Ryuma, it's what is referred to as encouraged resignation. Of course, I could ignore it and stay in the company, but the people around me will remain hostile and unhappy. I hated that atmosphere, but that person accepted me. He encouraged me. That's why I was thinking of paying him back by working hard. But even my benefactor's position started to be at a risk. The company was not loath to such behavior. As such, my resignation was decided after I left the room. Thank you for everything until now. Ryuma, those were the words I said to him in the end, but he appeared to be full of regrets and apologetic. Still, somewhere deep inside, he seemed to be relieved. I caused him so much trouble, after all. It was only a given. I looked for another job after that, but I resigned too quickly after employment, so I had to explain why I resigned. Because of that, I just kept getting rejected. Before dying, I somehow managed to find work, but my experience at the time was just like that of a former convict. It's a bit late to be thinking about it now, though. The body I forged and the techniques I mastered were powerless before the laws and opinion of society. I didn't think I was wrong back then. And even now that hasn't changed. But it was also true that I heavily injured those people, so I thought it couldn't be helped for others to treat me differently. That was the result of my actions. I had to accept it. But still, I regretted it. The actions of the bandits are no different. They have to be judged, and then atone for their crimes. I don't like the behavior of the men yesterday and I don't feel like employing them. But what about after they atone for their crimes? What if they have a change of heart? If they've really had a change of heart, then wouldn't it be fine to give them a second chance? At least that's what I think. And that's why you're going to hire them. Willie Eris, no. I haven't decided that yet. First of all, unlike the slum people, they have actually committed a crime. Although they're former convicts, deciding to hire them on my own won't do. Not only is there the issue of risk management, I would also be ignoring my current employees. That's why if I'm going to be hiring them, I will have to interview them first, explain to the employees, bow my head, and then get them to agree. I could also have the former convicts tend to a new store instead, but before anything else, I first need to confirm, 1. What crimes they've committed. 2. Why they committed them. 3. And if they're planning to turn over a new leaf. There are all sorts of crimes too, Ryuma, for example, although those bandits were cowards, they knew enough to avoid killing someone. I spoke quite a bit with one of them, and I think there might be room for rehabilitation. But there are people who don't think anything of committing crimes. An extreme example would be someone who enjoys killing people. Those type of people are definitely out of the question. I'll limit my former convict employees to those who I feel have reflected over their actions and have turned over a new leaf. Maybe I'll limit the acceptable crimes to just misdemeanors too. I should probably get someone else to handle the interviews too. I'm too biased toward the former convicts. Ryuma, I get what you want to say, but seriously, you're such a busybody. Just when I thought you'd made a clean decision to hand the bandits over to the guards, you're suddenly thinking of what to do after they're let out. Kirillel, that might be true. I gave them up to the guards and now I'm thinking of helping them. If someone wants to say that my actions are contradictory, I have no words to refute with. But that's what it means to be human. Humans have always been doing things as they please, just doing whatever is convenient for them. And I too am one of those humans. This is this and that is that. Ryuma, isn't it fine? You're in the position to do so anyway. Moreover, no matter what the reason is, looking back on your actions and reflecting, and then thinking about other people isn't a bad thing. But you shouldn't saddle yourself with so much. Willie Eris, thank you very much, Willieri-sama. For the meantime, I think I'll talk about this incident with my assistant manager. Ryuma, whether I go through with it or not, everything starts from there. Now that I think about it, it has already been over half a year since I spent 3 years in that forest after coming to this world and left for town. I now have an objective. To go to the Great Shura's forest and retrieve the inheritance of my grandmother. But to that end, I need to be a C ranker first. Although I'm taking it one step at a time, I am progressing with my preparations. If I manage to prepare everything early, I should be able to go next year. But after that, then what? What reason am I living for? What will I use my money and power for? I don't want to keep working without a goal just so I can keep on making a living. Although my environment and work are different, what I'm doing won't be different from my previous life. It won't be long before I spend my 5th year in this world, and yet I still don't have a long-term goal. But as vague as it may be, if possible, I'd like to use my abilities for something that would be useful to others. In Japan, there's a saying, if there is a God who will abandon you, then there will also be a God who will pick you up. 1. If there's someone who will abandon others in this world, then there will also be someone who will save others. Ryuma, Rurusha and the others picked me. That's why I'm here today. I'm able to spend my days happily now. That was an unthinkable thing back in my previous life. That's why I want to thank you. Ryuma, Ryuma-kun, Rurusha, I don't know what will happen to me in the future, but I too would like to be on the side of taking others in. Ryuma, as I said those words from the bottom of my ears, that usual gentle light began to cover me. Out of time, huh? All right. I'll be off then. Ryuma, yes. Do your best. Rurusha, I pray that fortune will grace you. Next time, I'll introduce my husband to you. Willie Eris, I'll watch over you from time to time too. Someday let's have a match. Kirillel, thank you very much, Ryuma, duh. Kirillel, when I was about to thank the 2 goddesses, Kirillel-sama suddenly yelled. You're too stiff. Kirillel, Ryuma-kun, haven't you had enough time to get used to us yet? Willie Eris, I understand. Thank you. Willie Eris. Kirillel. Ryuma, now that's more like it. Kilieres, foo. Do take care until the next time we meet. Willie Eris, wait a moment. How come you didn't call my name, Rurusha? My consciousness went back to my body. 1. This is the same pickup as in the title. I wrote it this way to give the title nod, but another way to put is take in. So the sentence will read as, in Japan, there's a saying, if there is a God who will abandon you, then there will also be a God who will take you in. 1. TL note, looking at it now, perhaps, the men the gods took in, or, the men adopted by the gods or, the men saved by the gods might actually be better titles. Chapter 150.1, For the Sake of the Future, 1/3, Chapter 150, For the Sake of the Future, 1/3, I'm back. Ryuma, welcome back. Fina, it was already night by the time I got back to Jimuru. When I showed my face at the store, the employees were already having supper. Are you in the middle of supper? Ryuma, yes. Will you be having some too, boss? Fina, I'm sure it must have been cold outside what with the rain and all. Please have some soup at least. Shelma-san and the rest of the women stopped eating to prepare my portion. I took them up on their offer and helped myself to a mouthful of soup. Phew, Ryuma, I can feel my body warming up from inside. Thank you very much. Ryuma, please don't mind it. You worked hard out there too, boss. Shelma, what job were you working on this time? Fina, it was an urgent job. Ryuma, when I went to the guild yesterday, there was a person there who was trying to post a search for a missing person. I took that job. A lot happened, but in the end, I managed to find the missing person and save him. And so, after sending him off to Carabin, I took the opportunity to greet some people I know. After that I came back home. Ryuma, thank goodness you found him, Maria, indeed. It could have been a lot worse. We were also able to recover the goods and deliver them properly. The weapon shop was understanding too and didn't make a fuss for the victim. He shouldn't have any problems with future work. Oh, right. Item box, Karm-san. Take a look at this. Ryuma, this is a list of magic tools, I see. And by Dynome's Magic Tool Workshop. That should be the workshop the Morgan Company cooperated with to make the music boxes for the Founding Festival. I hear they have been expanding lately and a lot of people are keeping an eye on them. Karm, as expected, he's well informed. That's the acquaintance I was talking about earlier. We were acquainted personally in the past. He promised me that he'll be accommodating with me regarding his magic tools. Ryuma, I spoke to one of the craftsmen of Dynome-san's workshop. When I did, this is what he told me. How should we thank you for the music box? It's been selling so much that we now have more money than we know what to do with. I asked them to develop an alarm function, and surprisingly, they were able to take out a ready-made product from inside the workshop. I was surprised to see that they had already developed something I had in mind, but what was even more surprising was that apparently the idea came from none other but me. Apparently they heard about me talking about it from Serge-san. Now that I think about it, I do feel like I said something like that to Serge-san when I showed him the music box before. I happily accepted it, but just one brand new clock apparently wasn't enough for them to repay me what with all the money I was able to bring into their workshop, so they asked me if there was something else they could make for me. But I already had the things I can use for camping, as well as any other necessary magic tools. None of them were broken too, so I really had no idea what I was supposed to get them to make. Because of that they gave me a list of magic tools instead and told me to let them know if there are any magic tools that my store might need. They said they'll prepare anything that I think might be of use. Ryuma, exactly how many tools are they willing to make? Karm, they didn't tell me. They just said to ask as much as I want. Serge-san was around when we came up with our arrangement, so I just trusted them and left everything to them. But I think they really do mean it when they say to just ask for whatever I want. I'm sure they'll say it if my request begins to become too overbearing. And besides, I can just pay for it if there's really something that we need. We have at least that much reserved funds, yes. Ryuma, yes. If you consider it as investment for necessary equipment, then yes, there's no problem at all indeed. Karm, that's good to hear. Sorry to push this onto you, but please do get everyone's opinion and pick out whatever is necessary on that list. Contact the branch store at Renov too. Ryuma, understood. Karm, let me see. Let me see. Assistant manager, please let me see. Jane, what sort of things are there? Maria, some magic tools that can be used for security would nice. Leland, what she said. We can do without them, but it would be better to have them. Faye, looks like all the employees are interested. They passed the list around and everyone talked about which tools they were interested in. I've heard about this so-called stove magic tool. I've never had the opportunity to use it, but supposedly, it makes it easy to regulate the flames when cooking. I'd love to have the opportunity to use one. There's also a lot of other cooking utensils. Shelma, I figured you'd interested in the cooking tools. Shelma-san, after all, you're always cooking every day. To be honest, I want to try them out myself. Maria, as for me, it's starting to get cold, so I think something to help with heating would be nice. Jane, having a magic heater would also save us the trouble of having to gather firewood. Dolce-kun, you don't have to gather firewood to use at the store. I'll buy a heater. But depending on the unit, the magic tool might end up being the cheaper option. I need to look around first. I need to find a good heater. Ryuma, we happily ate our warm supper. When we finished eating, Karm-san informed me that he had a number of reports to give, so we went to the office. Looks like I ended up making him work overtime by coming back at a strange time. Chapter 150.2 Chapter 150, For the Sake of the Future, 2/3, Sorry about this, Ryuma, don't worry about it. This much isn't enough to count as overtime. To start off with, about the formal clothes you ordered a few days ago. The tailor contacted us. It seems the clothes will be completed 3 days later. You can pick it up anytime after that date. Karm, they were able to make everything that quickly. I was surprised at first, but very quickly I found out that it was only the suit that they could make in 3 days. The necktie pin to be used as an accessory needed a week. That's still plenty fast, though. I had originally asked them to prepare the clothes quickly, but with this, the clothes should make it in time for your visit to the Duke's family. The craftsman they entrusted your diamond to also said that he'll put out a product he can be proud of. Karm, they're really putting a lot of effort into this, huh? Ryuma, when I voiced out my thoughts honestly, Karm-sen chuckled. Clearly, they see you as an important customer. By the way, boss, when you do go to greet the Duke, please allow Fei-san to escort you. Karm, Fei-san. As an escort? Well, ability-wise, I've got nothing to complain about, but is that necessary? It's not just for your safety. It's also for formality's sake. Karm, formality, huh? I guess it's probably normal for people who can greet the Duke's family to have at least a servant or two with them. In that case, I suppose I'll have to oblige him. But what about you? Ryuma, we can't have both you and I away from the store. So I'll teach you the etiquette you have to observe before you leave. Karm, I see. Will the store's security be all right without Fei-san? Ryuma, just to be safe, I'd like to increase the number of guards. Karm, should I post a job at the Adventurers Guild like before? Ryuma, that would be a good idea too, but why not hire some new guards instead? Kalkin-san and the others are steadily progressing in their study as managers under my older sister's guidance at the branch store in Renov. As such, I believe this is a good opportunity to hire some guards we can trust in preparation for when they've matured to the point we can entrust a branch store to them. Karm, That's true. I have heard that Kalkin-san and the others have been doing well. We have to make doubly sure that they can handle it, but at this rate, maybe we can entrust a branch store to them as early as next year. Our conversation headed in that direction. In that case, though, we'll need to prepare people other than the managers too. If so, then hiring some ahead of time so we can find one trustworthy and raise him would probably be ideal. Let's try looking for both then. But we'll prioritize the security of the store. Ryuma, understood. Next. Oh, my apologies. Apparently, that concludes our reports. Next is a personal message from Kalkin-san and the others. It seems they discovered something new regarding the slimes and would like to submit to you their findings. Karm, really? Ryuma, they have 2 discoveries. Both are related to the application of the cleaner slimes. I wonder if something happened. I'm getting a little excited. First, is Robelia-san's, in regards to the beautifying effects of the cleaner slime. Part of her daily routine is to clean her whole body with the cleaner slime. From there, she was able to notice an improvement in her skin. To confirm her findings, she asked the employees to cooperate with an experiment, as well as observe the customers who requested a full-body cleansing. The result was that the cleaner slimes had, in fact, improved the condition of the skin. Apparently, it's super effective on pimples. Boss. Karm, it's fine. This sure is a surprise, though. Ryuma, I never thought about the beautifying effects of the cleaner slime, but now that she mentions it, I guess this might prove useful after all. The cleaner slimes loves to eat filth, so if you ask them to cleanse your whole body, they will remove all of the waste attached to the body, as well as the dead skin. In the case of pimples, the reason they occur is because of extra sebum filling the pores. If all of those are to be removed, then naturally, the skin as a whole will improve. That's probably the reason behind its beautifying effects. The details have been summarized in this document. Karm, thank you very much. I will send her a letter later with my thoughts. What's the other one? Ryuma, Tony-san's, the practical application of cleaner slimes. After seeing filth coming off of the clothes cleaned during work and seeing that not a single drop of water was left on them, he thought of washing a document that had a writing error. The result? The formerly dirty paper became clean paper and could be used again. No matter how careful you are, mistakes tend to happen with writing documents. This is especially true for people not used to writing them. This new discovery should be able to save us money. Though, I suppose some caution is also needed. That's another one I missed. I never thought about it, but now that he brings it up, of course the cleaner slime could be used that way. Will you give them compensation for these new discoveries? Carm, we may not be in the business of slime research, but I do believe their findings have value in them. So, yes. Let's compensate them. But the question is, how much? Ryuma, if I think of it as a bonus, then by my previous life's company standards, then 1 month's worth of pay would be the normal way to go about it, though there may be deductions depending on the assessment. How much is their daily wage? Ryuma, you picked them out yourself and they're still in training, so they're currently making about 150 suits a day. Carm, so if they work 6 days a week, then they should be making somewhere between 3,600 to 4,000 suits a month. But their findings will be useful to the store, and I want them to work hard in the future. Let's give them 3 months' salary and have that serve as both compensation and as research funding. Rounding it down nicely, that will give about 10,000 suits per person. I was thinking 2 months' worth would be enough, but we do have some leeway in our proceeds. And if we consider it as an investment for the future, and since the amount also includes research funding, it should be acceptable. Let's inform them as such. Carm, please take care of it. Ryuma, Chapter 150.3 Volume 3 Chapter 150, for the sake of the future, 3/3, that seems to have concluded his reports. He's here now, so I might as well talk to him about hiring former convicts. I talked to Carm-san about the things I talked about with the gods. Of course, I didn't talk about the gods or my previous life, but even without those, his countenance still darkened. Is he going to refuse, after all? I kept down the urge to ask that and waited for his response. As of now, I am against it. This is our first year in business since opening. Our business is going well, and if we need to hire someone, we could just hire some hopeful applicants. There's no reason to go out of our way to employ high-risk individuals. At the very least, we should put up more branch stores and fortify our footing before venturing into such dangerous territory. Carm, I thought that would be the case. Ryuma, it's the obvious answer. I also don't think I would be so accepting either if I were in his shoes. Prioritizing strengthening our footing is the correct opinion. But there's something I would like to propose. Carm, Propose. Ryuma, yes. I understand your feelings of wanting to give former convicts a chance. To be honest, I think that's supposed to be the job of the ruling class or the church, but, in the past year that I've been here, I've been watching you, boss. Your management philosophy surprised me time and time again, but I can understand it. Although it's certainly too early for us to attempt to hire former convicts, I am not completely against it. I merely wish for us to take time to prepare, proceed step by step, pick out the former convicts carefully, and execute only after enough preparations have been made. In other words, I don't think there's anything wrong in setting the employment of former convicts as an end goal. Carm, I was planning on persistently trying to persuade him, but he actually accepted it just like that. You sure accepted the idea easily. Ryuma, frankly, it's a bit too late for me to be surprised considering that you openly welcomed a group of girls who left their village to work, as well as the slum people. But it's also because of that we're able to work so peacefully. Although I think it's something that we have to tread lightly with, but given that you're even willing to consult me beforehand, I'm not against it completely. This is probably because I've been watching you work until now. But just as I've said earlier, in order to be able to hire former convicts, we first need to solidify our footing. To that end, you will have to move more proactively. This too will profit the store in the end. Carm, I see. Ryuma, Carm-san understood what I wanted to do, and at the same time, he also understood how to handle me. What an astute person. Thank you very much. So, exactly how do we go about this? Ryuma, how about buying some slaves? Carm, slaves. Oh, right. That's legal here. A slave, huh? I'm not completely clueless about slaves, but I'm not that privy to them either. Can you be more specific? Ryuma, Karm-san explained it clearly so that I could understand. There are 3 types of slaves in this country: poverty slaves, debt slaves, criminal slaves. Poverty slaves are people who seek patronage. They could also be people sold by their own family as slaves so they could support themselves. Debt slaves are people who failed to pay their loans and have been turned into slaves to forcefully do manual labor. Criminal slaves are people who have committed a crime and, as punishment, turned into a slave. Many debt slaves and poverty slaves are slaves due to some unfortunate circumstance. As such, they should serve well to increase our workforce and help lay a foundation to hire former convicts, given that their mindset should make them more accepting. As for criminal slaves, a special spell has been casted on them to prevent them from fleeing or hurting other people. They're less riskier than former convicts. Karm-san also went on to say that while there are those who became slaves due to a series of unfortunate circumstances, there are also those who ended up as slaves due to living an overly self-indulgent lifestyle. Debt slaves and poverty slaves are people who, out of necessity, have exchanged their freedom in order to live. Of course, there are those among them who wish to regain their freedom as soon as possible. Jobs at our stores pay relatively well, so I think we can give an opportunity to these people. Karm, I see. What do I need to watch out for when purchasing slaves? Ryuma, you only needs to ensure them their daily necessities and not commit undeserved violence against them, but those conditions have already been met by the store policies. As far as the store is concerned, it's not really any different from hiring someone from the guild. Karm, I see. Ryuma, a slave, huh? As I became thoughtful, Karm-san asked me, do you hate slaves? Karm, I don't. I'm just not used to them. Ryuma, I knew slaves were a thing in this world, but I never thought of buying one. But there are things that I've come to understand after hearing Karm-san talk about them. It's one industry in this world. I should study it some more. I told Karm-san that I'll think about it. In that case, it might be a good idea to drop by the Molten Slave Company at Gonego. Before I and my older sister came here, Serge-sama mentioned that it's a good place to buy slaves from. If you ever find yourself in need of slaves, please consider using their services. Karm, speaking of Gonego, that's the town where the Duke's residence is. I'm going there to greet them anyway, so that makes things convenient for me. Did he consider this far when he suggested it? Feeling as if I'm being led by the nose, I couldn't help but turn to him. Karm-san's calm smile was firm. What a reliable guy. I'll have to thank Serge-san when I meet him again. Chapter 151.1 Volume 3 Chapter 151, Phase Real Ability, 1/2, sighed Ryuma. Time flows so quickly. It felt just like a few days ago when I left to rescue a missing person, but it's already been 2 weeks since. I left Jimuru to greet the Duke's family, but in order to rendezvous with Serge-san, Fei-san, and I first had to drop by the town of Gonego. That's the plan, but we're currently taking a little detour and going through a dim forest. Sorry for dragging you out here. Ryuma, it's all right. I'm your guard right now. If you want to visit your old house, then that's where we'll go. Besides, I'm good at finding my way through places like this. It's fine. Really? Fei, now that he mentions it, he's been able to keep up with me all this time without lagging behind. Even a little. He's light on his feet and I can tell that he's used to walking through nature. As expected of a former assassin. That's good to hear. I guess you really did receive that sort of training, huh? Ryuma, there's that too, but our country doesn't have roads as well maintained as this country's. After all, while having roads means it's easy for people to travel, it also means that it's easier for enemy soldiers to move around when they attack. They look like peddlers when they move about, so it's hard to tell that they're actually enemies. All the roads back at our country are like this except for large cities and some small villages. Fei, is that so? Come to think of it, I've never really talked to Fei-san about his country, have I? I know it's a dangerous country that's currently in war, but that's about all I know. It's already been over half a year since I hired him, but I've never really talked to him about it. But it probably can't be helped given that the other employees just think he's someone with experience in the military and considering the circumstances of his last job. If you don't mind my asking, can I ask you about your country? Of course, only the parts that you can talk about. Ryuma, I can answer any questions you have, boss. It would be a problem if I were to publicize it, but talking about it with someone like you who already knows about me being a former assassin isn't a problem at all. Faye, turns out it's actually not a big deal. In fact, he's being so nonchalant about it that I'm starting to get anxious instead. You don't have any secrets that you have to keep. Ryuma, there's no one left to complain, so it doesn't matter anymore. Any information that could be used probably can't be used anymore, and those that can be used have probably already been taken by enemy forces. That's why. Information leaking to the enemies of our enemies is actually a bigger issue for our enemies. I have comrades in arms who are doing just that actually. Faye, oh. Ryuma, in that case, I can ask as much as I want then. But I don't really know anything, so even if he tells me that, I don't actually know what to ask. How much do you know about my country? Faye, I know that your country is known as Zilmer Empire, and is slightly northeast of the Rafora Kingdom, where we're currently at. And just as you mentioned earlier, it's in the middle of a civil war and is a very dangerous place. That's about it. Ryuma, then I suppose I'll have to supplement your knowledge. Faye, according to Faye-san. A long time ago, a human that possessed great power established Zilmer Empire. With his great power, he unified the villages and the powerful clans of the north. Unfortunately, there are too many mysteries regarding the history of the empire due to the lack of historical documents. The name of the founder, his birth, and other specific information are missing. Because of that, when the country was divided due to the civil wars, each faction started talking about their own version of the history and claimed that their boss had the blood of the founding emperor running through his veins. In other words, it's a troublesome country for reasons other than war. When I was in the country, the southern part of the empire was ruled by the Win House, the northern part was ruled by the Tuan House, the northeast was ruled by the Baigan House, and the center was ruled by the Shu House. There were small struggles even within those houses, but most of the bigger conflicts occurred between these four houses. Faye, what house did you and Leland-san work for? Ryuma, we worked for the Win House. The Win House had a lot of assassins like us. They divided us into different organizations and gave us different jobs. There's an organization that sends its members to live on enemy soil for long periods of time to steal information. There's also an organization that looks for enemies in major cities and kills them. There's also our organization, which is tasked with going to and fro ally and hostile territories to deliver information. We give the information to another organization. It's also our job to kill any enemies found on the territory of the Win House. To avoid making ourselves suspicious since we move so much, we dress ourselves up as peddlers. Faye, really? I said as I listened to him while we walked. Chapter 151.2 Volume 3 Chapter 151, Faye's Real Ability, 2 of 2, oh, right. Boss. There's something I forgot to tell you. Faye, he said as if he suddenly remembered. I wonder if it's something important. When you interviewed us, I mentioned that Leland took after her mother. Do you remember? Faye, yes. Ryuma, that was a lie. Actually, Leland and I have no blood relation. We just became father and daughter because we were affiliated with the same squad. Faye, wow. That was a lot less relevant than I thought it would be. Oh, but I guess it must be pretty important for him. We've been playing the role of father and daughter for over 10 years, so she's no different from a daughter to me. There are a lot of things that are hard to explain, but I just wanted to let you know since you already know about our situation. Faye, apparently, at the Win House that he worked at, in order to reduce the number of children that were abandoned after losing their parents in the war, they took the orphan children and gathered them into an institute. There, they gave them training and used them. Leland-san is one of those children. Raising children into assassins and using them. You might think it's cruel, but that was normal in our country. And besides, children who weren't taken in had worse lives. Those children couldn't live at all. Faye, after her talent as an assassin was recognized, she was placed under Faye-san. The institute, however, was not just meant to turn the children into assassins. It could also train them into civil officials or soldiers. There were all sorts. Although it restricted one's course in life, it served its purpose to help the children. As we discussed that topic, we eventually fell silent. But it wasn't because the mood was spoiled due to the conversation taking a dark turn. Faye-san. Ryuma, someone's here. Up ahead. Faye, there were several footprints on the ground. They're wearing shoes. Should be humans. Since these footprints are still here despite the rain this morning, then they should have passed through here roughly half a day ago. Ryuma, there should be 10 or 15 of them. That's too many for hunters. Should be bandits. What should we do? Faye, we'll reach a river if we keep going in this direction. That's probably what they're headed for. It's the same direction as my old house. Ryuma, that's a problem. Faye, despite saying that, Faye-san did not look at all troubled. Still, it seemed he wanted to leave the decision to me and said nothing more than that. We could change directions here and go to main road, but, Ryuma, I was planning on spending the night at my cave house. If I avoid these bandits, I'll have to change my plans. Moreover, the sun will set by the time we reach the main road. And besides, as someone who lives in this forest, I can't just leave those bandits alone. I want to deal with the bandits. Can I rely on your help? Ryuma, of course. Please wait here, boss. I'll go scout a bit. I'm sure they're not that far off. Faye, I'm sure Faye-san will be fine. He's probably a lot better than me at following tracks and moving quietly. I mean, I couldn't have predicted that the bandits weren't that far. I wonder how he could tell that. I'll ask him later. I'll count on you then. Please don't push yourself, though. Ryuma, leave it to me, boss. Faye-san quietly moved out and vanished into the trees. The only sound that followed him was the wind rustling. The leaves. 1 hour later, Faye-san came back. Good work out there. Ryuma, when I said that, I heard the grass rustling behind me. So you can sense me. Faye, I told my metal slime weapon to tell me if metal, feed, were to approach. There are bandits nearby, after all. Ryuma, still, you shouldn't have been able to tell it was me with just that. Faye, actually, the bigger question is why you had to approach me from behind. If not for the report of the slimes, I wouldn't have noticed him in time. As expected, he really is a pro. Retired as he may be. It's a bit late to be realizing this, but I sure got lucky hiring him to be the store's bodyguard. So, how was it? Ryuma, there were indeed 15 of them. They are preparing to make camp in front of a cliff up ahead. It's probably the place you were talking about. I heard them talking about a briefing for tomorrow while gathered around a fire, so I'm sure they're bandits. They seem experienced too. Faye, can we beat them with just the 2 of us? Ryuma, they have 4 mages and 3 archers. They have swordsmen and spearmen for close combat. They have relatively good equipment and their balance is good. But that's about it. There weren't anyone particularly strong. If we wait until it gets dark, I can take them out by myself. In the past, I would have used people at their level to train new hands. The 2 of us should be enough. If the 2 of us take them together, we should be able to end them instantly. Faye, we decided to take out the bandits. For future reference on similar situations, I decided to leave the plan to the pro. Boss, please use this. Faye, that's the pocket watch ordered from the Dynome's Magic Tool Workshop a few days ago. It was pricey but it was convenient, so I got one for all of my employees at the store. On its exterior was engraved some clothes and slime relief. Of course, I had one too. First I'll lead you up to a point where they won't notice you. After that, stand by, and after 15 minutes, show yourself before the enemy. Do the same thing if the enemy manages to find you. If they attack you immediately, then fight, but if they talk, then tell them that you're a new adventurer who got lost and had just come here to gather herbs. I'll use those 15 minutes to get to the other side, so while you have their attention, I'll take them from behind. I'll take out the mages first. To be honest, I specialize at assassination, not fighting. But anyway, when the fighting starts, we'll take them out immediately. Faye, okay. Ryuma, to maximize our strong points, I was tasked with playing the bait. After deciding our plan, it was time to carry it out. Excuse me. Ryuma, is anyone out there? Ryuma. Bandits, who goes there? Bandit 1, just as planned, I showed myself to the bandits. When I called out to them, they didn't just look toward me, but also to other directions. Just as Faye-san mentioned, they were indeed experienced. Hey kid. Bandit 2, what the? It's just a brat. Bandit 3, I'm no one suspicious. I just got lost. Ryuma, an adventurer. Bandit 4, yes. I just got my first job today. I got an herb collection job, but I was so excited that before I knew it, Ryuma, what a tragedy. Bandit 5, hee hee. You said it. Why don't you come over here and rest? Bandit 6, I played the fool and approached them. Upon seeing a child like myself, they couldn't help but let their guard down. But it didn't seem like they had any intentions of showing me the way back. They nonchalantly reached out for their weapons. But before they could draw their weapons, the 4 bandits furthest at the back suddenly collapsed. The way they fell was just like when a certain anime's detective would start giving his deduction. Bandits, they turned to their fallen friends, but that was a fatal mistake. I drew my sword from its sheath and sent it toward the neck of a man. Enemies. Bandit 1, Gufu. Bandit 2, Bandit 3, next, I sent my blade thrusting for a bandit's neck. Then I swept sideways with my blade. I worked my way through the bandits starting from the closest one. One fatal stroke for each bandit. This brat. Bandit 4, the bandit stuck out his knife, but I dodged it by a hair's breadth, then I struck his heart dead. That makes 4. I felt the presence of mana. Yen, Fei-san and the bandits were engulfed by the rising smoke. The smoke didn't flutter in the wind. It was a smoke that didn't obstruct me. Is this Fei-san's magic? This is my first time seeing it. I've never heard that chant before, but it's probably similar to the poison-type spell, Smoke, which creates a smoke screen. Even if the caster himself enters it, he won't be poisoned. But Gua. Bandit 5, darn it. Bandit 6, eek. Bandit 7, screams resounded from the pillar of smoke. I cut down the men as they crawled out of the smoke. Not even 30 seconds had passed since the battle started, but all the noise was gone already. When the smoke cleared, Fei-san and several men lying on the ground appeared. Blood could be seen dripping from Fei-san's straight sword. It was clear as day what happened inside the smoke and who the victor was. It's over, boss. Fei, a spectacular job. Ryuma, but now that I've seen his real skills. Isn't his pay too low? I should get Karm-san to give him a raise when I get back. Chapter 152.1 Volume 3 Chapter 152, Drinking at Home for the First Time, 1/2, Boss. Your skills are really suited to be an assassin. Fei, after working alongside the slimes and cleaning up the scene, Fei suddenly said that. What do you mean? Ryuma, I mean you have a lot of skills that are needed to be an assassin. Although, being strong is good, just being strong isn't enough to be an assassin. Fei, so I guess there are more important stuff to an assassin than a strength. Back when thugs were causing problems for us at the store, you left some medicine at the store then, remember? You must have some knowledge on medicine and poison then. Knowledge on those are really important to assassins. And a while ago you used the slimes to clean up the scene. Cleaning up the corpses, the clothes, and weapons covered in blood. Those are all important too. Also, the way you walked before the fight, the way you hid. Everything was really well done. Fei, while he was saying that, he suddenly realized something. My bad. Your skills aren't just suited to be an assassin, you'd make for a really good assassin. Fei, Ryuma, I think he's trying to praise me. I've mostly gotten used to the language here, but from time to time, I still make mistakes. Fei, it's another country's language, after all. It can't be helped, Ryuma, I also had to deal with a foreign company myself in my past life. The language barrier then was really painful. Especially, when I had to chat with the foreigners outside of work. Right. Speaking of language. By the way, that magic you used a while ago. Was that Zilmer Empire magic? Ryuma, you mean Yen. It's a poison-type spell. It means smoke. Fei, so it really was the same smoke spell as this country's. The only difference is the word used. I asked about it some more, and as it turns out, Fei-san can use poison spells and wind spells a little. Creating a smoke screen, hiding his body, and killing people from inside the smoke is apparently his favorite trick. When we cleaned the scene, I noticed that the corpses he killed from inside the smoke were finished off with a single stab in between the gaps of their armor. Also, the first 4 people he killed were killed with the use of non-glossy poisonous needles. He killed 8 people with just 1 hit each. His methods are unscrupulous, but he neutralized them so quickly that he actually reminded me of the protagonist of a certain game. I only chanted out loud to get the enemy's attention. Normally, I would cast my spells without saying anything. Fei, chantless casting. Ryuma, casting spells quietly. I've tried practicing it myself in my spare time, but not only are the odds of success lower, the resulting effects are also weaker. It's not at a level that I can use in battle just yet. I wonder if he'd mind teaching me some tricks. Oh, we shouldn't be standing here talking. Ryuma, my house is just over there. There's no reason to stay outside so much. I collapsed the cliff with my earth magic and opened the entrance to my old house. Oh. So this is your old house? Fei-san seemed impressed as he entered the house. Ah. This is so nostalgic. It's dusty, though, Ryuma. I hear houses not lived in age quickly, but the entrance was blocked, so this old house of mine hasn't changed much. It's exactly as I left it before. The only thing that's really changed is that it's dusty now. And somehow, there's a spider's nest on the ceiling. I wonder where they came in from. Well, if this is all that's changed, then a little help from my slimes should bring everything back to condition. For the meantime, I quickly cleaned one room so we could have a room we could rest at. That should do it. Ryuma, the sticky slimes, the poison slimes, the acid slimes, the heal slimes, the scavenger slimes, and the cleaner slimes. The slimes that lived here before seemed as if they could remember their time here in the past, as they freely crawled along the places they usually crawled before. It might be because we just came from a fight, but it's so peaceful and relaxing right now. We have lots of food, and the slimes are probably already full for the day. So we can just take our time and relax. I prepared some drinks and some light snacks, then I asked about chantless casting again. If you want to use a spell with chantless casting, then the most important thing is to keep using that spell. You should first start by learning how to hide your body and use your weapon, then get used to poison and medicine. You can gain experience that way and still continue your training. After doing that I was able to do it. Until then I didn't really use spells much in assassinations. Medicines and tools are much more important. I don't specialize in magic, so it's hard to give advice. Fei, I see. So, what about poison and medicine then? Speaking of poison, that poison he used on those needles and those truth serum he used on those thugs before. Just where did he get those anyway? Concocting your own poison and medicine is the basics of basics. You pay us and give us holidays, so I either buy the ingredients off the stores in town or gather them from outside. In our line of work, we have to go to various territories, so we know a lot about using different herbs to concoct medicine. Thanks to that, we can still somewhat make our potions even in this country. Fei, Chapter 152.2 Chapter 152, Drinking at Home for the First Time, February 2nd, short, that makes sense. But there's one thing bothering me. Fei-san, if you need it for your work, the store can cover the costs. Ryuma, there's no reason for the employees to pay for it themselves. When I told him that. It's not something I need for my job. We make our potions to prevent our skills from getting rusty. Fei, apparently, Fei-san didn't see it as work, but something akin to private training or a hobby. If you need it to maintain your abilities, a guard of the store, then that's more than enough reason to pass it off as something you need for your job. I think it would be best if I assisted you too. Unless you or Leland-san want to. Keep your knowledge on medicine a secret. I'll talk to Karm-san when we get back. Ryuma, that would be a big help to us. As for our abilities and knowledge, you can just say that we learned it from medic training. My country has always been at war, so medicines are really expensive. Normal people can't use them. There's a lot of fakes too. But medics know a lot. It's also the kind of work that people aren't wary against. Fei, all right. Ryuma, as expected, he doesn't want others to know about his past as an assassin. But I guess that's to be expected. Ninjas that don't sneak around may be common in Japanese fiction, but being an assassin isn't exactly a profession you walk around showing off. I wonder if he has any lingering feelings left for his old job. Personally, I'd be happy if you worked at my store forever. Ryuma, well. I can't say that I don't have any lingering feelings for my old job. After all, I worked as an assassin for a long time. I trained a lot. I killed a lot. I can't just forget all that. But I have no plans of going back to my country and working again. We were given one last order, after all. Are you sure it's okay to talk about that? Ryuma, it's fine. The last order we were given was, help the humans in our territory to flee somewhere safe. But orders given to us are coded, so we can't just take their meaning literally. That was true even for our last order. The real order was, don't die in vain. Escape at your own discretion. The battle was mostly decided then, and there was no point in getting ourselves killed. We weren't treated badly by our organization, and in the end, we were even ordered to live. The master of the Win House was a good person. That's why he and Leland-san did their best to save as many people as possible while they fled their country. And then you arrived at this country, Refora Kingdom. Ryuma, we somehow managed to get in and get to Jimuru to find a place we can work at. But the guild master figured out our identity with just one look. Graziera-san, Ryuma, when she found out that we weren't spies, she helped us get work. I was really surprised then. We had prepared ourselves to live our lives on the run. That person really is exceptional, isn't she? So, at the very least, I can take it that you don't have any plans of stopping anytime soon, right? Ryuma, yes. For now, I plan to keep working for you, boss. That's great to hear, San. Ryuma, I also thanked him for literally allowing me to ask him as much as I wanted here in the forest. It's almost time for supper, so. If it doesn't bother you. Item box. Will you share a drink with me? Ryuma, of course, boss. Carried by the flow of the conversation, I tried inviting him for a drink, and San was all for it. For one reason or another, it's my first time drinking with one of my employees at the store. If everyone's schedule is clear, I should try holding a year-end party. Chapter 153.1 Chapter 153, Reunion 1, January 3rd, short, 3 days later. After traveling peacefully these past few days, we finally arrived at the town of Gonego, where the residence of the Duke's family was. But as soon as we arrived, a new problem visited us at the gate. I'll ask one more time. You are Feidano and Ryuma-kun. What is your objective for coming to Jimuru? Guard, I own a store, so I came here to have an audience with the Duke. Ryuma, and I am his guard. But you didn't go through the road from Karabin and instead went into the depths of the forest of Ghana, where you happened into 15 bandits, which you then killed. Is that correct? Guard, perfectly correct. Ryuma, normally, you would go through the main road. Why would you go out of your way to go into a forest where it's hard to walk? Guard, I once lived at that forest for some time. We just dropped by to see it since it's a nostalgic place for me. I'm also an adventurer, so I'm used to walking through forests. It's a lot faster than having to go around. Ryuma, I see. But Feidano, I see that you're not an adventurer. Guard, I have experience working as a soldier at my homeland. I gained my skill as an escort and how to walk through forests from there. A soldier from Zilmer. Guard, former soldier. I see, Guard, it's been like this the whole time since I was moved to a room at the office of the guards. He's been repeating the same thing over and over. Although his demeanor is soft, he's completely taken us in for questioning. As someone who's received this sort of treatment a lot in my past life, I can tell that he's suspicious of us. Still, isn't it about time he let us go already? This is way too long just to confirm the veracity of my claims for the bandit reward. Is it really so suspicious to find a kid who lived at a forest for 3 years accompanied by a former soldier from another country? Chapter 153.2 Volume 3 Chapter 153, Reunion 1, February 3rd, the soldier I can understand, but is a kid who lived in the forest for 3 years really that suspicious? I mean, wasn't the crystal blue? Just when is this going to end? Suddenly, I heard approaching footsteps stop just before the door. Hey, I'm going in. Oh. Hayuzu, Ryuma, the person who entered was Hayuzu-san. One of the guards of the Duke's family. He is part of the reason why I left the forest. Ryuma. It's been a while. Hayuzu, long time no see. Ryuma, glad you didn't forget and called me. Just leave everything to me now. Hayuzu, when we parted, he told me that if I just mentioned his name at the office of the guards that he'd come. Looks like that was true. I sure wasn't expecting him to just barge in during questioning, though. While I was thinking that, the men questioning us spoke. Hayuzu, what are you doing? Guard, yo, Swanson. I see you're the same as ever. Hayuzu, if you know, then get out. I'm in the middle of work right now. Hey. Give that back. Swanson, Hayuzu-san took the paper the man was filling out and glanced through it. Ah, Swanson. So this is what you were worried about. Don't worry. He's not lying. I can guarantee for him. Remember that time during spring when I almost died? Hayuzu, I heard you were done in while escorting the Duke. Swanson, the one who saved me then was this guy. Hayuzu, still. 3 years in the forest, Swanson, his situation is a bit complicated, but it's not like he's working for some bandit or something. Besides, the master himself can vouch for him. For now, just let him through. He really did come here to greet the Duke. Although it's more like he was invited as a guest. Hayuzu, all right. Don't forget his bounty for the bandits. Swanson, that felt kind of forceful, but at least we're free now. Thank you very much, Hayuzu-san. Ryuma, leave the talk for later. Hurry up and go before that guy changes his mind. Don't forget your bounty reward. Hayuzu, yes, this bag of coins is yours, Fei-san. Ryuma, can you store it in your dimension magic, boss? It's extra luggage and I have enough coin on me for the time being. Fei, all right. I'll store it in my dimension magic for now. Ryuma, without time to spare for courtesies, we quickly left the office of the guards. When we got out, the sun had already set and stars were twinkling in the night sky. You sure found yourself in a mess. Hayuzu-san laughed as if he were just holding himself back earlier. Indeed. But he was just doing his job too, so, Ryuma, well, it helps a lot if you see it that way. He's not a bad guy. Although he has a tendency to pry at the slightest hint of suspicion and is really persistent. He's also caught a lot of criminals that couldn't be found out with just the use of the crystals. Hayuzu-san praised the men who took us in for questioning, but I was more interested in the criminals that can't be found with just the use of the crystals. You could actually fool those things. It's not really fooling them as much as those crystal balls weren't originally made to identify criminals. They can't actually reveal all the crimes a person has committed. Hayuzu, apparently, the church made those crystal. They were originally made to find out if a believer has violated a precept. Murder, rape, kidnapping, theft, injury. Actions like those go against the teaching of the gods, and those crystal balls can tell if you've committed them. But from the perspective of the law, there are crimes outside of the teachings of the gods too. For example, smuggling. Carrying goods that are forbidden from being traded is a crime. But prohibiting dangerous stuff like that is a rule that humans came up with later. The crystals don't respond to them. Hayuzu, so it had that sort of weakness. Still, just being able to identify a portion of the heavy crimes is plenty helpful. It's also a deterrent. By the way, we've been walking for a while now, but where exactly are we headed? When I asked him, he suddenly stopped. Sorry. I was in such a hurry to get out that I wasn't really thinking. Where do you want to go? Hayuzu, oh, yeah. This guy has always been a little clumsy, hasn't he? Well, he's a good person, anyhow. Seeing as didn't have any particular destination in mind. Would you happen to know an inn with the odd name of I Love Horses? I'm supposed to meet up with a person from the Morgan Company there. We plan to visit the Duke's family afterwards. Ryuma, oh. I know that place. That's the inn of the old man fond of horse racing. He loves them so much he named his inn after his love for them. You better not say anything about horses to him or you'll never hear the end of it. Hayuzu, looks like he knows him well. He looks happy. He knew the path like the back of his hand. In fact, he knew the way so well that he moved quickly even in the narrow alleys. Along the way. Oh. Hayuzu. Men 1, what are you doing at a time like this? Men 3, work. I'm in the middle of one right now. Hi Yuzu, work. So what are you doing walking at a place like this? Men 1, aren't you free? Let's drink. Men 2, hi Yuzu-san, won't you have a drink with us? Men 3, we'll give you some service. Woman, I'm happy you invited me, but I have to send this guy off. I'll drop by later. Hi Yuzu, could it be? Is that your illegitimate son? Men 1, what was that? Who's the mother? Men 2, he's not mine. Hi Yuzu, ha 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 ha. Of course not. He doesn't look like you at all. Men 1, he looks too smart to be your own. Men 2, he looks too good to be yours. Men 3, no way Hi Yuzu can father a kid like that. Men 4, what did you say, you drunks? Hi Yuzu, oh, if it isn't Hi Yuzu-san. Please drop by our store again next time. I'll serve you some tea. Old woman, oh, it's the old woman from the general store. I'll go next time, so make sure to serve some cake too. Hi Yuzu, okay. But the cake will cost you. Old woman, as we went on our way, a lot of people called out to Hi Yuzu-san. He seemed to be on good terms with every one of them. Chapter 153.3 Volume 3 Chapter 153, Reunion 1, it doesn't seem as if it's just because he's a local. Ryuma, he must be a good person. One look and you can tell that people trust him. Faye, it's noisy, but after walking through the corner of the peaceful street, an inn with a giant stable came to view. To be honest, it felt more like a stable with an inn because the inn was actually smaller than the stable. This is the I Love Horses Inn. The owner is probably not around at this time, but maybe the landlady is around. We entered the inn casually. As soon as we enter, a voice called out to us. Welcome. Oh, if it isn't Hi Yuzu-san. What's the matter? Landlady, I brought you some customers. Hi Yuzu, good evening. I am Ryuma Takebayashi from Bamboo Forest. I have a reservation through a person from the Morgan Company. Ryuma, I'm Faye, his guard. Faye, I heard from Boss Serge about you. We have 2 private rooms prepared for you, but fill out this form first. Also, what will you be doing about supper? If you're going to be eating, you can eat now. Boss Serge is also there. And then about tomorrow's landlady, the landlady seems to be an impatient person, as she kept throwing one question after another at me as I filled out the form. I'll go have supper as soon as I fill out this form since I have to greet Serge-san too. Ryuma, I'm going back to the residence. Hi Yuzu, already. Ryuma, yeah. I'd love to eat and drink with you, so we can chat, but I have some work left. Hi Yuzu, I see. That's unfortunate, but I guess it can't be helped. Thank you for coming out to help me despite your busy schedule. Ryuma, well, I'm sure you'll drop by the residence soon. We can talk then. I have a lot I want to talk to you about. See ya. Hi Yuzu, yes. Take care, he left. Ryuma, Hi Yuzu-san left like the wind. I wonder what he wanted to talk about. The same as ever, that one. Landlady, ha ha ha. I'm done filling out your form. Ryuma, me too. Faye, thanks. Here are your keys. Your rooms are upstairs at the end of the right corner. You can have your meal at the restaurant in front of the inn. Landlady, the landlady showed us the stairs and the path to the restaurant. But I couldn't help but notice the eccentric horseshoes and stuffed horse heads decorating the place. They're strange, aren't they? Landlady, I think they look great. Ryuma, there's no need for flattery. They're there because my husband keeps buying them. There are even ornaments and paintings in the second floor. Seriously, what's so good about these things? Landlady, looks like the owner really has it bad for horses. Boss, if you're going to be greeting your friend, then it might be a good idea to fix your clothes first. Faye, that's right. Landlady, I'll go change at my room first. I'll have supper afterwards. Ryuma, all right. I'll go prepare your room now. Landlady, after changing clothes, I went to the restaurant. It's full. Ryuma, from their get-up, they all seem to be merchants. Faye, I wonder if it's because the stable is making a killing. Oh, found him. Ryuma, the restaurant was crowded with merchants from various regions. Surge-san was seated next to the walls. He was eating with someone. Probably, a man. The man had black hair. I feel as if I've seen him from somewhere before. Huh? Is that Puro-san? Surge-san, Puro-san. Ryuma, oh. Surge, if it isn't Ryuma. Long time no see. Puro, so it really was Puro-san. It's been a while. We've been exchanging letters a little, but it's already been half a year since we last met. Ryuma, we just kept passing each other for some reason. By the way, thank you for referring the Vyazan village to us. Thanks to you, we were able to get a new product and a new source of barley. Puro, that's only possible thanks to the cooperation between the villagers and the Sionji company. Ryuma, as we gradually began speaking in hushed voices, the conversation started to resemble a conversation between evil governors, but that can't be helped. After all, the top head of two different companies. We're talking to a child with unknown origins. Moreover, said child was able to talk with them on intimate terms. When the other customers noticed that, the atmosphere changed. Who is that child? Customer 1, no idea. Maybe a noble from somewhere. Customer 2, there's no way a noble child would come here. Customer 1, then maybe the heir to a large store. Customer 2, as we idly chatted among ourselves, I started hearing those kind of voices. People were starting to look at me too. It feels just like when I went to the Adventurers Guild for the first time. The only difference is that these people aren't adventurers and this isn't a guild. Come now, you two. Please take a seat. Surge, I took a seat just as Surge-san said. I ordered supper and introduced Faye-san to the two since this was their first time meeting. We only talked about things that wouldn't cause an issue if other people were to overhear us. Eventually, the conversation turned to our trip here. You were stopped at the gates. What a disaster. Surge, well, they were just doing their job. It can't really be helped. The security at the gate here was a lot stricter compared to other towns. As expected, the town where the Duke lives is different. Ryuma, there are nobles here too other than the Jamil family. That's why the security here is a lot stricter compared to other towns. They used the crystal at the gate, right? Surge, that's right. If it were any other town, just the guild card would be enough, but here, Ryuma, apparently, the crystal check is mandatory here when going in and out of town. If they find out that you subjugated some bandits, they'll move you to another room. That crystal is a precious magic tool, so in other towns, they only use it when you don't have any identification or to confirm a bandit subjugation report. It's a tool, so naturally it will break if you keep using it. Those things aren't easy to replace. Surge, are they expensive? There should be a lot of them, though, considering so many towns use them. The price is up there, but it takes a lot of effort to get permission from the church to get one. Those magic tools were originally created by craftsmen after receiving a divine revelation from the gods. So while it's possible to produce them, they're not something that can be made and sold without permission. Surge, a legitimate reason such as the security of a town. The permission of the nobles. Apparently, it's not just the fee for the magic tools. Donations toward the church and other things are also needed to get those crystals. If not for that, I would love to get one myself. Surge-san looks really sad about that. Well, he is a magic tool otaku. Although, to be honest, if it were possible, I would love to get one myself. By the way, Ryuma. You said you defeated a bunch of bandits. You sure did well defeating so many with just the two of you. There were a lot of them, right? Puro, it's all thanks to Faye-san. He defeated 8 just by himself. Ryuma, the customers listening nearby suddenly went quiet. The boss took out 7 himself, actually. The only reason I was able to take out 1 bandit more was because I attacked first. Faye, voices could be heard murmuring from behind me. Did Puro-san change the conversation to warn the other customers? It's fun talking, but it's unfortunate that we can't enjoy the food as much because of the atmosphere. Chapter 154.1 Volume 3 Chapter 154, Reunion 2, 1/2, the next day. At a time a little past noon, I was seated in a carriage on the way to the Duke's residence. Who would have thought we'd be able to meet the Duke's family so soon? Ryuma, Karm sent me a letter as soon as you left. He included your schedule and when you're expected to arrive, so I was able to pass word of that to the Duke's family. When I did, they told me that we can meet as soon as today if it worked with our schedule. Frankly, I'm a little shocked myself. Serge, normally, you can't meet them this easily. Piero, indeed, Ryuma, Serge-san was originally planning to meet with them 3 days later and had just come early not to be late, but they probably can't wait to meet with you, Ryuma. Piero, that's probably it. Serge, haha, Ryuma, considering it's the gentle family we're talking about, that is probably the case. Even though we've already parted, they still continue to worry about me. They really make me happy. Speaking of which, the town sure has changed, hasn't it? Ryuma, the carriage has been slowly going up a hill since a while ago. The scenery that could be seen through the window gradually changed from a lively townscape of small stores and private houses to large shops and restaurants. We'll be reaching the Nobles district soon. The number of people out are also getting fewer and fewer. Piero, the Nobles district. It seems it's up ahead. So it appears. This town is built around a small hill. The higher up you go, the more luxurious the residences and the stores become. But there's no need to be so tense. It may be called the Nobles district, but there are also rich commoners living here. There's no restriction to enter this district either. Serge, still, it's not a place a person should be loitering around in without good reason either. We should just keep going like this and head straight for the Duke's family. The residence of the Duke is at the peak of the hill. It's situated at the highest place even compared to the nobles. Piero, that's easy to imagine. Ryuma, I wonder what kind of place it is. Surely it won't be smaller than how I imagine it. Maybe it's like a certain land of dreams, one. No need to be so impatient. We'll be there soon. Piero, I look forward to seeing what kind of place it is. Ryuma, by the way, Serge and Piero, their voices overlapped. Neither had intended to speak at the same time, so they were taken aback for a moment. They compromised and Serge-san continued with what he was about to say. Ryuma-sama, those clothes you're wearing, Serge, he's pointing out my clothes, today I'm dressed in the special navy blue suit made by the tailor at Jimuru. They made it just as I requested, so I'm personally satisfied with it. But is it really that plain? Ryuma, even the employees of the tailor and the employees of my store had an odd reaction when they saw me wearing my suit. Yes. Very much. It won't offend anyone, though. Piero, it would have been fine to dress with more extravagance, you know. Serge, so they say, but from my perspective, their clothes are just straight up outrageous. Piero-san was wearing a shirt with frill lace and a coat with brightly colored cloths peeking out from the slits. Serge-san was wearing clothes made from seemingly expensive fabric, but the design is actually normal, relatively speaking. But he had that ruffed collar on his neck and on his lap was a beret with a large plume attached to it. He's probably planning to put that thing on when he goes out. I know it's a bit late to be saying this, but of course they would be wearing such clothes. The clerk at the clothing store was really adamant about recommending those kind of clothes, after all, so I guess that just goes to show how popular they are. And even though they're wearing such outrageous clothes right in front of me, they're acting as if all is right in the world. Well, I suppose there really isn't anything out of the ordinary for them, but well, anyhow, I'm happy with my suit. I like this kind of design. It's easy to move around in too. Ryuma, I see. It's good to have a preference. Especially when it comes to clothes. Serge, just chasing trends doesn't make one fashionable, after all. Piero, haha. Frankly, I'm not really that confident in my fashion sense. Ryuma, oh, please don't be modest. That polished form. The first-rate materials used. The careful tailoring. That's a suit I would want to wear myself. Please do tell, where did you buy it from? Serge, from a store at the western section of Jimuru. Right turn at the 5th corner from the main street. Ryuma, western section, 5th corner. Ah, it must be that store. I heard it was still new, but I see. I've found a new good store. Serge, Karmsan was the one who found out about it. It was thanks to him that I was able to easily get a complete set. Ryuma, oh. That necktie pin too. Sarag, I figured he'd notice it. The stone is an inheritance left behind by my grandmother. I handed it to the store, and they left it to a trusted and skilled craftsman to be processed. Ryuma, at the base of the necktie pin were intertwining curves and lines like entangled vines, delicately crafted like threads. And at the center was a blooming flower with a large diamond in the middle. Although the necktie pin was not sprinkled with countless gems, there was a sense of harmony that could only be brought about by the hands of a craftsman. This craftsman is indeed skilled. This fineness. It is likely that this craftsman has a deep knowledge of metal magic. Serge, as expected of you, Serge-san. That was indeed how it was explained to me when I got it. Ryuma, the metal attribute is a fusion of earth and fire attributes. It is the common name to refer to magic used in metalworks. The more attributes are used, the more difficult the spells become. But craftsmanship requires careful control, hence, it could be inferred just how skilled the craftsman was to be able to create this one product. The clerk's eyes were sparkling when he talked about it. Expert metal mages are often called upon by national organizations, such as mints, so it's rare to find one in private practice. Moo moo moo. To think that such a skilled craftsman would be in Jimuru. I must meet him. Serge, I also want to buy something for my wife. Puro, is it to celebrate your wedding anniversary? Kurana-san will be elated, I'm sure. Ryuma, as we got into the conversation and moved from topic to topic, the carriage eventually stopped being tilted. Oh, it seems we've passed the slope. We'll be there soon then. Serge, 1, Disneyland. Chapter 154.2 Volume 3 Chapter 154, Reunion 2, February 2nd, you can see the residence from the window already. Puro, Ryuma, I turned to the window to the right as pointed out, and there were high walls and a moat. Isn't that a castle? Serge-san, Puro-san. This is neither a residence nor a mansion, is it not? This is clearly a castle. Ryuma, try as I might to look at it from a different angle, there was simply no other way to put the building in front of me but a castle. Moreover, it was not the beautiful white fantasy castle that the Land of Dreams had. Guards could be seen here and there on the high walls. The head of a tower could even be seen sticking out from behind the castle walls just like a chess piece. This isn't a house. This is a fortress. My thoughts aside, the carriage continued along its way, eventually changing its direction toward a castle gates where soldiers were lined up. President of the Morgan Company, Serge Morgan, along with 2 others. The driver and the person seated at the back are servants. The cargo is a small gift to His Royal Highness. Please grant permission. Serge, I'm listening. Please proceed to the residence as you are. When you get there a person will guide you. Guard, I thought the security would be a lot stricter, but that didn't take long at all. We were back on our way before we knew it. Ryuma, what was that? Is something the matter? Serge, I felt something strange just now. Ryuma, maybe it's a barrier. A barrier to prevent bandits from sneaking in with dimension magic. Puro, a barrier. Ryuma, there are cases where individuals sensitive to mana will feel strange when passing through one. The residents of the Duke's family have several layers of barriers erected through the employ of magic tools and barrier mages. Serge, I never felt like this when I used barrier magic, though. But enough of that, we've almost arrived. Serge, oh, right. I checked my attire one last time and braced myself. Thank you for bringing us here. Ryuma, I thank Serge-san's subordinate who drove the carriage and got off. The first thing that caught my attention was the line of servants that came to greet us. There were 20 people. 20. They split into 2 lines on both sides, heads bowed, and cleared a path for us to go through. I feel like I've seen this scene several times in manga, but I never thought I'd be on the receiving end of such treatment. But what was even more surprising was the building up ahead. Unlike the fortress from before, it was a splendid Western-style residence. The outer walls and towers certainly gave the impression of a fortress, but the residence inside looked more like a proper guest house. Although it was made of gray stones and looked old, it was properly being maintained, so it did not look dirty. If anything, it gave the place a personality that felt historical. Welcome. Butler, a butler called out to us. He is probably the person in the highest position here. The first thing he said was that we had to be moved to a waiting room before meeting the Duke. Our 3 servants, this included Faisan, were to wait at another room. The gifts were handed over to the attendants to be checked. They will be sent to the waiting room before we meet with the Duke's family. This way, please. Maid, we walked after the maid guiding us just as we were told. Please wait here for the time being. Maid. Ryuma, when we got to the waiting room, 2 women I've been acquainted with before were there waiting. Aaron-san. Lillian-san too. Ryuma, it's been a while. Ryuma-sama. Aaron, we've been waiting for you. You seem well. Lillian, the maid that brought us, looked at the 2 as if asking if they were acquainted with me. Oh, they helped me out a lot in the past. Ryuma, really? In that case, I'll be taking my leave. If you need anything, please just leave it to these 2 maids. Maid, when the maid tasked with guiding us left, I sighed with relief. Would you like some drinks? Aaron, we have water, black tea, fruit juice, and light liquor. Lillian, I'd like some fruit juice please. Ryuma, black tea for me. Puro, water will do. Thank you. Serge, as expected, these 2 are used to this already and were acting perfectly natural. Here. Aaron, thank you very much. Fu, Ryuma, the juice was cold and felt good as it passed through my throat. What? Are you nervous? Puro, of course he is. Serge, this might come off as strange, but I'm actually not that nervous to meet the Duke's family. It's just that it's my first time visiting a noble's mansion. And while I won't go as far as to say proud, as the top executive of a store, I feel as if I have to act with some manner of imposing here. That being said, I was only an employee in my past life. I'm still new to this top executive thing, so I can't quite calm down. Gotta act imposing. Gotta act imposing. But if I overstep my boundaries, I'll displease someone. The lines are vague, so it's rather confusing. It's different from manners or seating positions, where the angles and places have already been defined. I have to act according to the atmosphere or based on the personality of the person I'm talking to. Aren't you always looking at others and telling yourself to have confidence? Now that things have started to change, don't you think you're lacking humility? Don't you think you've been getting cheekier lately? Aren't you becoming arrogant? Why do people say stuff like that? If I become too conscious, I'll end up being too humble again and just annoy others. How am I supposed to make this work? Ryuma-sama. Are you all right? Aaron, oops. I was being needlessly frustrated there. It might be because of the suit. Yes. I'm just a little nervous. Ryuma, really? Your eyes are dead. Puro, it's fine if you're not sick, but you don't really have to be that nervous. If something happens, Puro and I are here to back you up. To be honest, though, from what I've seen of you until now, I don't think you'll need it. Serge, Aaron-san and Lillian-san encouraged me, saying things like, you look plenty calm, there were guests more nervous than you. I'm grateful for their sympathy. I'll do my best. After that we talked idly among ourselves. The maids also talked proactively. Maybe they were trying to get my mind off of worrying. They were so proactive they actually became the center of the conversation. We talked about recent news, such as how we met, what happened after we parted. All sorts of topics while we killed time waiting. Chapter 155.1 Volume 3 Chapter 155, Reunion 3, January 3rd, sorry to keep you waiting. Maid, a maid different from before, came to inform us that the Duke was ready. I'm a lot less nervous now thanks to Aaron-san and Lillian-san. I'll finally get to meet the Duke's family. Let us be off then. Serge, we followed after the maid. The maid was apparently a member of the cat tribe, as a beautiful tail could be seen swinging from behind her. She carried a box full of gifts with her as she silently passed through halls full of vases and paintings whose value I could not estimate. This way, please. Maid, the maid stopped in front of a white door and asked with her eyes if we were ready. We nodded to her, and she pushed open the door. Welcome. Ryuma-kun. Alize, madam. Ryuma, on the other side of the door was a brightly lit room with a large window. The madam waved her hand at me while surrounded by many decorative plants. She was as candid as ever. That's great. But because of that I completely forgot about the order of greetings I memorized. Fortunately, it was only a momentary lapse and I remembered it almost immediately. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Let's dispense with the ceremonies. Please. Take a seat. Reinhardt, this time it was Reinhardt, who was standing beside the madam, who spoke and skipped a lot of the steps. Ha ha ha. Since that's what His Grace himself is saying, then we might as well do as he says. Ryuma-sama. Surge, yes. Ryuma, another reason I came here was to practice, though. But, still. It's been a while. I'm glad to be able to meet you again. Ryuma, we're happy to see you too. We know you're safe from the letters, but it's still best to be able to talk like this. Elise, we were worried, you know. Like, were you doing well in town? Were you pushing yourself? Reinhardt, Surge-san, Puro-san, and a lot of people have been helping me out, so I'm doing just fine. Ryuma, as a friendly conversation began, the married ducal couple spoke to Surge-san and Puro-san. During that time the maid served us tea and sweets, then she excused herself, leaving only the 5 of us to ourselves. Yes. 5 people. The tea is delicious. Ryuma, I'm glad you like it. It's my favorite brand. Have some sweets too. Elise, thank you very much. By the way, where is Reinbach-sama? I was in his care too, so I would love to be able to meet him as well. Ryuma, father-in-law, Elise, got away. Reinhardt, he got away. Ryuma, Reinhardt-san wryly smiled. During the season, there are a lot of people who want to have an audience with him. There aren't a lot of people like you who just want to meet for the sake of it. Some people do want to meet him purely out of admiration, but most have a hidden agenda. It's troubling, so he ran off to the fire dragon mountains. He took Tsubasa with him. And just told us, don't always just rely on me. Reinhardt, Fire Dragon Mountains. That should be the place I heard about from Branch Head Taylor. The dangerous region where Reinbach-sama formed a contract with a divine beast. It's not a place a normal merchant could easily get to just to greet him. I see. That's unfortunate. Ryuma, I'll tell him you wanted to meet him when he gets back. I'm sure he'll be glad to hear it. Reinhardt, we idly talked like that, and when the place was starting to warm up, we began handing our gifts. With your permission, Surge walked toward a chair, beside of which was a special pedestal. From that he took out a small box. It was white all over and had a luster to it like white porcelain, but it also had the smell of wood to it. It only had a decorative string to ornament it, so it was not by any means gaudy. One look and one could tell that it was a good product. This is the music box that my store has started selling since this summer. This is the latest model. The music is composed by the famous Fletch Marlin-sama. The box is made from Benando's most luxurious rock skin wood, and in the rarest color of them all, a pure white. Surge, a lot of effort has been put in that music box. Music box, huh? I've been hearing about that lately. Elise, Dynome's workshop sure is famous. Reinhardt, yes. Dynome's workshop used the most skilled craftsmen from its main division to produce this music box. Surge, it's pretty too. More than enough for it to be the talk of the party. Elise, this specific product is not up for sale, but we have already received many orders for those that are being sold in store. Surge, there is a music box museum even back in Japan. It wouldn't be strange if some aficionados were to develop around music boxes here. Next up was Puro-san. After a casual introduction, what he took out from the boss was. Could it be? Is that? Your Grace, I present to you. Chocolate. Made from Berwinato cacao. Puro, so it was chocolate. I could eat whenever I want back in my past life, but this is my first time seeing one here. He started talking about getting his hands on some good beans, the best in the past few years, but who cares about that? I need to ask him later if he'd sell me some of those. I made sure to make a note of that in my mind. Chapter 155.2 Chapter 155, Reunion 3, 2 of 3, and then came my turn. As for me, this is what I brought. Ryuma, what I placed on the table was the cleaner slimes, deodorizing liquid, and the shirt made from the sticky slimed sticky thread, the stab-proof shirt. I needed products that were related to my laundromat, so I chose a deodorizing liquid and a shirt for my gifts. In order to appeal to them, I included my own impressions of the shirt after using it all this time along with the explanation that Darson of the Tigger's Arms store gave me. Thin and light. Even a woman would be able to easily wear this. It seems this material could also be fitted on the other side, a relatively inexpensive stab-proof material. Moreover, one with performance on the level of metal spider threads. Adding these to the equipment of our territory's soldiers might be a good idea. Reinhardt, there is a catch though. The material is hard to work with, and while it can block against cutting, it can't block the impact. And if the enemy uses strengthening magic or key reinforcement, then it might also not be able to their blades from cutting. I made sure to explain that to them. It's still worth considering, though. It takes a considerable amount of money and time to raise a single soldier. And even if it's just one shirt, if you have to outfit an entire army with it, the prices quickly add up. But that's also why good equipment is worth it if it means that a soldier will be able to come back home safely. Of course, provided that the costs and the performance match. Reinhardt, even just your consideration is more than enough for the craftsman to be elated, I believe. Ryuma, we'll follow up with you about this on a later date. But for the meantime, I'd like one prepared for each of our family's members. I'll give you the measurements later. Reinhardt, and this one here is your deodorizing liquid. A product made at your store. Elias, yes. It's exactly the same as the ones sold at my store. Ryuma, recently, demand for the deodorizing liquid has been rising. Among the customers purchasing them are ones purchasing amounts obviously not for personal use. I read about that from the report from the Renoff branch store. I was curious, so I started investigating the matter, and I found out that they were being brought here, to the Duke's family. When I found that out, I decided to gift some to them as well. I have more deodorizing liquid with the maids. The one here is just a sample. This is a big help. The servants will be happy to have this too. There have been a lot of guests lately and the smell of their perfume has been sticking to the furniture and to the clothes. Elias, to be honest, I could have sent these to them if they just wrote to me in a letter. I thought it wouldn't be a good idea since we needed so much. And if we asked you, you'd probably give it to us for free. Elias, well, I can't deny that, but... all right. Next time, I'll just give you some extra. As thanks for such a big order. Ryuma, it is a product of the store, after all. And there are other customers too. But yeah. It's true that I'm not really that attached to it, so I just vaguely smiled. Serge, Puro, and Ryuma-kun. Thank you for your wonderful presents. As thanks, won't you have supper with us this evening? Do you have time? Reinbach, as expected, it came. A dinner invitation. To nobles, this is the season where merchants come one after another to seek their audience. Because of that they can't spend too much time with just one person. The merchants understand this too, so when we meet the Duke, we meet them in groups. We also can't talk about anything too deep during this audience. But should the merchant and the nobles wish to form a deeper connection, then the nobles will invite the merchants to a meal. A meal, which is an opportunity for a merchant to garner even more interest for his products, as well as make some small talk. Moreover, there is also a chance that one might be offered to stay the night. This is a kind of tacit understanding during this time between merchants and nobles. Karm-san fully briefed me on this matter. As such, I would love to accompany you this evening. Ryuma, I answered without any hesitation. Great. I'll inform the cook then. Elias, after that we left the room. By the way, Ryuma-kun. Elias. Ryuma, or at least we were supposed to, but it seems there was still something they wished to discuss. I turned to the other two, who were used to greeting nobilities, but they didn't know either. Ryuma-kun, you're good at making dolls, right? Elias, I have been complimented at it. Ryuma, it's a story from before we parted at Jimuru. That brings back memories. And you can sculpt statues of the gods too, right? Elias, I do make them from time to time. Do you need some made? Ryuma, right. Rurusha-sama, Kyufo-sama, and Willieri-sama. We need one sculpture for each of these gods. They need to be a little bigger than a real person. We'll pay you 10 small gold coins per statue. If you can do it, I'd like to entrust this job to you. Allies, Chapter 155.3 Chapter 155, Reunion 3, March 3rd, I see. It must be for a wedding then. Ryuma, Rurusha is the goddess of love. She rules over human relationships. Kyufo and Wilieris are of life and land respectively. These three are gods that are prayed to during marriage to bless the health of a married couple and the birth of a new life. It's exactly as you've inferred. I believe you've heard of it already, but we plan to hold a wedding here. Reinhardt, the bride, has been serving us for a long time and she always takes her work seriously, Allies, so we wanted to hold the ceremony for her. Reinhardt, that's right. Allies, I heard about it from Aaron-san in the waiting room earlier. That maid has been working for the Duke's family for a long time and was deeply trusted by everyone around her. But she was always focused on her work, and despite being of age already, she still didn't have any lovers. At least, that's what everyone thought, but then all of a sudden, last month, she announced that she was getting married. But all of her friends are servants. Even if they tried to hold a ceremony, not everyone could make it. If they tried to force it, they would only cause trouble for the Duke's family. So it seems she wasn't planning on holding a ceremony and was just going to save the money that would have otherwise gone into it. By the way Aaron-san talked about her was like that of a mother worrying over her daughter. That child is always working, but she puts her work over her own well-being too much. Allies, if she doesn't want to hold a ceremony herself, then we figured we'd hold it for her and surprise her. Her co-workers have also expressed their intentions of wanting to hold one for her. It's not just Ryuma-kun. Serge, Puro, if you're willing to help us with the decorations and the food, that would help us out a lot. Reinhardt, the two accepted the job with a smile. I'd love to help too, but... Are you sure it's okay for me to be making the statues when it's such an important celebration? Ryuma, it's going to be a memory that the bride and the groom will remember for the rest of their lives, so I can't help but be concerned. But Reinhardt-san just laughed. It's fine. It's fine. Actually, while we were planning, the plan leaked to the person herself, so it's not a surprise anymore and we're preparing the ceremony while getting her input. The person herself said that something you've made will do. Reinhardt, if you're so worried, why not try talking to her? She wanted to talk with you too. Allies, as soon as she said that, she rang the bell under the table. You called, madam. Maid, the maid with cat ears from before appeared. We're talking about your wedding, Rurunez. Allies, huh? Rurunez, so she's the maid getting married. Now that I look at her again, she's smartly dressed with a pair of glasses on. She looks like a career woman or a secretary, but she's a beauty no doubt. She seems like the serious sort. But when she found out that we were talking about her wedding, her cheeks suddenly turned beet red. Yeah. I bet she's popular among the men. Wouldn't be a surprise if the groom becomes the object of envy. Thank you so much, my lords. Rurunez, there's no need to hold back. We're planning on entrusting the statues of the gods to Ryuma-kun. You're fine with that, right? Allies, when the madam asked her that, she nodded. Of course, madam. Takebayashi-sama's skills have been acknowledged by none other than your grace and his grace. He is a benefactor to us, husband and wife. My husband has repeatedly expressed his desire for Takebayashi-sama to make the statues. And I personally prefer to have them crafted instead of bought ready-made from the stores. Of course, only if it won't trouble you, Takebayashi-sama. Rurunez, of course not. It's no trouble at all. If you're happy to have me make it, then by all means, please let me. Ryuma, but there's another question bothering me. You mentioned your husband talking about me. Could he be someone I know? And since he says I'm his benefactor then, Ryuma, when I asked that, Rurunez-san adorably inclined her head. He hasn't talked to you about it. I heard he met with you yesterday, though. Rurunez, yesterday. Ryuma, yes. He's always saying that he'll talk to you about it when he meets you next, so when he said that he brought you to your inn last night, Rurunez, I thought for sure he'd explain things to you properly. Me too. Same. At this point, the voices of the maid and the ducal couple suddenly became strangely distant. Benefactor. Someone who knows my skill in making statues. Someone I met yesterday. Led me to the inn. When those keywords were inputted into my brain's search engine came up with a result. Could you be talking about Hayuzu-san? Ryuma, why yes. My husband is indeed Hayuzu. Rurunes, the cat-eared beauty, became even redder. Hayuzu-san is a good guy and all, but I never thought he'd actually marry. I'm shocked. I know it's not strange given his age, but... So he's going to be marrying this person, huh? It's something to be happy about, I know. But as someone with no connection to the word love, I think I'm about to explode. Somehow, the audience with the Duke's family ended with me feeling complicated. Chapter 156.1 Chapter 156, Reunion 4, 1/2, that evening. I went back to the inn to pack my things and cancel my stay, then I went back to the residence of the Duke. The Duke and his wife were with a guest, so the maids first brought us to our respective rooms. If I were to describe the guest room in a few words, it was like the suite rooms I often saw on TV in my past life. I was surprised at how big the room was when I entered, but that wasn't the end of it, as there were still 2 doors inside on either side of the room. As it turned out, the first room was just the living room, and the door to the right led to the shower and the toilet, while the door to the left led to the bedroom. All 3 rooms were to be lent to me. Moreover, a maid will always be on standby in a room nearby, ready to answer my call at any moment. But wait. There's still more. The maids waiting in that room will either be Aaron-san, Lillian-san, or Rurunes-san. All of the maids who will be attending to me are all people I've already been acquainted with. Clearly, they're trying to make sure that I felt at home. Honestly, I thought this was all a bit too much, but the maids insisted that this much was a given for a guest of the Duke. In the end, is it a difference in culture or a difference in wealth? Oh. Someone came. Please enter. Ryuma, excuse me. Takebayashi-sama, my husband, and his 3 co-workers would like to meet you. Is it all right with you? Rurunes, Hayuzu-san and his 3 co-workers. Could it be? Yes. Please let them in. Ryuma, very well. Rurunes, her tail swayed as gracefully as she left through the door. I waited by the entrance to greet them when they came. After a few minutes, she came back with the people in question. She brought the 4 people I was expecting. It's been a while. Ryuma, long time no see. Camille, are you well? Jill, it's good to see you also doing well. Zeph, Camille-san. Jill-san. Zeph-san. The 3 of them stood there exactly as I last remembered them in our first meeting. Hey. Aren't you forgetting me? Hayuzu, we met yesterday, though, didn't we? And more importantly, why didn't you tell me that you were getting married? Ryuma, because of that I was confused yesterday. I had no idea what Rurunes-san was talking about at the start. Actually, I was planning on talking to you about it. But we spent more time than I expected to get to the inn, and I just couldn't bring myself to go all, I'm getting married, right before leaving you. I mean, wouldn't you find it weird if someone suddenly said that then left you? Hayuzu, okay. I guess I would be confused if you did that, Ryuma, and also. The reason I can marry now is because you saved me that time, so I wanted to thank you properly. I figured I'd tell you my marriage at the same time. Hayuzu, hasn't the atmosphere about him subtly changed? Apparently, even Hayuzu starts thinking about stuff after almost dying. Jill, I'm sure being confessed to played a part too, but that's probably the main impetus. Camille, hey, Jill. Camille. Hayuzu-san panicked and tried to stop them. There's no point trying to hide it now. And you two leave it at that. The wife is here. Zeph, when Zeph-san said that, the 2 immediately remembered that Hayuzu-san's wife was here. You don't need to mind me. Rurunes stretched her back by the open door like nothing happened. I don't know if it's because of her pride as a maid, but despite her tight expression, her face was beet red. I guess she's bad at topics like this. Please come in. Let's all take a seat and talk. Ryuma, right. Sorry to intrude. Hayuzu, in that case, please excuse me. Rurunes, I led the 4 of them to the sofa of the living room, but then I suddenly remembered that I had been using the table. Oh. Sorry about that. I forgot to clean up. Ryuma, they were the ones who suddenly wanted to meet you. Rurounez, yeah. It's cool, really. We don't mind. Camille, more importantly, what is with this wash basin? Jill, it seems to be full of sand. Zeph, the room is too luxurious and I couldn't settle down, so I started making these. Ryuma, what I took out from the container that didn't match the luxurious room was a human-shaped doll figure. I'm still in the process of making it, so it doesn't look good yet, but it's the prototype for the idols. There's also this, Ryuma, wow. You have a lot. Hayuzu, you had that many in there. Camille, I figured I had to decide on the design of the idols first before making them. Ryuma, oh. I see you're still particular with the details. Hayuzu, they're all smiles, though. Zeph, when you line them up like this, it becomes a lot easier to tell the difference in their aura. Ryuma, it's only been a few hours since you came here, and yet you've already made so many. Hayuzu, I'm making prototypes to decide the design, so I just made a rough mold, stuff it with sand, and then hardened it with magic. Like that I could easily mass-produce these prototype statues. After that, all that's left is for me to fill in the details. Ah. Ryuma, I suddenly noticed that Rurounez-san was walking toward us with drinks for each one of us. I quickly made space on the table. I brought drinks. Rurounez, thank you very much. If you don't mind, please take a seat here too. Let me know if you like any of the idols here. I'll use that as a reference when making the real thing. Ryuma, very well. Rurounez, she sat beside Hayuzu-san with an indifferent expression and began gazing at the idols. How about something bright and cheerful like this one? Hayuzu, the figure Hayuzu-san picked was Rurusha's smiling idol. That's not bad, but since it's a wedding ceremony, wouldn't something more dignified be better? Like this one. Rurounez, as Rurounez-san said that, she picked the idol with a serious expression. The soon-to-be wedded couple had a difference in opinion, and they started talking in hushed voices between themselves. The aura about them as they talked was by no means sharp, but it was also not the kind of aura that made one feel welcome to interject. Am I imagining things or are they flirting? Chapter 156.2 Chapter 156, Reunion 4, 2 of 2, it started again. Camille, it's been getting more frequent since they announced their marriage. Zeph, recently, they're like this all the time. Jill, when their colleagues saw the soon-to-be wedded couple acting like that, they couldn't help but make a fed-up expression. Moreover, Camille-san quietly added that this happened a lot. Won't they attract a lot of envy doing that? Ryuma, well, yeah. But it's mostly directed at Hayuzu. Camille, Rurounez-san has always been popular among the bachelor men working here. Jill, the bride will probably receive others' blessings normally, but Hayuzu works at a place that's basically all males, so, Zeph, yeah. Figures. I expected it as soon as I heard about the marriage from Rurounez-san, but there are probably a lot of people on the verge of exploding after hearing that Hayuzu-san is getting married. Well, they've mostly calmed down now, though. Everyone is envious of Hayuzu, but at most, they'll just surround him from a distance and banter a little with him. He was never an unlikable guy, anyway, and as soon as he announced his marriage, he turned over a new leaf. Camille, he doesn't go out for drinks as much anymore, and he's been trying to get a promotion since a week ago. Jill, wow, Ryuma, I asked Jill for more details, and apparently, while they introduced themselves as guards or escorts when we first met, that was apparently just one aspect of their work. Officially speaking, they are guard soldiers of the Duke's family. Normally, they're just watching over the manor of the Duke's family, but they also accompany them whenever they go out. And while they may all be classified as guards, they have different ranks and positions. Hayuzu-san has been working at the front line since he was scouted when he was an adventurer, but he wasn't really interested in getting a promotion. Since a long time ago, people have been asking him if he wants a higher position. But he's always been refusing under the pretense that it's a pain. And yet after finding himself a wife, that same guy now won't shut up about wanting to get a promotion. Good grief. You really don't know what will happen in life. Jill, really? Ryuma, so, can he get a promotion? It sounds like he's been refusing offers for a while now. There's no problem there. Right now, he's receiving training for office work so he can get a promotion. As long as he passes his training, he'll be able to get fairly high up in the ranks. At the very least, he'll be able to earn enough to feed his wife and raise some children. Of course, having refused all those recommendations so many times will still have an effect. And his instructor is also a little harsher when teaching him because of envy. And while it's true that it would be easier to take things slowly and study gradually, but when you think about how he's been running away from this promotion for so long, it's still within tolerance. Camille, Hayuzu-san really hates writing reports. Jill-san smiled mischievously. It wasn't a cold smile, though. I'm glad that Hayuzu-san doesn't work at a place like the one I worked at in my past life. What in the world were you guys talking about while we were busy talking about the statues? What's with those tepid eyes, Ryuma? Hayuzu, oh, no. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Ryuma, I just wanted to pray for your good fortune. That's all. By the way, is there anything else you need other than the statues? Ryuma, like wedding favors or presents. It's my first time helping out in a wedding, so I wish they'd tell me more about this stuff. We already have stuff to distribute to the attendees, so we're all right on that front. Are we still missing something? I think we're mostly okay already. Right. Hayuzu, fortunately, all of the servants are helping out, so there's really nothing else, but if you have the time, please do come as well. It will be a bit late, though, since the wedding will be held after all of the servants' work have concluded. Rurunez, apparently, representatives of each post, such as the servants or the guards, have been gathering every night to discuss the preparations of the weddings. I could probably find out a lot if I go there. I'll ask if I can participate this evening. Still, it sure is amazing that their co-workers would go out of their way to do so much for them. Their co-workers must really love them. I wonder what happened to me after I died. Did I die and stigmatize the house I lived in with my death? If the house wounds up with a history because of me, I'll cause the landlord a lot of trouble. As for the people who'll mourn me, there's Tabuchi-an. Well, I guess there's a decent number of people, but the section manager will probably just go, oh, really? And that will be the end of it. Wait. I think he'll get mad first since there's work to be done. I feel so bad for the person who had to deal with all the work I left behind. The others probably won't have much of a reaction. Although when I was made an instructor in name and I took the job seriously, a lot of people did end up hating me. I wonder if they'll laugh or be happy now that I'm gone. When I think about it like that, these two sure are amazing. You've been blessed with great friends. You have to treasure them, okay? Ryuma, are you my dad? Seriously? What's wrong with you? Hayuzu, why is Ryuma-sama looking at us with eyes like he's watching over us? Rurunez, and yet he doesn't look like he's teasing you either. Camille, if someone prays for your fortune this much, you just can't help but be confused instead. Zeph, what's the matter all of a sudden, Ryuma-kun? Jill, a tepid and mysterious atmosphere filled the room until another maid came to inform us that it was time for supper. Chapter 157.1 Chapter 157, reporting over tea time, 1/2, after supper. Serge-san, Puro-san, the Duke, the Madam, and I talked while enjoying the delicious food and liquor. I've done a lot of things in this past year, and the others have similarly been busying themselves, so there was no end to the topics we could talk about. And neither was there an end to the things I wanted to ask them. After eating we spent more time talking together over tea. I knew about the waterproof cloth, but who would have thought that Ryuma-kun would also be involved with the others? Reinhardt, so that music box is something Ryuma-kun came up with, huh? Alize, thanks to him, the Morgan Company's name has gotten even more famous. Puro, I believe you two have benefited from him, no? Serge, are you talking about the barley tea? It's steadily making a name for itself as a new luxury product. It won't be until next year when we begin advertising them officially, but the market is responding well so far to our trial phase. We owe Ryuma for going out of his way to provide the raw materials and a supplier. Puro, I'm glad to hear that everything is progressing smoothly. It just so happened that some of the employees working in my store come from a place that grew barley that I was able to provide you a supplier. It was merely a lucky coincidence. Ryuma, by all means, I would wish for nothing more but to have a smidgen of that luck of yours. Unfortunately, Lady Luck isn't someone you can find just by pursuing her. Puro, indeed. My luck has turned for the better since I came to this world. Of course, there are still times when I think my luck is poor, but such times are rare occurrence now. I've received several divine protections from the gods, and in the first place, just being able to talk to them regularly already makes me a lucky man. More so than your average man. If luck were a skill, mine would probably have long hit the max level. I'd heard Vyazan village was struggling because of its location, but with this, it looks like they've finally hit the jackpot. Reinhardt, as long as they have no qualms, I believe it's fine if Sionji Company continues to purchase their barley. I'm also thinking of completing the necessary tools and manpower in order to support the production of barley tea. Surge, we can increase the barley at the village, process a part of that barley, and sell that to the Sionji Company. Hopefully, things will go well. It's not much, but I'll offer my support too. Elias, oh, my, if your grace is going that far, then as the person responsible for the Sionji Company, I'll have to do my best as well. Puro, although it seems like they're just chatting lightly, from time to time, I feel something off about their conversation. There are probably some hidden meanings veiled behind their words, but I can't really figure it out. My turn to report came, but I just reported normally. For example, I talked about the abandoned mine that was left to my management or about the slimes. Recently, I was able to tame a weed slime and a stone slime, which can completely mimic a weed or a stone. Since then I've been helping them increase their numbers. It's easy to get feed for them, so they reproduce quickly, but unless you know beforehand that they're slimes, there's really no way to tell them apart from actual weed or stones. After thinking about the weeds and stones that I gathered for them to feed on, I realized that I might be able to use them as part of the mine security, given that they could easily blend into their surroundings wherever there's weed or stones. But pretty much everywhere fits that bill. To be more precise, I'm thinking of increasing their numbers and planting them all over the abandoned mine to inform me of any intruders. Unfortunately, as quickly as they reproduce, there's simply not enough of them just yet. There were a lot of monsters that settled down in the mines in the past 6 months, so I'm thinking of trying out my idea at the eastern tunnels. In an experiment with the Rimmel birds, I found out that as long as I wasn't close enough to be able to communicate with the slimes, I would be able to grasp the location and number of the intruders. I think the slime security system has good prospects. Ryuma, you're as devoted to slime research as ever, I see. If you can tell the location and number of the intruders without alerting them, then you should also be able to trap them. Reinhardt, yes, you'll likely be able to do that if you use the slimes for security. I also have my familiars take care of the garden security, but those kids just attack intruders on sight. It's amusing how different they are from your slimes. Elias, she's saying that so cheerfully, but if I recall correctly, her familiars are wolf-type monsters. The one she showed me before was well-trained and docile, but it was so big it could easily carry the madam's body. I feel bad for the invaders of the Duke's family, but if those guys attack on sight, I don't think even bones will be left. Not that I was planning on it or anything, but I made sure to make a mental note never to trespass the garden. How is the store doing? Reinhardt, the store is doing well too. There hasn't been much rain lately and it's been getting colder too, so working with water is a lot more difficult and the laundry doesn't dry. At the very least, there were a lot of customers complaining about that. Thanks to that we've been frequently updating our best-selling days for this year. Ryuma, yes. This time of the year is really harsh on child servants. Elias, the Duke and his wife always listen to my stories patiently. Surge-san and Puro-san too. That's why I try to be as thorough as I can when talking to them. The festival in the summer, the training with the Adventurers Guild, and the Monster Tamer Affinity Diagonsis. The various people I met from the troupe of traveling entertainers, the new head of the government office, the men at the Adventurers Guild talking about his friend. I talked about everything I could. The 4 adults happily listened to my stories with a warm smile. But when the conversation turned to my goal of going to the Great Shurus Forest, Reinhardt, Elias, Surge, Puro, as expected, they gradually became more worried by the minute. After I spoke about how I rescued a missing person a few days ago, the expression on their faces worsened. Ryuma-kun. From your expression, I think you have an idea of what we want to say. Reinhardt, yes, more or less. Ryuma, then I'll say it frankly. Hiring criminals isn't recommended even if they're former criminals. It's true that one reason to commit crime is, I don't have a job, so I can't eat. There are indeed people who won't commit a crime if they have work. I won't deny that. But there's no reason for you yourself to do it. And there's not much point to it even if you do put your plans to action. Society is harsh to criminals. Even former criminals. Reinhardt, Ryumakuen, I'm sure you mean well, but the risk is really high. There are also people who won't understand your feelings of wanting to prevent criminals from committing a crime again. If anything happens, you'll jeopardize your store, which has been going so well. Allies, I share their sentiments. Just as His and Her Grace have said, the risks are high and there are no rewards. You'd be fortunate if others merely saw you as an eccentric. In the worst case, people will think you're up to no good, plotting something after gathering a bunch of no-gooders. Regardless if you mean well, Ryuma-sama. Serge, unfortunately, that's simply how companies are. Puro, as expected, what they're saying isn't that much different from what Karm-san pointed out and from my own personal thoughts. You've already spoken about it to Karm. Serge, he possesses an abundance of knowledge as a merchant and always kindly listens to the things I say, so I'm always relying on him. Ryuma, you're so dead set on your plan that you would not change your mind even if a subordinate of yours were against it. Why go so far? Puro-san couldn't understand my standpoint and asked that question with emphasis. That's because. The reason why I started thinking about this is exactly as I've told you earlier, but I'm not so sure of the exact reason myself. If I had to give one, though, Ryuma, if you had to give one. Puro, I just want to give it a try. Ryuma, huh? Puro, he leaned toward me, perked up his ear, eager to hear my answer, but when I finally gave it, he only became even more confused. The other three adults also looked at me with eyes wide open, an expression of disbelief on their faces. Wait a moment, Ryuma-kun. What do you mean you want to give it a try? That's it. That's your reason to try this high-risk no-reward plan that's too big of a burden for one person to carry. Reinhardt, if I were to give my honest thoughts on that matter. Yes. Ryuma, Karm-san. These four people in front of me. They have every right to be against my plans. Even if I were to try and hire former convicts to prevent them from committing another crime again, I know that it won't have that big of an effect to society as a whole if it were just me. There were companies that did similar things in my past life, but they did it because of the policies implemented by the country. A country that far exceeded this country, be it in people or material wealth. Even if I tried to implement something similar in this world, it won't have that big of an effect. My efforts would be no different from pouring a filled bucket into an ocean. They're right when they say that all I'm doing is needlessly risking my business. That's how anyone would see it. But that's exactly why I feel this way. Even though these are my feelings, it's hard to completely understand them even for me. But when I think back to my actions since coming to this world, this is basically what I've been doing ever since. How should I put it? Everyone is aware that I've been living at the Forest of Ghana until I left with the Duke's family, right? Ryuma, the four of them nodded. My life until the Forest of Ghana was full of difficulties, so I won't talk about it, but it wasn't anything good. Ryuma, when I said that, the four adults, especially the Duke and the Madam, made a bitter expression. The reason I started living at the forest was because I didn't want to interact with other people anymore. I could live by myself, so I decided to live freely at the forest. Ryuma, I didn't want to go to a human village, so I started living leisurely in the forest and support myself. During that time I also became interested in the slimes and began researching them. But as time passed, I grew curious of the outside world. It was then that Reinhardt-san and the others came and I left the forest. I was interested in adventurers since I left the forest, so I registered myself at the Adventurers Guild. I wanted to retrain myself, so I parted with everyone and started living by myself. In order to ensure my livelihood in case something bad happened, I opened a store, but I wasn't really interested in expanding it. Ryuma, live as you wish, just as Gain and the others said. I've lived an easygoing life. Freely. Just like the way I wanted it. This is how I've lived since coming to this world. And this is the only thing I can say with confidence. That's why. I want to give it a try. These feelings appeared within me, so I believe I can do it. I'm not going to push for it so hard that I would sacrifice anything just to make it a reality, but I want to take things into a better turn now while I'm still young. Is that too childish of me? Ryuma, where are you being childish? Puro, if you're saying you want to do it because you want to, then perhaps. But Ryuma-kun, when it's you saying it, I feel like it's not so childish after all. Elise, were you not planning for your old age before? Reinhardt, Ryuma-sama, I keep forgetting it whenever I talk to you, but right. You're still just 11 years old. A child who acts like an adult. Puro, it's rare for us to have tea time. So it's good that the atmosphere isn't so grim anymore. Whatever it is that I'm planning, I won't change the store's policies on a whim. I'll talk to everyone first and only then will I put my plans into action. Ryuma, I finally have kind people who are willing to lend an ear to me and help me. It would be a waste if I didn't rely on them now. Reinhardt, Elise, Serge, Puro, why are you all looking at me like that? Ryuma, for some reason, everyone was making a shocked face. Moreover, this was the most shocked they've looked this whole day. Did I say something weird? Chapter 158.1 Chapter 158, Growing a Little. 1/3, wait a minute. Ryuma-kun. Were you planning on getting our help from the start? Reinhardt, yes. That is what I was planning. Of course, I did consider that you might refuse, but I figured I would just choke it up to fate then. But you're always helping me out, so I figured I should at least talk to you. Ryuma, am I acting too spoiled? If so, then I'll have to apologize. No. Not at all. It's the opposite. Just hearing you out isn't anything big. Reinhardt, we thought for sure you were planning on doing everything by yourself. Elise, alone. There's no way I could possibly be thinking of that. Even I have limits. I may have mentioned something along the lines of me putting this plan into action, but I never said anything about me doing everything all alone. And even for me, if I were to go, I want to do this, but the risk is high so I won't do it. Can you take care of it instead? Doing something like that is just too insincere. In the first place, I don't understand this world all that well, so I need to get all the help I can to get me started. Serge-san and Puro-san are both leaders of giant companies. They possess a wealth of knowledge and are great negotiators themselves. On top of that, they are rich and have plenty of connections. Reinhardt-san is a politician and is the Duke of the Jamil Duchy, making him the greatest influencer within it. The madam also has considerable influence as the wife of the Duke. If such people are willing to work with me, then nothing could be more reassuring. But even if they don't work with me, they're always worrying over me and supplementing my lack of common sense. That is something I'm always grateful for. So I've always thought of talking to them first. I see. You said you told us the same thing you told your subordinates, so I thought for sure, Elise, you thought I would try to do everything alone. Ryuma, yes. After all, you do have a tendency to do things by yourself. So I was worrying that you might just start running for your goal thoughtlessly. Reinhardt, the other three adults agreed with Reinhardt-san. Did they always see me that way? Somehow, it's actually hard to deny it. Are you now able to rely on others when needed? In any case, I'm glad that it was us you chose to confide in. And about what you were talking about earlier. I think your thoughts are interesting. At the very least, your perspective is a fresh one that I doubt I would ever hear from anyone else. Perhaps it's because what you're looking at is a little different from what we're looking at, that the things and plans you think of appear to us as either ingenious or eccentric, but, he continued. The opinions of people with a different perspective such as yours are very important. If I only hear the opinions of like-minded people, then eventually my perspective will grow narrow. That's a lot of words, but basically, what I'm trying to say is that I would like to continue hearing your thoughts from here on. Reinhardt, when Reinhardt-san said that, I didn't sense any sort of denial from the other three. I'm sure they all have their own interests to protect, so they might not be able to cooperate with me all the time, but at the very least, they're not just ignoring me and laughing. Right. If anything, it feels like they're informing me of their stance. But don't think that you'll always get a good response from us. Reinhardt, of course. Ryuma, just them hearing me out like this already makes them very flexible as far as people go. In order to get their cooperation, I know I'll have to show them how cooperating with me will benefit them. I've thought about that a little already, so I'll use this opportunity to appeal to them. Oh. Sounds like you've got a plan. I better perk my ears then. Surge-san said that casually, but the color of his eyes changed a little. The aura about him now reminds me of that time when I spoke to him about the music box. Is he doing this on purpose? Either way, because of him I also braced my mind as I spoke. It's not complicated enough to be called a plan. But the slime research that I've been doing as a hobby has brought about results that might be able to turn in a profit. I was thinking of sharing those with everyone. Ryuma, bringing the topic back to slimes is so like you, Ryuma-kun. Alize, the madam smiled as she made the atmosphere easier to talk in. Let's start from Surge-san. It's nothing new, but I started talking about the production of the waterproof cloths that has been continuing since I accepted the contract this spring. I did some investigating myself since I was wondering how they were doing, and from what I've gathered, it seems the sale of the waterproof cloths is still continuing to increase. Ryuma, yes. In the past, couriers and peddlers have been the main customers, but recently, there has been an increase in people buying one for their own personal use. Surge, Chapter 158.2, Growing a Little. 2/3, Chapter 158, Growing a Little. 2/3, I myself have seen people wearing rain gear made out of waterproof cloth in Jimuru several times. And then there's the demand for waterproof cloth from the Morgan Company. The amount they're asking for has been continuously increasing. Most of the work has been taken over by the sticky slimes, so I'm somehow able to get by, but frankly, it's starting to take quite a bit of work. What do you think? How about building a workshop to further increase the production of the waterproof cloth? Surge, in other words, a business transfer. The process of treating the cloth can be left to the sticky slimes. But there are parts of the process other than that, such as preparing the cloth for treatment, drying, shipping. All of which require human help. Even if I were to hire some help in the future, I'd first need the opportunity to be able to hire people. I will dispatch the sticky slimes needed for the treatment. Ryuma, and then you'll use the people you've gathered to increase the production rate. It's true that the value of products made with waterproof cloths is steadily increasing. It would be reassuring if you can implement a system that can easily increase production. Surge-san was a little let down, but he didn't have as much problem with my decision here compared to the previous topic. I need to regulate the production output, so I don't mind if Surge-san and the Morgan Company takes over the management of the workshop. But as the person dispatching the sticky slimes, I want to receive a part of the proceeds and be given the position of an advisor regarding the usage and management of the slimes. I need the money in order to expand the laundromat later on. And the right to decide the personnel. Surge, I'll leave that to you. Don't worry, I won't try to hire former convicts. Changes that are too sudden and aggressive tend to cause chaos and friction to spread, so first, I want to start by securing the funds needed to expand my store and solidify its foundation, as well as increase the opportunities to hire people. That being said, there are people in the slums who want to work but have no jobs. I think it would be great if those people could be hired. Ryuma, If they're just poor, then there's no problem in including them among the candidates. Surge, the construction and factory industries were relatively lax on that front, so I figured it might be possible here too. If those are your conditions, then I think we can look forward to a good outcome. As for the finer details, such as the scale and compensation for the slimes, let's discuss those another time. Surge, thank you very much. Ryuma, Surge-san gave me a favorable response. This is a good sign. Next was my proposal to Reinhardt-san. This isn't anything new either, but I was wondering what he would think about using the scavenger slimes to dispose of the trash in towns. Garbage disposal is a part of the public works, but it's also a part of the slum's income. If we do as you're proposing, won't the scavenger slimes end up taking the jobs of the slum people? Reinhardt, I did consider that, but from what I've gathered, the amount of garbage that the town of Jimuru makes is too much for the slum people to deal with. Ryuma, there are people like Burke and the others who proactively collect the garbage and exchange them for cash. That's a fact, but it's also a fact that they aren't able to collect the garbage of the entire town, and the townspeople themselves have to hire staff from outside the slum to deal with the garbage. One such example is the first job I took from the Adventurers Guild, where I had to go to Mia-san's place to deal with the lot next to hers that had turned into a dump site. Unfortunately, there are more lots throughout the city that have turned into dump sites. Moreover, when the garbage is collected, they bury them. Sometimes they burn the garbage first depending on the contents, for example, when there are animal remains, but this too requires more people. Not to mention, fuel will also have to be procured. If scavenger slimes were to be employed instead, then although a monster tamer will be needed to be present at the site, there will no longer be any need to spend money on fuel. The number of people needed to deal with the garbage will also decrease. Ryuma, furthermore, thanks to the produce fertilizer skill of the scavenger slimes, the garbage eaten by the scavenger slimes will be turned into fertilizer. I have been using scavenger slime fertilizer for a long time to procure food for myself, but I've yet to suffer any side effects. If anything, being able to rely on them makes wood magic less relevant. As far as I'm concerned, the scavenger slime fertilizer is a good fertilizer. There is indeed a possibility of monsterification, mutation due to mana, of crops, but that's also true for magic fertilizers. And giving too much regular fertilizer often impedes the growth of crops. As long as only the right amount of fertilizer is given, nothing bad should happen. As such, the fertilizer produced by the scavenger slimes can be used either to bolster the agriculture sector or be sold on the market for extra coin. The proceeds from the fertilizer can then be used to supplement the compensation of the people helping out with the garbage disposal. Of course, it still remains to be seen whether these fertilizer will sell. And frankly, there are still a lot of uncertain factors in this proposal. Ryuma, indeed. If it's not too much trouble, though, could you give me some of those fertilizers? I'd like to show them to our gardener. Our gardener is privy to plants, fertilizers, and medicine, so I'm sure we can get some good ideas. Reinhardt, Chapter 158.3 Chapter 158, Growing a Little. 3/3, because of that it was decided that I will be giving Reinhardt's and the scavenger slime fertilizer. We'll put this plan on hold for now. We'll continue again once we've gotten the opinion of the gardener. It's also good since this will give them some time to think about things. Next was my success in mass-producing running mash by using the fertilizer of the scavenger slime. I explained to Puro-san that I'm currently researching how to cultivate mushrooms without monsterification. I've heard that the cultivation of mushroom is one stop toward finding 1,000 pieces of gold, so I thought he'd be interested. Ryuma, is that true? Puro, of course. All the mushrooms turned into running mash, but I believe it should be possible to cultivate normal mushroom. I'm currently trying to find the right way to cultivate them. By the way, as proof I've also talked to Graziera-san about this and even had a basket full of running mash with me then. You can confirm it with her if you want. If I could use dimension magic here, I would also be able to show you the real thing, Ryuma. If you're going that far, then I guess it must be true. You sure love to bring out crazy stories casually, don't you? Puro, he was interested all right, but at the same time, he was also greatly perplexed. Let's move on to the next one. One of my female researchers recently discovered that the cleaner slime has a beautifying effect. Ryuma, a beautifying effect. Now that is very intriguing. Allies, yes. This proposal is aimed at women. Ryuma, the cleaner slime can beautify the skin by removing excess keratin and sebum from it. Depending on the constitution and age of the person, one might feel some sense of dryness, but as long as they compensate for that, it should be possible to get a good result. I know that there are also magical charm potions in this world from the medical knowledge of this world that I was given. Also from what I've heard recently, medicine at Fei-san's homeland, the Zilmer Empire, was too expensive for commoners to be able to purchase. As such, they had to rely on needles, acupressure, and massages to straighten up their bodies. Fei-san and Leland-san have learned those skills. Frankly, beauty stuff is outside my expertise, but I do have a smattering of knowledge on it based on my female co-workers who research them zealously. I could never really understand why they were so obsessed about it, but you really can't take a woman's pursuit for beauty lightly. I at least know that much. On top of that, it makes one wonder just what would happen if slimes, medicinal knowledge, foreign technology, etc. all of these were to be gathered together to pursue beauty. Ryuma, indeed. That is very, very intriguing. Allies, I only have a vague idea as far as this proposal goes, but the madam's reaction isn't bad. Noble women spend money like water when it comes to prettying themselves, so pursuing this path just might open the doors to a great deal of wealth. But what's more is that with this I might just be able to form a connection with all the rich madams. So young and yet what a terrifying mind you possess, Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, are you planning on seizing the hearts of the married noble women? You sure chose a good target. Elise, after all, there's no end to the noble women who've been sent off to be married with nothing but air in their heads. Serge, quite the schemer, aren't we? Pierrot, oh, no. I know I'm the one proposing this plan, but it's also the one I'm least interested in. Ryuma, it's fun just thinking about it, but if I were to actually try and put it into action, it would end up being a high-risk, high-return plan. Women are strong, but depending on the time and situation, they can become really scary. I learned that well in my past life. Well, all I'm really doing is considering the possibilities. Ryuma, oh. And here I was being very interested. If you ever feel like pursuing it, please do come by and consult me, okay? Elise, she won't pursue it, but she's not hiding that she's interested either. Ah. Anyhow, it seems Ryuma-kun is thinking about a lot of things. Reinhardt-san said to help me. It can't be helped. There are just so many interesting things. Ryuma, I still have a lot of things I can say regarding the slimes. And there are still a lot topics that can be used. By the way, are you sure it's okay to be talking about this to us? Reinhardt, it's fine. After all I have is the knowledge. I can't actually implement these things. Ryuma, in other words, I'm just going all the slime can do this. And it can do this. And they can do that. And if they just understand that, then I'm 80% satisfied. That's why if there's just someone among the people I know who could make use of these knowledge, I won't really mind offering it up. Normally, one would be less willing to share this kind of stuff. Pierrot, I don't think there's anything to be frugal with if it's you guys. Ryuma, you're too unattached to your findings, Ryuma-kun. Please do make sure that you don't get tricked by some weird people, okay? Remember, if you need someone to talk to, we're here for you. Elise, no matter what it may be, remember, talking is free. Reinhardt, especially, if it's something that can turn a profit. Pierrot, the night had gotten fairly late, so we decided to end our conversation here. It felt as if the four adults were worrying over me for a different reason than before, though. What a pity. I still wanted to talk about my findings regarding the bloody slime serum. That was actually my best one. Chapter 159.1 Volume 3 Chapter 159, Parental Love, 1/2, Take by Ashi-sama, it will soon be time for the meeting. Rurunez, thank you for informing me. I'll prepare. Immediately. Ryuma, around the time when the date was about to change, Rurunez-san came to inform me that it was time for the wedding meeting. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, are you all right? It's already a bit late, but, Rurunez, it's fine. I hunted in the night in the past. There are also times when I was so caught up with my research that I would just suddenly realize that it was already the morning of the next day. That aside, I am truly very grateful for all of your accommodations. It's really more than I expected. Ryuma, presently, many of my slimes are crawling about in the room I'm staying at, and the Rimmel birds are staying comfortably at a barn made specifically for bird-type monsters, such as themselves. And while I was waiting for the wedding meeting to begin, Rurunez-san recommended me various magic books from the library of the Duke's residence to read. They've put so much effort in accommodating me that I cannot overstate just how grateful I am to them. This much really isn't anything to speak of, Ryuma-sama. Feel free to ask for this kind of service anytime. Anyway, shall we? Rurunez, the magic tools attached to the walls of the halls illuminated the path. It still felt dim, but it was possible to move through the halls unobstructed. That being said, Rurunez-san, can I ask you a question? Ryuma, what is it, Ryuma-sama? Rurunez, the thing is I've actually been feeling something strange since a while ago. Could it be that there are a lot of barriers here? Ryuma, barriers, there are indeed several barriers erected to protect the house from intruders. But there aren't any such barriers here in particular. Rurunez, so she says, but I've been feeling weird ever since we left the room. I get this strange feeling a lot around corners or entrances. It felt as if someone is trying to find me. I wonder if someone is keeping an eye on me. When I told Rurunez those vague impressions of mine, she stopped walking and turned around. It seems she had an inkling of what I was talking about. Perhaps it's the house-haunting fairy. Rurunez, house-haunting fairy. Ryuma, I hear fairies are considered as monsters and can supposedly be tamed. Are there fairies here too? Fairies generally live in nature, but very rarely, they sometimes live in old buildings. This place does get repaired as needed, and it is an old building. I've even heard of sightings of some fairies from time to time. Rurunes, she said matter-of-factly as she walked. Is this something that happens a lot? Ryuma, that's right. The Ojusama was living here until just half a year ago. People with strong mana are more likely to see fairies and see them. I've heard that fairies have previously been spotted around the Ojusama and the people near her. I've seen them myself many times, and I hear that when a guest from a foreign country comes with a rare item, the fairies become curious and gather. Rurunes, so, basically, these house-haunting fairies don't mean any harm to the people living here or the guests. If anything, they're an existence akin to that of a guardian god. In other words, they're this world's version of Japan's Zashikiwarashi. Fairies like that are here. Ryuma, the strange feeling vanished. It's rare for fairies to show themselves before people, so if you look for them, they'll vanish. This is true for all fairies and not just house haunters. The Ojusama also took her maids along with her to look for them, but she never once managed to find one herself. Rurunes, I see. Ryuma, it would probably be best not to be overly concerned with the fairies. If they see you as someone they could have fun with teasing, they will tease you, you know. Or at least that's what they say. Rurunes, real fairies. I want to see one, but if they're just going to mess with me, it would probably be best to forget about them. While we were talking about that, we arrived at the meeting place. Excuse me. Ryuma, there was no one responding, so I thought no one was here just yet, but then I saw Hayuza-san. Only, he was resting his chin on the conspicuous round table at the center of the room. Apparently, he came ahead of us and was already seated at the head of the table. Is he feeling unwell? He looks kind of languid. Is he sleeping? After taking a few steps closer, I was able to hear him snoring. He's like this today too, huh, Rurunes, today too. Ryuma, recently, he's been like this every night. Rurunes, apparently, he's tired because of that training he needs to be promoted that I heard of in the afternoon. Although the guards trust him and he has a good relationship with other people, the increase in office work is really hard on him. He reminds me of students preparing for an exam. I'm happy that he's seriously thinking about me and our future, but I'm worried that he might break down at this rate. Rurunes, she looked for a cloth in the room to put over Hayuza-san. When she found one and got in the mood to talk proudly of Hayuza-san, I heard the door opening from behind. Chapter 159.2 Chapter 159, Parental Love, 2 halves, oh. Excuse me. Ryuma, when I turned around, a middle-aged man carrying a delicious-smelling basket was trying to enter. But-san, this person is Takebayashi-sama. He's the benefactor of my husband and is the person who will be making the idols. Rurunes, Come to think of it, I did hear that you were participating in the meeting tonight. So you're the guy, I mean you're the esteemed guest. Pardon my belated introduction, I am Butts. I am the head chef of this residence. Butts, I am Ryuma Takebayashi. It's a pleasure to meet you. And thank you for the delicious supper. Ryuma, so you enjoyed tonight's supper. That's good then. Butts, I wonder why. But this person feels familiar. I know it's rude to be thinking this, but despite his soft and peaceful demeanor, he doesn't appear to be very dignified. He's not tall in the first place, but because of his bent back, he looks weak. And because of the wrinkles on his face and his thinning hair, he gives me the impression of a father with no place in his house or a useless salaryman. Thank you for coming here yourself today too, head chef. Rurunes, it's a much-needed meeting to make my daughter's important event a good memory, after all. This much is nothing. Butts, daughter. Ryuma, This too are father and daughter. But Butts-san is human. Butts-san has taken care of me ever since I was young. He's like a real parent to me. Rurunes, noticing my confusion, Butts-san himself also added. Her parents worked here as a maid and as a guard. They helped me a lot when I was just an apprentice here. I looked after her to repay them, but before I knew it, I started looking after her as my own daughter. But my parents died when I was young due to accidents while on duty. Reinbach-sama couldn't just leave me alone after I was left behind and permitted me to live at the residence as a maid apprentice. The people working here are both my co-workers and my family. Rurunes, I never knew you had that kind of circumstance. Ryuma, I did think they were treating her rather special, what with borrowing the residence to hold the ceremony. I thought since it's these people we're talking about, it only made sense, but it seems that she also played with Reinhardt-san for a period of time and served as a caretaker for the madam who came from another family to be wedded into this family. The experience, skills, and loyalty of someone like her who has been here at the residence since young is very highly appraised. As such, important duties are often entrusted to her. That kid who was too young at first and couldn't do any job at all is now big enough to get married. But, how many times have you brought that story up already? Like I said, it's thanks to everyone who didn't abandon me in those days and helped raise me up that I'm here today. Rurunes, but even then. I think a servant who's been working for a long time will feel the same way, you know. But, Rurunes-san blushed a little and became speechless. Take Bayashi-sama, but, please just call me Ryuma. Ryuma, I know he sees me as a guest, but I'd prefer if he could just call me normally. I'm going to be working with them to make this wedding a success, so it would be best if they don't mind me too much. I know there's a difference in status, but it would still be nice if he could forget about that here. As I asked him that, he nodded. It seems Hayuzu-san is acquainted with you. But, yes. We haven't known each other for long, but he has helped me before. Ryuma, I see. In that case, please be his ally. While I don't particularly hate him or anything, and I'm most certainly not against their wedding, but for some reason, I just can't help but be harsh on him. But, as he bitterly smiled with those kind eyes of his, he put down the basket on the round table. Hi Yuzu, oh. Are you awake? But, that's no good. I fell asleep. Boss Butts. Is it time for the meeting? Hi Yuzu, it's yet to start. But it's the meeting for a very important event. It's only natural to wake the sleeping groom, no. But, that's true. Oh, hey. Ryuma and Rurunes are here too. Hi Yuzu, we've been here since a while ago, actually. Rurunes, good work out there. Ryuma, you finally noticed. Can the groom really afford to be like this? If Rurunes cried because of you, the stress from that would surely make my hair fall off. Won't poor me have no hair then? While cooking, I might just accidentally drop a hair tonic in your food. But, spare me the hair tonic, old man. And quit it with the poor attempt at snide remarks. You suck at acting and you take too long. In the first place, I'm not planning on making her cry. Hi Yuzu, and hopefully you never will. But, he probably isn't the kind of person to say things like this normally. But his feelings are complicated. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to understand those feelings since I've never been a parent myself. Everyone has their own circumstances and feelings. Rurunes was standing between them, but she walked away and just watched the two of them talk. The room gradually filled with people, and before long, it was time for the meeting to begin. Chapter 160.1 Chapter 160, The situation of the meeting that couldn't be spoken about, 1/2, the next day. So, what will you be doing now, Ryuma-kun? Reinhardt, for some reason or another, I was asked that during breakfast. My answer was a given. I'm thinking of looking for a demolition job at the Adventurers Guild. Ryuma, a demolition job? Nothing wrong with work and all, but why? Reinhardt, the reason is because last night's meeting. I was participating for the first time, so the meeting started out with a confirmation of the things that have already been completed and a progress report on the ongoing jobs. When I was starting to understand the situation, I have a proposal. Hayuzu, the groom, Hayuzu-san, suddenly said that his proposal was aimed toward the entire venue, and he wanted to entrust a portion of the construction to me. The venue for the ceremony is at the rear garden, right? And the wedding ceremony will be done in the elven manner. Even the maids alone should be able to handle that. Lies, they're doing the elven ceremony, yes, but a human church needs to be built at the center of the venue. Ryuma, what does that mean? Reinhardt, I thought the exact same thing last night. What is he talking about? Ryuma, when I thought back to the situation last night, I can't help but want to wryly smile. In order to explain this, first I need to explain the particularities of the wedding ceremonies. Let's start with the human wedding ceremony. Curtly put, in human wedding ceremonies, the vows are made according to the church, before a clergyman, friends, and families, right? The reception may vary depending on one's financial standing, but that's not the case for the ceremony itself. Ryuma, after confirming that the Duke, his wife, Surge-san, and Puro-san all nodded, I continued. Unlike human wedding ceremonies, however, in the elven style of wedding ceremonies, tables and food are lined up around an open space, while an elder or person of high social standing, someone with responsibility, will take on the role of the clergyman. The vows are similarly made in front of one's friends and relatives, but after that, the people will share the food and begin a banquet. Ryuma, there are more elves living in human towns nowadays, but in the olden days, the elves lived in small villages built in nature. It was under that kind of environment that they became acquainted with humans, and the custom of celebrating weddings in villages naturally came to be. Also, although this wedding ceremony is credited to the elves and is known as Elven ceremony, the ceremony itself doesn't actually have anything to do with race and is regularly practiced in rural areas. The wedding ceremony of Hayuza-san and Rurune-san will be the Elven ceremony, just as the madam had said, but this was decided due to the number of participants. In order to accept even more friends coming to celebrate, they decided to go all out on the people attending the meeting, the volunteers, and even the reception. But most importantly, it's because it was believed that Rurune-san has always admired the elven way of the wedding ceremony. But the truth is that she's long admired the human way of doing the ceremony. Although it's not a lie that she does like the elven ceremony too. Ryuma, she's a girl, so it's only normal for her to fuss over the kind of ceremony. She could have just said so if she preferred it that way. Elise, she has a tendency to be reserved. After all, Reinhardt, she never said anything, but Hayuza-san noticed and made suggestions to change the program accordingly. At first, everyone at the meeting thought it would only make things needlessly complicated, but when they found out that it was what Rurune-san wanted, they started giving out ideas. In the end, Hayuza-san asked for my cooperation. He knew that I built my store in less than a week, so he figured that if it was me, I could make their plans a reality. He also said that just asking is free. His frankness is really his strong point. Rurune-san hadn't spoken out originally because she didn't have the nerve to, but she was really happy that Hayuza-san noticed her feelings. Hayuza-san also noticed that she was happy, and although he was originally talking seriously, someway the atmosphere turned sweet, and the people participating at the meeting looked at the soon-to-be-wed couple with envy and weariness. But this was something that Hayuza-san achieved, so although the people in the meeting were fed up of their sweet atmosphere, they just watched over them. Some of the men were crying tears of blood, though. I don't really feel like talking about their lovey-dovey atmosphere, so I'll just skip that part, but anyway. In the end, it was decided that the stage will be made in the style of the church. The stage will have to accommodate the idols I make, the groom, the wife, and a representative from the clergy. Of course, there also needs to be some leeway left or it'll be too cramped. The entrance needs to be big, so that others can see from outside. Ryuma, I think something like the roofed resting areas in parks or a small shed should do. The off-duty gardener and guards will also be lending a hand, so as soon as the design is decided, it will only take to be safe, 2 days to finish. Ryuma, right. If it's you, well, you do have a track record. I'm sure you'll be able to finish the construction in a short time. Reinhardt, I want to see the different sites of this town and check its guilds out, so I figured I might as well get a job that can also help me obtain some materials. Ryuma, Chapter 160.2 Chapter 160, The situation of the meeting that couldn't be spoken about, 2 halves. If I can't find work or if I finish quickly, then I'll move to finishing the design of the gods. Hayuza-san said he'd pay for the cost of the materials since it's his selfish request, but I'm sure there are a lot of other things that he has to pay out of his own pocket. It's best to save money wherever possible. Fortunately, they don't mind me making the idols out of recycled materials. You'll be back by supper, right? Elise, the madam seems to be reminding me not to overwork myself. Yes. I'll be in your care tonight too. Ryuma, I didn't want them to worry for me, but for some reason, it seems they don't really trust me when it comes to not overworking myself. After breakfast. Ryuma, I rode a carriage. If you're going out, then ride the carriage. the madam told me as she sent her servants running to get me one. I'm probably the only adventurer in the world who's being driven around on a carriage with the crest of the Duke's family. I wanted to refuse, but she was really persistent about it, and in the end, it was decided that I would be on the carriage until I got out of the nobles' district. Somehow, it feels like the madam is even more protective than before. Ryuma, she's been separated from her daughter. She must be very lonely, no? Faye, I was just talking to myself thoughtlessly, but Faye-san answered. He was staying last night with Surge-san's servants, but since I would be going out today, he came to accompany to me. Really? Ryuma, no decent parent would want to be separated from their children. It might not be a good idea to go too far with that kind of thinking, but using a carriage to move around is common sense to the nobles. Faye, I guess sending off one's child on a carriage is still within the realm of normalcy. Wait a moment. Faye-san knows that Elia started going to the academy. The Duke and his wife summoned me yesterday. Faye, what? Ryuma, they seem to know about my previous occupation. They just wanted to confirm that there were no problems. They never really stopped talking about their daughter when I asked if she was here. Faye, I see, Ryuma, they're good people, but they're from the Duke's family and are nobles. It's normal for them to be on guard against suspicious people in their territory, so it's not particularly strange even if they know. In the first place, the guild master probably reported about them ever since she took them in and helped them get work. Still, I never thought they would actually meet him face to face and start talking about their daughter. In any case, I'm glad there are no problems. Ryuma, there's no problems at all. In fact, they gave me a written guarantee for my identification and a recommendation to the Adventurers Guild. They provided one for Leland too. In exchange, they told me to take care of your store. Faye, now that's lavish hospitality. Ryuma, Faye-san took out a luxurious-looking letter from his chest. It was sealed by the same family crest that was on this carriage. Well, we're going there anyway, so how about registering now? You can't accompany me to work anyway. Ryuma, for foreigners like them, these documents will greatly increase their freedom in this country. Although I don't plan on binding them while they're working in my store, it's still good to have options for when they feel like retiring. Besides, if I were to hand them something similar face to face, it would probably be hard for them to accept them without any burden. Right. With this we can live a normal life anyway. I'll take this opportunity to register. Faye, he seemed to be worrying about it a little, but in the end, he decided to register. If an opportunity ever presents itself, it might be a good idea to take on a job with the three of us together. Oh, right. By the way, did you ever feel like you were being watched since yesterday? Ryuma, I talked to him about the house-haunting fairy that Rurune-san spoke to me about, and he seemed to have an idea. I thought for sure I was being monitored. Faye, me too. Normally, that's what you'd think, right? Ryuma, technically, we were being monitored, though. It's just that the fairies were doing it on their own. Still, fairies that protect a house, huh? That sure is rare. Back at my country, we had fairies that called misfortune on their landowners. They're said to be born from house owners that died. Especially, those that died a cruel death. Faye, are you sure those are fairies? Not ghost-type or undead-type monsters. Ryuma, in my country, those are all referred to as GWI. It also means monster beast, so that might be the case. In order to drive those GWI away, we use. In the language here, I suppose you'd refer to it as necromancy, I think. Anyway, there's a branch of magic like that, and that's what's used against them. Faye, from what you're saying, I think it's safe to say that you're referring to some kind of evil spirit. Ryuma, hearing about a new type of magic piqued my curiosity. Faye-san and I talked until the carriage reached its destination. Chapter 161.1 Chapter 161, Hobby and Benefit and Unexpected, 1/2, Boss. Someone came to register. Guild employee, yeah. Bring him here. Boss, it was like a bunch of bandits talking among themselves. I parted with Faye-san, who went to register at the Adventurers Guild, and went to the reception desk to apply for a convenient demolition job. When I got to the site, the men in charge openly frowned. A weak-looking guy came. Boss, I look like a child, after all. I'm used to it already. Good morning. Here are my papers. Ryuma, I showed him the documents for the job and my guild card. Oh, so you're an adventurer here to take on a job, are you? Look, the jobs here may be simple, but, you look young, but you're already AD rank. Boss, yes. I'm confident in my endurance and I specialize in earth magic. Ryuma, a mage, huh? Well, fine then. What do you mean you need these materials? Are you fine with the rubble from the demolished building? You're fine with the specified reward. Boss, it's good that he's quick to talk. That makes it convenient for me. This kind of atmosphere is nostalgic. Of course, but I'd like to get as much rubble as possible. I can use dimension magic, so there won't be any problems with transporting them. Ryuma, take as much as you want then. Hey! Take this kid to the back. Receptionist, thank you very much. Ryuma, just as the receptionist at the guild said, I was readily permitted to work. Apparently, this place specializes in demolitions. They hire people outside their company to take away the rubble left behind from their work. The money paid by the client for the demolition includes their expenses, so if they can reduce the amount of rubble that they have to outsource, then they will be able to reduce the costs by that much. They don't really look like they expect much from me, but the pay is commission-based, so they're not really losing out in having me here. Here's the place. This is what you'll be in charge of. Youngman, the place the young man brought me to was at the very back of the place I was at a while ago. It was exactly as the boss had said. But there's no one here. Just a part of a wall from a large structure that's collapsed a few meters. No one is here right now, but this is where the earth mages work. Youngman, it's different from the others. Ryuma, from what I hear, it's because people need to concentrate when using magic, and when mages run out of mana they become a hindrance. Youngman, true. People can find themselves in so much pain that they can't even stand when they run out of mana. I suppose given how dangerous the construction site is, it's a big problem if they collapse there. We don't pay without results, so we don't really mind when people work themselves like a dog. For the meantime, what you'll be destroying is the wall here. Just the area inside the lot. Don't touch the road or the other structures. And be careful not to get hurt from the falling debris. That's all. Also, I'll leave this here just in case. Youngman, the man placed the demolition hammer on his shoulder and rested it against the wall that was to be destroyed. You can rest if you want, but you're an adventurer, so you should show some guts. Youngman, as he said that, he left. Is it really such a good idea to leave a beginner in a place where the field overseer or the person next in command can't see? The person from the guild said that this demolition company has had a shortage of workers since forever. I suppose that really must be the case. All right. Ryuma, well, whatever. The orders were kind of rough, but I'll just get to work. First up. Dimension Home. Ryuma, I summoned a metal slime and had it transform. I folded a towel to form several layers and placed it above my head, then I ordered the metal slime to cover my head like a helmet. The convenience of metal and iron slimes. I reminded myself of the importance of wearing a helmet at a construction site. Come to think of it, I've never seen anyone working while wearing a helmet since coming to this world. The people working here also don't have any helmet equipped. Maybe I should try developing safety boots and other similar products too. If I were to use the sticky slime materials. Oops. Mind started wandering again there. Let's put that thought off for later. Break rock. Ryuma, I started by casting a spell on the wall. As a part of the wall collapsed, a hole with a diameter of 40 centimeters opened. I was able to penetrate the wall a little, but I went ahead and made another smaller 10 centimeters hole. I guess this much mana can only do this much. The hole is a lot smaller than I thought. This wall might be using the paint that obstructs earth magic that I heard of before. In that case, I'll have to exert more mana and cast a stronger spell. Break rock. Ryuma, I opened a hole much bigger than before. By increasing the amount of mana used and increasing the firepower of the spell, I was able to open a bigger hole. It works, but this is too inefficient, Ryuma. The collapsed wall turned into sand and scattered by my feet. Although I can destroy the wall like this, there's no need to go out of my way and turn the wall into sand. Even the people working outside are just using a hammer to demolish the place. It should be fine as long as I turn the wall into lumps small enough to be carried. Right. Let's adjust my methods. I visualized the scope of my spell not as a surface but as a line and drew it from the top of the wall to the ground. Break rock. Ryuma, my mana penetrated the wall and sand fell down from the wall in front of me. It was as if the wall was full of sand. After the sand fell, a groove of about 2 centimeters big with a lot of bumpy areas formed. Success. The same amount of mana is able to penetrate the wall much better. With this I should be able to cut the wall into a convenient size. Ryuma, Chapter 161.2 Chapter 161, Hobby and Benefit and Unexpected, 2 halves, just one thing, though. I'm concerned about the uneven area formed after casting the spell. I was trying to visualize a straight line, but it seems my control was lacking. One more time, Ryuma, I visualized harder and imagined a blade cutting the wall. I calmed down my heart and patiently controlled my mana. I also changed the name of the spell to make it easier to visualize. Stone Cutter, I guess this is good enough. Ryuma, the cut was a lot cleaner this time around and the groove formed were about half as wide as before. The cut itself was also smoother. I wish the cut would be even narrower, but this is good enough for now. I'll think of how to do that later. Next is, Ryuma, after the second cast of the spell, the wall now resembled a pillar somewhat. I tried crushing that wall with a spell. After all, I am able to succeed in controlling break rock. It should be fine if I'm a bit rough. I went ahead and visualized the wall cracking. Crack. Alright. Another success. Ryuma, a lightning-like crack formed on the detached part, then the wall broke from the middle and collapsed with a thunderous roar toward the front. As expected, earth magic really has a lot of freedom. Although it's also because I'm used to it, but it's really easy to do what you want with it. Ah, maybe I can do even that. Ryuma, I thought of something and gave it a try. Somehow this has gotten really fun. What I thought of was those crater things that I often saw in manga. Those craters that formed when someone got hit and was sent smashing to some piece of earth. Right. Let's call it wall break. Ryuma, I mustered even more mana than I have so far and pushed it into the wall, then I made it flow all over it. Then spider nest-like cracks formed deeply on the wall, and the wall started to collapse. I'm sure the wall will collapse if I continue at this just a little more. Oh. Ryuma, a result just as I'd imagined. And it sped up my work by a whole lot too. About 2 meters in diameter, I guess. Ryuma, that's a huge progress compared to the initial 40 centimeters I was working with. I'm using more mana now than before, but considering how much I'm able to cover, this way is still more efficient. If I cast this spell another time, I will have collapsed most of this wall. What's going on? Young man, huh? Ryuma, while I was having fun with the results of my magic, the men from before came back. Good job out there. What's the matter? Ryuma, we've been hearing a lot of loud sounds coming from here since a while ago, so the boss told me to go take a look. Did you do this? Young man, yes. I tried doing it in my own style. What do you think? Ryuma, you might actually be an amazing mage. Young man, thank you very much. I'm skilled at earth magic and people say my mana is equal to that of Imperial Court mages. Ryuma, in any case, there doesn't seem to be any problems, so please continue. I have other orders, but I don't really know what to do, so I'll just call my boss. Young man, I understand. Ryuma, after that the field overseer himself acknowledged my work and I continued destroying walls. Work ended around noon. I was able to store a lot of rubble into my dimension home, so I was able to go back in high spirits. As I was about to leave. Hey. If you want you can work with us permanently. Boss, their boss offered me employment, but I courteously refused. I went back to the Adventurers Guild to rendezvous with Fei-san. Uncle, you're so strong, Pretty Female Adventurer 1, if you want, you can party with us. Pretty Female Adventurer 2, unfortunately, I have another job. Thank you for inviting me though. Fei, uncle, are you single? Pretty Female Adventurer 3, I have a daughter as young as you girls. Fei. Fei-san was really popular with the Pretty Female Adventurers. Damn it. If I just called out to them sooner. Envious Adventurer 1, just who is that old man? Envious Adventurer 2, excuse me. Did something happen? Ryuma, apparently, according to the male adventurers who were looking at Fei-san full of envy, Fei-san had taken a job after registering and was able to succeed. He then went to the receptionist to report. It so happened that a party of female adventurers that was starting to get popular was on the counter next to him. It was then that a group of adventurers infamously known for their poor habits with women came. They had just finished work, so they wanted to drink. Envious Adventurer 1, that group saw the group of female adventurers and wanted to mingle. Although the group of male adventurers had a bad habit with women and liquor, they were stronger than the female adventurers and wouldn't listen to the receptionist woman when she tried to stop them. Fei-san couldn't just watch without doing anything, so he called out to them. Unfortunately, he hurt there and he had to hold them down. And now, the situation is like this. Hey, Fei-san, what story are you a protagonist in? Ah, boss. Save me. Why are you just standing there watching? Fei, he found me. As for why I was just standing here, it's because I didn't understand the situation and didn't really know whether it would be a good idea to call out in the first place. I mean, look at those eyes. Those women are scary. Those are the eyes of a carnivorous predator. Sorry. Please wait a while longer. I have to report the success of my job. Also, I don't specialize in female relationships, so, Ryuma, boss. Boss. Fei, reporting the completion of a job is absolutely crucial to adventurers. I'll come back as soon as I'm done. So, Fei-san, just wait a little bit longer. And if possible, please do something about those women by the time I get back. I quickly walked to the counter. Chapter 162, For a Tired Body. Chapter 162, For a Tired Body, Ryuma-sama. Aaron, after somehow suppressing the tumult in the Adventurers Guild, I returned to the residence of the Duke's family. Aaron-san called out to me with a frightfully serious face. What's the matter? Ryuma, there's something I would like to talk to you regarding Rurune's wedding. I'm sorry to ask this of you when you've just returned, but could you spare me some of your time? Aaron, if I can be of help, then sure. Ryuma, I don't know what happened, but I decided to follow Aaron-san for the time being. Before long, I heard the women coming from across the halls. R.A. Diso. No. Nez. Nez hair, it feels like they're arguing about something. I apologize on behalf of the younger maids. This is not proper behavior at all for a maid. Aaron, as Aaron-san said that she swung open the door from which the voices were coming from. You girls. What foolishness is this? We can hear your voices all the way from the halls. Aaron, suddenly, the voices froze. But at the same time, Aaron-san's expression also stiffened. Madam. You were here. Aaron, apparently, without her knowing, the madam had joined in on the maids. Good day, Ryuma-kun. You're back, I see. Alize, thank you for your hard work. I was informed there was something I was needed for regarding the wedding ceremony. Is now a good time? Ryuma, of course. Please enter. Alize, I'll prepare a seat for you. Maid 1, I'll pour you some tea. Maid 2, and I'll get some sweets. Maid 3, the maids moved about in a hurry and the atmosphere became vaguely delicate. Before long, the meeting was started once again. Aaron-san, you said you had something you wanted to talk to me about. Ryuma, it's about the venue for the wedding ceremony. Specifically, these things, Aaron, what she showed me were 5 familiar sheets of paper. They were the designs I drew in the meeting last night. I myself was never married, but most of my co-workers, who were nearing 40, were. Invitations and photos of the ceremonies were frequently sent out. I thought they were relatively appreciative of the designs, but a lot of people have been inspired by those drawings of yours and have started giving out ideas. Aaron, next, I was handed a list on which was written what changes people wanted to implement. Some of the contents on the list read, I want this part done like this, I think it would be better if we did it more like this, and so on and so forth. As a final check, I would like to get your opinion to know which ones are possible and which ones aren't. Aaron, I understand. Ryuma, use a bell tower for the wedding bells. If there's room, then it should be fine. Lay a stone pavement for the venue. This is also possible. Decorations on the walls and pillars. Possible, but depending on what kind of decorations and how many, they might make it hard to see the ceremony. There. I'm done, Aaron-san. Ryuma, thank you very much. We'll use this as a reference to finalize the requests for the venue. Aaron, there were a lot of questions but the essence was the same. At this rate, we can start construction as soon as tomorrow. Thank you for your efforts, Ryuma-kun. Elise, thank you too. Ryuma, checking that list took a lot more time than I expected. Most of the servants in the room had changed from when I first came in. The only ones still here from earlier were Aaron-san and the madam. How much time did I take? Ryuma, about 2 hours, I think. Want to eat something? Elise, thank you very much. But I already had some sweets while I was working on the list. Ryuma, actually, why is the madam here? When I asked that, the madam's smile broke. It was rare to see her not smiling. A guest I don't want to meet suddenly came, so I made myself scarce. Elise, so there are people like that too, huh? Ryuma, that's right, Elise, I'm curious what kind of person it is, but the madam seems unhappy, so I'll just change the topic. That sounds tough. Do you get tired having to deal with so many guests every day? Ryuma, yes, but it's part of my work. It can't be helped. I sure would love to go to a hot spring, though. Elise, do you love hot springs? Ryuma, do you know that father-in-law owns a territory in the Fire Dragon Mountains? Elise, I heard from Branch Head Taylor that after forming a contract with a divine beast he gained various rewards and authorities. Ryuma, that's right. One of the rewards he received was a territory in the Fire Dragon Mountains, where a hot spring town currently is. We visited it a lot in the past. The hot spring there can wash away one's fatigue and improve one's health. Elise, wow. I'd love to go once. I wonder how the quality of the water is there. Ryuma, she's piqued my interest a little. I wonder if there's some kind of fantasy element mixed in. I don't know about the quality of the water, but it's bubbly and hot, and if you take a dip, your body will be warmed up and your skin will turn red. Elise, bubbly. So a carbonated spring. Doesn't seem like there's any magical or special effects. That's a bit of a letdown, but maybe I can help ease her fatigue if I make her a bath bomb. Let's suggest it. You can prepare hot spring water. Elise, the madam was more interested than I'd thought. Her eyes were sparkling. I can make a bathing agent that makes the water closer to that of hot spring water, provided I have the ingredients. Ryuma, the necessary ingredients to make a bath bomb are baking soda and citric acid. Add some potato starch or corn starch to it and mix, lightly moisten it with a spray, and then dry in a mold and you're done. Perfumed oil can be added too, but just baking soda and citric acid are enough to generate carbon dioxide. For baking soda, I could make it using salt or the caustic soda that some of the acid slimes waiting for evolution are feeding on. Citric acid can also be extracted from some random fruit with alchemy. To ensure safety, I'll limit the ingredients used to just food items. Right. I should be able to make it as long as I have the ingredients. Ryuma, is this a bath bomb, that secret medicine that possesses beautifying effects that you mentioned yesterday? Elise, secret medicine. Calling a bath bomb a secret medicine sounds nice and all, but I'm afraid what others might think if I actually called it that. It's not that amazing. Although it's plenty good in its own right. Ryuma, what do you need? If it's something I can prepare, I'll get them ready. Elise, in that case, can you get a basket full of lemon-like fruit, brought to the room? As well as mumito used in making bread. If you can also provide a good quality vegetable oil that won't cause the skin to break out, then I can make another thing called sugar scrub. Ryuma, very well. I'll get them prepared immediately. Aaron. Elise, understood. A basket full of lemon, mumito, and vegetable oil, yes. I should be able to gather everything with a trip to the kitchen. Ryuma-sama, please wait at your room. Aaron, how long will it take to make them? Elise, sugar scrubs are made with a ratio of 1:1, so I'll be able to make them immediately. But for the bath bombs, I have to test them out first to ensure that they're safe, but even then it should only take about 30 minutes at most. Ryuma, very well. I'll look forward to it. Lies, and like that, I ended up making bath bombs and sugar scrubs purely out of goodwill. But. Hey, did you hear? Maid 4, did you hear? Did you hear? Apparently, he's making a secret medicine that will turn you into a beauty. Maid 5, as soon as I left the room, the maids started gossiping. It's really not so big of a deal for it to be called a secret medicine. Thinking that, I just ignored the gossiping maids. Unbeknownst to me, however, a small uproar started brewing within the residence of the Duke's family. Chapter 163.1, Second Day Meeting, 1/3, Chapter 163, Second Day Meeting, 1/3, After Supper. In the same reception room of the residence as last night, the Duke and his wife and the two presidents of the two big companies were all gathered together again. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, we were properly informed beforehand. It's fine. Good job feeding your slimes. Reinhardt, you have so many different slimes and so many of them, it must have been difficult feeding them all. Elise, come to think of it, how many different slimes do you have now anyway? Puro, presently, there are 19 variants. And there are 4 from those that I'm expecting to evolve. Ryuma, they seem to number in the tens of thousands too. Taking care of them must be difficult. Surge, I feed them per variant, so it's not that difficult. Reinhardt-san. Thank you for providing even the feed of the slimes. It was a huge help. Ryuma, a lot of people have been telling me how grateful they are to have the garbage dealt with. Feel free to ask for more whenever while you're here. Reinhardt, as I answered their questions, I sat myself beside the madam. Now then, Ryuma-kun. Let's continue our conversation the other day. Or at least that's what I'd love to do, but today there are 2 things we have to discuss first. A message had just been brought in. Reinhardt, I wonder if there's a problem. There was an unusually heavy atmosphere about Reinhardt-san as the madam distributed a bundle of documents to all of us. Flipping through the pages, I noted that a portrait, a crime, and an amount was written on them. A wanted poster, Ryuma, the other half of those documents is information pertaining to damages incurred from bandits. These were reported by chance while I was working today. The 3 of you travel a lot, so I thought you should know. Reinhardt, thank you. Puro, safety on the roads is the lifeline of peddlers. Surge-san and Puro-san were both grateful as they zealously looked through the documents. But I was more concerned about the wanted posters. The bounty varies quite a bit from person to person, huh? Ryuma, even if they committed the same crime, there's a difference in bounty ranging anywhere from 10 small gold coins to several hundred coins. The biggest bounty fetches a luxurious sum of 2 platinum coins. When I asked why that was, Reinhardt-san gently told me why. The bounty is decided based on the damages caused by the person and how much danger he possesses, but the nobles and merchants who've suffered damages are free to add to the bounty. The bandits with platinum coin bounties on them are from a gang of thieves that specializes in stealing from jewelers. They're rather famous. Reinhardt, they mostly go after jewels, so the damages caused by their actions are really big. Moreover, they incur not only the anger of the jewelers but also the nobles who wish to buy them. Because of that their bounty is inflated. They don't commit crimes frequently, but they plan their crimes out and proceed carefully. Moreover, they have several good dimension mages with them, so they're quick to flee and it's hard to pick up on their trail. Of course, their victims have guards with them too. So the fact that they've continued to succeed until now shows that they're plenty strong themselves. I've never heard of an individual being attacked, but you should be careful too, Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, I understand. Thank you for warning me. Ryuma, he's probably referring to the diamond I was wearing with my suit yesterday. He didn't say anything, but as expected, he has a trained eye. Next is. Oh, right. About the scavenger slime fertilizer you gave me yesterday. A report was given regarding it. Reinhardt, oh, really? That's rather quick. Elise, as the madam says, was their gardener able to make a judgment on its safety and other factors that quickly? Yes. Ryuma-kun. Do you know about the forest of the Earth Mother God? Reinhardt, Earth Mother God. I would imagine that's probably Willieri-sama, but I've never heard of a forest. I see. Archura. It's a country in the east, but that's where our head gardener comes from. The Earth Mother God of the forest has become the object of worship of many people and is a holy land. According to that gardener, the fertilizer you gave is similar to the soil of that place. Reinhardt, huh? Ryuma, the soil of a holy land is similar to the fertilizer of a scavenger slime. I never thought I'd hear something like that. Rich in mana and highly compatible with the wood magic. If you use too much of it, there's a danger of monsterifying crops. The effects are basically the same. But the effects of that holy land is much greater than the scavenger slime's fertilizer. Reinhardt, at the country known as Archura, they would take a little soil from the forest of the Earth Mother God and mix that soil with a lot of normal soil to weaken its effects. That soil is then used as a special fertilizer. It's also a kind of ritual to share the blessings of the divine forest. If we do the same as that ritual, will it be possible to use the scavenger slime's fertilizer normally? Ryuma, that's what the head gardener says. He wants to use the fertilizer you gave and see how things go for a while, but the fertilizer is more than usable. I am a little concerned about it being close to an object of worship, though. Reinhardt, indeed. The soil of the Holy Land, and the fertilizer produced by slime guts. Personally, those are two completely different things, but depending on the person hearing it, Ryuma, unforgivable. Some fanatics might say. When it comes to religion, there are extremists like that from time to time. Reinhardt, I think it can pass as a different product, but if you're going to sell it, then it might be wise to take some considerations. Puro, Chapter 163.2, Second Day Meeting, 2/3, Chapter 163, Second Day Meeting, 2/3, a worrying factor appeared from somewhere unexpected, but I think it's good that I'm learning about this now rather than later. And that concludes my discussions. Reinhardt, in that case, can I start next? Elise, this time it was the madam who spoke. Contrast to Reinhardt-san who passed out wanted posters earlier, she's in a good mood. It's probably because of those things I gave her this afternoon. Elise, it's been on my mind for a while now, but you seem to have been in a rather good mood since supper. Reinhardt, that's right. Actually, Ryuma-kun made a bath bomb and a sugar scrub for me just a while ago. Because of that, all that pent-up fatigue from before were washed away in one fell swoop. Elise, the madam started giving her impressions after using those two products I gave her. Ah, is this related to the beautifying effect you were talking about yesterday, a medicine that can change bath water to a hot spring? What an interesting thing indeed. Reinhardt, Ryuma, is that medicine that beautifies the skin that effective? Puro, it would vary from person to person. Ryuma, I want more of those things you gave me. It's easy to throw a bath bomb into the bath and I was able to warm my body up more compared to just bath water. And just a little rubbing from that sugar scrub was able to change the moisture of my skin. Elise, seeing the madam talking like this brings me back. Once you've gotten used to them already, they're nothing much to speak of, but it's really eye-opening when using them for the first time. I was the same back in my past life when I first used a sugar scrub. To be honest, I had no interest whatsoever in beauty, but there was also no reason to waste something I'd received. But just one use and I was like, aha. This might actually be really good. When I spoke about it at work, everyone laughed since they couldn't imagine a big guy like me using beauty products. Madam, what I made this noon was just the simplest type. If I were to fuss over the type of oil used and the perfumed oil, I should be able to make something even better. Ryuma, bath bombs can also be tuned by changing the amount of bath bomb and citric acid to make the bath water slightly alkaline or acidic. Using water that's slightly alkaline makes it easier to remove filth from the pores in the skin, and the acidity has an effect of neutralizing aging odor. The perfect ally of a man in his 40s. Moreover, water made slightly acidic by citric acid has the effect of allowing one to recover from exhaustion, as well as give anti-inflammatory effects. It also has a sterilizing and deodorizing effect different from that of weak alkaline water. Human skin is slightly acidic, so it's gentler on the skin compared to slightly alkaline water. Which one to use depends on what's constitution and condition of the skin. Of course, one could choose simply depending on how one feels. And if you compare these methods with medicinal baths that use medicinal herbs or seasonal vegetations, there's a myriad of ways to improve a bath. How wonderful! Elise, it's effective against aging odor. Maybe I should give it a try myself. Puro, are you worried? Reinhardt, fool. I'm not at that age yet. It's just that my wife might have made a passing remark or two before, so, puro, ha ha ha. Well, if Elise is praising it to this extent, then it must be amazing. Reinhardt, right. Ryuma-sama, if it's no trouble to you, won't you allow us to also try those bath bombs and sugar scrubs of yours? Reinhardt, it's no trouble at all. I still have some ingredients left from this afternoon. I'll make some and send them to your room later. Ryuma, that concluded the conversation with the madam regarding the beauty products. Next, it was my turn to talk about the things I couldn't talk about yesterday, but everyone suddenly sat straight up. What is it all of a sudden? Ryuma, well, you kept dropping one bomb after another yesterday like those running mash of yours. Puro, frankly, it's a bit scary wondering what bomb you'll be dropping next. Serge, I thought it would be a good idea to brace myself ahead of time. Elise, all right. My heart is ready. Now, Ryuma, come and try your worst. Reinhardt, but if they do this, the one who gets pressured is me. Am I the only one who can feel this atmosphere that makes it feel like I better not talk about anything boring? In that case, let's talk about another slime use that I wasn't able to talk about last time. Ryuma, while everyone was strangely tense, I talked about the serum of the bloody slime. First, I gave a simple explanation of what blood serums and antibodies are. I spoke of me teaching a group of new adventurers. I also explained why my bloody slime ended up ingesting poison. And then from there, I talked about the slime's recovery and the increase in level it observed on its poison skill. Finally, I tied that in with the blood serum and antibodies. When I started talking about extracting the antibodies and experimenting on animals, Reinhardt, Elise, Serge, Puro, all four of my audience was wearing a serious face. And so we sit here justified in bracing ourselves. Reinhardt-san said. The other three nodded. Chapter 163.3, Second Day Meeting, March 3rd, Volume 3 Chapter 163, Second Day Meeting, March 3rd, Ryuma-sama, this thing you refer to as antibody. The relation with the poison-resist and disease-resist skill. And the antidote made from the bloody slime. I'm not a specialist or anything in the field of medicine, but even a layman such as myself can see just how inestimable the value of these findings is. Serge, indeed. I know enough to tell that if those methods of yours work for that snake's poison, then perhaps it can also work for other poisons. But at the same time, it makes me wonder whether you're really telling the truth. Not that there's any point in doubting now. Puro, it doesn't benefit Ryuma-kun to lie to us. Although at this point, it might be better if it turned out to be just a lie, Elise, frankly, I also think it's too much. Reinhardt, discovering the antibody from the bloody slime, extracting the blood serum and investigating its effects. Although it's fun doing experiments alone, it's not very effective. A single child's efforts aren't enough for it to be released to society. But actually there's more to it. Ryuma, there's still more. Reinhardt, the reason I was able to find out about the antibody and the blood serum is because the poison-resist skill leveled up. Ryuma. I see. It wasn't learned. It was a level up. In other words, there are other antibodies other than those for the poison of the bush snake. Reinhardt, it's exactly as Reinhardt-san says. In the first place, the bloody slime isn't a slime that I evolved on my own. It's a slime I purchased from an adventurer who found it somewhere, so it already possessed the poison-resist and disease-resist skills right from the start. Ryuma, and then after finding out about the antibodies, I wondered if there are other antibodies using the identify spell. I found several antibodies. One of them was for cursed wound. Ryuma, Reinhardt, Elise, Serge, Puro, the four adults all sighed simultaneously and looked up at the sky. They looked very tired. It can't be helped. When afflicted by the cursed wound, one is expected to suddenly fall sick and die. It doesn't matter how big or small the wound is, where the wound was incurred, or what one's social standing is. Like a curse, one will just suddenly wake up sick. A few days will pass after incurring the wound without anything happening, but before long, the limbs and the face will start to numb. From there, the status of the afflicted will worsen and the body will lose its freedom and start moving about without regard for the damage caused to it. Yes, just like a man possessed by some kind of demon. The whole body will tremble violently, and there are cases where one's body would even bend like a bow, then harden like a stone. Without any way to resist the urge to bend, the spine will eventually break. This is not something that the afflicted can do anything about. To make things worse, despite not being able to control one's body, one is fully conscious through the whole ordeal, hence, one can thoroughly savor the pain and thus die while squirming about. The death rate is extremely high. In other words, it is what is known in my past life as tetanus. A disease that causes death even in modern-day Japan, where blood serums are a thing. Unfortunately, for this country, there is no cure. As such, when people are afflicted with tetanus, they are labeled cursed with no way to be saved. It's a disease feared by all regardless of status. Basically, what I'm saying right now is that there's a chance that a cure might be concocted for the terrifying disease. The value of such a cure is immeasurable. Are you certain that it's the antibody for cursed wound? I'm not doubting you, but, Reinhardt, I used to identify on it, so there's no doubting it. In the first place, cursed wound is a disease that one could be afflicted with anywhere. Naturally, the disease demon, bacteria, responsible for it can also be found anywhere. Ryuma, it is popularly known that Clostridium tetani resides in soil. The bloody slime probably absorbed it after touching soil. But Ryuma-kun, in order to create antibodies, one has to take the poison into his body first. Won't surviving be impossible then? The cursed wound has a high fatality rate too, and yet the bloody slime is still alive. Alas, one possible reason I could think of is that the disease demons, bacteria, taken in were few in number and that the makeup of the bloody slime's body is different from humans, making it difficult for it to multiply, thereby creating less poison and greatly reducing the effects on the slime. Secondly, the characteristic symptom of curse wounds is mainly muscle spasms, but the bloody slime doesn't have nerves or muscles. It's possible that because of this the effects on it were much weaker. Regardless, there's a large difference between humans and bloody slimes, so I'm wondering if it can be used. Unfortunately, I don't have proof. Ryuma, right. When you put it that way, you're perfectly right. Alas, just the production of a new medicine can be seen to have great value, but if it's a medicine for cursed wound, then all the more so. At the same time, it's a dangerous thing. Reinhardt, putting it lightly, it's a great discovery, but if some bad guys were to get word of this, they'll probably try to get you. No, they'll definitely try to get you. If the medical guild or any research institute were to get wind of this, they'd never leave you alone. Puro, indeed. And research institutes don't have a trustworthy reputation either. Ryuma, we were all left speechless with how difficult it was to handle the blood serum. For a while, only the sound of sipping tea and eating sweets resounded in the room. Ryuma-kun, Reinhardt, in the end, Reinhardt-san was the first to break the silence. Yes. Ryuma, he wore a face more serious than I've ever seen as he naturally fixed his posture. What he said within that tense atmosphere was this. What do you think about becoming our family's engineer? Reinhardt, Chapter 164.1, Invitation, 1/3, Chapter 164, Invitation, 1/3, I know full well how much you dislike rigid positions, so I won't force the issue, but won't you consider becoming our engineer? Immediately after inviting me, Reinhardt-san said that he understood that much about me. It's for the same reason that I don't think you'll ever try to work for another noble elsewhere. But you know too many strange things. If word of this blood serum of yours were to come out, nobles will surely appear in droves and try to employ you without regard for your own feelings. You understand this too, right? Reinhardt, I nodded silently and replied. Even if the cure for the cursed wound is taken, if it were to spread in society, there will naturally be patients and families looking for it. There are bound to be merchants and nobles who wish to sell to those people at a high price. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be a surprise if people wishing to secure the rights no matter what appeared. We would of course want to help you in such a situation, but there are things that are difficult to do with the way things are now. Reinhardt, although the Duke's family treats me well, my social standing remains that of a commoner. I'm not the subject of the Duke's family, but merely a child they are slightly partial to. Of course, even just that makes things a lot more convenient for me. After all, no one would want to incur the ill will of the Duke's family, which possesses great authority. A boy adventurer, who owns a small store, and to whom the management of the abandoned mine has been entrusted to. Even if such a boy were to possess strange ideas and knowledge, so long as these ideas were only at a certain level, then no one would dare lay a hand on him. But the knowledge to concoct the cure for the cursed wound is a different story. Our family may possess great authority, but it's not as if there's no way for others to go against us. Reinhardt, when I thought of that, the idea of cleverly woven schemes immediately came to mind, but the madam seemed to infer that and she wryly smiled. I can't deny what you're likely thinking, but think of something simpler. Right. Let's put it this way. Right now, you're in a position where you can do anything you want with your store, yes. But if you're too selfish, then various people will try to stop you. Depending on what it is you're being stubborn about, people will turn a blind eye to your selfishness once or twice, but if you keep acting stubborn, eventually you'll lose the trust of the people around you. It's the same thing for us. We hold great power, but we can't just use it as we please. If you were to become our family's engineer, then when people try to recruit you, we can refuse them if you don't wish to work for them. But with the way you are now, if we tried to interfere, then they would snap back at us and say something along the lines of, "You're not even trying to hire him yourself. Don't get in our way." That's a bit more forceful than what they're likely to say, but you get the point. That being said, it's doubtful that they would wash their hands clean of the matter so easily and will probably continue to keep up appearances and try to make excuses, such as in order to give you a suitable position given your meritorious deeds and whatnot. That's just how valuable your knowledge is. Elias, if I were to keep the existence of the blood serum a secret, I probably won't get into trouble, but that would also mean having to live with the danger of leaking word of its existence to someone my whole life. And if knowledge of the bloody slime's blood serum were to spread, then it's possible more cures might be discovered. It won't necessarily be limited to just the cursed wound. I can't predict just how big this will turn into, but it's possible that a lot of lives that would otherwise be lost could be saved. Hiding such powerful knowledge is simply too wasteful. No, wasteful isn't even enough to describe how great of a loss that would be. Can you tell me more about exactly what the occupation, engineer, entails? I want to know exactly how my life would change if I were to accept that position. Ryuma, that's right. As I've mentioned previously, an engineer is a technical expert hired by a noble. When needed, the noble will call upon him and have him demonstrate his expertise. In other times, he is called upon for consultation. So long as the engineer is able to accomplish those duties, then he can live as he wishes. After all, highly skilled craftsmen do tend to have strange fixations that normal people find difficult to understand. For example, in our case, we have a live-in engineer on medicine, but our engineer on smithing owns a workshop and a store in the middle-class district and is working normally. Being hired by a noble doesn't mean monopolizing your expertise or keeping you on a leash and not utilizing your skills. Reinhardt, it would appear that as long as they can keep in touch with me, I don't even have to stay at the town where the Duke's residence is situated. As such, I can continue living at the abandoned mine as I've done until now and continue working at Jimuru. Chapter 164.2, Invitation, 2/3, Chapter 164, Invitation, 2/3, yes. We can contact you by simply sending a letter to your store. And then if you're going to be away for a while, we'll need you to inform us. But you're already sending letters to us regularly anyway, so I don't think keeping in contact with us will prove to be a problem. And then, the position I'm planning on giving you is the Rank 3 Specialist. It's the lowest rank as far as specialists are concerned, but the conditions surrounding it are also the least strict. Moreover, although it's the lowest rank, specialists are generally directly affiliated with me, so you won't have to take orders from other specialists. Reinhardt, can you go into more detail? Ryuma, more specifically, I wanted to know more about the Rank 3 Specialist, and that part about generally being directly affiliated with Reinhardt-san. The Rank 3 Specialist is probably a hierarchy thing, but he said generally, so I wonder if that means there are exceptions. As you've imagined, the Rank 3 Specialist is the lowest rank, above which is the second rank, and then there's the first rank. The rank is decided based on one's history and achievements before becoming a specialist, as well as one's contributions toward the family after becoming a specialist. One's treatment is also decided according to one's rank. Elias, according to the madam, the only things the first and second rank shared in common with the third rank were the research funds and the status. Beyond that, the second rank specialists also received extra hands, as well as their own research facility. Both of which are meant to make it easier for them to conduct their experiments. When needed, they can also be given a small number of guards. As for first-rank specialists, they also have the authority to hold a soldier unit of their own. It's no exaggeration to say that the knowledge of rank 1 specialists is a treasure. It takes a number of people to ensure the safety of such important people and their research facility. Serge, speaking of achievements, a cure for the cursed wound is certainly more than enough to qualify you as a rank 1 specialist, but that position is really special. It comes with a considerable influence and reputation, which in turn bring with them a lot of trouble. That's probably why you're being given a rank 3 instead. Pyoro, after Serge-san and Pyoro-san added their input, things were finally starting to make sense. On top of what they said, specialists also worked in different fields and required different facilities to show off their abilities, so the specific conditions varied for each specialist and were decided only after much discussion. Because of that, specialists have a greater degree of freedom compared to other jobs. It fits me fairly well, actually. That's probably one of the reasons why Reinhardt-san recommended it in the first place. Now that that's cleared up, I wonder what he was talking about regarding affiliation once one has become a specialist. That was an error on my wording. Reinhardt, specialists aren't alone in their field of expertise. There's a lot of them in their respective fields, so there are times when two specialists end up in a teacher-student relationship after interacting with each other, or alternatively, they were already in that sort of relationship before becoming specialists. In other words, he was just saying that I didn't need to have that sort of relationship with a senior specialist. When you work as a specialist, most of the time I won't be with you. At such times, I will be sending a representative, but this doesn't mean that you're subordinated to this representative. You can talk to him as your equal, share your opinions, and if necessary, you even have the authority to directly appeal to me. Reinhardt, specialists are people that have formed a contract with a noble, in this case, Reinhardt-san. If I were to think of them as something akin to an advisor. Frankly, it's not a bad proposition. If anything, the conditions are rather favorable to me, but as expected, I won't be able to live as I have until now, can I? Ryuma, Reinhardt-san quietly nodded. First of all, once every few years, the specialists of a house must show off his abilities. To that end, they'll have to submit some kind of research result and have those results prove useful for the territory. Reinhardt, in my case, I have my cure for the cursed wound, so I'm more than qualified to be appointed as a specialist. But there's a possibility that I could lose my right to be a specialist later depending on my work. That's indeed a possibility. Ryuma, considering how big your achievement is, it's possible to extend your time, but my wealth is accumulated from the tax paid by the people. Naturally, I can't use it on someone who can't give results. I believe you're more than capable of protecting your position as specialist, but you will indeed be bound by a responsibility and an expectation to produce results. Of course, I won't ask anything unreasonable from you and you can continue your laundromat and your adventure work as you've been doing until now, but you will certainly become busier and it's possible that you'll have less time to spend on other jobs, and one more thing. Reinhardt wore a remarkably more serious face as he spoke. If I were to give you the position of specialist, you will have to reveal where you learned your abilities from and you will have to reveal your history. Although the information won't be spread around wantonly, you'll have to prepare yourself for the information to be spread to related places. Reinhardt, Chapter 164.3, Invitation, 3/3, Chapter 164, Invitation, 3/3, in that moment, the temperature in the room remarkably fell. Reinhardt-san and the other adults couldn't hide the stiffness in their expression. Is there anything else? Ryuma, anything else? Well, there's nothing else in particular. Even a rank 3 specialist won't have to be bothered anymore by propositions from other nobles. And if you wish, I can also keep your name from spreading too much. I can make it so that word of you is kept to a minimum even among my subjects. The work isn't bad too. As long as you're able to produce results, then you have a relatively high degree of freedom. If you were applying to be a knight, you'd have to participate in daily training and serve in war during emergencies. There are other things too, but the point is that specialists don't have to do any of those. Reinhardt, not having to serve in war is certainly a good thing. Although it's peaceful right now and there doesn't seem to be any wars, there's no telling what will happen in 10 or 20 years. Being able to choose my course of action in the case that something does happen is a big merit. All the other conditions are favorable to me too. Besides, in the first place, becoming a specialist of the Duke's family is a prime example of getting ahead in life. All the more so when it's a commoner being appointed as one. Such a thing should be a very rare event. With such exceptional conditions compared to normal specialists, the normal reaction would probably be to immediately accept the offer with a heart full of gratitude. I can't speak for other people, but people like myself who have to rack their heads despite such a good offer are probably in the minority. Well, I did just bring it up all of a sudden. I'm sure it must be difficult to come up with an answer immediately. Why don't you take your time before giving me a reply? Either way, it's not like the cure for the cursed wound is complete yet, right? Reinhardt, I had gone quiet due to thinking to myself, so Reinhardt-san called out to me gently. Until the animal experiments, there's no telling what will actually happen when the cure is administered to humans. Ryuma, there's no need to rush then. The reason I offered to appoint you as a specialist is because of the value of that blood serum of yours and its inevitable influence on your life. If the cure is not being released to the public just yet, then we can postpone this issue for another time. What do you think, gentlemen, allies? Shall we keep this conversation to ourselves and wait until the time is right before bringing it up again? Reinhardt, I agree. I would be glad if Ryuma-kun were to become our family specialist, but becoming a specialist is a big decision. It will have a huge influence on his life. It's a big decision to make even for adults, so I believe he should think about it hard so that he doesn't regret his decision. Rurusha, I agree too. After all, Ryuma-sama's slime research also has other results than the blood serum that can turn over a profit. It wouldn't be too late if he focused on those first and solidified his foundations before approaching other avenues. I have a tendency to forget when we're talking like this, but Ryuma-sama is still just a child. One who's not yet even 15. Serge, I am also in agreement. People who are appointed as specialists are either expert craftsmen, who have accumulated many years of experience, or students or researchers who left the Imperial Capital's academy or a research facility with excellent results. Being 20 or 30 years old is normal. Although it's true that Ryuma has the qualifications for it. Compared to those people, he is simply too young. For a boy not even 15 to become the Duke's specialist. Blood serum or not, word is bound to spread. Puro, now that you mention it. His age would certainly attract curiosities. I do intend to protect him, but... Yeah, Reinhardt-san's voice gradually grew weaker and weaker. The madam turned to him with a look that seemed to ask, you hadn't considered it. Serge-san and Puro-san cheerfully smiled as they drank their tea that had lost its steam. Before I knew it, the atmosphere that had grown cold earlier had once again grown warm. And then... Still, Ryuma-kun, Reinhardt, yes. Ryuma, it would appear that you actually took care not to talk about your findings so carelessly. Reinhardt-san turned away from the madam as if he were running away and started talking to me again. When you first started talking about the blood serum to us, you mentioned that it was your first time talking about it with someone, right? When you discovered the blood serum, you were in the middle of training, where many adventurers were, and a lot of time has passed since then, and yet you never talked about it with anyone else. It seems you understand full well just how dangerous this knowledge is. Because of that you avoided talking about it to other people. You didn't even write about it in the letters you send us regularly. Reinhardt, but of course. If I wrote about it in the letter, and if someone were to happen to read it, it would turn into a huge problem. I'm glad that you understand just how important of a matter this is. You're too generous and you have a tendency not to be mindful of your abilities or knowledge, so, Reinhardt, I at least know not to just carelessly bring out something so dangerous. Ryuma, that's what I said, but after looking at the expression of the adults a little closer, I noticed that the madam, Serge-san, and even Puro-san. All of them were looking at me with a strange face. Do they really think I'm that vulnerable? I know I don't pay attention to minor details most of the time, but I don't think I'm that vulnerable. At least, I don't think so. In the end, I couldn't help but wryly smile with them, unable to refute their impression of me. Before long. About the message earlier, there's something I forgot to inform you, Ryuma-kun. About Hayuzu and Rurune's wedding. Apparently, the requests of the servants have been finalized. Reinhardt, I see. In that case, we can start construction tomorrow. Ryuma, how many people will you be needing? Allies, right. I'll need people specializing in physical labor. If there's anyone free, please send them over. I want to start with the foundation, so there will be plenty of work. No matter how many you send, I'm sure I'll have something for them to do. Ryuma, very well. If you need help with physical labor, then would it be okay to start in the afternoon tomorrow? I think that would make it easier to gather the guards since that's when their training ends. Elise, yes. That's fine. Thank you. Ryuma, with a new topic brought up, we continued talking as if nothing had happened. I'm sure everyone is taking my feelings into consideration and are giving me time to think about things first. Yes. That's definitely it. It most certainly has nothing to do with them thinking I'm too vulnerable in regards to my research. Chapter 165.1, Information Leak, 1/2, Chapter 165, Information Leak, 1/2, It's the day right after our important discussion, and yet this happened. I am truly sorry. Reinhardt, my day started with an apology from Reinhardt-san. We had gathered here to have our meal, but on top of the 4 people that I was with last night, there was also a group of maids, wearing maid uniforms that had no fabric around the shoulders, sleeveless, accompanying us. Actually, it would be more apt to call them a group of girls. There were 5 girls, who looked to be around the age of middle school students, lined up along the front wall, looking like they were about to cry. On either end of the group of young maids was the head maid, Aaron-san, and Lillian-san. They sandwiched the girls in between them while wearing a stern expression on their faces, looking just like a pair of jailers en route to bring a group of death row convicts to the gallows. Sorry, can we go over this again? Ryuma, as for why things ended up like this, well, these girls stole the production method of the secret medicine that Ryuma-sama made and used it without permission. Aaron, the girls shook with a jolt and their already paled countenance grew even paler. The girl to the rightmost looked like she was about to break down crying. By secret medicine, are you referring to the sugar scrub made using the mixture of mumito and vegetable oil? Ryuma, yes. Aaron, the reason we're in this situation is because of the sugar scrub that I spoke about yesterday. But isn't this partially my fault for talking about it? As the story goes, apparently, during break time, these girls heard about the method for concocting the sugar scrub from the other maids who had overheard me. The ingredients were easily obtainable, so they tried making it themselves. At that point, that was all it was for them. But the problem is that the sugar scrub has been recognized as a secret medicine with beautifying effect. Unfortunately, in the mechanism of gossiping, the contents of the message changed just as it does in the telephone game, and the part about the secret medicine was omitted while the simple idea that mixing mumito with vegetable oil and rubbing it on the skin will beautify it remained. These girls are maids put in charge of the laundry. Their job is literally just to wash the laundry of the servants. That's why a closer look would show that despite their young age, there are cracks and fissures all over their hands. It's not all too surprising that girls their age would try something they heard about given the condition of their hands and the availability of the ingredients. Unfortunately, they caught the attention of a senpai servant and the story blew up into them, stealing the production methods of the secret medicine. That being said, as servants of the Duke's family, part of their contract states that they should not leak or use without permission information learned while working at the residence. This includes information from the members of the family and the guests. In other words, a duty to a principle of faith and trust. I am a guest and the secret medicine is a product I brought in. Even if they didn't know about it, they still breached a stipulation they agreed to. The other servants they heard the sugar scrub from are also being investigated. Their actions are no different from wounding the family name and slinging mud on the face of the master. Appropriate punishment must be handed out. Aaron, if word were to get out that the servants here like to leak information, who would ever wish to talk about important business secrets here? Their actions threaten the trust between the master of the residence and the guests, so it's not enough just to remind them. It doesn't matter at all that I casually spoke about it. At the very least, that seems to be the case from the way the head maid, Aaron-san, is talking. I don't know what this appropriate punishment is, but looking at the face of the girls lined up, I can more or less imagine that it's nothing good. They'll either be fired from their jobs or worse, they'll be lucky to just be fired. I don't know the exact details, but at this rate, things won't sit right with me. Reinhardt-san, I understand the situation, but I'm the one who spoke about the sugar scrub in front of the servants. I know that probably doesn't really matter, but as the victim, can I ask a couple of questions? Ryuma, but of course. Reinhardt, very well. First, will it be possible to make my own demands? Ryuma, as the employer, I must show some good faith. It would depend on the content of the demands, but you may speak freely. Reinhardt, the thing is that regardless what punishment they receive, it won't benefit me in any way. Ryuma, whether they're fired or are punished with something worse, I won't benefit in any way. We will be compensating you as well, though. Reinhardt, I don't wish for compensation from your grace. After all, it was them who caused me damage, so it is only right that they be the ones to pay me back. Moreover, I presently haven't considered the sugar scrub, the product they allegedly stole, to have any value as a product. Of course, I do think of it as seed that could eventually bloom into one. Ryuma, Chapter 165.2, Information Leak, 2 halves, Chapter 165, Information Leak, 2 halves. In my past life, all sorts of ways to improve the sugar scrub were thought of. That included fussing over the sugar or oil sold in stores or adding fragrance to it. Compared to that, what I made yesterday was really just something I slapped together using sugar and oil. In other words, a crude product. While I may be able to pass it off if it were just for personal use, it's not really something that I could demand money from others for. As such, I believe it would be more appropriate to have them make up for their mistake by working for it. Ryuma, exactly what do you have in mind? Reinhardt, test subjects for my medicine. That is to say, I wish to use them to help me perform my experiments. Ryuma, a look of despair had appeared on the faces of the 5 girls, but when Reinhardt-san turned his back on them, their expression loosened a little. Can you be more specific? Reinhardt, as I've mentioned earlier, the current version of the sugar scrub isn't good enough to be sold at stores. As such, I wish to use their bodies to test the effects of my prototypes and improve the sugar scrub into a product worthy of being sold. I plan on relying on their input to improve the product. I don't need their whole body, just the arms, the legs, and the face will do. As for how long I'll be needing them, well, until the end of my stay should be enough. Ryuma, if you wish for them to make amends with their own effort, then we'll do just that. But I hope you don't mind if we also have them go through some slightly stricter lessons at the same time in order to teach them fully what it means to be a servant. Reinhardt, I'll leave that to your discretion. Ryuma, very well then. I will grant everything you demanded. Aaron, you heard the boy. Take the girls away and make sure they understand everything by the time breakfast is done. Reinhardt, understood. Ryuma-sama. Thank you for handing out a lenient punishment. Aaron, and so, the maids left the room. It seems I've pushed something troublesome onto you. Reinhardt-san said weakly. It was a stark contrast from his earlier tone when the maids were still present in the room. I'd like to say it was no trouble at all, but this time actually was a little troublesome. Ryuma, sorry. But given my position, I simply can't afford to be soft. Reinhardt, perhaps, but I'm really not good at acting. Ryuma, in fact, I don't think that was good enough to be called an act. More like a farce. Now that it's been done and said, I sure hope none of the things I said were strange or anything. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be that humble. Serge, those girls really were at fault, and if not for what you said, who knows what could have happened to them. Considering that, just being given the chance to make things right is plenty. Puro, Serge-san and Puro-san said that, but I wonder what the worst-case scenario is. I'm not that particular about the employment of servants, so I asked them about that too. As it turns out, although they were all called maids, they were actually divided into different roles. Maids in charge of cleaning and managing the residence, housemaids. Maids in charge of waiting on the guests and interacting with them, parlor maids. Maids in charge of the miscellaneous work at the kitchen, kitchen maids. Maids that are in charge purely over the laundry, laundry maids. They even varied from house to house. Maids that specialize in tea and sweets, still room maids. Maids in charge of doing dishes and cleaning the kitchen, scullery maids. Maids in charge of bedrooms, chamber maids. They actually even had subcategories. The servants generally work with the idea that the newer one is at the job, the further away one should work from the master. Servants are still people, after all. They too can make mistakes and cause incidents. That's why only those who have been serving our family for generations can work beside us and our guests. That or someone who has worked with us for a long time. Only then will a servant have accumulated enough experience and trust. Of the maids you know, Aaron and Rurenes are the ones who fit the bill. Reinhardt, contrast to them, the girls earlier were just laundry maids, whose sole duty was the laundry. Moreover, because they were dressed as servants, they really looked just like your everyday commoner. Servants like those, which are basically at the bottom of the maid hierarchy, are apparently hired from the merchant guild. Normally, they would have been fired immediately, but by breaking their side of the contract and being fired from working at the Duke's residence, it's likely that they will never again be hired as servants anywhere. The guild also has to report the circumstances surrounding their people, so it's bound to have an effect on their future work. And depending on the situation, leaking information is a mistake that could be charged with other crimes. Allies, the madam spoke about what their punishment would have been. From the sound of things, it seems like it really would have been the end of the world for them. For the meantime, we'll have them work with the development of your products until you go home. When they're not working with you, we'll have them thoroughly educated on what they've done and what could have happened because of it. Aaron was really mad, so we'll just leave that part to her. If they still don't understand after all that, then we'll have to cancel their contract. If they do appear to turn over a new leaf, then we'll keep their contract until it expires. So long as they're able to complete their contract, this incident shouldn't have any effect on their life. As for renewing their contract, that will depend on their work. Reinhardt, it's a relief to know that the lives of such young children weren't ruined with one mistake. What are you talking like an old man for? Puro, young children. But aren't they all older than you? Allies, now that you mention it. Ha ha ha. By the way, you all tried the bath bomb and sugar scrubs last night, right? Can you tell me what you thought of them? Ryuma, oh. Right. That bath bomb stuff was really good. I could feel my body being warmed more thoroughly compared to normal bath water. As for the sugar scrub, while I won't go as far as to say that it's a poor product, I will say that I also think it needs more work. Serge, let's talk about it over meal. Reinhardt, today's morning was more exhausting than usual. After Reinhardt-san called out, breakfast finally started to be prepared. Chapter 166.1, Experiment Preparations, 1/2, Chapter 166, Experiment Preparations, 1/2, this way please. Maid, after breakfast, Rurenes-san led me to the magic training area within the Duke's residence. The first thing I noted was the gaudy purple walls. That purple wall surrounded a lot about the size of a park. There were no ceilings and the ground hadn't been paved either. A woman accompanied by 2 maids elegantly approached from a corner of that place. Welcome, Ryuma-kun. Allies, sorry to have kept you waiting, madam. Ryuma, my job for today is the construction of the venue for the wedding ceremony, but that starts later in the afternoon. I don't have anything planned for the morning, so I decided to work on improving my sugar scrub. The madam decided to join me. She needed a break from time to time too, so she didn't have any plans for today. Taking a break every now and then is certainly necessary. Still, isn't this a bit too early? I haven't even started preparing the experiments yet. All I'm doing now is field work. Ryuma, I want to see the preparations too. That aside, what do you think about our magic training area? We're rather proud of it. Allies, it's big and nice. This is certainly the kind of place I can use my magic in without holding back. Ryuma, but curious about the wall. Rurenes-san could immediately tell what was on my mind. You can tell. Ryuma, you've been stealing glances at it for a while now. Rurenes, ha ha ha. Is it okay to ask why it's been painted in such a gaudy color? Ryuma, she sweetly smiled and answered. The walls have been dyed with a special coating that reacts strongly to the change in temperature, as is the case with fire and ice spells. The Ojusama was practicing her magic here until it was time for her to move to the academy. In order to allow her a place where she could practice her magic even a little safer, the walls here were treated with that special coating. Rurenes, Elia once melted a brick wall because she put too much mana into her magic. Since then we've kept the walls here dyed to be safe. Allies, come to think of it, Elia does specialize in fire and ice. Huh. So that's why. That aside, I didn't know fire spells could give off that much heat when that much mana is given to them. I should take note of that. That makes sense. Ryuma, this is our private space, so you can use this place whenever you feel like. You can even use your dimension magic if it's here. Besides, Elia's gone and left for school already, so it rarely gets used nowadays. It's a bit of a waste. Elias, as expected, the madam is a little lonely. In that case, I'll happily use it without reserve. Ryuma, I called out and began working. Dimension home. Ryuma, I opened a while hole in the space and called out the sticky slimes and scavenger slimes. I prepared 100 of each. There's a lot of them as usual. Elias, I've never seen so many before. Rurunez, I thought she saw them during feeding time, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. Ah, maybe it's because they were in a big, huge, or king form. The maids accompanying the madam were also surprised. I quickly started working. First is break rock. Ryuma, I used the spell to change the level ground into a sandy state. A square about 50 m big will probably do. Alright, scavenger slimes. Ryuma, I had the scavenger slimes line up at one end of the sandy ground. Do the usual. Ryuma, the scavenger slimes responded to my words and started moving simultaneously. They swallowed the sand into their body and then puked it back out behind them. They made their way through the square sand swallowing and puking. Are they plowing the ground? Elias, that's right. At first, I had the scavenger slimes puke out fertilizer and plow with their own hands, but it's really convenient, so I would have them do the same thing several times in a day. It was starting to get annoying, so I started softening the ground beforehand with earth magic, then have the scavenger slimes mix the softened ground inside their body. Ryuma, as the slimes that were lined up marched without messing up their formation, soil that has been mixed well with the moisturized fertilizer piled up behind them, forming ridges. After I started having the scavenger slimes do this, they learned the skill tilling. Ryuma, I've never heard of that skill before. Elias, apparently, of the many different jobs that farmers do, it refers to the act of plowing the field. I think it's because I had them do nothing but mix the soil all the time. I didn't even have them plant seeds or water the ground. Ryuma, if they were just doing normal farm work, they would have probably learned the farming skill instead. Elias, yes. It's for the same reason that the sticky slimes learned the planting skill. Ryuma, I took out Dante seeds from my item box and had the sticky slimes distribute them. They turned their upper body into a bowl to receive the seeds, then they brought them to the ridges cultivated by the scavenger slimes. A slime per ridge. The sticky slimes lined up like the scavenger slimes and extended a tentacle to pick up a seed and plant them one at a time. Chapter 166.2, Experiment Preparations, 2/3, Chapter 166, Experiment Preparations, 2/3, the way the slimes moved showed that they were already used to this. Although they moved slowly because they were slimes, they planted a lot faster than I would be able to on my own. They were very efficient. So slimes can farm too. Excuse me. Maid 1, one of the maids accompanying the madam said inadvertently. Oh, I don't mind. Slimes may not be able to carry heavy things, but they are more than capable of doing work. Ryuma, and speaking of troublesome jobs after farm work, there's weeding. Technically, any slime could eat weed, but the weed slime that loves to eat weed will eat them all the way to the roots without being told, so they're better suited for it. If you leave them alone, they'll release the seeds of the weeds from inside their body and the juice of the roots, so they'll end up propagating the weeds instead. This is likely to ensure more food for themselves and to ensure that there's a place for them to hide themselves in, but as long as I make sure to tell them not to do that, then the whole weeding process is really easy. There are others too. The acid slimes can do wood work and the drunk slimes have also recently started concocting fruit wine inside their body. Ryuma, you are talking about slimes, right? Maid 1, yes. Ryuma, I made the alcohol from the drunk slimes produce alcohol, ethyl, skill to become thicker and concocted a fruit juice using it. It might be because I gave that to the drunk slime, but recently it started asking for fruits too on top of alcohol. It's given me quite a headache, actually, as it's almost winter and the variety of fruits in the stores are getting sparser and the prices are also increasing. Ryuma-kun has really good compatibility with slimes. Elias, I don't think that's the issue here, though. Maid 1, madam, the way he talks about slimes, it almost feels as if he's talking about a completely different monster. Maid 2, I tried explaining all that to her, but unfortunately, it would appear that my answers couldn't clear up the maid's confusion. If anything, I might have only made it worse. Take Bayashi-sama, the others have arrived. Rurunez, thank you very much. Ryuma, it was only when Rurunez-san called out to me that I noticed that the entrance to the training area has been opened and a great crowd of maids has gathered. Isn't there too many of them? Ryuma, there weren't just 5 maids, there were 20. There were even 5 or 6 butlers. But why? Although the 5 maids from before were the only ones who directly made the sugar scrub, these girls were involved in leaking the information. The maid head says that she wishes to use this opportunity to teach the undisciplined maids a lesson. Rurunez, Unlike me, it would appear that Aaron-san is really angry. The more subjects the better, I suppose. Ryuma, while Rurunez-san and I were talking like that among ourselves, I noted someone from among the crowd of servants. It was a maid giving orders. She was fairly tall, being a head taller than the rest of the maids, which in turn made her face very visible. She had a masculine face about her just like that of a warrior. A nice body too. Wide shoulders and thick arms. Even from a distance I can tell that her upper body is bursting with muscles, but she's wearing a maid's uniform. Our eyes met. And now she's walking toward me. Rurunez-san, who is that person? Ryuma, that's Raviola. A maid deeply trusted by the master, the madam, and the servants. She is from the Big Monkey Man tribe. Her body and face might resemble that of a man's, but she is undoubtedly a woman. Rurunez, so she's from the Big Monkey Man tribe. It's a pleasure to meet you, Raviola-san. Ryuma, the pleasure is mine. I am Raviola from the Big Monkey Man tribe. Head maid Aaron has entrusted the re-education of these maids to you. I will be watching over them during the experiments. Raviola, with her long legs and the space she covered with each step, by the time I finished asking about her from Rurunez-san, she was already right before me. I just went and greeted her then since she was here already, but the way she greeted me was truly full of grace. And yet at the same time, I can't help but imagine she'd be really scary when angry. I'll be in your care. Ryuma, let's make sure not to get on her bad side. Will it be fine if I have them cooperate with me now? Ryuma, as you wish, Raviola. First, I'll have them prepare the workshop to test the sugar scrub. The servants appear to have brought the ingredients, so I designated the area. Some distance away from the fields for the storage area and workbench. While they're working on that, I'll finalize the contents of the experiment. Next, the ingredients, Ryuma, a list has been provided. Raviola, thank you very much. Ryuma. Just the vegetable oil alone has 7 variants. The perfumed oil have 20 variant. Didn't I just ask for these this morning? I can't believe they've already prepared so many. The maids that receive the guests also use perfume, as it's considered a part of etiquette. Because of that we have a considerable number stocked up. Raviola, part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.